He was once the outcast of the Uchiha clan, subjected to relentless bullying, until that fateful day in a shadowy alley. He was battered by children of his own clan, his consciousness gradually fading amidst the murky water. When he awoke once more, another soul had taken residence within his frail form. Armed with the skills and resolve from his former life, he retaliated instantaneously, breaking free from the chains of oppression. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Uzumaki Kushina sought his aid. Hatake Kakashi regarded him as a target to pursue, and even the fearsome shinobi Uchiha Madara fell before his burgeoning power. He rose from the ashes, ultimately standing at the pinnacle, surveying the entire shinobi world below. Everything has been orchestrated by me. Chapter 1, Oppression. Konohagakure Uchiha Clan Grounds. In a narrow alley flanked by brick walls, 3 children, adorned with the Uchiha fan emblem and aged around 6 or 7, encircled a boy of their age, who lay amidst a pool of filth, bruises marring his forehead and lips. The slightly frilier boy, trembling as he glanced at his companions, exclaimed, "He can't be dead, can he? Why isn't he moving?" Among them, the more robust boy, seemingly the leader, scoffed dismissively, "Pa, dead? It's never that simple. We've beaten him countless times over the years. He always manages to survive. Are we to cease our torment? Besides, he's just a worthless waste, orphaned and devoid of any shinobi talent. Even if he were to die, my father could easily suppress any repercussions." To prove his point, he approached the boy sprawled on the ground, wrinkling his nose in disgust at the boy's sodden clothes. Truly repulsive. This trash should have been discarded from the Uchiha long ago. It's a disgrace to our surname. With that, Uchiha Ryuichi clenched his fist and crouched down, striking the boy's forehead with considerable force. "Stop playing dead. Wake up." The 2 bystanders, witnessing this scene, were further unsettled, yet, having been bullied by Uchiha Ryuichi themselves, they dared not intervene. In a daze, Chunan felt 2 sharp pains on his forehead, jolting his awareness back to reality, though he could not yet comprehend the unfolding events. His battle-hardened instincts propelled his body into action, grasping the enlarged fist before him with one hand while fixing a fierce gaze upon his adversary. With the other hand braced against the ground, he pivoted his body, using his waist strength to tightly clamp his legs around the enemy's head, slamming him into the earth. Rolling to his feet, he pressed one knee upon Uchiha Ryuichi's back, locking his hands behind him to render him immobile. Once Ryuichi's resistance was quelled, Chunin took a moment to survey his surroundings, ensuring no allies of his foe lurked nearby. Only when all threats were eliminated could he safely deal with the adversary in his grasp. Yet, what met his gaze was a damp, dim alley devoid of any hiding spots. Only 2 bewildered children, clad in peculiar yet oddly familiar patterns, stood before him, appearing no older than 6. They were baffled by how the boy they had bullied for 2 years could suddenly erupt with such ferocity, subduing Uchiha Ryuichi, who typically wielded greater power than they. Before they could process the situation, Uchiha Ryuichi began to thrash violently beneath Chunan's hold. "Let go of me, Uchiha Nan, you worthless fool," he spat, a torrent of vitriol spilling forth. Chunan, unyielding, pressed his knee harder into Ryuichi's lower back. "I will never forgive you, just wait." Ryuichi, not entirely dim-witted, recognized his disadvantage against the suddenly formidable Uchiha Nan. He turned to his 2 companions. "What are you 2 fools waiting for? He's restrained. Come help me." The other 2 hesitated, torn between aiding him or fleeing. In the past, they would have rushed to support Uchiha Ryuichi without a second thought. However, now, witnessing the ease with which Chunan subdued Ryuichi, their legs quaked with uncertainty. Typically, they took pleasure in bullying those too timid to retaliate, but faced with a formidable opponent, they knew better than to provoke him. Was there even a choice left? It was time to escape. At that moment, as Chunan listened to their conversation, the frequent mention of the Uchiha name triggered a series of memories within him, unlocking the depths of his consciousness. The original memories unfolded like a tome within his mind, pages flipping with a rustle, revealing the truth of his circumstances. He had traversed worlds, entering the legendary realm of the Uchiha, where children as young as 7 were thrust into battle, and entire clans could be annihilated in an instant. Within these memories, he discerned the reason behind the present scene. The original soul, Uchiha Nan, akin to Uzumaki Naruto from Naruto, had lost his parents at a tender age. His parents perished during the Second Shinobi War, sacrificing themselves to protect an important figure within their clan. Uchiha Nan had lived off the compensation left by his parents, growing up in a harsh environment. During his infancy, that very figure, feeling a pang of guilt, adopted him, initially treating him with kindness akin to that of a cherished family member. After the figure married, his wife, too, seemed to genuinely care for the child, providing him with a semblance of a happy childhood. However, on his 4th birthday, upon discovering that he lacked significant shinobi talent, the figure gradually distanced himself from him. He was informed of the past and was sent back to the home left behind by his deceased parents. As if the shinobi world demanded early maturity, Uchiha Nan, upon receiving this news, accepted his fate with a stoic demeanor, recognizing the truth of his parents' demise without a tear shed. He moved into the desolate house, living off the delayed compensation, enduring solitary nights filled with silent tears. Fortunately, the figure's wife was a gentle and kind-hearted woman. Although she could not alter her husband's decision, she frequently visited Uchiha Nan, attempting to provide solace. Yet, the original soul harbored a lingering resentment, pulling away from her warmth. In a clan where strength reigned supreme, even children were expected to harness chakra by the age of 4, Uchiha Nan's predicament made him a target for bullying, leading to the present scenario faced by Chu Nan. The original soul had endured years of torment from Uchiha Ryuichi and others, compounded by the anguish of losing his family, resulting in a complete mental breakdown rather than evolving into a man capable of wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan and controlling Susanoo. This unfortunate fate had befallen Chu Nan, the interloper from another world. At that moment, Uchiha Ryuichi, a product of elite Uchiha training, though flawed in character, possessed a keen sense of timing and seized the opportunity to break free from Chu Nan's grasp as he assimilated the memories. He withdrew a kunai from his ninja pouch, aiming it at the individual who had once been tormented by his predecessors, but now dared to resist. Uchiha Nan, meet your demise. Chapter 2. The system sensing the imminent danger, Chu Nan, or rather, the future Uchiha Nan, opened his eyes. He gazed upon the frantic visage of Uchiha Ryuichi, and vivid images of past humiliations inflicted upon him by the original host flashed through his mind. The insults, the punches, the kicks, the thefts, each transgression felt as though it had been perpetrated against him directly. This mental disturbance pierced through Uchiha Nan's tightly wounded psyche. Honed from his days as a mercenary on the battlefield, he momentarily forgot that he was merely confronting a 6-year-old child. Perceiving him instead as a formidable adversary he must confront with his life on the line. In a swift motion, Uchiha Nan, despite his battered body, endured the pain and sidestepped a descending kunai. With precision, he struck Uchiha Ryuichi's wrist, forcing him to relinquish the weapon. With the kunai now in his grasp, Uchiha Nan wasted no time. He propelled himself forward, delivering a fierce kick. Even though Uchiha Ryuichi had summoned what little chakra he possessed to shield his chest, he was still knocked to the ground. Like a wild beast, Uchiha Nan lunged, gripping the kunai with the intent to eliminate Uchiha Ryuichi as one would an enemy on the battlefield. Yet, at the crucial moment, he diverted the blade's edge, leaving a shallow wound along Ryuichi's neck before burying the weapon into the earth. The 2 other onlookers, paralyzed by fear, turned and fled the narrow alley, shouting that Ryuichi was dead. Meanwhile, Ryuichi lay on the ground, eyes closed, having succumbed to fright, with a faint odor of urine permeating the air. Uchiha Nan regarded the frightened child with a calm demeanor. The remnants of his consciousness seemed to urge him to eliminate the one who had tormented him for so long. Nevertheless, he slowly rose, suppressing that dark impulse. This was not the battlefield of his past. He was in Konoha village. Should he openly slay a fellow clansman in the presence of witnesses, he would undoubtedly face the harshest repercussions. He was unwilling to sacrifice his hard-won second chance at life for such a wretch. However, while death could be avoided, the consequences of his actions would remain. Uchiha Nan lifted his weary leg and forcefully stamped down on Ryuichi's arm joint. Driven by a lingering sense of distrust, he stomped several more times. Ryuichi, resembling a lifeless dog, trembled momentarily before settling down again. After ensuring that the arm was broken, Uchiha Nan finally relaxed, viewing this as a fitting retribution for the past torment endured by the original host. As the host gained awareness, Uchiha Nan furrowed his brow, sensing a message within his consciousness, but there was no time to address it now. He would have to investigate later. The pressing concern was to contemplate his next steps. While breaking Ryuichi's arm felt gratifying, he was not an orphan like Uchiha Nan, but rather the son of a jonin captain in the Uchiha police force. The two individuals had undoubtedly reported the incident, and upon learning of their son's demise, it would not be long before his father sought retribution. Even if Ryuichi were to rise from the brink of death, his father would likely harbor little joy. In a fit of rage, he might easily justify taking Uchiha Nan's life, viewing it as trivial as squashing an ant, and the clan would not truly trade a jonin for his life. At most, he would face a few years of confinement. Drawing upon memories in his mind, Uchiha Nan pondered his best escape route. Should he flee Konoha village? Even if he managed to evade its stringent defenses, how would he survive? A child without ninja skills, already injured, would struggle to endure in the harsh world of shinobi. Seeking out the third Hokage was out of the question. This was a matter for the Uchiha clan. Even if he were to succeed in reaching out for help, he would likely be returned to his clan, facing severe punishment for seeking external aid, which would likely be even harsher. Moreover, given his current state of injury, how could he possibly reach the Hokage's office while being pursued by jonin? He might not even escape the Uchiha compound before being apprehended. Thus, the only safe haven that came to mind was the home of the Uchiha clan leader, located at the heart of the Uchiha district. Uchiha Nan shared a significant connection with Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, as he was the one who had adopted him. Even if Fugaku were disappointed with him, he would not allow the child to perish before his eyes. Additionally, there was Uchiha Makoto, who had always treated him with kindness. Time had passed, and Uchiha Nan, bearing his injuries, set forth toward his former home. On the way, he found a moment to glance at the fleeting message in his mind. Upon doing so, a simple page materialized before him. Battle system name: Uchiha Nan. Age: 6 talent, ordinary chakra, ordinary physical strength, weak ordinary mental strength, strong ordinary genin evaluation, an unremarkable individual of mediocre spirit. After perusing this page, Uchiha Nan noticed an additional tab below it. Battle record: defeated Uchiha Ryuichi, gained energy absorption potential at the Ninja Academy level. Upon reading this, Uchiha Nan realized the origin of this battle system. It was a standard feature for those who had traversed worlds, allowing one to acquire abilities from defeated foes, such as physical strength and chakra. As for rarer abilities, whether he could obtain them would depend on his own exploration in the future. The acquired abilities were classified into various tiers: Ordinary, Ninja Academy, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, and Super Kage. Whether there were further classifications above these was beyond Uchiha Nan's current speculation. Given Uchiha Ryuichi's decent talent, it was no surprise he dropped abilities at the Ninja Academy level. It was likely due to his jonin father, who provided ample motivation for training. After all, achieving such standards was not overly demanding with appropriate training and nutrition. As Uchiha Nan contemplated while walking, he wasted no time. Upon nearing the clan leader's residence, he pressed the acquisition button. Chapter 3. Uchiha Makoto. A warm sensation surged from Uchiha Nan's heart, enveloping his body in a soothing embrace, far more pleasurable than any weapon. His physical condition continuously improved, and the injuries inflicted by Uchiha Ryuichi began to heal significantly, though bruises would take longer to fade. This was precisely what Uchiha Nan desired, for once the wounds vanished, he would lose the opportunity to elicit sympathy. Uchiha Nan swung his fist and bounced in place twice, feeling as though his physical prowess had increased threefold. With this newfound strength, a single kick would suffice to send Uchiha Ryuichi reeling. The same physical prowess, when coupled with differing techniques of exertion, yields disparate results. After his recovery, Uchiha Nan hastened to the clan leader's residence, acutely aware of the imminent threat posed by the jonin. Traversing through narrow alleys and past various households, Uchiha Nan once again stood before the familiar entrance. Since moving away from there many years ago, he had not returned. Now, in this well-remembered place, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Nevertheless, he swiftly entered. Meanwhile, in the previous alley, a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor, wearing a Konoha ninja forehead protector, clutched 2 small children and landed in the vicinity. Upon seeing his own child lying on the ground, Uchiha Longyan's expression darkened further, and he discarded the 2 burdens he held. A figure swiftly appeared beside Uchiha Longi. Assessing the situation before Uchiha, Longyan exhaled a sigh of relief. His demeanor softened as he tended to Uchiha Longi's severed arm with a makeshift bandage. He slapped Longi's face a few times, urging him to awaken. Slowly, Uchiha Longi came to, gazing up at the man before him, nearly in tears as he registered the pain in his arm. "Father, you must help me avenge this. That bastard cannot be let go. Be quiet and tell me everything that happened," Uchiha Longyan's cold voice responded. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Nen entered the expansive courtyard. The Uchiha clan, which has endured since the Warring States period, boasted a leader's mansion far from ordinary. Within the courtyard, a small park was established along the main path, adorned with cherry blossoms in full bloom, the gentle sound of flowing water resonating throughout. A pavilion stood amidst it, where a gentle woman with black hair and black eyes, donned in a dark undershirt and a light yellow dress, sat on a stone bench, quietly observing the flowing stream. She resembled a beautiful painting, albeit with a slight furrow in her brow, hinting at an inner turmoil. The sight stirred a deep emotion within Uchiha Nan's heart, as if a great hand had gripped it, compelling him to rush forward and comfort her. He chuckled softly, recognizing that Uchiha Mikoto held a significant place in the heart of his predecessor. Treading lightly, Uchiha Nan sought to avoid disturbing this enchanting figure. Yet, how could the wife of the clan leader be an ordinary individual? Possessing extraordinary Jonin strength, Uchiha Mikoto was acutely aware of his presence. Mistaking it for her husband returning home early to tease her, a joyful smile spread across her face in anticipation of his arrival. To her surprise, the visitor was Uchiha Nan. However, Uchiha Mikoto's smile did not wane. Instead, it deepened, her heart brimming with joy. Nankuin. Her affection for the child adopted by Uchiha Fugaku never faltered, and she had cared for him as if he were her own. When Fugaku had made the decision to send Nan away, it had pained her greatly, yet as the clan leader, his authority was unquestionable. The elders of the clan would never consent to adopting a child lacking in ninja talent. Thus, she had to accept the situation with a heavy heart, often wondering how the little one was faring. It seemed that when Fugaku had sent him away, it had wounded his spirit, as the once clingy child now displayed a noticeable distance upon their reunion, leading to a gradual loss of contact. Therefore, Uchiha Nan's return was a welcome occurrence. Uchiha Mikoto trotted over to him, yet before she could greet him, she noticed the bruises on his face, igniting a surge of anger within her. With her delicate hands, she gently touched the bruise. "Who did this? Nankuin, tell Mikoto-ne, has someone been bullying you?" As she spoke, Uchiha Mikoto enveloped him in her embrace. "It's all right, Nan. Once Uncle Fugaku returns, I will ask him to let you move back, and no one will dare to bully you again." Uchiha Nan remained silent, quietly inhaling the comforting scent emanating from Uchiha Mikoto's chest. In that moment, he felt the remnants of the consciousness within him settle into tranquility, gradually merging with his being. His mental strength had now diminished to that of a genin. "So, this is the person you wish to protect? Rest assured, I shall safeguard her." Uchiha Nan gently opened his eyes, smiling at the elder sister before him. "It's nothing, Mikoto-ne. The ones who harm me will suffer even more. I came here seeking refuge," he murmured, lowering his head with a hint of melancholy. "After all, I do not have a Jonin father." Uchiha Nan recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Nankuin had been bullied by Uchiha Longi and his group, Mikoto's heart ached. "Nankuin, why didn't you come back to tell me?" She tenderly stroked his forehead, her maternal instincts surging forth. "Do not worry. Here, no one can harm you." With her assurance, Uchiha Nan finally felt a sense of relief. Although he had anticipated that Uchiha Mikoto would not abandon him, witnessing her commitment brought him complete solace. Truly, she was the epitome of an ideal older sister, devoid of any flaws. Uchiha Fugaku was indeed fortunate. At that moment, Uchiha Longyan, following the traces left by Uchiha Nan, arrived at the clan leader's residence. Casting his gaze upon the grand estate, Uchiha Longyan raised an eyebrow. "You little brat. Do you think I won't dare to capture you just because you sneaked into the clan leader's home? I will make you pay dearly." With that, he forcefully barged inside. Mikoto, hearing the commotion, positioned herself protectively behind Uchiha Nan, her gaze fixed on the clan member who had appeared before them. "Uchiha Longyan, to what do we owe this unexpected visit?" the clan leader's wife asked, her tone resolute. Uchiha Longyan, confronted by the unwavering stance of the clan leader's wife and the child shielded behind her, felt his expression darken. He realized that he was unlikely to teach that little brat a lesson today, yet the image of his son's pitiful state compelled him to make one last attempt. "Madam Mikoto, my apologies for intruding. It was my subordinate's oversight. Upon the clan leader's return, I shall personally apologize. However, I am here to seek the surrender of that little wretch who harmed my son. He unjustly injured my child, and I implore you to relinquish him." Uchiha Makoto let out a cold laugh. "Nonsense. I know exactly what kind of child Nankuin is, and I am fully aware of the circumstances. Do not twist the truth here. Leave at once." Uchiha Longin's expression grew even more severe. As a jonin of the clan, he believed he deserved more respect, even from Uchiha Makoto, the clan leader's wife. In that moment, he recalled that the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was likely occupied with clan affairs and was not at home. Glaring at the little wretch behind Makoto, he contemplated forcibly taking him away. He thought that as long as he could handle the situation discreetly before the clan leader learned of it, he could avoid severe punishment from the clan for the sake of a mere child. Makoto Uchiha sensed the intentions hidden within Ryugen's gaze, her heart sinking. Although she held the esteemed rank of special jonin, it had been a considerable time since she had engaged in combat following her marriage to Fugaku. Her abilities had waned significantly, rendering her capable of little more than bullying chunin. Faced with a seasoned jonin from the Uchiha clan, she feared that she would find herself outmatched. Nonetheless, she pushed Uchiha Nan behind her, her body tense as she assumed a defensive stance, delivering a final warning. "Ryugen, you must consider that Nan is raised by Fugaku. I regard him as my own son. Have you contemplated the consequences should you wish to harm him?" Upon hearing her words, Ryugen's surging emotions were tempered slightly. He had initially believed that Uchiha Nan had desperately sought refuge at the clan leader's home, and that Makoto, in a moment of compassion, wished to protect him. Yet, he had not anticipated the connection between the child and the clan leader. However, hadn't Ryugen mentioned that Nan was not an orphan? Regardless of the truth of this matter, witnessing Makoto poised for battle dissuaded him from taking action against her. He had ample opportunity to teach the boy a lesson in the future, and offending the clan leader's family for this trivial matter was hardly worthwhile. "Very well. Since you wish to shield the boy, I shall grant you this favor today. However, this matter is far from resolved." With that, he cast a cold glance at the child behind Makoto, offering a chilling smile before departing. Though Ryugen said no more, the two remaining understood his implications. Once the threat had dissipated, Nin stepped forward, shouting at Ryugen's retreating figure, "You old fool, threatening my grandfather, are you? Next time I see you, I'll make sure to teach your son a lesson." Ryugen paused momentarily, the marble floor beneath him cracking underfoot, yet he remained unperturbed, leaving without a backward glance. Makoto chuckled at Nan's bravado, playfully tapping his forehead with her slender finger. "You rascal. But Nan, wait until Fugaku returns. I'll have him allow you to move back in, and then that fellow will no longer dare to trouble you." Nan gently shook his head, extending his small hand to clasp Makoto's. "Thank you, big sister, but let us forego the idea of moving back. I'm quite content living outside." He was no longer the same Uchiha Nan from before. The original would have rejoiced at such news. If only he could forget Fugaku and cast aside his tragic past. Though he suspected that would be a formidable challenge. Had the original Nen harbored no resentment towards Fugaku, he would not have succumbed to despair under the bullying of Ryugen and his ilk, ultimately succumbing without struggle. However, regardless of the original's feelings, Nen did not find himself deeply affected by these memories. Having fought on the battlefield for a lifetime, the concept of home had dimmed for him. Makoto's assistance today instilled in him a sense of obligation. Should she ever find herself in need, he would undoubtedly lend his support. As for others like Fugaku, to the current Uchiha Nan, they were merely familiar strangers. Makoto assumed that Nan was still harboring resentment towards Fugaku and refrained from offering further counsel, instead saying, "All right, Nan. Be cautious moving forward. Ryugen is not a good man. I shall ensure Fugaku addresses him. I trust he won't act against you openly." However, she withheld her deeper concerns, believing that this incident would surely instill some caution in Nan. Makoto smiled warmly, ruffling Nan's hair. "Why not stay here for dinner? Fugaku will return shortly." Nan had initially considered staying, as it was certainly preferable to dining alone at home. Yet, he was not ready to confront Fugaku and thus politely declined. Makoto opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. She understood that Nan had yet to forgive Fugaku and could only manage a forced smile. "Take care of yourself at home, Nan. Remember to eat well. I'll visit you again soon." After departing from the clan leader's home, Uchiha Nan did not retrace his steps. Instead, he purposefully surveyed the Uchiha territory. Following the memories in his mind, he passed by the training grounds, the Uchiha shrine, the weapons shop, and other locations, preparing himself to familiarize with this place. Along the way, he witnessed various exchanges between ninjas, flames and lightning clashing, and the ground cracking beneath the intensity of their encounters. This made it abundantly clear to him that he had entered another world. He was no longer the battle-hardened mercenary king of his former life. Instead, he had become a 6-year-old child, brimming with infinite potential. Regardless of the world, he believed he would eventually ascend to greatness and become a supreme ruler. Since he found himself amidst the Uchiha, his first step would be to seize control of the clan. However, before that, he needed to satisfy his hunger. After countering Ryugen and evading the pursuit of Jonin, the future king of the ninja realm found himself quite famished. As Uchiha Nen wandered through the bustling commercial street of the Uchiha territory, he sought out dinner for the evening. Everywhere he looked, shops and food stalls adorned with the Uchiha crest beckoned with tantalizing aromas. He chose a pancake shop and received a grand pancake from a plump proprietor before heading home. Chapter 5. Chakra. Uchiha Nen returned to the modest 2-story building left behind by his parents, clutching the packed pancake. Upon entering and traversing the wooden floor, his eyes fell upon the tea table at the center of the living room, accompanied by various tea utensils. He locked the door securely behind him and ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor, where his parents once resided. Ever since he arrived at this place at the age of 4 and learned who his parents were, he had come to accept this reality. After tidying the first floor and uncovering some of his parents' belongings, he selected a room for himself on the second floor. Aside from cleaning, he seldom ventured downstairs, preferring to avoid any emotional triggers. Pushing open the door to his room, he was greeted by the stale air filled with a faint odor. The walls were plastered with old, moldy, yellowed wallpaper, and the wooden floor was strewn with clothes and books. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Nen sighed softly, refraining from any further complaints. After all, the original was merely a 6-year-old orphan, and one could not expect too much of him. He filled a basin with water from the bathroom and took a tattered piece of clothing to conduct a thorough cleaning of the room. Once he completed the task, he collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Housework was indeed exhausting, even for someone with a body imbued with the vitality of a ninja academy student. However, rest was not yet an option. Uchiha Nen rose and prepared some hot water, retrieving a cup of instant noodles from the refrigerator. He paired it with a now-cold pancake, resolving his dinner. After finishing these tasks, he sat cross-legged on the tatami mat in his bedroom, delving into the chakra refinement techniques left behind by his parents from the memories of the original. Chakra in the ninja world is a wondrous substance that spread from the divine tree brought by Kagaya Otsutsuki, permeating the entire world. In the realm of ninjas, the indigenous inhabitants have the ability to extract chakra, a seemingly omnipotent energy in the eyes of Uchiha Nen, akin to a modern perspective. This energy can generate electricity, ignite flames, summon rain, heal others, and enhance one's own abilities. Truly, it is the gold of the ninja world. The Sage of 6 Paths has refined chakra into a fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Thus, if one's body and spirit are sufficiently robust, an ample supply of chakra is attainable. However, the original body lacked talent, a deficiency that pervaded various aspects, rendering even the possession of chakra extraction techniques futile, yielding only a minuscule amount. Fortunately, through this interdimensional journey, Chunan's soul has completely melded with that of Uchiha Nen. Not merely a simple addition, but a substantial rectification of the original body's flaws, with the remaining deficiencies easily surmountable due to his newfound abilities. Uchiha Nen's physical and spiritual prowess has surged, enabling him to extract a greater quantity of chakra. As Uchiha Nen performs the chakra extraction technique, a unique particle gently emanates from his mind and bodily cells, merging into chakra energy that accumulates in his abdomen. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, returns home in a rather displeased state after being confronted by Uchiha Longyen regarding today's events. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved with Uchiha Nen, deeming a talentless individual of little worth. His intent in nurturing the boy was to mold him into a protector, much like his parents had safeguarded their leader. To his dismay, the child proved to be of little use. However, considering the boy's parents had sacrificed their lives for him, it would be disheartening for the clan if he achieved nothing. Thus, he reluctantly intervened, administering a mild reprimand to Longyen, while solidifying his own role in raising Uchiha and among those managing clan affairs, thereby garnering their support and Longyen's gratitude. Upon returning home, He did not bestow a warm demeanor upon his wife, Mikoto. I have told you that Uchiha Nen is no longer our concern. You should not have aided him today. Had I not resolved the situation adeptly, it could have offended a high-ranking ninja. Mikoto remained silent, staring blankly at her husband, bewildered by his callousness. After all, he was the child they had taken in. A night passed without a word. As Uchiha Nen sat cross-legged, he opened his eyes, a joyous smile gracing his features. In just one night, he had extracted enough chakra to rival what the original body had accumulated over 2 years. This was, of course, due to the original's inherent talent and the bullying he endured, which naturally limited his chakra supply. Rising, Uchiha Nen approached a large tree in the courtyard, its trunk thick enough to be embraced by 2 arms. Adopting a horse stance, he focused his energy and struck the tree with a punch. The trunk remained steadfast, though the upper branches swayed slightly, shedding a few small twigs and leaves. Observing the blood on his knuckles, he paid it no mind, nodding in approval. Such was the strength of the ninja world. Even a physique akin to that of a ninja academy student could achieve such power. Had this punch struck a person, it would have surely broken several bones. Uchiha Nen, channeling chakra again, concentrated it in his fist and struck once more. The result was similar to before, though more leaves fell, and the bark at the impact point began to crack. Remarkably, apart from a slight numbness from the recoil, his hands bore no further injuries. Through this simple experiment, Uchiha Nen gained an initial understanding of his newfound strength. His physical capabilities had yet to surpass those of his previous life. He merely possessed this additional chakra energy. It was now time for him to seek vengeance. He had not forgotten the multitude of those who had bullied the original body. Not just Uchiha Lomi. In a plaza frequented by young Uchiha, he finally spotted the 2 individuals from the previous day. Upon recognizing the one who had so thoroughly beaten Uchiha Lomi, they trembled, hastily explaining, "Nankun, it was all Uchiha Lomi's doing. We were merely coerced by him." Uchiha Nen smiled faintly. "No worries, I forgave you a minute ago." Before they could express relief, he leaped forward, delivering a flying kick that sent one of them sprawling. The other stood frozen, confused by the apparent contradiction. Uchiha Nen, indifferent to his thoughts, struck him down with a powerful right hook. After witnessing his battle record panel display 2 new rewards, he spared the 2, calculating that a minute had not yet passed. He added a final kick for good measure before departing leisurely. The onlooking Uchiha youths were left in a state of disbelief. Was this truly the once bullied Uchiha Nen? Shortly thereafter, the situation was reported to the parents of the 2 unfortunate boys, who were well informed enough to know of Uchiha Longin's intrusion into the clan leader's residence. Knowing that Uchiha Nen was the clan leader's adoptive son, they questioned whether he could bully others without consequence. Several parents, incensed, made their way to the clan leader's estate. At this moment, Uchiha Nen remained blissfully unaware of the repercussions this incident would have on him. He was cheerfully pondering what rewards he might receive next. Upon opening the battle panel, the first item listed was a pair of nail clippers acquired from his victory. Uchiha Nen's expression darkened instantly. What use had he for nail clippers? With a heavy heart, he moved on to the next entry, which revealed a kunai. Though not particularly rare, it was certainly preferable to the clippers. Initially, he had hoped to extract more physical energy from the 2, accelerating his growth, only to end up with mere refuse. It seemed he would need to defeat more opponents to hasten his ascent. Currently, his options for adversaries were limited. He could only challenge his peers within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Nen turned back towards the plaza, where several small groups had been playing. Upon his return, they ceased their activities. Confused as to why he was back after already having dealt with the 2, one slightly bolder youth approached him, stating, "Those 2 have been taken away by their families. You've come too late." Uchiha Nen smiled gently. "No, I am not here for them. I am here for you." Uchiha Nen strode into the center of the plaza, declaring loudly amidst the puzzled gazes of onlookers, "All Uchiha present are worthless. If anyone dares to challenge me, step forward. Otherwise, you shall avoid my presence in the future." His bold proclamation stirred the temper of a few individuals, prompting several to approach him directly. "Are you asking for a beating? Just because you defeated those 2 useless ones, you dare to look down on us?" One retorted, while another added, "Do you wish for death?" At that moment, a soft voice emerged from the crowd, and a boy of about 6 years old, with short black hair clad in a gray Uchiha ninja robe, stepped forward. "So, you are Uchiha Nen. You speak with great bravado. Since you are so confident, allow me to act as the judge." The nearby excited crowd recognized this figure, and some reverently called out, "Brother Tiahua." Uchiha then turned his attention to the speaker, recognizing Uchiha Tiahua from his memories as a formidable individual. Even Uchiha Longi showed him deference. Moreover, Uchiha Nan vaguely recalled that this person would later ascend to the rank of Jonin and had even interrogated Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Nan smirked at Uchiha Tiahua in a provocative manner. "Fine, I shall teach these worthless fools a lesson before dealing with you." Before Tiahua could respond, one of his underlings could no longer contain himself. "What nonsense are you spouting? Uchiha Nan, do you think you can just disrespect us?" Uchiha Nan merely gestured contemptuously with a flick of his finger. "Fool, I will kill you." Shortly after, Uchiha Tiahua cleared the surrounding area, creating a space for their duel. Let the battle commence. The enraged underling gathered the scant chakra he possessed, channeling it into his fist as he lunged at Uchiha Nan. In that instant, Uchiha Nan shed his arrogant demeanor, tensing his body and assuming a combat stance. A seasoned warrior, he was well aware of the folly of underestimating his opponent. While he could afford to belittle them in spirit, he remained utterly focused during the fight. As the boy's fist loomed larger before him, Uchiha Nan made no move. From the crowd, someone exclaimed, "What is this? He's already scared? With such meager skills, he dares to boast." Uchiha Nan was entirely immersed in the battle, indifferent to the chatter around him. Just as the fist was about to make contact with his cheek, he unleashed a swift kick. The underling, still lost in the thrill of victory, was sent flying, clutching his chest in pain. Uchiha Nan sneered, "Allow me to impart a lesson. Legs are longer than arms." "You imbecile." His cold voice then echoed. Next, seizing the moment, he activated his battle record, gaining a surge of physical energy. Ah, splendid. A fruitful beginning. He smiled warmly at the surrounding upgrade packages. Then, the first challenger, emboldened, approached. "I will defeat you. Remember my name, Uchiha." Before he could finish, Uchiha Nan appeared before him, delivering a punch to his abdomen that brought him to his knees. Why waste words? The weak do not need names. Next, the next challenger barely had a chance to speak before Uchiha Nan effortlessly dispatched him, prompting the onlookers to express their disdain for such shameless conduct. "I shall go. Next." An hour later, the crowd in the plaza gazed at Uchiha Nan, their faces bruised and battered, none daring to speak. Despite the Uchiha clan's reputation for arrogance, they understood the value of respecting strength. As long as one's power surpassed theirs, respect was earned. Uchiha Nan had proven himself a true powerhouse. Even with their relentless onslaught, they had failed to best him. The only Uchiha who had not participated, Uchiha Tiahua, maintained a grave expression, contemplating the extraordinary strength of Uchiha Nan. How could someone possess such power? Human stamina and chakra are not infinite. Even a lowly genin would have collapsed after such a grueling series of battles. It was worth noting that the Uchiha children, barring those without ninja talent, typically began their training at a young age, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Yet, Uchiha Nan, despite appearing slightly fatigued, showed no signs of yielding. Just as Uchiha Tiahua thought he would have fallen by now, Uchiha Nan had an advantage. Each opponent he defeated yielded rewards, swiftly replenishing his physical energy and chakra, even if the drop rates were not high. At that moment, his data panel had transformed into Battle System Name, Uchiha Nan Age, 6 years Talent, Genin Chakra, Genin Physical Strength, Academy Level Mental Strength, Genin Evaluation, just barely capable of dominating in the Ninja Academy utilizing the vast resources from his clan. Uchiha Nan had anticipated that his physical strength would surpass that of a Genin first, rather than his chakra. He had not realized that chakra would be the first to reach the Genin level. Uchiha Nan came to understand that the drops he received were contingent upon what others possessed. Most of the Uchiha present showed little interest in physical techniques, which naturally meant fewer opportunities to enhance physical strength. Most drops consisted of chakra, deviating from his prior assumptions. Chapter 7. Bloodline Limit. He had initially believed that defeating enemies of a certain caliber would yield commensurate rewards. However, the system delivered a harsh reality check. The nature of the drops depended on what others had. Even if he vanquished a Jonin, if that Jonin's physical strength was merely at the Genin level, the rewards he received would reflect that limitation. It was a matter of luck. Fortuitously, Uchiha Nan was not a novice in his previous life, or he would have wept over his misfortune. Now that Uchiha Nan had unraveled the workings of the system, he turned his gaze to the only individual in the plaza yet to be defeated by him. "Hey, Uchiha Tiahua, it's your turn now. Are you feeling weak at the knees? What nonsense are you spouting?" Uchiha Tiehua, now devoid of his earlier composure, recognized his inevitable defeat before this monster. Yet, even in loss, he could not tarnish the Uchiha name. He resolved to stand tall in defeat, forcing a calm demeanor as he stepped into the plaza's center to face Uchiha Nan, bracing himself for the storm of blows to come. Come at me. Uchiha Nan did not rush to finish off his opponent. Instead, he formed a hand seal. You are a courageous and talented adversary, deserving of my respect. Uchiha Tiehua, momentarily taken aback, broke into a smile and reciprocated with a hand seal. You're not so bad yourself. With that, Uchiha Nan tensed his body and sprinted towards Uchiha Tiehua, observing his movements. Tiehua produced several shuriken from his ninja pouch, launching them towards the ground where Uchiha Nan was about to land. Uchiha Nan concentrated chakra at his feet, forcibly halting his advance. In a sudden shift of strategy, as he prepared to continue his assault, Uchiha Nan discovered that several kunai were already poised before him, held by Uchiha Taihyo. With a subtle smile, Uchiha Nan swiftly retrieved the kunai he had drawn the previous day from the ninja tool pouch prepared by his sister, Mikoto. Focusing his mind and channeling all his chakra into his arm, he deftly deflected the incoming kunai. The sounds of clashing metal filled the air as 3 kunai were sent tumbling to the ground by Uchiha Nan's skillful maneuvers. Before he could catch his breath, Uchiha Taihyo charged forward, kunai in hand. Uchiha Nan couldn't help but admire the impressive rhythm of his opponent's movements. Gathering the chakra that had just been disrupted, he met the challenge head-on. The resonant clash of their kunai echoed as they collided. Uchiha Nan skillfully twisted his kunai, wedging its blade against the kunai firmly grasped by Uchiha Taihyo, and with a sudden burst of strength, he sent it flying. A swift kick, imbued with chakra, struck Uchiha Taihyo squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. He landed heavily on the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his stomach. Yet he gritted his teeth against the agony. Using one hand to brace himself, he stood unsteadily, a large black footprint marring his white attire. Had he not hastily infused chakra into his abdomen at the last moment, that kick might have severed his insides. With his weapons exhausted and his strength waning, he had no choice but to concede defeat. You've won, Uchiha Nan declared, striding over to assist the struggling Uchiha Taihyo to his feet. Your skills are formidable. Had you not encountered me, no one here would have matched your prowess. What do you say? Would you consider joining me? Uchiha Nan contemplated the possibility of recruiting Uchiha Taihyo, recognizing that to control the Uchiha clan, he could not rely solely on his own strength. He needed allies. Uchiha Taihyo, blessed with considerable talent and the lineage of a high-ranking shinobi father, was indeed a valuable candidate. Forget it. The Ninja Academy is about to start enrollment. And once school begins, I won't have much time for outside pursuits, he replied. Oh, do as you wish, Uchiha Nan responded, unfazed by the rejection. For he had merely suggested it casually, without the expectation of immediate acceptance. At merely 6 years of age, he understood that time was on his side, and opportunities would abound in the future. He turned and made his way home, mulling over the decision of whether to attend the ninja school. After all, he needed to engage in combat to grow stronger, and he had already bested most of his peers within the Uchiha clan. The remaining ones were beyond his current capabilities. To confront more formidable opponents, the Ninja Academy presented an ideal venue. Yet, the mere thought of school brought him a headache. Had he applied himself in his previous life, he would not have found himself as a mercenary. It was a vexing dilemma. Upon arriving home, Uchiha Nan opened the refrigerator and quickly consumed a bowl of instant noodles. Afterward, he proceeded to check the rewards for defeating Uchiha Taihyo. I hope you do not disappoint me. Having triumphed over Uchiha Taihyo, he was now eligible to claim the Sharingan bloodline. Uchiha Nan gasped in astonishment, excitement surging through him as he realized he had obtained his first bloodline limit. This meant that if he could acquire the Sharingan, he might also have the potential to unlock other abilities, such as Ice Release and Wood Release. Even the possibility of merging bloodlines became a tantalizing prospect, providing Uchiha Nan with newfound strength on his path to becoming the king of the shinobi world. Clicking to extract the reward, a peculiar sensation coursed through his body, as if a latent bloodline hidden within him had been awakened. His eyes began to itch, as if they were on the verge of transformation, akin to the Sharingan. Overcome with excitement, Uchiha Nan rushed to the mirror and opened his eyes wide to inspect them. His pupils remained black, unaltered to the signature crimson hue. leading him to deduce that this bloodline limit merely intensified the potency of his Uchiha lineage without directly enabling him to awaken the Sharingan. He would still need to adhere to the principle that external stimuli were required for activation. However, had not the original body endured sufficient stimuli? Despite this, the enhancement of his bloodline made the awakening seem somewhat easier. In this unforgiving world devoid of parental guidance, how could he possibly awaken his eyes? Nevertheless, Uchiha Nen took a moment to reflect on his own essence. He sensed an insatiable yearning emanating from his Sharingan bloodline, as if just a few more bloodline limits would suffice to unlock the Sharingan. With a sigh of relief, he reassured himself that the bloodline limit was merely a stepping stone. In the future, he could simply engage in combat with more Uchiha clan members to attain it. At present, his chakra had reached the level of a genin, signifying that he could now begin training in ninjutsu. Following the memories that lingered in his mind, Uchiha Nen ascended to the attic and opened a small hidden compartment. From it, he retrieved several ninja scrolls, remnants he had unexpectedly uncovered while cleaning his parents' room. Among these were fundamental techniques, ranging from the basic body replacement technique to B-rank ninjutsu, presumably left behind by his parents in anticipation of any misfortunes that might befall their child. With no one to guide him toward becoming a ninja, they had bequeathed him a precious inheritance. Now, all of this had fortuitously fallen into Uchiha Nen's hands. He carefully unfurled the scrolls and began his training with the most basic body replacement technique. Chapter 8. Taijutsu. This fundamental E-rank body replacement technique is essentially a powerful tool in the early stages. It merely requires hand seals and knowledge of chakra manipulation to transform a specific object into a substitute, effectively deceiving opponents. The chakra requirement is minimal, making it perfectly suited for the level of the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Nen reviewed the technique twice before attempting it, and as expected, he initially failed. After analyzing the reasons for his failure and contemplating for a while, he successfully transformed a wooden board into his substitute. Emboldened by his success, Uchiha Nen aimed to master the remaining transformation and clone techniques as well. As night fell, Uchiha Nen had fully grasped the three-body technique. He had anticipated encountering difficulties with the clone technique, but was surprised to find that it resembled a mere illusion, serving only as a diversion. Lacking any offensive capability or physical form, under the influence of his formidable mental will, his learning progress surpassed that of the transformation technique. With the dawn breaking, Uchiha Nen resolved to delve into more advanced ninjutsu. Suddenly, a knock echoed from downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Is Nankuen home? Uchiha Nen furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Makoto would come to seek him at this hour. Nonetheless, he rose and opened the door to welcome her inside. Makoto, what brings you here? How dare you ask? Uchiha Makoto placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger. Have you been fighting again? Let me see if you're injured. Of course not. How could I be? Uchiha Nen quickly distanced himself from any wrongdoing, recalling from past memories that Makoto's wrath, when provoked, resulted in terrifying consequences, ones he dared not envision. Uchiha Makoto was well aware of the events of the previous day, and seeing Uchiha Nen still deny it prompted her to seize his ear and exclaim, "You little rascal! Others have come to your house, and you still refuse to admit it. Who?" Uchiha Nen winced at the pain in his ear and inquired. He wondered who possessed such audacity, especially considering that yesterday in the plaza, that group had already been subdued by him. Yet, there were still individuals daring enough to report him to Sister Meichin. If he found out, he would ensure they regretted it. How could they continue to provoke him, making him worry incessantly? Uchiha Meichin noticed that Nankuen was still unrepentant. Grabbing his waist, she attempted to spank him, but Uchiha Nen, now in his 20s, would not allow such indignity. Swiftly, he executed the body replacement technique he had just mastered the day before. With a thud, the Uchiha Nen caught by Uchiha Meichin instantly transformed into a block of wood. Hey, when did Nankuen learn the body replacement technique? Uchiha Meichin momentarily forgot about spanking him. Wasn't he deemed to lack ninja talent? If he had learned the technique at 6, that would make him a prodigy. Uchiha Nen, relieved that Sister Meichin had abandoned the idea of punishing him, quickly shifted the conversation to explain the events at hand. Does that mean Nankuen can move back in? Impressive. Nankuen, now I wonder if Fayake will still dare to claim you lack ninja aptitude. Soon, you'll be able to return home. At this point, Uchiha Meichin suddenly recalled her husband's attitude from the previous night, and her once fiery heart turned cold. Never mind, Sister Meichin. I'm quite fine here. No need to go back. Uchiha Nen promptly rejected the notion. He was content living alone and saw no reason to burden himself with two elders. He had intended to devise a way to fend off Sister Meichin's further persuasion, but was taken aback when she merely nodded in silence and said no more. Uchiha Nen was pleased with this outcome and did not bring the matter up again. The parents of those two children you fought yesterday came to see me, demanding I punish you severely. However, I managed to dissuade them, Uchiha Meichin remarked, returning to the topic and boasting to Uchiha Nan. Sister Meichin, you are truly remarkable and so kind. You are indeed a stunning beauty. Uchiha Nen immediately showered her with compliments. Uchiha Meichin, pleased, placed her hands on her hips and beamed with joy. Observing his cheerful older sister, Uchiha Nen couldn't help but feel happy as well. The current Uchiha Meichin differed slightly from the Meichin he had come to know. Perhaps it was due to her not having children yet. He wondered if, given his influence, the Uchiha's filial son would be born as usual. Regardless, even if he were born normally, Uchiha Nen could never permit him to threaten the Uchiha clan, let alone harm Sister Meichin. At that moment, Uchiha Meichin snapped back to reality from his praises. I almost forgot to hold you accountable. Just the day before yesterday, I advised you against fighting, and yesterday you went and did it again. I've decided to send you to ninja school, where the teachers will keep a close watch on you to see if you still have the inclination to fight. Oh. The dilemma Uchiha Nen faced yesterday had been resolved by Sister Meichin today, though he felt no joy about attending school. After bidding farewell to Meichin, Uchiha Nen plunged into the depths of ninjutsu. By day, he studied ninjutsu, and at night, when fatigue set in, he refined chakra instead of resting, occasionally venturing out to bully peers he hadn't yet defeated. Thanks to the generous contributions of his beloved Uchiha clan, Uchiha Nen finally elevated his physical prowess to the level of a genin. He owed a sincere debt of gratitude to his generous Uchiha relatives. Within these few days, Uchiha Nan, in conjunction with his robust physical condition, learned two Durang taijutsu techniques. With a leap, he kicked towards a large tree in the courtyard, executing the leaf whirlwind. Thud! The once indomitable tree, under the assault of the leaf whirlwind, had its bark splintering and wood shavings flying. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept away by the gust of air from the attack. Uchiha Nen landed gracefully and assessed his target. Although the tree did not break under his kick, it bore a terrifying bowl-shaped scar. Uchiha Nen was undeterred and continued to channel chakra within him to unleash another taijutsu technique, the leaf gale. After relentless assault, the aged tree finally emitted a crackling sound and toppled over. Only then did Uchiha Nen relax, wiping the sweat from his brow and gasping for breath. As for why he had focused solely on taijutsu during this time, it was because he had yet to ascertain his chakra attributes and was unable to determine which ninjutsu to learn. Uchiha Nen quickly washed up, took some money, and ventured to the Uchiha commercial street. Once again, he chose a luxurious pancake from the pancake shop, bidding farewell to the plump owner. On his way home, he was lured by the enticing aroma of grilled meat, deciding to reward himself with a sumptuous meal after his hard training. After satisfying his hunger, he arrived at his destination, a round ninja shop, marked prominently with the words Ninja Tools Store. Chapter 9. Chakra Attributes. Uchiha Nen bought several sheets of chakra test paper from the shop, along with a few packs of instant noodles. Upon returning home, he placed the noodles in the refrigerator, then ascended the stairs to his bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the floor. He held the chakra test paper in his hand and infused it with a small amount of chakra. The upper half of the paper ignited immediately, while the lower half crinkled up. Oh, Uchiha Nen raised an eyebrow. Fire and lightning dual attributes. A combination akin to Optimus Prime? In the ninja world, there are 7 chakra attributes: yin, yang, fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. Generally, a normal ninja can only master 5 of the attributes: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. By infusing chakra into the test paper, one can determine their own chakra attribute. If it is fire, the paper burns. If lightning, it crinkles. If water, it becomes damp. If earth, it shatters. And if wind, it splits in half. Uchiha Nen had mastered the powerful attributes of both fire and lightning. Time flew, and before long, the day of enrollment at the ninja school arrived. Uchiha Meichin had visited Uchiha Nen the night before, preparing all the necessary items for his enrollment. She even promised to personally escort him to school that morning, urging Uchiha Nen to rise early. At 7 a.m., warm sunlight streamed in, but the curtains were drawn tightly, and Uchiha Nen was lost in a delightful dream. having completely forgotten that today was the day of his enrollment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Meichin, with a homemade bento in hand and a beaming smile, arrived at Uchiha Nan's doorstep. She pushed the door only to find it locked, prompting her to raise a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Oh no, this little rascal hasn't woken up yet, despite my countless reminders last night. Frustrated, Uchiha Meichin lightly tapped her toes and leaped into the courtyard, muttering through gritted teeth, "If I find you still asleep when I go up, just wait and see how I deal with you." With her exceptional jounin skills, Uchiha Meichin stealthily made her way into Uchiha Nan's bedroom. Gazing at the dimly lit bedroom where Uchiha Nan remained in deep slumber, Uchiha Makoto felt a surge of frustration. How could he forget such an important matter? Today, she was determined to teach the little rascal a lesson. With utmost care, Uchiha Makoto approached the window, gently setting down the lunchbox in her hands before deftly drawing back the curtains. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating Uchiha Nan's handsome visage. A realization struck her. How had she not noticed before that Nankoan was quite the charming lad? Nevertheless, this revelation did little to deter her from her intention of disciplining him. She swiftly pulled back the thin blanket covering Uchiha Nan, preparing to tug at his ears to rouse him. To her astonishment, she beheld a bare little boy, Uchiha Nan, sleeping without a stitch of clothing. Flustered, Makoto instinctively raised her hands to shield her eyes, a blush blooming on her fair cheeks. How shameless of him to sleep in the nude. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to part her fingers slightly, her eyes fluttering as she dared to glance. Uchiha Nan, lying in bed, felt a pang of bitterness. From the moment Makoto entered the room, he had been jolted awake. In his past life, he had been a formidable mercenary. Had he been caught off guard by an intruder, he would have met his demise countless times. However, recognizing that it was his sister Makoto who had entered spared him from an exaggerated reaction. After all, she had reminded him the previous night to rise early for ninja school, and now he was caught napping. As he pondered how to evade a beating that day, he was taken aback when Makoto boldly lifted his blanket. Konoha Village, situated in a temperate zone, enjoyed a climate akin to spring year-round, with mild nights that rarely turned cold. Uchiha Nan often found himself feeling overheated at night, usually relying on chakra manipulation techniques for rest. However, knowing he had to report to ninja school that day, he had chosen to sleep completely unclothed for a good night's rest. Little did he know that he would be ambushed by Makoto in his bedroom, leading to this embarrassing predicament. Now, Uchiha Nan felt he could not simply awaken, otherwise, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. He resolved to wait for Makoto to rouse him. Meanwhile, Makoto gradually widened her fingers, her eyes growing round as she involuntarily exclaimed, "My, what a well-endowed little fellow. What am I thinking?" Uchiha Makoto quickly glanced back at Uchiha Nan, relieved to see he remained in a baby-like sleep. She slapped her hands against her cheeks to clear her mind and gently covered him back up with the blanket. Then, placing her hands on her hips, she summoned her authoritative voice, "Uchiha Nan, the sun is shining on your backside. Rise and shine." Finally, Uchiha Nan feigned awakening, leaping high from the bed. In midair, he cleverly wrapped himself in the blanket as if it were a makeshift towel. Once he landed back on the bed, he yawned, staring blankly at Uchiha Makoto. "Huh, Makoto-ne, why are you up so early?" "Early? I've been standing here for half an hour," Makoto exclaimed, her words escaping before she could stop herself. Uchiha Nan, aware of his previous state of undress, decided to tease her. "Half an hour? Why didn't you wake me sooner? Why do you care about that? Hurry up and get dressed." Uchiha Makoto could no longer bear the guilt of having seen her brother in such a state. Turning away, she exited the bedroom and took a seat in the living room, hoping to avoid any further awkwardness. Uchiha Nan chuckled and quickly dressed, going through a simple morning routine. He joined her in the living room, relishing the breakfast Makoto had prepared while engaging in light-hearted banter. "Wow, this is delicious. I envy the clan leader for having you as a partner. He gets to enjoy such delightful meals every day." Indeed, Uchiha Makoto finally returned to her usual demeanor, sharing laughter with Uchiha Nan. After a brief tidy-up of the items needed for ninja school, they prepared to head out. As they reached the door, Makoto noticed that Nan's bangs were slightly disheveled. Wanting to help, she crouched down to face him, taking a moment to admire the charming boy before her. She reached out to smooth his unruly hair, her breath soft as she remarked, "Nankoan, you're so handsome. You'll surely captivate the girls at ninja school." Uchiha Nan stared at her lovely face, warmth flooding his heart. Unconsciously, he reached out to cradle Makoto's head, tilting it slightly as he bestowed a delicate kiss on her fair cheek. Makoto ne. Chapter 10. A charming encounter. Uchiha Makoto was momentarily taken aback by Nan's gesture, but merely smiled and tousled his hair. Together, they set off towards ninja school, their relationship seemingly growing closer due to the morning's events. Good morning, Mrs. Makoto, greeted a Uchiha clansman. Good morning, Uchiha Nen observed as various members of the Uchiha clan greeted Makoto along the way, gaining a tangible understanding of her popularity. Who wouldn't adore such a gentle and kind older sister? Upon leaving the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Nen noticed scattered adults accompanying children, all heading towards the same destination, ninja school. They could very well be his classmates. Sensing his curiosity, Makoto explained, "Those are your classmates." Uchiha Nen felt a stir of excitement at the thought. Recalling characters from the anime, he wondered if he might recognize anyone among them. Having been in the ninja world for about 10 days, he had yet to venture beyond the Uchiha compound, remaining largely unaware of his surroundings. Save for the knowledge that it was now the year 42 of the Hidden Leaf Village, just a few years post the Second Ninja World War. Contemplating this, he realized he might have a chance encounter with Kakashi and his peers. Before long, they arrived at a cylindrical building that tapered at the top, adorned with a pink gate emblazoned with the kanji for ninja. Standing before the entrance, Uchiha Nen glanced around to find a gathering crowd. "Mrs. Makoto," came a voice nearby, interrupting Uchiha Nen's reverie. "It's Shumo, the Jonin." Uchiha Nen quickly turned his attention to the source of the voice, spotting a young man with white hair, clad in a gray inner garment and a light green vest, a short blade slung across his back as he engaged in conversation with Makoto. Beside him stood a strikingly arrogant-looking young boy with short white hair. Uchiha Nen's eyes brightened as he recognized the resemblance. This must be Hatake Guy, the famed Konoha White Fang. Intrigued, he stepped forward to greet the legendary shinobi respectfully. "Good day to you, sir. I am Uchiha Nen. It is a pleasure to meet you. Nankuin, you are quite the bold one." "Shumo, the Jonin, is a hero of Konoha," he remarked with a smile. Uchiha Makoto hastily grasped Uchiha Nen and introduced him to Hatake Sakomo. Hatake Sakomo, in turn, beckoned his son with white hair. "This is my son, Hatake Kakashi. Truly, he is your son. One can see his distinguished bearing. He shall undoubtedly inherit the title of Konoha's White Fang in the future." Uchiha Makoto quickly showered him with compliments. Hatake Sakomo, with a friendly nod to Uchiha Nen, engaged in a mutual exchange of flattery, their conversation flowing seamlessly. At this moment, Hatake Sakomo was still an exuberant yet humble, sunny young man, not yet the individual later engulfed in the maelstrom of betrayal and despair. Uchiha Nen contributed his own share to this exchange. It was a 50-50 rapport. That fellow was so out of sync, merely greeting him with an air of arrogance. At this juncture, the grand doors, previously tightly shut, swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a ninja headband and an air of refinement. The surrounding chatter immediately hushed, all awaiting the man's words. "Dear students, welcome to today's entrance ceremony. Please enter the classroom in an orderly fashion, and parents, kindly return to your respective homes." Observing this, Uchiha Nen bid farewell to Makoto and proceeded toward the ninja school classroom. As he reached the door, he glanced back and caught sight of Hatake Kakashi, who was awkwardly trailing behind him. Uchiha Nen found it amusing. Even the future Kakashi, known for his aloofness, was still a child instinctively choosing to follow the familiar. Kakashi, realizing Uchiha Nen was watching him, froze momentarily before attempting to stride past him, seemingly asserting that he was not following but merely going the same way. Uchiha Nen smiled subtly, choosing not to expose him, and hastened to walk alongside Kakashi. Kakashi's body stiffened slightly. He hadn't anticipated this newly acquainted individual would so naturally fall in a step beside him. He had always been shunned due to his aloof demeanor, often envying others who played together while he focused on strengthening himself. However, this newly acquainted Uchiha Nen was different. He quietly walked beside him, and Kakashi found this companionship agreeable. As they entered the classroom, their eyes fell upon a wooden lectern where the middle-aged man stood, nodding at them. "Feel free to take your seats." Both boys nodded gently in acknowledgement of the presumed teacher. They had arrived late, and the classroom was already populated by over 20 students. As they entered, the previously bustling chatter ceased abruptly. "Wow, so handsome." "Indeed, indeed." Two dashing young men. Several girls in the classroom cast their gazes toward Uchiha Nen and Kakashi. Kakashi paid them no mind, instead observing the tiered arrangement of yellow desks and chairs. In the center, There was a large table that could comfortably seat 4, while the 2 flanking rows consisted of double seats. In the middle sat a beautiful girl with disheveled long hair and striking red pupils, her heart silently yearning. Sit next to me, sit next to me. Behind her, a little boy with an upward ponytail, clad in a yellow jacket and possessing a slightly round face, also hoped fervently. However, Kakashi did not choose the seat next to her. Instead, he opted for a spot in the second row, pulling out the chair and sitting down. After settling, he cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Nan, seemingly prompting him to choose a seat beside him. Uchiha Nan found it amusing. He first moved toward the central position, but as expected, he noticed Kakashi's expression darkening. He then pivoted and took the seat next to Kakashi instead. Before Kakashi could react, Uchiha Nan winked at him, causing Kakashi to blush with embarrassment and turn away, avoiding his gaze. Chapter 11. Uchiha Obito. The classroom's young girls sighed in disappointment. Why had the 2 handsome boys not chosen to sit beside them, opting instead to sit together? It was a waste of resources. Yet, on the bright side, they could enjoy the view of both handsome boys during class without having to choose. The previously hopeful beautiful girl also sighed. The boy sitting to her left, appearing 6 years old but bearing a mature expression, scoffed. What do they see in those 2 arrogant guys? I'm way more handsome. He resolved to teach those 2 pretty boys a lesson after class to remind them who was truly superior. Meanwhile, many of the boys in the classroom harbored similar thoughts. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Nan noticed 2 familiar faces entering through the door. This time, they were genuinely acquainted, 2 individuals adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, one leading the other. The one in front acknowledged Uchiha Nan with a nod before taking a seat, while the one behind hesitated, his expression sour, choosing a seat furthest from Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Nan was somewhat surprised but refrained from commenting. He had known Uchiha Itachi would come. However, he was taken aback to see Uchiha Obito as well. It made sense, as their cohort was precisely the right age to join the Ninja Academy this year. With his arrival, Uchiha Nan felt compelled to honor his promise to Uchiha Obito. After all, if Obito learned that he had not kept his word, it would tarnish his reputation. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Nan, Uchiha Obito was internally troubled, pondering why this individual had also come to the ninja school. Ever since Uchiha Nan had broken his hand, his family had sought the best medical ninja for treatment, allowing him to attend class just in time for the academy's opening. Now encountering Uchiha Nan again, memories of his previous humiliation flooded back, causing Uchiha Obito to clench his fists. His father had previously sought out Uchiha Nan due to Obito's predicament, only to be thwarted by Mikoto, and then received a half-hearted warning from Fugaku. However, his father had managed to glean Uchiha Nan's background. Fugaku had merely spared him out of respect for the Uchiha name. It was only due to Uchiha Mikoto's protection that Uchiha Nan was safe from direct confrontation. Nevertheless, Obito's father could not intervene personally, but he could certainly send his subordinates. A couple of lower-ranking ninjas could easily deal with this so-called waste. Uchiha Obito had resolved that after school, he would ascertain Uchiha Nan's route home and hire 2 ninjas unrelated to the Uchiha clan to teach him a lesson. Even if he couldn't kill him, he intended to break both of his hands to avenge the humiliation that the waste had inflicted upon him. While Uchiha Obito was preoccupied with thoughts of retribution against Uchiha Nan, as Uchiha Nan stood near the entrance, he noticed a girl with a peculiar purple-striped makeup and a mushroom hairstyle entering the classroom. The strange little girl glanced around before choosing to sit in the front row right before Uchiha Nan. She turned to greet him and Kakashi, saying, "Hello, my name is Noira Rin." Kakashi merely nodded, arms crossed, as if this was sufficient acknowledgement. Uchiha Nan smiled gently and replied, "Hello, I am Uchiha Nan," then gestured to the individual beside him. "This is Hitaki Kakashi, a rather proud fellow." Upon hearing this, Kakashi, his cheeks flushing red, glared fiercely at Uchiha Nan and uttered his first words of the day. "What are you talking about?" "Look, Rin, he won't even admit it," Uchiha Nan remarked, eliciting a giggle from Noira Rin, who covered her mouth. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man standing beside the wooden lectern spoke up. "Good afternoon, students. I am Kaya Damu, with a dream of becoming the finest teacher in Konoha, and I will be your instructor." The students, including Uchiha Nan, applauded enthusiastically. After raising his hand to silence the applause, Kaya Damu retrieved a stack of folders from the desk. Inside these folders are records of your identities. Some details must be filled in and submitted to me by tomorrow for your official enrollment. He distributed the folders to the first few rows, but frowned slightly when he noticed one folder remaining in his hand. Is there anyone who has not received one? The students shook their heads in unison. Kaede Demu opened the folder, revealing the page for name introductions. Uchiha Obito, is Uchiha Obito present? Uchiha Nen shook his head, recalling a scene from the anime. That guy is late even for the opening ceremony, Kakashi commented. Curious, Uchiha Nen turned to Kakashi and asked, do you know him? Kakashi nodded. He's a bit dramatic and notoriously tardy. Noticing that no one had claimed the folder, Kaede Demu inquired if anyone knew Uchiha Obito, indicating his responsibility as a teacher. Uchiha Nen considered seizing the opportunity to meet the future antagonist, but ultimately decided against it, acknowledging that this was a significant first encounter for Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito. He did not wish to disrupt their budding relationship. As in the original narrative, Noara Rin received the folder and promised the teacher she would deliver it to Uchiha Obito. That will be all for today, class dismissed. At this, Noara Rin, clutching the two folders, turned to Uchiha Nen and Kakashi. Shall we go together? Kakashi was about to decline, but Uchiha Nen pulled him along, agreeing. Come on, Kakashi. Don't be so antisocial. I want to meet Uchiha Obito, the later big boss. The three of them exited the gates of the ninja school. Before the students could disperse, a boy wearing yellow sunglasses, a vest, and a spiky hairstyle came rushing in, shouting, oh no, I can't be late today. However, as he approached the ninja school and saw the group with their folders exiting, he couldn't help but feel dejected. He was late after all. Uchiha Nen scrutinized this boisterous individual, struggling to connect him to the eventual antagonist. Perhaps his profound affection for Rin had indeed changed him. Rin, that fellow is Uchiha Obito. Give him the folder. Noara Rin turned towards the spiky-haired boy and, after inquiring about his identity, handed him the folder while explaining the necessary process. Uchiha Nen suspected that Uchiha Obito was not truly paying attention. Chapter 12. Chakra Control. Uchiha Obito gazed at Noara Rin like a lovesick fool, his mouth agape, hands clasped in gratitude. Kakashi interjected, if someone is late for the enrollment ceremony, they have no right to enter the ninja school. He shrugged dismissively, not a chance. Uchiha Obito, abandoning his gentle demeanor towards Noara Rin, turned to Kakashi and snapped, shut up, do you want to fight? What did you say? You heard me, Kakashi. Noara Rin smiled as she watched their exchange, while Uchiha Nen stepped between them, attempting to diffuse the tension. We're all classmates. Why not just settle it with a spar? Kakashi quickly retorted, he wouldn't dare. Uchiha Obito, will definitely defeat you one day. The group laughed and returned home under the sun. Uchiha Nen walked alongside Uchiha Obito towards the Uchiha clan's territory, with Obito chattering incessantly about defeating Kakashi and becoming Hokage. Uchiha Nen could only respond affirmatively. Yes, yes. Of course. Obito's home was closer to the edge of the Uchiha territory, so they arrived first. At the door stood a kindly old woman. Uchiha Obito rushed towards her, exclaiming, Grandma, we're back. She embraced her grandson, gently ruffling his hair. Obito, did you arrive late today? Obito awkwardly scratched his head and raised the folder. No, not at all. I just received the folder. Fearing his grandmother wouldn't believe him, he added, you can ask my classmate. He's also from the Uchiha clan. The grandmother greeted Uchiha Nen, who reciprocated politely. Hello, ma'am. I am Uchiha Nen, Obito's classmate. He indeed was not late. Obito shot him a grateful glance. However, his grandmother, wise from a lifetime of experiences, was not easily fooled by his little ruse. She turned to Uchiha Nen. Would you like to stay for dinner? Yes, Nan. My grandma's cooking is delicious. Obito chimed in eagerly. Thank you, but I have things to attend to. I promise to visit soon and try your cooking, Grandma. All right. It's settled then. Upon returning home, Uchiha Nen passed through the living room and spotted a pink bento box with a note affixed to it. Nenkuen, this is a special bento I made for you. Now that you're in school, you must eat well. I know you would prefer to avoid fugaku, so I will make an extra portion to deliver to your home. You must take care of yourself and refrain from eating instant noodles. After finishing the bento, please leave the box on the table. I will take care of it. Signed, your loving sister, Mikoto. Uchiha Nen held the bento in his hands, feeling a warmth spread through him. After silently vowing to protect her and ensure she suffers no harm, Uchiha Nen finished his lovingly prepared bento and diligently washed the container. He wandered into the yard, reminiscing about the 2D rank techniques he had practiced previously. He felt there were imperfections. The power of the D rank techniques, when combined with his genin level physical capabilities, should not be so feeble. The destruction he had caused earlier was primarily a result of his physical prowess, while the effectiveness of his ninjutsu appeared rather limited. Uchiha Nen pondered for an extended period, drawing inspiration from the training methods depicted in anime, and identified several issues. Regarding chakra, that versatile energy source, he delineated three aspects: the quantity of chakra, its quality, and the ability to manipulate it. Chakra quantity is akin to the blue bar in a game. The number and rank of ninjutsu one can unleash are directly related to the amount of chakra available. For instance, with Uchiha Nan's current chakra quantity at the genin level, he cannot perform B-rank ninjutsu due to insufficient reserves. Chakra quality, on the other hand, pertains to its density. A ninja with high-quality chakra wields far more power than one with lower quality, even when executing the same jutsu. The chakra consumption differs as well. A ninja with superior chakra quality will require less chakra to perform the same technique, resulting in greater potency. This is reminiscent of the tailed beast bomb and the six paths truth-seeking balls, where the chakra quality contained within vastly surpasses that of an ordinary ninja. The cohesiveness and control of chakra fall under manipulation. If one can adeptly control chakra to manifest in various forms, they can achieve their desired outcomes. For instance, Naruto's tree climbing and water walking exercises post-graduation are training that pertains to this aspect of ability. Uchiha Nen recognized that the insufficiency of his taijutsu power is interconnected with these three factors, yet presently, he could only address chakra manipulation. The issues of quantity and quality remain unresolved. Thus, he resolved to practice chakra manipulation akin to Naruto and others. He began with the simplest task of climbing a tree. Yet, faced with the tree he had inadvertently damaged, he found himself at a loss. Climbing the tree was no longer an option. Could he scale a wall instead? Returning home, he confronted a wall and contemplated the technique. To ascend, he needed to account for two factors: gravity and insufficient friction. Uchiha Nen evenly distributed chakra to the soles of his feet and commenced his attempt. He gently placed one leg against the wall, summoning strength to lift the other. However, he stumbled and fell, though he had anticipated such a failure and had gathered chakra to cushion his fall, mitigating injury. It appeared he was not the legendary genius he had hoped to be. Immediate success eluded him. Resorting to a more rudimentary approach, he focused a small amount of chakra at his feet, creating a swirling vortex. With a running start, he propelled himself against the wall, leveraging the momentum to reach the top of the house. After a series of exercises, he realized that the room was too confined for further practice and decided to venture outside. After a night of relentless training, Uchiha Nen had adeptly honed the ability to maintain a continuous flow of chakra during movement. Through this experience, he understood that systems are not infallible. The tools provided must be mastered through diligent practice to achieve true understanding. Chapter 13. The mysterious figure the following morning, at the same time and place as before. Uchiha Makoto observed her brother, Uchiha Nan, indulging in another lazy slumber and shook her head in resignation. After the previous lesson, she refrained from pulling back his covers to check whether he was sleeping in the nude. Instead, she knelt on the tatami mat, reaching to tug at his ear. Just as she was about to succeed, Uchiha Nan rolled over, sitting up in bed and feigning surprise. "Sister Makoto, you're here." Uchiha Makoto shot him a glare and, maintaining a stern expression, walked toward the living room, certain that the little rascal had already awakened long before. Uchiha Nan, perceiving her reaction, scratched his head, unsure of how to proceed. He certainly could not inform her that he would take responsibility for her in the future. Even disregarding Uchiha Fugaku, he was merely 6 years old. Such notions felt profoundly inappropriate, even in the precocious world of shinobi. After freshening up, Uchiha Nen entered the living room, where 2 pink bento boxes awaited on the table. Uchiha Makoto glanced at him, one for breakfast, one for lunch. Remember to eat on time. The school for ninjas differed from the institutions of his previous life. Students were required to spend the entire day at school and could not leave for lunch, necessitating that they bring their own meals. Once she had finished her admonitions, Uchiha Makoto stretched her flawless form and prepared to take her leave. Uchiha Nan raised his hand to halt her movement, stepping forward to grasp her hand, signaling her to crouch down. Uchiha Makoto hesitated for a moment, realizing what the little rascal intended, recalling their previous morning's interaction. Nonetheless, she shot him a bemused glance before obediently squatting down, tilting her head slightly with an expression that urged him to hurry. However, She did not anticipate that Uchiha Nen would not repeat the previous day's kiss on her cheek. Instead, he pressed his lips firmly against her soft, pink ones. Uchiha Makoto's eyes widened in shock, bewildered by Nan's newfound boldness in daring to kiss his sister. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he had already pulled away, winking at her and licking his lips. "Big Sister Makoto, that was my first kiss," he declared. Uchiha Makoto's mind momentarily went blank, overwhelmed by his words. Before she could recover from the embarrassment of his proclamation, Uchiha Nen seized the pink bento box from the table, flung open the window, and leaped onto the neighbor's rooftop, glancing back at her as he shouted, "Big Sister Makoto." As she turned her gaze towards him, he licked his lips again, exclaiming, "The bento is truly delicious." Despite her gentle nature, Uchiha Makoto felt her composure shatter. She stood, watching Uchiha Nan's lively figure bouncing atop the roof, softly murmuring, "Little rascal, you've grown." Her cheeks flushed as she touched her lips, where he had kissed her. Lost in thought for some time, uncertain of what to do next, she surveyed Uchiha Nan's disheveled home and sighed quietly. Subsequently, she gathered cleaning supplies and began tidying up, embodying the role of a dutiful sister. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nen had arrived at the home of Uchiha Obito, whom he had encountered the day before. Contemplating the sight of this fellow arriving late every day, I decided to show some kindness and rescue him by gathering chakra at my throat. Uchiha Obito was going to be late again. Uchiha Obito, still dazed, was suddenly jolted awake by a powerful sonic wave. Glancing at the clock, he realized he was running late. Swiftly donning his clothes without even washing his face, he dashed down the stairs, thumping his way to the front door. Upon seeing Uchiha Nan, the one responsible for rousing him from slumber, tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. He opened his arms, ready to embrace him warmly. "Nan, thank you so much." However, with a swift motion, Uchiha Nen delivered a powerful strike, sending the infatuated fool sprawling to the ground. Coldly, he remarked, "You neither smell pleasant nor feel soft, so do not come near me." Lying on the ground, Uchiha Obito defiantly extended his middle finger. Uchiha Nen shook his head in resignation and turned towards the ninja school. As he traversed the alley that led to the school, he caught sight of a flash of purple makeup. "Good morning, Rin," he greeted. "Good morning, Nankuen." Yamanaka Rin was dressed in the same outfit as yesterday, but her face lit up with a cheerful smile. She then tilted her head, seemingly searching for something. "Where's Obito? Didn't he come with you?" Uchiha Nen extended his hand and glanced back, but failed to spot his companion. Hasn't he lost himself on the path of life again, has he?" "What are you saying, Nankuen?" "Oh, it's nothing. Let us not worry about him. We must hurry, or we will be late." As they neared the end of the alley, Uchiha Nen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What did you say, Nankuen?" "Nothing." The two continued conversing as they walked, but suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded in the blind spot at the alley's end. Two figures leaped from either side, lunging toward Uchiha Nen while shouting, "Pretty boy, prepare to die." Uchiha Nen stood frozen in shock, momentarily paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. The attackers, elated by his lack of response, lunged forward, ready to tackle him to the ground. However, upon making contact with Uchiha Nen, a loud thud echoed as his form transformed into a wooden log, catching them off guard and causing them to collide with each other. Ouch! Uchiha Nen leisurely emerged from the white mist, kicking one of the dazed attackers and claiming his victory reward. Yamanaka Rin, wide-eyed, stared at Uchiha Nen. Substitution technique. As a student of the Ninja Academy, she recognized this technique, but wasn't it something only tested upon graduation? If Nankuen had mastered it so proficiently now, it implied. Thinking this, Yamanaka Rin regarded Uchiha Nen with newfound admiration. "Well done. You're as handsome as I thought, mastering the substitution technique with such ease. Let me have a go with you." From the shadows, a weathered figure stepped forth, brandishing a kunai and eyeing Uchiha Nen with intent. "Who are you, old man?" Uchiha Nen inquired calmly. The mysterious figure, imposing in presence, was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Nan's words. "What do you mean, who am I? Normally, I should make a grand entrance filled with authority, and you should tremble before me after our battle of 300 rounds." Chapter 14. The watchful eye. This exchange elicited a muffled laugh from Yamanaka Rin. "Asuma-sensei, stop fooling around." The mysterious figure straightened, adopting a fierce stance, glaring at Uchiha Nen. "I am the renowned Sarutobi Asuma. Do not underestimate me." Uchiha Nen recognized him, for even at such a young age, he possessed the visage of an older man, unique throughout the ninja world. Yet, he feigned indifference. "Ah, the son of the Hokage. I've heard of you. How dare you?" Sarutobi Asuma, typically irked by others referencing his lineage, felt a sense of rage rising within him. Channeling chakra, he lunged forward with his kunai aimed at Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Nan swiftly retreated, applying chakra to his legs, a technique he had mastered after his rigorous training the night before. This allowed him to coat his body with chakra, offering a degree of protection against harm. Just as Sarutobi Asuma's kunai was nearly upon him, Yamanaka Rin widened her eyes, rushing forward to intervene. At that moment, Uchiha Nan concentrated his chakra internally, summoning an invisible whirlwind at his feet. Konoha Gale. He executed a swift kick, and Sarutobi Asuma's kunai was effortlessly cleaved into 3 pieces. Sent flying away, the force of the impact knocked Asuma back to the ground. Staring in disbelief at Uchiha Nan, who had retracted his leg, Asuma gasped, "Deranged taijutsu? How is this possible?" Having grown up surrounded by such techniques as the Hokage's son, he was well aware of Konoha Gale, known for its flaws. The substitution technique was one thing, but this level of skill was typically reserved for lower-ranked ninjas, and only those with adequate physical prowess could utilize it. Yet Uchiha Nan, merely 6 years of age, had wielded such formidable techniques with apparent ease. As Sarutobi Asuma remained stunned, he noticed a hand extended towards him. Looking up, he saw the very boy he deemed a pretty boy reaching out. "Get up. You didn't get knocked away by my previous attack. You're quite impressive." As the son of the Hokage, Uchiha Nan's potential to recruit him could significantly aid his future plans. Asuma paused, recalling how he had intentionally shifted his kick's angle. Why was Nankun saying this? However, after a moment's realization, Sarutobi Asuma recognized that Uchiha Nan was graciously offering him a way out. This pretty boy was rather decent. After all, as the Hokage's son, he was quick to adapt. He grasped Uchiha Nan's hand, using it to rise. "Well, don't forget who I am. Though you're strong, don't think I'm easy prey." That was quite an impressive move. "I begrudgingly acknowledge you as the most talented of the younger generation." After all, since someone had offered him a way out, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Uchiha Nan merely shook his head. To be considered the best, one must first defeat that individual. Under the curious gazes of those around, Uchiha Nan turned his head toward the corner from which Sarutobi Asuma had emerged. "Hey, Kakashi, have you not seen enough?" Sarutobi Asuma exchanged glances with Yamanaka Rin. "Kakashi? Where's Kakashi?" Asuma thought to himself, did Uchiha Nan misinterpret something? Kakashi has been hiding here for quite some time. How could anyone conceal themselves under my watch? If it were a ninja, that would be one thing. But Kakashi was someone he had encountered before. How could he possess such remarkable stealth? It must be that Uchiha Nan has miscalculated. If someone could remain hidden right under his nose until now, then Sarutobi Asuma would have to reverse his name in the future. "How did you discover me?" Kakashi emerged calmly from the spot where Sarutobi Asuma had just been, gazing at Uchiha Nan. A smile crept onto Uchiha Nan's lips. Just as Asuma was about to strike me, someone's presence fluctuated significantly in that moment. And if I'm not mistaken, you were aware that Asuma and the others were planning to ambush me, which is precisely why you chose to conceal yourself here. What are you talking about? Can you stop talking nonsense? Your life or death has nothing to do with me. I'm merely here practicing my stealth. Kakashi retorted, his face flushed. Although he wore a mask, Uchiha Nan could see through it. He said nothing further, but merely walked over and draped an arm around Kakashi's shoulders. Kakashi struggled weakly for a moment, and seeing that he could not escape, he turned his head in resignation. Everyone could see it was not his choice. It was just that this guy was too strong. In a warm atmosphere, the group surrounded Uchiha Nan as they made their way towards the school gate. Having begun to acknowledge his strength, shortly after their departure, Uchiha Ryu, with a solemn expression, descended from a large tree. How could Uchiha Nan have possibly achieved this? He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, filled with disbelief. A previously bullied weakling had swiftly mastered D-rank ninjutsu. He felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. How could a parentless orphan like Uchiha Nan have this ability? There must be a reason behind it. He certainly harbored some secret, and he was determined to uncover it and seize it for himself. Uchiha Ryu's expression gradually turned sinister. He had initially intended to recruit some ninjas to teach Uchiha Nan a lesson. Now, however, he planned to alter that scheme. He would find someone to capture Uchiha Nan, extract the secret from him, and then eliminate him. By possessing this secret, Uchiha Nan could grow stronger, and he believed he could surpass him. With this thought, Uchiha Ryu envisioned himself slaying Uchiha Nan, striking down his father, and trampling on the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. He imagined leading the Uchiha clan to unify Konoha, fulfilling their long-held dream of becoming the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Nan remained blissfully unaware that someone had begun to covet his potential. After submitting their files at the administration office, they were informed that today was the enrollment ceremony, where the third Hokage would personally address the students. After confirming the location, Uchiha Nan and the others arrived at the square within the campus, where other freshmen had already started to gather. Their teacher, Hyane Daimaku, was among them. "Asuma, you're the son of the third Hokage. Is it true that the Hokage will actually come?" inquired Noira Rin, her curiosity evident. Upon hearing Rin's words, the surrounding classmates turned their gazes toward Asuma, filled with curiosity, awe, and envy. Asuma, noticing their attention, puffed out his chest. Although he typically disliked being referred to as the Hokage's son, he felt a swell of pride with so many eyes upon him, including the beautiful girl he had seen the day before, Yuhi Kurinai. "Yes, he will come. My father mentioned it last night." Uchiha Nan rolled his eyes at the tone, thinking that one might assume the Hokage was coming to report to Asuma. After a brief chat, Hyane Daimaku stepped to the center of the square and clapped his hands to signal for silence. The students lined up in an orderly fashion, and Uchiha Nan pulled Kakashi to the back. He had always despised long-winded speeches from school administrators during enrollment ceremonies. They were often devoid of substance, and some eloquent leaders could drone on for hours, showing little regard for the students. In such circumstances, Uchiha Nan typically avoided attending if possible and stood at the back whenever he could. Standing at the front, even a slight movement could attract attention, especially in front of the third Hokage. What if he accidentally fell asleep while the Hokage spoke of the will of fire and was branded as an evil Uchiha? Before long, a man of medium stature, wearing the Hokage's hat and draped in a white Hokage robe, approached the makeshift podium with a beaming smile. "Greetings, students. It is that time of year again for new enrollments. You are the future of our village, the blossoms of tomorrow. Where the leaves dance, there will be fire burning, illuminating our village." The third Hokage's ultimate illusion, the will of fire, began to take effect. Uchiha Nan could see the flames of the will of fire growing above his classmates' heads. Even the white-haired boy beside him appeared spirited and radiant. "Stay alert, Kakashi." Uchiha Nan wished he could shake Kakashi out of his stupor. He bore no ill will toward the will of fire itself, but he held a particular disdain for the third Hokage. The will of fire, passed down from the first Hokage, was not intended to keep the Hokage's position locked tightly in one's grasp. It emphasized self-sacrifice to illuminate the lives of others. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, established the village to prevent the incessant outbreak of war, ensuring a better life for the children. It was not meant for the third Hokage's generation to hoard power. Unwilling to delegate authority, allowing Danzo Shimura to engage in outrageous acts that plunged the village's future into the darkness of root. Ultimately, the will of fire resembled a powerful weapon. It moved only as deftly as the Hokage wielded it. The third Hokage continued tirelessly to harvest the admiration of the youthful assembly below. Uchiha Nan scanned the crowd and noticed Asuma, who was conversing with Yuhi Kurinai, seemingly disregarding his father's reputation while bolstering the Sarutobi clan. He recalled the formidable Might Guy, who would run laps around the field for 500 laps after class. No matter how Uchiha Nan shifted his perspective, he could not find Uchiha Obito, whom he had roused from sleep early that morning. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He had even specifically gone to wake Obito, yet he still managed to be late. Perhaps he had been enchanted by some unknown old lady. It seemed he could no longer associate with him, or he, too, would inevitably become tardy. With nothing else to occupy his time, Uchiha Nan opened his battle system panel to examine the rewards from his recent victory. He first glanced at the rewards dropped by Sarutobi Asuma's two subordinates. After all, one should always save the best for last. Defeated, received a portion of ordinary chakra. Defeated, received a portion of ninja school level chakra. What a remarkable start. He had received 2 portions of chakra right away. Although these 2 additions did not elevate his chakra level to Chunin status, every little bit counted, and he was grateful. With excitement, Uchiha Nan turned to the next victory record. Defeated Sarutobi Asuma, acquired fire attribute chakra affinity. What is this? Uchiha Nan gazed at the message with great perplexity. It was only through the feedback provided by the system that he comprehended that his affinity for fire was enhanced, allowing him to wield fire chakra with greater efficacy. When casting fire-based ninjutsu, the chakra consumption diminished, the potency magnified, and the manipulation of fire chakra factors became more effortless. Additionally, he could alter the structure of the ninjutsu, and when struck by fire-based attacks, he would sustain a degree of damage mitigation. What a remarkable boon, Uchiha Nan mused, astonished that Asuma, with his uncle-like visage, possessed such a treasure. After the third Hokage concluded his speech, the assembly returned to their classroom, where Uchiha Nan finally encountered the tardy king. This fellow sauntered into the classroom at a leisurely pace, surveying his surroundings. He had already been late during yesterday's seat selection and now seemed uncertain of where to sit. Upon spotting Noara Rin, he shamelessly took a seat beside her, casting a smile back at Uchiha Nan while defiantly glancing at Kakashi. Following the brief entrance ceremony, Hayama Daiki merely called the roll before announcing the class was dismissed, as the primary event of the day had been the third Hokage's address. On the path back to the Uchiha compound, a voice inquired, "Nan, how was the Hokage's speech today? It's a pity I missed it." "Well, that's what happens when you're late," Uchiha Nan replied, furrowing his brow as he sensed another impending encounter. He had already faced Asuma Saratobi earlier that morning, and now it seemed another adversary awaited him. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of nonchalance while conversing with Obito. After escorting Obito home, as he passed a street corner, he swiftly concealed himself upon the rooftop. The pursuer, upon witnessing Uchiha Nan's sudden disappearance, hastily approached the spot where Nan had turned, glancing around in confusion. Where did he go? Did he vanish that quickly? Uchiha Ryuichi muttered, running a couple of laps, but failing to locate Uchiha Nan. Eventually, he dismissed the matter, assuming Nan had taken an alternate route home. Once Uchiha Ryuichi departed, Uchiha Nan descended from the rooftop, his expression grave. He understood that Ryuichi's animosity was not motivated by a desire to ensure his safety. Rather, it was likely a prelude to some sinister plot against him, as Ryuichi sought to ascertain his route home and devise some underhanded scheme. Chapter 16. The elder Uchiha Ryuichi was a mere triviality in his eyes. What truly concerned him was Uchiha Ryuyan, a malevolent jonin whose current abilities posed an insurmountable challenge. However, Ryuichi's surveillance clearly indicated that the opposition was preparing to strike. Thus, he resolved to take countermeasures. If they sought their demise, they would not find him remiss in his response. Uchiha Nan pivoted and ventured in another direction. Recognizing that he could not contend with Uchiha Ryuyan alone, others could intervene, even without eliminating him. Navigating through the labyrinthine streets in his mind's eye, he arrived at an opulent wooden door. He approached and knocked, calling out, "Is Lord Tetsuhiko home?" Soon, a maid opened the grand entrance. Momentarily taken aback by the young visitor, yet she composed herself and politely inquired, "Good day. May I ask who you are here to see?" "Hello. I am a classmate of Tetsuhiko Uchiha. Is he at home?" "I've come to play." Uchiha Nan feigned innocence in his tone. "Young Master Tetsuhiko has just returned." The maid replied without suspicion, leading Uchiha Nan through the courtyard to a stately hall. After announcing that Tetsuhiko had a visitor, she took her leave. Tetsuhiko, diligently studying ninjutsu, paused in surprise upon seeing his classmate, who had previously bested him. "Nankun, what brings you here?" "I have a matter to discuss with you, Tetsuhiko." "Is the elder at home?" Uchiha Nan inquired, his visit being merely a pretext. His true intention was to meet Tetsuhiko's grandfather, the elder of the Uchiha clan, who, alongside clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, governed their kin. Had he revealed his intention to see the elder at the door, he would likely have been denied entry and forced to rely on Tetsuhiko as an intermediary. Tetsuhiko, though curious as to why his peers sought his grandfather, respected Nan and escorted him to a rather unassuming room. He nodded to Nan before entering to announce his arrival. "Grandfather, my classmate Uchiha Nan wishes to see you." Before long, a venerable voice resonated from within. "Ah, is this the child adopted by Fugaku, the one who defeated you in Uchiha Square?" "How did you know, grandfather?" Tetsuhiko asked, a mix of surprise and embarrassment coloring his voice. "I must have brought you shame by not besting him." "Haha, little Tetsuhiko. There are few matters in the Uchiha compound that escape my notice." The elder chuckled, affectionately ruffling his grandson's hair. "Losing is not to be feared. Losing confidence is far more perilous." Once Tetsuhiko calmed, the elder continued, "Bring him in, and then step outside. I wish to converse with our young Uchiha genius and discern the purpose of his visit." Tetsuhiko complied with his grandfather's request. ushering Uchiha Nan inside before closing the door behind him. Uchiha Nan regarded the elder, who, though stooped in stature, emanated an air of authority. Standing tall, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. The elder remained silent initially, rising with a somewhat hunched posture as his countenance grew stern. The atmosphere thickened, suffused with an overwhelming pressure directed towards Uchiha Nan. It was as if the old man were the sovereign of the world, and every object in the room conspired against Nan. Yet Uchiha Nan stood steadfast, like a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, unwavering despite the tumultuous waves surrounding him. He maintained his focus on the elder, not so much as blinking. "Ah, how formidable the youth can be," the elder finally remarked, a smile breaking across his weathered face as he resumed his seat. In that moment, the room returned to its previous state. The furniture was unchanged, and the ground lay still. Everything that had transpired was merely an illusion, much like the harmless facade of the elder. Was it all an illusion? Uchiha Nan, undeterred, pulled out the chair opposite the elder and sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, quenching his parched throat. No, not entirely an illusion. A portion of it is the culmination of the elder's lifelong learning. The elder dismissed the young man's apparent rudeness with calmness, offering a response. "Young man, what brings you to seek the counsel of this old, decrepit man?" Uchiha Nan filled his cup once more, responding, "You are far from a mere relic. Within the clan, your words carry more weight than those of Uchiha Fugaku." The elder chose not to reply, instead savoring a sip from his cup. Uchiha Nan remained unfazed by the elder's demeanor, resting his hands upon the table. The elder, unsure of how to perceive the future of the Uchiha clan, remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he continued sipping his tea. Since the death of Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage had instituted a strategy to suppress the Uchiha clan. Following his ascension, the third Hokage, alongside Danzo Shimura and his cohorts, intensified the suppression. "Are you content with this?" It seemed that the conversation struck a chord with the elder, who finally set down his tea, smiling as he regarded Uchiha Nan. "What does this have to do with me? You should discuss this matter with clan leader Fugaku, no? Are you not his adopted son?" Uchiha Nan scoffed, "Merely a facade for the clan's sake. You are well aware of my circumstances. I share no genuine ties with him. As for Fugaku's capabilities, I have no desire to comment on something so utterly lacking. The Uchiha must evolve. We have remained within the Leaf's police force, continually offending the villagers. Our clansmen, with their prideful demeanor, only serve to distance the Uchiha from the Leaf. They are also increasingly frustrated with the Hokage's faction, to the point where discordant sentiments regarding peace have begun to surface. I cannot believe you are oblivious to all of this." After speaking, Uchiha Nan fell silent, closing his eyes in contemplation while seated. He was unperturbed by the elder's lack of response. This venerable figure had once been a loyal follower of Madara Uchiha. He chose to remain in the Leaf, believing the Uchiha clan could thrive there, and had no fear that the elder would be unmoved. Chapter 17. Challenge of the Jonin. As anticipated, the elder let out a long sigh. How could he not wish to alter the Uchiha clan's predicament? Yet, what could be done? The higher-ups of the Uchiha were blinded by the power of the police force and refused to heed counsel. Clan leader Fugaku was a weak-willed man, easily swayed and lacking vision. He was aging, with few years left to live, and desired to witness the Uchiha clan's advancement before his demise. The elder straightened, fixing his gaze intently upon the young lad before him. "Then, by your account, Nankuin, what should the Uchiha do?" The elder's previous disdain transformed into respect, addressing Uchiha Nan with a more dignified title. A smirk graced Nan's lips. The old man had finally been stirred. "I have spoken until my mouth is dry. Elder, in this merciless world, to alter the Uchiha's fate and reshape others' perceptions, what is required is formidable strength." As he spoke, Uchiha Nan raised his hand in a determined fist. "Strength, akin to that of Lord Madara in his prime? No, it must surpass even Madara's might. Then, no one would dare to lay a finger on the Uchiha." The elder was taken aback by the audacity of this young boy, having once fought alongside the legendary figure who had dominated the ninja world. He was acutely aware of Madara's unparalleled strength. Yet, this child, merely 6 years old, boldly proclaimed such ambitions. Nevertheless, the elder harbored no doubts regarding Nan's talent. He had investigated those whom Nan had bested and concluded, through careful analysis, that this young lad possessed the strength of a genin. A 6-year-old genin, a truly astonishing anomaly. with no precedent in the ninja world. Furthermore, their conversation revealed that Uchiha Nen was not devoid of wisdom. Rather, he was a blend of courage and strategy. Thus, the elder was willing to invest in Uchiha Nan's aspirations to a certain extent. However, he needed to witness Nan's prowess firsthand. I am aware of your talent. Whether you can surpass Lord Madara remains to be seen. Should you succeed in my test, I shall support your reasonable ambitions. A test? Very well. Uchiha Nen raised an eyebrow, understanding that he could not simply deceive the elder into granting his support without demonstrating his capabilities. He was unfazed by the potential pitfalls. He believed in the elder's genuine concern for the Uchiha clan, and surely they would cherish their own prodigy. Very well, you possess courage. Let me witness your abilities. The elder clapped his hands, and a figure materialized before them. Uchiha Nan's pupils dilated in shock. He had sensed not a trace of movement before this individual appeared. Such terrifying power. This is my guard, Uchiha Kankyu. If you can defeat him, you will pass the test. The elder stated calmly. What? Uchiha Nen gasped, realizing that with that display, this individual was also a chunin. How could he possibly contend? The elder smiled at Nan's expression. Fear not. I will ensure Kankyu suppresses his strength to that of a genin for your duel. Only then did Uchiha Nen exhale in relief, having feared that the elder intended to make things difficult for him. Soon, the trio arrived at the training ground prepared by the elder, ensuring no distractions. Uchiha Nen and Uchiha Kankyu stood at the center, forming opposing seals and exchanging names. Dressed in black, Kankyu wore an expressionless face, reminiscent of a corpse. However, once the battle commenced, he revealed a ferocious nature. Charging at Uchiha Nen while tossing kunai and shuriken, Uchiha Nen focused intently, evading the incoming projectiles. From the flawless execution of his attacks, it was clear that this seemingly deadpan figure was a battle-hardened genin. As they closed in on each other, Kankyu sidestepped Nan's kunai, countering with a thrust aimed at his waist. With a resounding thud, Nen transformed into a wooden replica as the sharp kunai sliced through, splitting the substitute cleanly in two. One could only imagine the consequences had it struck a person. Suddenly, Uchiha Nen descended from the sky, showering Kankyu, who had been deceived by the substitution technique, with dozens of shuriken. To his surprise, Kankyu transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. As a legitimate jonin, he had easily seen through Nen's ruse. His earlier restraint had been a ploy to lure Nen into a trap. As expected, Uchiha Nen stepped right into Kankyu's carefully prepared ambush. Yet, this angle provided no leverage to counterattack. Kankyu instantly reappeared at the edge of the battleground, unleashing a D-rank ninjutsu. The fire release, fireball technique, aimed directly at Nan's back. With no means to evade, Uchiha Nen gritted his teeth, channeling chakra for a leaf whirlwind, bracing himself to withstand the onslaught. Though his physical prowess and affinity for fire rendered him unharmed, he feigned defeat, becoming charred and seemingly losing his will to resist as he plummeted toward the center of the arena. With a resounding crash, dust filled the air, leaving Uchiha Nen motionless on the ground, appearing unconscious. Having experienced countless battles, Kankyu understood the importance of delivering the finishing blow. A fireball, several times larger than before, erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the unconscious Uchiha Nen, who lay on the ground. He, too, brandished a kunai, swiftly following suit. The technique, fire release, great fireball technique, unleashed a searing fireball that cleaved through the dust of the earth, poised to strike the dazed Uchiha Nen. Uchiha Kinketsu, with taut nerves, felt a slight relaxation. After all, not even a seasoned chunin would stand a chance against such a formidable fireball. The elder was on the verge of rising to save the child, for it would be a grave loss to sacrifice a Uchiha prodigy over a mere assessment. In this critical moment, Uchiha Nen, feigning unconsciousness, had gathered an ample reserve of fire chakra, now clinging to his hands. With an affinity for the fire element, he plunged headlong into the monstrous fireball, continuously infusing it with his fire chakra. This not only expanded its area but also redirected its trajectory, enveloping the approaching Uchiha Kinketsu in its fiery embrace. With a thunderous roar, the struggle for control over the fireball culminated in a spectacular explosion. Uchiha Kinketsu, now radiating a robust chakra, vanished from his original position. The elder rushed to the crater, retrieving the charred Uchiha Nen, exclaiming vehemently, "You reckless child!" Uchiha Kinketsu, equally perplexed, wondered why such fervor was warranted over a mere contest. Had he not unleashed a Jonin-level chakra, he too might have faced dire consequences. As the elder's hand nearly grasped him, Uchiha then leapt down, hands shielding his lower body, revealing his only pristine white teeth as he grinned at the elder and Kanketsu, declaring, "This time, I have won. You won, you won. Come here. Let me tend to your wounds to prevent any future complications." The elder waved dismissively, "It's nothing. I am uninjured." After borrowing a set of clothes from the elder and brushing off the black dust, Uchiha then revealed his well-defined physique. The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he pinched Nan's arm, suddenly realizing, "You little rascal, you possess remarkable fire resistance. No wonder you were so audacious." Uchiha Nan, however, did not engage in further conversation with the elder. Instead, he eagerly turned to Uchiha Kanketsu. "Admit it, you lost, didn't you?" This realization struck Uchiha Nan. He had indeed triumphed over Kanketsu. Although he had merely defeated a suppressed version of him, a victory was still a victory. Might there be a reward for such an accomplishment? With this thought, his gaze fixated on Kanketsu. Though Kanketsu was bewildered by the events, he acknowledged his defeat with a calm expression, stating, "I have lost." Uchiha Nan's eyes were glued to the battle record panel, and as expected, a line of battle information appeared. Defeated Jonin Uchiha Kanketsu, awarded double Tomo Sharingan. Indeed, double Tomo, within the Uchiha clan. Those who awakened the 3 Tomo could quickly ascend to Jonin rank with minimal training. However, this did not imply that those with double Tomo could not achieve the same. With exceptional training in other areas, a single Tomo could also attain the Jonin status, as exemplified by Uchiha Kanketsu. Wait, could it be? Uchiha Nan's heart raced at the realization that this method not only granted rewards, but directly conferred the double Tomo Sharingan. This brought immense joy to Uchiha Nan, who had previously fretted over how to acquire the Sharingan bloodline. Simultaneously, he pondered whether the Sharingan bloodline previously obtained was due to Uchiha Tetsuyahana's failure to awaken his eyes. Perhaps upon Kanketsu's awakening, the Sharingan manifested instead of mere bloodline traces. However, the scarcity of such instances rendered it difficult for Uchiha Nan to draw any conclusive insights, leading him to abandon the thought. Clad in the elder's attire, Uchiha Nan returned to the chamber under the elder's guidance, only to find Uchiha Kanketsu had vanished. "Now, tell me, what kind of support do you seek from me, young one?" The elder's tone brimmed with warmth, as Uchiha Nan's displayed prowess had led him to decide to nurture him as the future of the Uchiha clan, even more cherished than his own grandchildren. Uchiha Nan did not make extravagant demands. Instead, he calmly stated, "I wish for you to transfer Uchiha Raiden from Konohagakure and provide me with some ninjutsu scrolls." "Oh, the ninjutsu scrolls can be readily provided. As for Uchiha Raiden, should I not assist in resolving that issue for you?" Since he was already inclined to nurture Uchiha Nan as his successor, the elder was more than willing to assist in eliminating threats. A mere Jonin was hardly a concern for him. He could easily concoct an excuse for the man to disappear. Uchiha Nan shook his head, "No need. I want to personally eliminate him in the future. Just ensure he does not become an obstacle." "Very well, as long as you are aware of your intentions." The elder nodded, retrieving a scroll from the bookshelf and tossing it to Uchiha Nan. "This is a space scroll containing what you need. Take it. I shall not keep you for dinner to avoid leaking any information. Should any matters arise, you may have Tetsuyahana inform me." Uchiha Nan nodded in gratitude and departed, stopping at a food street to indulge in some snacks before returning to his room. He first laid the ninjutsu scroll given by the elder on the ground, then sat cross-legged to claim the previous victory reward. Gradually, he felt an intangible energy converging within his eyes. His eyeballs began to heat and itch, prompting him to rise and approach the mirror. As expected, he had acquired the red eye condition. The sclera had transformed into a blood-red hue, adorned with 2 comma-like markings, exuding an eerie aura. With these eyes, Uchiha Nan could clearly perceive the dust floating in the air and observe the minute movements of a mosquito's wings. The world appeared in vivid detail. Alas, due to his lack of experience with Jinjutsu, he could not yet test the true power of his newfound eyes. Reluctantly, he closed the Sharingan and realized that in a brief span, he had expended 14 chakra points. Such an alarming chakra consumption rate. No wonder Kakashi had been burdened by the Sharingan in later years. However, this might also relate to his recent awakening of the Sharingan. Perhaps future expenditures would diminish. Uchiha Nan found himself akin to a child with a new toy, standing before the mirror and switching between Sharingan modes. He focused his mind on the two commas within his eyes, allowing one to gradually fade, transforming into a single Tomo Sharingan. In this manner, even if he faced inevitable danger, he could explain the situation. Otherwise, a 6-year-old awakening double Tomo in Konohagakure would equate to a death sentence. Once his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, Uchiha Nan's emotions calmed, and he resumed his seated position. He opened the space scroll before him, extracting a stack of money. Counting meticulously, he marveled. Good heavens, this amounts to 1 million ryo, equivalent to the reward for an S-rank mission. The elder was indeed generous. Subsequently retrieving some combat weapons such as shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags, he then produced a stack of ninja scrolls. The scrolls left to Uchiha Nan by his parents were limited in variety and attributes, rendering them ineffective for further learning. Thus, he sought additional scrolls from the elder. Uchiha Nan meticulously inspected the types of scrolls: lightning, fire, earth, wind, and water, ranging from D to A rank. There were also some illusion techniques, taijutsu, and medical ninjutsu, as if the elder had bestowed upon him a lifetime savings. In Chapter 19, resolving the matter with Uchiha Longi, Uchiha Nan stored away the other elemental scrolls and took out the fire attribute scrolls along with a few illusion scrolls. He began with the fireball technique and the grand fireball technique, both simple to master yet devastatingly powerful, essential skills for destruction. In the center of the courtyard, Uchiha Nan carefully observed the fireball technique, swiftly forming several hand seals before unleashing 3 fireballs. They struck the fractured roots of a tree, creating dark craters and igniting them. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow. With his affinity for fire elements and his practiced chakra control, he easily grasped this technique. However, it lacked challenge and was less potent than comparable taijutsu, merely excelling in launch speed. Losing interest, Uchiha Nan delved into the C-rank grand fireball technique. He encountered minor difficulties with chakra output, failing twice before successfully conjuring a massive fireball on his third attempt, obliterating the stump into splinters. Satisfied, he returned home to ponder the illusion scrolls. The following morning, Uchiha Nan awoke before Makoto could rouse him, ready to embrace a new day. After freshening up, he concealed himself behind the door, patiently awaiting Makoto's arrival. Soon, he heard her familiar footsteps and prepared himself. As the door swung open, he leaped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist due to the height difference. The fragrant softness was intoxicating, and he lifted his head to gaze at Makoto. "You startled me, Nankuin," she exclaimed, nearly dropping her bento. Yet, gazing at her little companion, she could not muster anger, merely pinching his soft cheek. "Let us not do this again." After breakfast, Makoto took away the bento box, and Uchiha Nan set off for school. Passing by Obito's home, he called out to him and quickly departed, wary of being drawn into assisting with old ladies crossing the street should anything go awry. The journey was devoid of ambushes, but he did spot Iron Fire lurking suspiciously, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Uchiha Nan, dragging him into a shadowy alley. "Is there something you need, Iron Fire?" Uchiha Nan inquired. Iron Fire, ensuring they were alone, retrieved a scroll from his ninja pouch and handed it to Uchiha Nan. "This is a barrier scroll my grandfather crafted overnight. He claims it can conceal battle fluctuations from the village's Umbu." Uchiha Nan was taken aback. "What does the elder want me to do with this?" "My grandfather learned of your predicament last night and has been monitoring Uchiha Longi's family. It seems Longi intends to bribe root ninjas to teach you a lesson. He believed this scroll would be useful, so I was sent to deliver it." Uchiha Nan smiled slightly. The elder truly is considerate. "With this barrier scroll, I can send Uchiha Longi to his demise." Iron Fire's expression shifted, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained. Having come to understand the complexities of the situation after his grandfather's explanation, the fault did not lie with Uchiha Nan. They entered the classroom, awaiting their teacher, Hien Daimaku. As the bell rang, Uchiha Nan noticed, unsurprisingly, that Obito had arrived late once more. Hien Daimaku, having noted Obito's habitual tardiness during the document distribution, was left with a lasting impression. Enchanted by Noera Rin, Obito chose to sit in the front row, an obvious target for reprimand. "Uchiha Obito, once again you are late." Hien Daimaku bellowed in frustration. At that moment, a boy with spiky hair and yellow sunglasses burst in, panting, "I sincerely apologize, Sensei Hien." With a glare, Hien Daimaku retorted, "This marks your third tardiness, Obito." Obito sheepishly scratched his spiky head. "I promise this is the last time, Sensei. I was helping an old lady cross the street. Enough with the excuses. You shall stand until class ends today. Thus, Uchiha Obito endured a dreary day in the corner. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's estate, Uchiha Longi received an urgent message from the elder, instructing him to head to the Iron Country due to disturbances caused by unknown individuals affecting clan business. Must I leave so hastily? Could the departure be postponed? Uchiha Longi implored quietly, having only recently assisted his son in finding root ninjas to retaliate against Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Kinketsu, clad in black, fixed a cold gaze upon Uchiha Longi. You are to depart immediately. There shall be no delays. Understood, Uchiha Longi conceded. Feeling the weight of the order, he was not intimidated by the messenger, for they were both jonin, and he was confident in his ability to escape if necessary. However, he feared the elder, a man known for his ruthless methods during his youth, capable of annihilating entire families without hesitation. Even in his advanced years, Uchiha Longi dared not defy his commands. Uchiha Kinketsu watched as Uchiha Longi reported for barrier duty before departing from Konoha, returning to the elder to report. As the sun set, Uchiha Nan, contemplating Ironfire's words from the morning, opted to walk home alone. Upon reaching the shadowy corner between the village and the Uchiha estate, two figures cloaked in black robes and white masks emerged beside him, locking their gaze upon him and sealing off his escape route. Who are you? Uchiha Nan questioned, fully aware of their umbu attire. The two root ninjas remained silent, eyes fixed on him as they reached into their ninja pouches, producing kunai and shuriken. Uchiha Nan found the atmosphere within the root organization rather uninspiring, as most of its members had succumbed to the brainwashing of Uchiha Danzo. Expecting them to divulge any information was akin to chasing after phantoms. Chapter 20. 6 months later in a flash, Uchiha Nan unleashed a barrage of shuriken towards two root ninjas. With deft movements, he evaded the kunai that sliced through the air in his direction, swiftly forming hand seals. He cast Fire Release, Fireball technique. This seemingly mundane D-rank fireball, under the enhancement of Uchiha Nan's fire element, not only approached instantaneous release but also exhibited power rivaling that of the great fireball technique, hurtling toward his adversaries amidst swirling flames. The two root ninjas remained unperturbed. One of them formed seals and released a pre-prepared wind release technique. The gentle breeze coalesced into wind blades, deflecting the incoming shuriken. As they advanced toward the oncoming fireball, a crack echoed as the fireball effortlessly shattered the wind blades and surged forward. It collided with the water curtain technique of the other root ninja, vaporizing the water and triggering a violent explosion. In that moment, Uchiha Nan discerned the true instigator behind the chaos. Uchiha Ryuchi, filled with despair, watched as the two root subordinates he had expensively hired faltered against Uchiha Nan. Just as he prepared to retreat, he collided with a circular barrier adorned with black tadpole patterns. Desperation etched on his face, Uchiha Ryuchi pounded against the barrier, only to hear the sound of approaching footsteps behind him. Realizing his fate was sealed, he slumped to the ground, gazing at Uchiha Nan, who approached leisurely as if on a casual stroll and managed a sorrowful smile, attempting one last plea. You cannot kill me. If you do, my father will never forgive you. Uchiha Nan calmly stepped forward and casually threw a kunai. With a swift sound, blood erupted as the kunai pierced Uchiha Ryuchi's throat, falling to the ground as it was repelled by the barrier. Foolishness. If I spare you, your father will not let me go, Uchiha Nan replied, gently closing the wide-eyed, astonished Uchiha Ryuchi's eyes, granting him a peaceful departure. He then approached the two root ninjas, who had managed to help each other stand despite their injuries. Having endured the fireball technique and survived, they were gravely wounded and unable to resist as Uchiha Nan approached them with the intent to silence them. One of them, still struggling, spoke up. You cannot kill us. You cannot afford to offend the people behind us. Let today's events be forgotten and allow us to leave. Very well. Uchiha Nan replied calmly as he threw a flurry of shuriken, ensuring their demise before revealing his thoughts. How naive. It seems Danzo's education has not been sufficient. Gathering the three corpses, he sealed them within a ninja scroll and cleared the scene of any traces before reopening the barrier, shifting directions as if nothing had transpired, and proceeded to the Uchiha pancake shop to order a lavish pancake. Upon returning home, Uchiha Nan reviewed his victory records to discern the rewards he could obtain. To his astonishment, the first record of the day was, defeated Uchiha Ryuchi, received top-tier reward, Sharingan Bloodline, Ninja Academy-level chakra, awaiting extraction. The following entries detailed the rewards for the two subordinates he had dispatched. This revelation led Uchiha Nan to two significant conclusions. First, it appeared that defeating an opponent could yield rewards multiple times, thus enhancing his opportunities for growth. Second, it became evident that only by achieving a kill rather than merely a defeat could he secure top-tier rewards, as indicated by the bountiful prizes associated with the two subordinates. Clearly, he needed to pursue more opportunities to achieve such lethal accomplishments. The following morning at the Root encampment, a black-robed chunin approached a man with a circular mask, who had his back turned. Lord Danzo, two of our subordinates have gone missing recently. Yamanaka Kyurine waved his hand dismissively, responding languidly. Is it necessary to inform me of such matters? The black-robed figure hesitated but continued. These two subordinates disappeared after being hired by a member of the Uchiha clan to deal with individuals in the village. Oh, the Uchiha clan, how intriguing. Please provide a detailed report. I shall inform Lord Danzo, Yamanaka Kyurine replied, aware that the Root had long harbored intentions against the Uchiha clan. As spring turned to autumn, Uchiha Nan sat in class as usual. It was recess, and students were chattering excitedly. Alone in his seat, he noted that Kakashi was absent for reasons unknown. At that moment, a slightly matured and alluring Yuhi Kurinai approached him, peering curiously at Uchiha Nan. Due to the handsome appearances of both Uchiha Nan and Kakashi, the girls in class often gravitated towards them, and familiarity had bred camaraderie, with Kurinai among them. Nan, have you heard about Kakashi's father? She inquired. Uchiha Nan, puzzled, looked at her, unaware of the unfolding events. Hearing Kakashi's name, Uchiha Obito turned, exclaiming loudly, "What about Kakashi?" Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned towards him, and some began whispering amongst themselves. Kurinai shot Uchiha Obito a glare and continued, "Well, there are rumors circulating in the village about Hatake Tsukumo abandoning a mission." Uchiha Nan's brow furrowed deeply. Had this matter already begun? During this period, he had been either fighting or honing his ninjutsu skills, largely ignorant of the internal happenings in Konoha. It seemed Kakashi's absence was indeed related to this. Glancing at the empty seat beside him, he felt a sense of concern. As the classroom discussions grew louder, many were criticizing Hatake Tsukumo's actions. How could he do such a thing? I used to idolize him. Uchiha Nan's discomfort escalated, and he slammed his hand on the desk. Silence. In an instant, the room fell silent. All gazes fixed upon him, and no one dared to continue discussing the matter. Throughout the semester, everyone in class had felt the sting of Uchiha Nan's strength, including the girls. Additionally, having discovered that one could earn rewards multiple times, he had seized every opportunity to compete with his classmates until he realized that after 3 victories, no further rewards could be accrued. He had then relented, though the students harbored unspoken resentment towards him. Nonetheless, they dared not voice their feelings any longer, fearing they might once again experience his loving education. Of course, Uchiha Nan had his share of supporters in the classroom. The likes of Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Obito, Narashikamu, and Uchiha Itachi stood steadfastly by his side, joining him in condemning those who reveled in misfortune. Chapter 21. Advising Hatake Tsukumo. Sarutobi Asuma also stepped forward, aligning himself with Kurinai, resolutely voicing his support. Nan and Kurinai are right. I stand with Hatake Tsukumo. The elder's actions are utterly disgraceful. After the day's classes concluded, Uchiha Nan made his way towards Kakashi's residence. Over the past 6 months, he had cultivated a rather pleasant rapport with the often aloof Kakashi, and naturally, he could not bear to witness the tragic demise of his father. Although Hinata Kurinai and others expressed a desire to accompany him, he declined their offers. At this critical juncture, it was evident that Kakashi and his father, Hatake Tsukumo, would not welcome a throng of visitors. Upon exiting the central district of Konoha, Uchiha Nan arrived at a secluded fish pond. Crossing the makeshift bridge, he approached a quaint wooden cottage and knocked on the door. "Kakashi, are you home?" Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Kakashi, who, it seemed, had opted not to wear his mask at home. His face, marked by a look of despondency, transformed into a forced smile upon recognizing his visitor. "Nan, what brings you here? You didn't come to school all day, as your best friend." "I naturally had to check on you," Kakashi replied. Uchiha Nan shrugged his shoulders. Kakashi smiled and welcomed him inside. Upon entering the living room, Hatake Tsukumo emerged. But his visage lacked the sunny disposition he had previously displayed during his first meeting with Uchiha Nan. Instead, he wore a cold and weary expression, and like Kakashi, he offered a strained smile. "Ah, Nankuin has come to see Kakashi." Uchiha Nan shook his head. "Uncle Tsukumo, I have come not only to visit Kakashi, but also to have a heart-to-heart with you." Hatake Tsukumo looked momentarily taken aback, while Kakashi was equally astonished. Given the recent turmoil surrounding his father, anyone else seeking to have a serious conversation would likely be dismissed. However, through their interactions, Kakashi had come to realize that Uchiha Nan was not a person to be taken lightly. Though uncertain of his intentions, he refrained from rejecting him. Hatake Tsukumo, too, harbored similar thoughts. He had often heard Kakashi speak of Uchiha Nan and felt an odd sense of familiarity towards the young man. "Very well, Nankuin." They both entered Hatake Tsukumo's bedroom, which contained only basic necessities and a single ninja blade adorning the wall, reflecting his unassuming nature. Uchiha Nan closed the door, declining Kakashi's offer to stay, and got straight to the point. "Uncle Tsukumo, I am aware that you have been troubled by the rumors circulating within the village lately." Hatake Tsukumo calmly nodded, offering no rebuttal, as this was common knowledge. Uchiha Nan continued, "Let us not delve into whether or not you erred in your recent mission. Rather, let us ponder how it is that so many people became aware of it. Are the ninjas' confidentiality protocols merely for show? Your two teammates, emboldened as they are, dared to disseminate this information, flouting the mission's regulations and disregarding the potential ire of Konoha's White Fang. Have you considered this?" Hatake Tsukumo appeared momentarily stunned. He was inherently trusting of his comrades. Even in light of the mission's failure, he had only blamed himself, never contemplating the possibility that they might seek to shift the burden of responsibility onto him. Uchiha Nan's words jolted him into realization, leading him to suspect that they had intentionally cast the blame upon him. But why? He found himself unable to comprehend. Uchiha Nan shook his head. Even someone as formidable as Hatake Tsukumo had been deeply affected by the will of fire. His unwavering trust in his comrades prevented him from contemplating that they might betray him. Surely, someone has offered them incentives to betray you, emboldening them with the assurance that they need not fear your retribution. Hatake Tsukumo glared at Uchiha Nan, unwilling to accept this notion. The only individuals capable of fulfilling such conditions, he could think of no one other than the higher-ups within the village. Uchiha Nan's subsequent words only solidified his suspicions. "As you've surmised, Uncle Tsukumo, this situation is indeed being exacerbated by someone within the village. Your prominence during the Second Ninja War has cast you as a hero and savior among the villagers. Other nations have even contemplated pardoning you for abandoning a mission in order to save your life. Your esteemed reputation has become a double-edged sword, and your failure to align with the Hokage's faction has severely disrupted the traditional succession of the Hokage's teachings." A look of disbelief and sorrow flickered in Hatake Tsukumo's eyes. "But I've never aspired to become Hokage. That may be true for you, but how could others possibly believe that? For them, the only way to ensure their peace is to eliminate you as a perceived threat." At this point, Hatake Tsukumo grasped his head, shaking it in denial. "No, I refuse to accept that this is the work of Lord Hokage. Of course not. He merely turns a blind eye. The true instigator is someone else," Uchiha Nan replied. "Who is it?" Hatake Tsukumo glared fiercely at Uchiha Nan, as if waiting for him to utter the name that would compel him to take up his ninja blade and eliminate the shadowy figure behind the conspiracy. Uchiha Nan, sensing the palpable tension emanating from Hatake Tsukumo, raised a hand, signaling for him to calm down. The one truly orchestrating this is Shimura Danzo, that old man who has long coveted the position of Hokage. Hatake Tsukumo, being well acquainted with the power dynamics surrounding the roots of the village, understood the implications of Uchiha Nan's words. "I will report this to Lord Hokage and seek justice for this matter." "Don't be foolish, Uncle Tsukumo. Lord Hokage and Shimura Danzo are allies. How could he possibly heed your concerns? Even if you were to expose this, the most you would receive is a token warning. Once Danzo learns the truth, he will undoubtedly target you and Kakashi. What you must do now is bide your time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike." Hatake Tsukumo's expression darkened, and though he wished to voice his thoughts, he ultimately sighed in resignation. "I cannot do it. I cannot bring myself to kill a ninja from my own village. I will leave Konoha. After all, my dream has always been to be a swordsman, not the legendary Konoha's White Fang." With a heavy sigh, Hatake Tsukumo found tranquility in his decision. "What about Kakashi? Aren't you concerned for him?" Hatake Tsukumo smiled softly, his gaze steady upon Uchiha Nan. With a good friend like you around, I trust you will protect Kakashi. Though Hatake Tsukumo was uncertain where Uchiha Nan had acquired such information, he recognized that it stemmed from genuine concern, prompting him to share these insights. He reflected that since their initial encounter at the beginning of the school year, they had scarcely interacted. Uchiha Nan's visit today and his willingness to clarify everything must have been motivated by his bond with Kakashi, leading Hatake Tsukumo to entrust Kakashi's safety to him with great confidence. Chapter 22. Early graduation. At this moment, Uchiha Nan felt a profound sense of exasperation. While he had indeed succeeded in his primary objective of preventing Hatake Tsukumo's suicide, he had not anticipated the subsequent developments, which ultimately resulted in Kakashi losing his father. Nevertheless, perhaps this outcome was for the best. After all, had Hatake Tsukumo taken Danzo's life, it would have been tantamount to betraying Konoha, an act that Kakashi would undoubtedly struggle to accept. Now, with Hatake Tsukumo's departure from Konoha, both the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo would likely breathe a sigh of relief. The strict adherence to the rule that prohibits leaving the village without a mission would label any departing ninja as a traitor. However, it was an unspoken understanding among everyone. As if nothing had transpired, Kakashi would likely receive preferential treatment in terms of resources from the village, which could be considered a form of compensation. Early the next morning, Tsukumo Hatake explained everything to his son before departing from Konoha. Under the warm sunlight, Kakashi felt a whirlwind of emotions as he sat in silence with Uchiha Nan atop Hokage Rock. Kakashi, you don't blame me, do you? Uchiha Nan inquired casually. Kakashi shook his head. No, I owe you my gratitude. During this time, I have been able to sense my father's internal struggle. Without you, I would be oblivious to what was to come. Standing upright, Kakashi firmly planted a chakra-infused foot on the head of the third Hokage's statue. Shimura Danzo, I shall remember this grudge. He then turned to Uchiha Nan. Nan, I intend to apply for early graduation. What about you? Early graduation? Uchiha Nan paused, pondering if things would continue along their original trajectory, seemingly unchanged. Yes, early graduation. To seek vengeance, we must possess greater strength. And there are no further opportunities for growth within the confines of the academy. Only through relentless honing can we become stronger. Will you join me? Uchiha Nan stood, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder with a smile. It's rare for you to extend an invitation. I shall reluctantly agree. Let us approach Teacher Hate to file our report. Come on, you were already inclined to do this. They bantered as they reached the classroom door, where they encountered the tardy king, Uchiha Obito, who had also noticed them. Huh, finally, I'm not the only one late. You both should join me in standing punishment, he chuckled. Hearing the commotion, Hate emerged from the classroom. What is all this noise? Uchiha Obito, if you are late again, I'll have to inform your parents. He then turned his gaze to Uchiha Nan and Kakashi. What is going on with you two? This is the first time. Kakashi took the lead in explaining. Teacher, we have decided to undergo early graduation assessments to become ninjas. Hate paused, taken aback. Become ninjas? How old are you? Kakashi, I understand the pressure you are under due to your father's situation, but you must not act recklessly. Teacher, we have made our decision. Please report it to the Hokage. Uchiha Nan interjected. Hate turned to him. You two are being unreasonable. The rest of the class had gathered, listening in on their conversation. Noira Rin voiced her concern. Nan, Kakashi, aren't you both being a bit impulsive? Yes. You should reconsider, Yuhi Kirin added. Uchiha Nan, resolute, addressed the class. What we have decided is not up for change. Very well, Hate conceded, seeing their unwavering determination. I will allow it. Teacher Hate, I too wish to graduate early, Uchiha Obito chimed in, unwilling to be overshadowed by Kakashi and Uchiha Nan. You, just continue your punishment. Hate shook his head, knowing Obito's poor performance in class could not possibly qualify him. Mike Guy, clad in his green jumpsuit, suddenly performed a handstand. Kakashi and Nan, you both are incredible. This is youth. I've decided to add 500 more squats. The class returned to their seats, faces marked with disbelief. The next morning, rising early, Uchiha Nan opened the system panel. Combat system name, Uchiha Nan age, 6 talent, Chunin chakra, Chunin physical strength, Genin mental strength, Chunin Sharingan, double Tomo evaluation, unmatched under the age of 6. Even Kakashi would avoid confrontation. During this time, Uchiha Nan diligently practiced with his classmates, ultimately achieving Chunin status, albeit with a deficiency in physical prowess. as his training partners were primarily chunin and peers from the ninja academy. Opponents specializing in taijutsu were scarce, rendering his physical condition a weakness. However, this was of little concern, as few in the ninja world focused on taijutsu. Many jounin might not even possess his current physical capabilities. As of now, apart from mastering some unique techniques, few could rival him, and even some weaker special jounin would struggle against him. Later, while his sister Uchiha Mikoto brought him lunch, Uchiha Nan, seated on the couch, shared his intention to graduate early. Their relationship, once purely sibling-like, had subtly shifted through their time spent together, allowing Uchiha Nan the liberty to embrace her. However, this intimacy remained confined to simple hugs and pecks, with any further advances unthinkable. Uchiha Mikoto had spent more time at Uchiha Nan's home than at Fugaku's, yet neither had broached the subject, content to maintain their current dynamic. Now, upon learning of Uchiha Nan's aspiration to become a ninja, she felt a pang of melancholy at the thought of their impending separation and wished to intervene. Yet, she quickly reassured herself, understanding his remarkable talent from their shared experiences. Continuing his education at the Ninja Academy would yield little benefit and merely squander his time. Given this, she found no justification to impede his path. Uchiha Nan noticed the subtle shift in Uchiha Mikoto's emotions and could not help but chuckle, tightening his embrace around her waist. Chapter 23. Genin Assessment. My silly sister, becoming a ninja does not mean we must part ways, Uchiha Nan chuckled, observing her flustered expression as she realized he had seen through her thoughts. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered over two reports in hand. These two youngsters seek early graduation? He mused. Beside him, Hei bowed in admiration. Indeed, Hokage-sama, their resolve is unwavering. Hiruzen remained silent, scrutinizing Kakashi's file, recalling the report from the barrier team regarding Tsukumo's departure from the village. He sighed inwardly, surprised at the magnitude of Tsukumo's reaction. He had merely wished for Tsukumo to acknowledge his mistakes, hoping to diminish his reputation within the village. Instead, it had backfired, driving away a formidable asset. Fortunately, it was a time of peace, and Tsukumo's usefulness was limited. Hiruzen consoled himself with this thought. He set down Kakashi's file and addressed Hate. They may proceed. But then furrowed his brow at the other document. Is he from the Uchiha clan? Does he possess sufficient strength, Hate? After a moment's hesitation, Hate responded candidly, Hokage-sama. Nen has consistently ranked among the top in class. Even Kakashi falls short at times. His abilities are beyond question. Very well. It seems we have two prodigies on our hands. I shall personally oversee tomorrow's assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. This startled Kainya Mamoru, for the Hokage himself was conducting the assessment. Yet, he had no choice but to reply, yes, I will inform them. The following day, at the same square where the opening ceremony had taken place, Uchiha Nan and Hitaki Kakashi, accompanied by Kainya Mamoru, awaited the third Hokage. The square was filled with curious students eager to learn the outcome of the assessment. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his customary ninja attire and without the Hokage hat, approached with a few Umbu members trailing behind him, a smile gracing his face. Hokage-sama, the crowd bowed in respect, to which Sarutobi nodded. Today is a remarkable day, as our ninja academy unveils two prodigies. After just 1 year, they will attempt the ninja assessment. I wish them success in their endeavors, he declared, hoping that others would aspire to emulate their achievements. The crowd erupted in applause as Sarutobi, leading the Umbu, made his way to Kakashi and Nan. Kakashi Nan, do you feel confident about today's assessment? He inquired. Kakashi, with a stoic expression, fixed his gaze on the third Hokage. Given the circumstances surrounding his father's fate, he could no longer view the Hokage with the same admiration. In stark contrast, Uchiha Nan feigned an awe-stricken demeanor, gazing at the Hokage as if he were a revered idol, eager to offer his modest strength for the village. Of course, we shall pass the assessment for Hokage-sama and contribute to the village, he proclaimed. Excellent, the third Hokage said, patting both on the shoulder in encouragement. Kakashi's indifference did not concern him. He was merely a 5-year-old child, easily swayed. What intrigued him was Nan's disposition, as the talented Uchiha exhibited a willingness to align with him. Had he been touched by the will of fire? If the will of fire could illuminate the Uchiha clan, combined with the bonds of friendship, perhaps he could win over Uchiha Nan. However, before confirming which way Nan's heart leaned, toward his clan or the Hokage, he decided to retract the earlier decision to prevent Nan's graduation. Initially, this was to avoid another powerful Uchiha threatening the Hokage's position, but given Nan's apparent inclination to be part of their fold, it was a chance worth seizing. Sarutobi turned to the behind him, instructing them to bring forth 2 genin to serve as examiners for the graduation assessment. He then addressed Kakashi and Nan, stating, "If you can defeat these examiners, I shall personally bestow upon you your ninja headbands." Kakashi and Nan exchanged glances, each selecting a genin as their opponent and preparing for the challenge. As Uchiha Nan faced off against his chosen adversary, they exchanged a fierce gaze, marking the commencement of their rivalry. Given Nan's prowess, defeating a genin would be a mere blink of an eye. However, he refrained from showcasing his full strength, opting instead to display only the abilities of a genin, as being too powerful could lead to being perceived as a monster, especially as a member of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he began with a series of shuriken as a preliminary test. Unbeknownst to him, his opponent merely performed evasive maneuvers and was soon overwhelmed by the shuriken, revealing a wooden dummy. This did not surprise Nan. With his superior chakra perception, he had already discerned the use of the substitution technique. Yet, he was puzzled when his senses detected the genin seemingly vanishing without a trace. In this moment of uncertainty, Nan's mind raced, analyzing the situation to determine the most advantageous course of action. He swiftly propelled himself upward, forming seals while casting a vigilant glance at the ground. Sure enough, hands emerged from the earth where he had just stood. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. If not for his quick realization of the enemy's technique, he might have faced defeat before unleashing his own prowess. Anticipating his opponent's move allowed him to seize the initiative, unleashing a massive fireball toward the ground. Fire release, great fireball technique. The searing fireball struck the earth, creating a large crater, yet the genin was nowhere to be seen. Understanding the principle that fire does not kill indiscriminately, Nen was prepared for this outcome. Remaining vigilant and focused, he stood still as time passed, with his opponent continuing to elude him. Moments later, a slight smile crept across his face. "Have you grown impatient?" With a sudden movement, he lifted his right foot and swiftly sidestepped, a kunai rising from the ground. Moments later, the genin emerged from underground. Observing from the sidelines, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, remarking, "Nan is a remarkably patient child, calm in crisis, reminiscent of my own past." Kanya Mamoru nodded in agreement, proud of his pupil. Seizing the moment as the adversary emerged, Nen lunged forward, kunai in hand. As he approached, the genin quickly regained composure, bracing for the impending strike. However, Nen flickered and appeared right before him. With a swift thrust of his kunai, the genin, caught off guard by Nan's sudden acceleration, barely managed to evade. Yet, this was merely a feint. Nan's left hand delivered a powerful punch to the genin's abdomen. Leaf Gale. The genin's body bent as if struck by a heavy hammer, propelled backward, and as he fell toward the crowd, the behind Sarutobi swiftly caught him. Uchiha Nen knelt before the Hokage, hands clasped in respect. "I have fulfilled my duty, Hokage-sama." "Well done, Nan, truly a prodigy of Konoha." Sarutobi laughed heartily, helping Nan to his feet. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi also triumphed over his opponent, successfully passing the assessment. Sarutobi consoled the 2 defeated genin, personally awarding them their ninja headbands. "Nan, Kakashi, from this day forth, you are ninjas of Konoha, no longer mere youths. You are now tasked with the responsibilities of the village. Do you understand?" Sarutobi's expression grew serious. As Hokage, Uchiha Nan and Kakashi accepted their headbands, placing them atop their heads. Sarutobi's demeanor softened. Typically, upon graduation, you would be assigned to a guiding jonin. However, since you are graduating early, I must consider your placements further. I have witnessed the prowess of both of you, and I can grant special permission for you to temporarily form a team to undertake some D and C rank missions. After you identify suitable candidates, I will proceed with your assignments. You may enjoy a 3-day break, but thereafter, you must accept tasks." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Having experienced the betrayal of his father by his comrades, he was somewhat reluctant to team up for missions. He preferred to become a solitary ninja, independently tackling more challenging tasks. However, since the Hokage had designated Uchiha Nen as his teammate, he swallowed his words and begrudgingly accepted the situation. When the time comes for teammate assignments in the future, he would decline the Hokage's goodwill. In the envious gaze of their classmates, Uchiha Nan and Kakashi walked out of the school. Kakashi stopped sulking, We've graduated. Let me treat you to some miso grilled mackerel. Uchiha Nan, noticing Kakashi's reluctance, generously offered. After all, the 1,000,000 ryo bestowed by the elder was more than enough to spend. Upon hearing that his favorite dish was on the menu, Kakashi could not refuse and followed Uchiha Nan to a restaurant. The owner brought out a serving of miso grilled mackerel and soy-braised eggplant, while Uchiha Nan ordered numerous dishes, all favorites of both him and Kakashi. As he took a bite of the fragrant fish, he heard Kakashi ask, "What are your plans for the next few days?" Uchiha Nan chewed thoughtfully, swallowed a spoonful of rice, and replied, "I suppose I'll rest a bit and spend time with those I wish to be with, so I can tackle my first mission with full vigor. What about you, Kakashi?" "I will likely practice the swordsmanship my father left behind." Uchiha Nan's eyes brightened at this. "That's a treasure indeed. Your father's legacy could very well make you the second Konoha White Fang." Kakashi nodded, gazing earnestly at Uchiha Nan. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Is that permissible? After all, it is your family's secret technique." Uchiha Nan genuinely wished to learn this swordplay. Otherwise, with his physical attributes, he would struggle to display his taijutsu within Konoha. Mastering the swordsmanship of Hatake Sakumo would provide him an additional means of combat, allowing him to fully exploit his advantages. However, this was a technique passed down from Kakashi's father, and if mastered, it could be inherited through generations, potentially evolving into a small clan. It was worth noting that even small ninja clans from the Warring States period did not possess techniques of this caliber. Would Sakumo hold it against Kakashi for imparting it to him? Kakashi nodded seriously. "I've made my decision. I believe my father would approve." "Very well," Uchiha Nan conceded, deciding not to decline further. At worst, he would treat Kakashi well in the future. After they finished their meal, Uchiha Nan settled the bill, and they parted ways. Uchiha Nan returned to his bedroom on the second floor, rolling around on the tatami mat, but feeling quite uncomfortable. Due to his prolonged stay at the Ninja Academy, he had not renovated his room and had kept its original layout. Now that he had a few days off, he finally had the chance to replace some furniture. For instance, he had grown tired of the tatami mat and wished to exchange it for a soft, spacious bed, preferably one large enough for both him and his sister, Mikoto, to roll around on together. Time flew, and the holiday passed quickly. During these 3 days, Uchiha Nan and Mikoto thoroughly organized their home, transforming areas he had previously found displeasing and replacing uncomfortable furniture with types they both preferred. In the remaining time, Uchiha Nan accompanied Mikoto, enjoying their life together at home. However, as the holiday came to an end, Uchiha Nan had to bid farewell to this gentle sanctuary. Rising early, he playfully patted Mikoto's behind. Watching her turn over and continue sleeping, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Mikoto, I'm off to accept a mission." Uchiha Mikoto murmured a sleepy acknowledgement but did not stir. The previous night, they had talked for a long time, during which Mikoto had indulged in some drinks. Uchiha Nan had wanted to join her, but was prevented by Mikoto's insistence that he was still too young. Thus, he settled for tea, and they remained up until the early hours, eventually falling asleep in the same bed, though nothing occurred between them. Chapter 25, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Uchiha Nan bid farewell to Mikoto and headed toward the designated meeting point with Kakashi. He casually opened the battle record panel and claimed the reward for defeating the subordinate ninja in yesterday's assessment. "Congratulations on your victory. You have received Earth Attribute Chakra. Awaiting collection." Upon seeing the system drop a new type of reward once more, Uchiha Nan promptly clicked to claim it. A warm, earthy flow coursed through his body, and he felt a slight enhancement in his physical condition. He reached out to touch the skin on his arm, noticing it had become significantly tougher than before. Arriving at the meeting point, Uchiha Nan found Kakashi had not yet arrived. He focused inward to sense his body's condition. In addition to his original fire and lightning attribute chakras, he discovered he could now also generate Earth Attribute Chakra. So this was it. He had acquired yet another chakra attribute. The items dropped by the system were indeed diverse, as long as it belonged to the defeated opponent. It seemed likely to drop, merely a matter of luck. Nan. While Uchiha Nan was lost in thought, Kakashi had arrived and tapped him on the shoulder. "Let us go?" Uchiha Nan nodded, and the two set off together to the left window on the first floor of the Hokage building. The Hokage building served as the hub for all administrative affairs in Konoha, and mission assignments were also handled there. However, tasks below a rank were delegated and organized by the task reception desk. Only a rank or special missions were assigned by the Hokage to designated personnel. Upon reaching the window, Uchiha Nan and Kakashi expressed their intention to select a mission. Sitting at the window was a young woman, appearing to be in her teens, with a delicate countenance. Upon seeing two youngsters who resembled her younger brother, she momentarily froze. "Little brothers, are you in the wrong place? This is the Hokage building." Clearly, she thought these kids had not been properly supervised by their guardians, coming here unaccompanied with their ninja headbands, causing a ruckus. She even considered calling the guarding ninjas at the entrance to send the two children back home to prevent any mishaps. Uchiha Nan, feeling helpless, glanced at Kakashi's youthful visage, half hidden by his headband. Coupled with his still-developing handsome features and a pair of bright, star-like eyes, he was indeed quite captivating, so it was no wonder she was confused. Uchiha Nan, in desperation, pointed to his headband. "Sister, this was personally awarded by Lord Hokage. Did you not receive the special instructions from him yesterday?" The administrative staff hesitated, recalling that the Hokage had indeed informed her a few days prior that two genin would be undertaking their first mission today. Ordinarily, they could simply select tasks without further complications. She hesitated for a moment before uncertainly asking, "Are you Uchiha Nan and Hitaki Kakashi?" After a thorough examination, the officials confirmed the identities of the two individuals and produced a roll of D-rank mission scrolls. Uchiha Nan unfurled the scroll and leaned closer with Kakashi to scrutinize its contents. The D-rank tasks included helping Mrs. Mizuno find her lost cat, with a reward of 5,000 Ryo, cleaning up the litter near the Hokage Rock, with a reward of 3,000 Ryo, and assisting Mrs. Poda in reviving her dying flowers, also with a reward of 3,000 Ryo. A series of menial tasks such as weeding, watering plants, and searching for lost pets ensued, devoid of any danger. The two exchanged glances, naturally reluctant to undertake tasks that would yield no real training or enhancement to their abilities. Uchiha Nan glanced at the graceful young lady and returned the D-rank mission scroll. "Miss, could you kindly fetch us a C-rank mission scroll?" The young lady hesitated momentarily, explaining that C-rank missions carried a certain degree of danger. Although the Hokage had mentioned the day before that they could accept such tasks, she encouraged them to consider starting with D-rank missions for practice. After consulting with Kakashi, they ultimately decided to commence with C-rank missions. The young lady, not wishing to press further, retrieved a yellow ninja scroll and handed it to them. Upon opening it, Uchiha Nan noted that the rewards for these tasks were significantly higher, albeit the missions themselves were more complex. The C-rank missions included escorting a wealthy merchant to the land of tea for a reward of 30,000 Ryo, eliminating a small band of rogue thieves that had emerged near the borders of the land of fire and the land of grass, affecting trade between the two nations, with a reward of 50,000 Ryo, and providing protection to the wife of a feudal lord from the land of the moon who wished to visit the land of iron, with a reward of 40,000 Ryo. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated, peering intently into a crystal ball that revealed a swirling scene. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and an elderly man with a sinister glare and a forked scar on his chin strode in. Hiruzen quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, covering the crystal ball with an air of guilt. "Danzo, you ought to knock before entering." Shimura Danzo looked disdainfully at his old friend, feeling slightly unsettled. He could not comprehend how a dignified Hokage could be so enamored with women. Wasn't his brother more appealing? It infuriated him that Hiruzen would squander the power he so desperately coveted on such trivial pursuits. But today, he had come for a different matter. "Hiruzen, I learned yesterday that you allowed White Fange's son and a Uchiha child to graduate early. Do you realize what this entails? Kakashi Hitaki is a runaway, and his son is a descendant of a traitor. How could you permit him to graduate early and gain the reputation of a genius? Not to mention, there's that Uchiha boy. Have you forgotten the teachings of Tobirama-sensei?" Hiruzen, irritated, slammed his hand on the desk. "Danzo, your information network is quite impressive. Is there anything in Konoha that you do not know?" Danzo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find words. "Hiruzen, don't change the subject." Hiruzen stood slowly, fixing a fierce gaze on his old friend. "Danzo, I know you were behind Shimo's actions. What has done is done, and I do not wish to dwell on it further, but Kakashi is innocent." Danzo met his gaze defiantly. "So what if I did? You didn't stop it either." Hiruzen felt deflated by this retort and returned to his seat, pondering his own ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to respond. "Let us put Shimo's matters aside. As for that boy Nan, I have investigated his background. He is not well regarded among the Uchiha clan, yet he has forged strong bonds with his classmates. Unlike the other Uchiha, who tend to be extreme, he embodies the will of fire. Danzo scoffed at his friend. What do you mean by embodying the will of fire? He is merely a child who has been brainwashed by you. However, if I can keep this boy under my control, perhaps I could delve into the power of the Sharingan that I have long coveted. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated he became, adopting a righteous demeanor. Hiruzen, let us forget about Shumo's child. The power of the Uchiha clan is far too perilous for you to manage. Hand him over to Root. He would surely receive better development there. With a resounding thud, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table. Root is too dangerous, Danzo. He is still just a child. I cannot agree to your request. Danzo attempted to argue further, but Hiruzen impatiently waved his hand. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Chapter 26. The first mission. Kakashi was overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks and turned to Uchiha Nan. Which one should we accept? Uchiha Nan meticulously reviewed the options. The C-rank missions were either escorting or eliminating bandits. If he had to choose between the two, he certainly favored the mission to eradicate the bandits. Escorting tasks often involved extended durations and unforeseen complications, while eliminating bandits merely required gathering intelligence and dispatching them. Ultimately, after deliberating with Kakashi, Uchiha Nan selected the initial mission to eliminate the thieves plaguing the borders between the land of fire and the land of grass. This task was nearby, minimizing travel time, and offered a commendable reward, making it suitable for their inaugural mission. After signing the scroll, the two set forth towards the village entrance of Konoha. They had prepared their equipment the previous night. Uchiha Nan bid farewell to his sister Meichin and the elder. Kakashi had no one to inform, and the two leaped across rooftops, swiftly arriving at the village gate. Upon presenting their ninja scroll to the two gatekeeping chunin and receiving their confirmation, Uchiha Nan stepped out of Konoha for the first time. In the land of fire, possibly due to the influence of Senju Hashirama's wood release. The area was adorned with lush forests. For Uchiha Nan, the scenery was delightful. The two traveled swiftly, consuming soldier pills when hungry and seeking mountain spring water when thirsty, taking turns to keep watch at night. Finally, on the morning of the second day, they reached the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Since they had arrived at the eastern edge instead of the northeastern junction where the land of fire, the land of grass, the land of waterfall, and the land of earth converged, Uchiha Nan did not encounter the famed Kamizukabashi. They arrived at the bandits' lair indicated in the intelligence report, which was situated before a desolate mountain. Kakashi, let us conceal our chakra and be cautious as we ascend to avoid detection by the bandits. Kakashi nodded in agreement, and the two began to climb, navigating through trees and rocky terrain while maintaining their bearings. As they passed a tall patch of grass, Uchiha Nan pulled Kakashi behind a large tree. Kakashi inquired with his eyes what was amiss. Uchiha Nan pointed toward a dense thicket, and upon closer inspection, Kakashi realized that a figure clad in green was crouching within the grass. On their first mission, Kakashi nearly overlooked a certain individual and gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Nan nodded and quietly remarked, "It's no surprise you didn't notice. These thieves are rather cunning, selecting a concealed location that is quite shrewd. They do not resemble ordinary bandits, so we must proceed with caution." Suppressing his presence, Uchiha Nan stealthily approached the green figure from behind, drawing a kunai and covering his mouth. As the figure struggled, he swiftly slit his throat and stored the body in a specially prepared scroll for corpses. Uchiha Nan signaled Kakashi from afar, and the two continued to advance quietly. After dispatching 3 or 5 sentries, they finally reached 2 small wooden cabins. The cabins were rather rudimentary, evidently constructed not long ago, with 2 guards standing outside, occasionally engaging in conversation. The distant sounds of raucous laughter emanated from within the cabins. Realizing they had located their target, the two ceased to conceal themselves. Uchiha Nan swiftly appeared before the guards. Startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 intruders, the guards, unsure why the sentry did not signal, brandished their kunai, preparing for confrontation. However, they were instantly captivated by a pair of crimson eyes, each adorned with a kama. Before losing consciousness, utilizing the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, Uchiha Nan hurled 2 kunai, which pierced the throats of the bewitched guards and lodged themselves into the wooden door behind them. What was that noise? The raucous crowd inside had heard the commotion and was preparing to emerge. Uchiha Nan exchanged a glance with Kakashi, swiftly forming hand seals and exhaling a massive fireball. Kakashi, quick to comprehend Uchiha Nan's intentions, also formed seals and unleashed a powerful gust of wind to meet the fireball, enhancing its intensity. The fireball, already formidable due to Uchiha Nan's affinity for fire, expanded dramatically upon the wind's assistance, crashing down upon the wooden cabin. Before them erupted a conflagration. The roof of the cabin was entirely blown off, and the walls collapsed to varying extents. The unscorched areas ignited fiercely, and the occupants inside were silenced, crushed beneath the burning debris. Kakashi intended to advance and collect evidence of the enemy's identities for mission verification. However, Uchiha Nan raised a hand to halt him, his gaze fixed intently on a spot covered by timber that remained unburned. Through his Sharingan, he discerned faint movements beneath the rubble. As suspected, the individuals trapped below, realizing the flames were surging, could no longer withstand the heat. With a sudden crash, countless splintered wood and shuriken flew toward the two. Uchiha Nan and Kakashi, uncertain of the enemy's capabilities, retreated to evade the onslaught. From the area previously trapped beneath the wooden debris, two figures clad in cloth emerged, standing beside a large hole. It turned out they had anticipated the danger and, using earth release techniques, dug a hole to evade direct attack. Chapter 27, Ninja 2 Ninjas? It appears you are not mere bandits, Uchiha Nan observed solemnly, gazing at the two who had just crawled from the pit. Generally, bandits roaming the land were merely ordinary individuals with slightly enhanced physical abilities and a modicum of chakra. Ninjas typically disdained such endeavors. Even a low-ranking ninja could earn a decent income in smaller nations. Why would they stoop to banditry in such a desolate place? The presence of these two lower-ranking ninjas suggested either they were from a shinobi village taking a holiday to make some quick cash, or they harbored ulterior motives to disrupt merchant caravans. Kakashi's expression tightened at Uchiha Nan's words, bracing himself for battle, as this marked his first confrontation with ninjas outside the village. The two ninjas, furious after being caught off guard while boasting, could hardly contain their anger. Upon hearing Uchiha Nan's analysis, one of them chuckled dismissively. "Little brat, your deduction is spot on. Care to guess what we're here for?" Emerging from the grass ninja village, the two lower-ranking ninjas scoffed, sneering at Uchiha Nan and Kakashi. In their eyes, these two youngsters adorned with the Leaf Village headbands were mere novices, recently initiated into the ninja ranks, only capable of handling mundane tasks. They believed it would be a simple matter to eliminate the two and erase any traces, ensuring they wouldn't be caught by the Leaf Ninjas. Guess? Why should I guess? Once I capture you two, everything will be crystal clear, Uchiha Nan replied nonchalantly, stretching his limbs. Capture us? Did I hear you correctly, Haruta? One of the grass ninjas laughed heartily, while the individual named Haruta wore a mocking grin. You have quite the audacity, little brat. This isn't a child's game. Uchiha Nan shook his head in resignation, realizing there was nothing that could save such individuals. Their fate was sealed. With a powerful thrust, he executed the body flicker technique, appearing before the two oblivious fools. Though the grass ninjas possessed some skill to become lower-ranking ninjas, their smiles faded as Haruta stepped forward, preparing to intercept Uchiha Nan, while the other began forming hand seals, readying an offensive technique while remaining wary of Kakashi. As Haruta awaited Uchiha Nan's approach, intending to strike within a 5-meter range, he was suddenly met with a pair of blood-red eyes. His body froze in place, immobilized. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a single thought echoed in his mind, the Sharingan. Uchiha Nan employed a simple genjutsu to incapacitate the enemy without launching an attack. Instead, while advancing rapidly, he formed a few seals, summoning a surge of lightning that pierced through the other adversary. With their backs turned to one another, Uchiha Nan slowly retracted his bloodied right hand, turning to face them. Why the sudden silence? You two seem less jovial now. The ninja struck by the lightning gazed down at the gaping hole in his chest, realizing too late why his comrades stood there, frozen, failing to block the fearsome little brat. Even a moment's distraction could have allowed him to unleash his prepared technique, averting this dire outcome. In bitter resignation, he fell to the ground, consumed by despair. Uchiha Nan retrieved a handkerchief prepared by Makoto Ne and wiped the blood from his hands, spitting disdainfully. Kakashi also sheathed his kunai, having intended to assist, but Uchiha Nan's swiftness left him no time to react. He stared intently at his teammate, incredulous. When did your strength become so formidable? Uchiha Nan waved dismissively. I've always been this strong. You just never realized. Kakashi scoffed, unconvinced, but chose not to pursue the matter further, recalling their previous encounter. Although he was unable to prevail, he managed to withstand 4 or 5 moves. If Uchiha were to employ the technique he had just used against his opponent on him, he would likely falter immediately. Uchiha set aside the ninja ensnared by the illusion and commenced his interrogation, utilizing the Jinjutsu properties of the Sharingan. Kakashi observed another adversary lying in a pool of blood, his broad chest exposed, and disdainfully moved him aside. After administering a brief treatment, he began his questioning. After a meal, Uchiha and Kakashi reconvened. "Did you glean anything?" Uchiha inquired, casting a glance at Kakashi. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant thought, and he shook his head. "No," he said nothing. Uchiha grimaced, rising to take matters into his own hands regarding the other enemy. "It still depends on my efforts." However, Kakashi restrained him. "What's wrong?" Uchiha queried, puzzled. "Is he dead?" "You were too rough. I barely asked 2 questions before he bled out." Kakashi remarked calmly. "Well, that's inconsequential." Uchiha sighed in resignation, acknowledging that the fellow was rather fragile. "The one I interrogated, named Haruta, said they are ninjas from the land of grass. They were dispatched by a certain Chunin from Grass Ninja Village to prevent the timber merchants from passing through this area. The specific reason remains unknown to them. They were merely following orders." "Shall we continue investigating?" Kakashi asked. "Of course not. What does it have to do with us? Whether that Chunin harbors grievances against the merchants from Konoha, or if certain individuals plotted this to safeguard the economic interests of the land of grass from the influence of merchants from the land of fire. It is of no concern to us. We merely need to report the completion of this mission accurately, ensuring the client compensates us adequately. After all, the appearance of ninjas in this bandit suppression battle warrants more than 40,000 Rio." Uchiha calmly dismissed Kakashi's suggestion, uninterested in the political machinations between great nations. He was unwilling to engage in endeavors that offered him no tangible benefit. After dealing with the other ninja, the duo returned to Konoha with proof of their mission's completion. The following day, they arrived at the Hokage Tower to submit their mission report. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally received them, and after listening to their account, he remarked, "Well done, Nan and Kakashi. The reward for this mission will be raised to 100,000 Rio, distributed between the 2 of you." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Uchiha expressed his gratitude, with Kakashi nodding in agreement. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen then fixed his gaze on Uchiha and asked, "What if I were to ask you to continue following this matter?" "At your command, Lord Hokage," Uchiha promptly replied, then contemplated the implications of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry. "Excellent. You have done well, Nan. Continue to strive forward. You may both leave now." Uchiha departed the Hokage Tower with Kakashi, reflecting on the meaning behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's questions. Was it an attempt to test his loyalty to the Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained seated at his desk, tapping it rhythmically. Uchiha's decisive response had pleased him greatly, demonstrating that the young man held no resistance to the Hokage's commands. He still believed in his role. Undeterred by the rumors circulating within the Uchiha clan regarding the Hokage's biases against them, he was indeed a person of potential. However, it was premature to draw conclusions, requiring further discernment through future missions. On his way home, Uchiha activated the battle system to claim the rewards for the kills he had achieved the previous day. Most of the bandits had fallen to him, with only 1 or 2 dispatched with Kakashi's assistance through wind release techniques. Even the Chunin who died from blood loss during Kakashi's interrogation was counted among Uchiha's kills. Hence, his gains were considerable, even if the quality did not match the quantity. Kill confirmed, reward, ninja school level physical fitness and basic trousers, awaiting collection. Kill confirmed, reward, ordinary level chakra, ordinary level physical fitness, awaiting collection. The rewards were somewhat fragmented, but Uchiha focused his attention on the 2 Chunin. Kill confirmed, reward, Chunin level chakra, ninja school level physical fitness, awaiting collection. Kill confirmed, reward, ninja school level physical fitness, water release chakra, awaiting collection. After claiming all rewards, a wave of muscle movement coursed through his body. His stomach growled, signaling his hunger, prompting Uchiha to hastily consume a dozen soldier pills. His physical fitness finally surpassed the Chunin level, achieving an all-encompassing breakthrough. Typically, a Chunin might possess 1 or 2 attributes at that level, distinguishing themselves among their peers. As for him, a versatile warrior excelling across the board. He could likely outmatch several elite jonin. In battle, others might perceive him as a ninjutsu specialist, only to discover upon close engagement that his taijutsu was equally formidable. Should he encounter a particularly skilled taijutsu practitioner, he would still possess Chunin-level mental acuity, paired with his double Tomo Sharingan. He was practically flawless. His enemies would surely find themselves in dire straits. Uchiha Nan and Kakashi visited a barbecue restaurant, savoring a delightful meal. Afterward, Kakashi prepared to part ways and head home. Observing Kakashi's solitary figure, Uchiha Nan felt a twinge of guilt, especially since he had been the one to persuade Hatake Tsukumo to leave. "Kakashi, why not move in with me?" Kakashi turned, his eyes revealing a glimmer of joy, yet he replied with feigned aloofness, "No need. I'm quite fine on my own." Uchiha Nan shook his head, recognizing his stubbornness. "Aren't you supposed to teach me Uncle Tsukumo's sword techniques? Moving into my place would be far more convenient." Only then did Kakashi reluctantly nod. "All right, you are quite the nuisance." With that, he turned to head home and gather his belongings, intending to move in that evening. By evening, after completing the move, Uchiha Nan sank into a chair. "Kakashi, you have so much stuff. You've exhausted me. Dinner is on you." Kakashi slumped onto the sofa, nodding in agreement. Eventually, they did not end up eating as Uchiha Makoto, upon learning of Uchiha Nan's return, eagerly visited his home to treat both him and Kakashi to a splendid meal. The following morning, "What is going on, Kakashi?" Uchiha Nan glanced at the clock. It was only 5:30. He had hoped to sleep in, but Kakashi was already dragging him out of bed. "Time to get up and practice sword techniques. This will be our routine from now on." Kakashi shrugged, continuing to pull Uchiha Nan downstairs. "To wield a sword, one must possess sound physical fitness," Kakashi remarked, examining Uchiha Nan's physique. "How can you be so strong? Your physical condition is better than most jonin." Uchiha Nan smiled shyly. "It's all natural, all natural." Natural talent is a rare gift. Kakashi harbored a deep-seated skepticism about it, for he had never encountered anyone born with such extraordinary physical prowess. Yet, despite his envy, he found solace in the thought of Nan, who possessed this exceptional quality. With such formidable physical capabilities, mastering the sword techniques passed down from his father would undoubtedly eliminate numerous obstacles. Kakashi proceeded to elucidate to Uchiha Nan the intricacies of wielding a blade, detailing the techniques of exerting force and the necessary bodily coordination. He explained the conditions under which to infuse chakra into the blade, emphasizing the need to blend different elemental chakra at various moments. He imparted a plethora of techniques, leaving the still drowsy Uchiha Nan in a state of confusion, yet he managed to retain the information thanks to his Chunin-level mental acuity. In the afternoon, Uchiha Nan and Kakashi replenished their stock of ninja tools consumed during their mission. Uchiha Nan selected a suitable ninja sword from the store, reluctantly parting with 500,000 Ryo. He also needed to procure specific medicinal herbs from the apothecary to facilitate a medicinal bath aimed at unblocking certain hidden meridians, thus enhancing the synergy between chakra and his swordsmanship training. The fact that he had already spent over half of the elder's funds was rather alarming. Were it not for his newfound ability to undertake missions and earn money, he might soon face starvation. Uchiha Nan resolved to first practice with an ordinary ninja sword, planning to seek a superior blade through the elder's connections once he had honed his skills. Thus commenced a period of rigorous training interspersed with mission assignments. A continuous cycle of effort. During breaks between missions, Uchiha Nan would also find time to spend with Uchiha Makoto, occasionally updating the elder on his progress. Time flew by, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed at the two young ninjas before him, overflowing with joy. "Nan, Kakashi, you have both exceeded my expectations, completing over 30 C-rank missions in just half a year. Additionally, you successfully tackled 2 B-rank missions that arose due to unforeseen circumstances. Thank you for your praise, Hokage-sama. It is our duty," Uchiha Nan replied, his delight evident upon receiving the Hokage's commendation. Sarutobi offered further encouragement, then placed a hand on Nan's shoulder. "Do you know why I summoned you both today? Please enlighten us, Hokage-sama," Uchiha Nan said, shaking his head, indicating that he was eager to hear the Hokage's words. Sarutobi chuckled. "Do not be so serious, Nan. In my eyes, you two are like my own children." Uchiha Nan was moved, his eyes nearly brimming with tears as he gazed at Sarutobi, third Hokage. Internally, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, recognizing Sarutobi's penchant for such theatrics. Nan, I understand that your parents' situation has caused you significant pain within the Uchiha clan. However, it is all right. You may consider me family. You are a good child and should not have to bear such suffering. Sarutobi's words were imbued with sincerity, embodying the role of a caring elder. Third Hokage. You are truly kind, Uchiha Nen said, lowering his head to wipe away the tears that had escaped, stifling a smile. Kakashi stood silently to the side, observing the two as they engaged in their theatrical exchange. The so-called Third Hokage had long been unmasked to him through the events surrounding his father, and witnessing this charade was enough to turn his stomach. Nan, who had lived with him for so long, had never shown signs of suffering. He frequently sought out challenges within the Uchiha clan, appearing to relish the experience. Perhaps in Sarutobi's eyes, this was simply a narrative of childhood bullying followed by a quest for revenge once strength was attained. Sarutobi quickly regained his composure, aware that he needed to maintain the performance. Nan, Kakashi, the arrangements I promised regarding your mentorship under a Jonin have been finalized. In a few days, you will be joining a new team and will be eligible for B-rank missions. What are your thoughts? Before Uchiha Nen could respond, Kakashi stepped forward. Hokage-sama, will we be placed in the same team? No, Sarutobi replied, shaking his head. You are both prodigies of Konoha. Being in the same team would not provide the necessary challenge for your growth. Then I will decline, Hokage-sama, Kakashi stated resolutely. Sarutobi paused, taken aback. It was unusual for a genin to refuse his assignment. Under normal circumstances, he would have sent such a disrespectful ninja to endure hardship at the outskirts of the village. However, given Kakashi's lineage as the son of the White Fang, an elite shinobi, he found it prudent to reconsider. Perhaps this refusal stemmed from the deep bond Kakashi shared with Uchiha Nan, a connection strong enough to defy the Hokage's orders. Uchiha Nan shot Kakashi a glance, thinking him too impulsive. From the moment Sarutobi spoke, Nen anticipated the outcome but was surprised by Kakashi's direct refusal. At this rate, the obedient Kakashi of the original narrative would likely not emerge. This could be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps this new path would allow Kakashi to realize his full potential. After all, in the original timeline, he became a Chunin at 6 but did not achieve Jonin status until 12, and the burden of the Sharingan had stunted his growth, wasting his innate talent. Kakashi, what are your aspirations? Sarutobi's voice, devoid of inflection, disrupted Uchiha Nan's contemplation, revealing his growing irritation. I intend to participate in this year's Chunin exam and become a Chunin, taking on missions independently. Are you certain? The Chunin exam is perilous, given your current strength. Sarutobi said, now fully focused on Kakashi. If he succeeded, he would become a 6-year-old Chunin, setting a benchmark for the younger generation of Konoha. I am certain, Hokage-sama. Kakashi affirmed with unwavering determination. Uchiha Nen refrained from dissuading him. Even the original Kakashi would have easily passed the examination, and his enhanced abilities would make it even simpler. Very well, I hope you succeed. I will personally submit your registration form to the examination committee. I will be there to observe. Make sure to perform well, Kakashi. Sarutobi waved Kakashi away, signaling for him to depart, as he had matters to discuss with Uchiha Nen. Kakashi complied, exchanging a knowing glance with Uchiha Nen before exiting. Once alone, Sarutobi resumed speaking. Nan, Kakashi's father's departure has profoundly affected him. As his close friend, I urge you to keep a close watch on him. Report any developments to me promptly. Initially, he had intended to adopt a cold approach towards Kakashi, but with this child on the cusp of becoming a Chunin, he needed to reassess his stance. Uchiha Nen nodded in understanding, and Sarutobi's tone shifted once more. Regarding your inquiry about your mentor, I have personally selected several candidates for you to consider. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a genial smile as he retrieved 3 files from his office drawer and handed them to Uchiha Nen. As Uchiha Nen took the files, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could this be real, Hokage-sama? He felt a quiet sigh of relief within, finally having reached this pivotal moment. His tireless efforts over the past 2 years to align himself with the Hokage had not been in vain, displaying exceptional amiability at the Ninja Academy. Within the Uchiha clan, he had made a concerted effort to minimize interactions with the elder, positioning himself as a marginal figure in the clan. By accomplishing the tasks assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen without any dissent, he had finally earned this man's trust. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, pleased with Uchiha Nen's display of astonishment. Uchiha Nen opened the 3 files, which detailed Orochimaru, a shadow-level powerhouse, Jiraiya, a shadow-level powerhouse. Tsunade Senju, a shadow-level powerhouse. Uchiha Nen did not need to read further. His knowledge of these three figures surpassed that of his mentor. What mattered to him was that the presentation of these files signified his acceptance into the Hokage's circle. As long as he refrained from exhibiting any extraordinary abilities akin to the Kodoe Tsukumi, he could finally feel secure within Konoha, free from the fear of betrayal from his own kin. Feigning to have perused the brief introductions of the legendary Sannin, he returned the files to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. "So, have you made your choice?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a proud tilt of his head. His pride was justified, having presented 3 shadow-level elites. A moment of vanity was well within reason. Uchiha Nen shook his head. "Each of these esteemed individuals is a legendary figure. I am uncertain how to choose. I humbly request your guidance, Hokage-sama." At this moment, facing the cunning old fox that was Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Nen could not afford to relax. Chapter 30. The village hidden in the whirlpools. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Nen's humility, even in the face of such an astonishing opportunity, demonstrated his clarity of mind, a testament to Hiruzen's foresight in selecting the next generation. His decision to recruit Uchiha Nen was not made lightly. Since the founding of Konoha by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the relationship between the clans had been relatively stable. However, following Uchiha Madara's departure and the demise of the first Hokage, the Senju clan fragmented and assimilated into Konoha, resulting in the Uchiha clan becoming the predominant faction. Many Uchiha members possessed extreme dispositions, which initially did not cause significant turmoil, as Konoha's stability benefited them. Yet, with the ascension of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan faced increasing scrutiny. Their influence within the village was systematically diminished, and the creation of the Konoha military police force, a role fraught with animosity, further exacerbated tensions. Among the hawkish members of the Uchiha clan, there was a growing sentiment of betrayal. They felt that despite their contributions to Konoha's establishment, they reaped no rewards. None of the Hokages had arisen from the Uchiha, while the Senju clan had produced 2. If the 4th Hokage were not from the Uchiha, it could precipitate an unpredictable conflict, one that would require strength to resolve. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen's imperative was to garner the allegiance of talented youth from the Uchiha clan, such as Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, to prevent the inevitable fallout when the time came for the 4th Hokage. It was not Hiruzen's intention to bestow the title upon the Uchiha. Even allowing his 3 disciples to accept Uchiha Nen as a pupil was merely a gesture of goodwill aimed at appeasing the clan. "Look," he would convey, the 3rd Hokage, act impartially and do not target the Uchiha. I have taken talented individuals from your clan as disciples. Surely, one of you can ascend to the role of Hokage. Let us not be impulsive. We are all part of the same village." Through a gradual and strategic approach, he aimed to integrate their talents, dismantling the Uchiha notion of supremacy. This was the brilliance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His methods differed from those of Senju Tobirama, yet both aimed to curtail the Uchiha's influence. However, the decision to take Uchiha Nen as a disciple was not to be made lightly. He still needed to administer one final test, for only those truly loyal could be trusted. "Take your time, Nen. It is best if you choose for yourself. I happen to have a mission for you. You may consider your options while undertaking it." "Understood, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Nen replied as he accepted a ninja scroll and bowed respectfully before departing. Upon exiting the Hokage tower, he spotted a familiar silhouette and approached, placing a hand on the shoulder of his companion. "Hey, Kakashi, you were rather impulsive today." The two walked side by side on their way back. "I merely wish to cease the pretense. Each time I see him, I am reminded of my father's torment. Kakashi, persevere. Once you attain sufficient strength, you will compel him to atone for his past misdeeds." As the sun sank low on the horizon, the clouds were tinged with hues of orange and red. A breathtaking sight. The fragmented sunlight cast long shadows over the two, obscuring their innermost thoughts from view. The following morning, Uchiha Nen prepared his belongings and set forth towards the destination of his mission, the village hidden in the whirlpools. Sarutobi Hiruzen had elucidated the purpose of the task within the scroll. In the past, when the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation at the hands of the great nations, Konoha arrived too late. From the lips of a few dying members of the Uzumaki clan, vital information regarding the location of sealed jutsu had been gleaned. However, due to their grave injuries, they perished before divulging the complete details. Over the years, Konoha had scoured the village hidden in the whirlpools for this trove of sealing techniques. But to no avail. Just as hope was waning, with the remaining elite and mid-tier ninjas having retreated. A recent expedition had led to the mysterious disappearance of several lower-ranked ninjas. In the search for them, the others stumbled upon messages left behind at the site of their disappearance. Given that these lower-ranked ninjas were insufficient to resolve the matter, a request for assistance was dispatched from the village. It was at this juncture that Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned Uchiha Nen to rectify the situation. However, as Uchiha Nen pondered the circumstances, an unsettling thought emerged. A place inhabited by the Uzumaki clan, such as the village hidden in the whirlpools, would surely have been thoroughly searched by the great nations. How could significant information regarding sealing techniques remain? Moreover, the value of such techniques was immense. Why not send elite or mid-tier ninjas from the village instead of entrusting this task to him, a child of the Uchiha clan? It was well known that the Uchiha Sharingan had the capacity to control tailed beasts, which must be sealed within Jinchuriki. Due to various restrictions of sealing techniques, the tailed beasts could not unleash their full power for the safety of the Jinchuriki. Should the Uchiha clan obtain these sealing techniques, they could potentially use the Sharingan to control the nine tails, unsealing it, and allowing the full-tailed beast to re-emerge into the ninja world. What incredible risks were involved? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly be unaware. Why, knowing that it equates to releasing a mouse into a rice granary, did he make such a choice? The current information is insufficient to render a more precise judgment. Uchiha Nen could only proceed step by step, pondering what scheme this old coot, the third Hokage, might be concocting. After 2 days of rapid travel, Uchiha Nen finally arrived at the destination of this mission, the hidden whirlpool village. He took a brief respite outside the village to restore his chakra and physical strength, ensuring he was in optimal condition before advancing into the village. Due to their mastery of sealing techniques, the various nations required the assistance of the Uzumaki clan for certain matters. Thus, they were not lacking in funds. And the architecture of the hidden whirlpool village was extraordinarily opulent. Houses constructed of stone and brick lined the streets, adorned with electrical wiring, exuding an odd sense of dissonance. However, in the present, those structures had collapsed, leaving behind a scene of ruin. Even the great gate of the hidden whirlpool village had crumbled, the inscriptions above it now erased. Only the circular emblem of the Uzumaki clan remained, a symbol once displayed on the forehead protectors of Konoha. This had once represented the friendship between two nations, yet now it appeared deeply ironic. One side lay in shambles, with only a few remnants of its clan surviving in the world of shinobi, while the other stood as the mightiest nation, a victor of the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, thriving in strength and prosperity. The strategic pact of mutual support and peaceful coexistence that had once been signed had been rendered obsolete, a mere scrap of paper. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha, had dispatched individuals to pillage the remnants of the hidden whirlpool village, seeking to augment his own power. How utterly ironic. Chapter 31. Noodle Hall. Upon reaching the village center, Uchiha Nen was approached by 2 ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors. Halt! What brings you here? The Konoha ninjas, still vigilant despite facing a fellow clansman, prepared for battle and requested proof of identity. Uchiha Nen remained cautious, producing a scroll inscribed with coded messages for their inspection. He too was ready to engage, uncertain whether these were indeed his comrades. In the heat of battle, one cannot afford to lower their guard simply because the adversary bears the same forehead protector. Who knows if it was stripped from the corpse of another? The scroll he provided contained code that only those privy to the operation could decipher. If they could respond appropriately, it would confirm their identity. As expected, after a careful examination of the scroll, the ninjas relaxed their stances, stowing the scroll away to later return it to Uchiha Nen upon the mission's completion. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am Sarutobi Zaku, and this is Sarutobi Hiko. You must be Uchiha Nen, one of them said. Uchiha Nen nodded impassively. Now that you have verified our identities, please share the intelligence you've gathered. Sarutobi Zaku exchanged a glance with Sarutobi Hiko, conveying unspoken messages. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was known for their aloof demeanor. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Zaku maintained a smile, leading Uchiha Nen to the location where the missing genin had left their messages. This is where they vanished. On the day of our scheduled assembly, we did not see them. We searched the ruins of the hidden whirlpool village and found the information they left behind here. As he spoke, Sarutobi Zaku produced a scroll inscribed with coded messages, accompanied by a translation for Uchiha and S understanding. We discovered the location where the sealing techniques are stored, complete with a rudimentary directional guide. I understand. You should rest now. I will notify you once I locate it. Uchiha Nen wished to avoid any disturbances from the two, as uncertainties could arise during the mission. He harbored secrets that he did not wish them to uncover. Don't you need us to stay and assist? Sarutobi Zaku asked hesitantly. No, Uchiha Nen replied curtly. Sarutobi Zaku seemed poised to say more, but his companion pulled him away. The Uchiha clan, their prowess is unmatched. They surely do not require our help. But he looks so young. Is he truly reliable? Uchiha Nen caught their distant murmurs and frowned slightly. He activated his Sharingan, extending his spiritual energy to follow the direction indicated by the missing ninjas. As he traversed the path, he furrowed his brow. There were only faint traces left by the passing shinobi. This was highly unusual. Typically, a team member in the vicinity would leave behind a distinct chakra signature or noticeable markers. Yet, Uchiha Nen found no such evidence along his route. Only the faint markings on the crumbling walls suggested that someone had passed through, and these traces were so subtle they seemed intended to conceal their tracks. With the mental acuity of a chunin, Uchiha Nen's perception rivaled that of most sensory ninjas. If even he could not detect any residual chakra, then the situation was indeed peculiar. He continued to follow the faint traces, his brow deeply furrowed. Before him stood a dilapidated stone structure, slightly better preserved than the surrounding ruins, retaining some semblance of its original form. The traces left by the missing genin extended into this building. Uchiha Nen drew a kunai, steeling himself, amplifying his sensory perception to its maximum as he cautiously entered. He pushed open a half-decayed wooden door and, upon peering inside, found the main hall filled with wooden tablets inscribed with the names of the Uzumaki clan. The surrounding walls were adorned with large spiral emblems. Is this the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Nen pondered silently. Suddenly, his expression shifted. All traces of the missing genin had vanished upon entering this room, as if some force had erased them the moment they crossed the threshold. Uchiha Nen meticulously examined the walls, but found nothing. He turned his gaze toward the darkness behind the Uzumaki clan's tablets. His expression tense, he activated his Sharingan, preparing for whatever lay ahead as he stepped into the darkness. This darkness seemed to possess the ability to consume perception, rendering it impossible to see even a hand in front of one's face. Uchiha Nen could barely discern shapes a meter or two ahead due to his Sharingan. Time itself felt lost within this abyss, and the more he pondered, the more curious he became. Logically, the great nations should have thoroughly scavenged the hidden Whirlpool village. Why did such a place still exist? Was it that their strength was insufficient to confront the dangers here? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Uchiha Nen's expression grew tenser. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in the darkness ahead, resembling the end of an abyss, casting a warm and inviting glow. Uchiha Nen did not lower his guard but approached the light. Gradually, the illumination intensified, as if forming a radiant portal. Upon nearing, he extended his hand to probe, sensing no immediate danger. As soon as he stepped inside, Uchiha Nen's attention was drawn to the rows of masks displayed on the walls. The room was square in shape, with windows that allowed sunlight to filter in, casting a warm glow on the floor. This seemed to be the source of the light that Uchiha Nen had noticed upon entering. At that moment, he recalled the events pertaining to the Uzumaki clan from the original narrative. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, had once discovered the mask of the Shinigami in this very hall, from which he acquired the forbidden technique of the dead demon consuming seal. Could this be the very place? Considering the current timeline, it appeared that Orochimaru was still engrossed in his research on Hashirama's cells, leaving him no time to retrieve the Shinigami mask. Thus, this presented a golden opportunity for Uchiha Nen. He approached the wall and took down a mask, intending to infuse it with chakra. However, he encountered an overwhelming resistance. The mask exhibited no conductivity for chakra whatsoever. Utilizing his mental prowess, Uchiha Nen scanned the mask and discerned that it was merely an ordinary object. This revelation clarified why this place still existed. It was not that the great nations could not resolve the previous dark space, but rather that it was deemed unnecessary. One could only imagine the disappointment of those who traversed the dark space to arrive at this hall, only to find that these masks bore no resemblance to what they sought. The ordinary nature of the masks made any grand efforts to eliminate them superfluous. Chapter 32. Two jonin amidst the plethora of masks on the wall, Uchiha Nen meticulously searched, leveraging his increasingly potent mental energy. He retrieved the image of the mask from his fading memories and, after careful comparison, he finally located the Shinigami mask with two horns and a pallid visage on the top row of the eastern wall. With a deft leap, he retrieved the mask and held it in his hands, examining it thoroughly, yet finding nothing of note. If conventional means could indeed reveal its functions, it would hardly be left for Uchiha Nen to discover. He pondered how Orochimaru had uncovered the mask's peculiarities. However, recalling Orochimaru's formidable research capabilities, it was hardly surprising that he could achieve such feats. After conducting a thorough investigation to ensure that this place was unrelated to the missing subordinates, Uchiha Nen retreated through the small door back into the dark space. As he traversed the darkness once more, he felt less tense than before. This dark space had undoubtedly been explored by countless individuals. If there were any dangers lurking, they would have likely been dealt with long ago. Upon re-entering the shrine, Uchiha Nen bowed 3 times before the ancestral tablets. After all, having taken the most precious sealing technique, it was only right to pay his respects. In this world, there existed a pure land where the souls of the deceased resided. It would be unfortunate if the spirits of the Uzumaki clan were to visit him in his dreams at night. Uchiha Nen turned to search for traces of the missing subordinates outside. Yet, through his Sharingan, he noticed an unusual fluctuation in the space near the wooden door of the shrine. Uchiha Nen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Could this spatial anomaly be the reason behind the disappearance of the subordinates? Upon crossing the wooden door, he had not detected anything. Presumably, that area had remained stable, only intermittently emitting energy fluctuations. Now, it seemed he had encountered it at just the right moment. However, as he contemplated investigating further, his brow furrowed. Within his perception, he detected 2 colossal chakra signatures racing toward him from the ruins of the Uzumaki hidden village. Considering that this was the only area worth researching within the Uzumaki hidden village, it was not difficult to deduce that these 2 energy signatures were indeed headed for this location. Without delay, Uchiha Nen reacted swiftly, erasing any traces left in the room and retreating into the dark space. Based on his earlier readings, those 2 immense chakra signatures were on par with his own, indicating that they belonged to 2 Jonin-level ninjas, a rarity even in Konohagakure. Uchiha Nen focused his consciousness on the golden finger in his mind, the combat system. Name: Uchiha Nen. Age: 7 years. Talent: Jonin Chakra, Jonin Physical Strength, Chunin Mental Strength, Peak Chunin Sharingan. Double Tomo Evaluation. Congratulations. At the age of 7, you have finally secured a place in the ninja world. Achieving Jonin status is a monumental threshold in the ninja realm, an accomplishment that many aspire to but few can attain in a lifetime. In this world, becoming a ninja represents the pinnacle that ordinary people can reach through struggle and perseverance. Without exceptional talent in any particular area, one would never break through to Jonin. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Nen had worked tirelessly to complete tasks, recently managing to elevate his chakra volume to Jonin levels, with his physical and mental prowess on the verge of breakthrough as well. This was an astonishing achievement for a child of just 7. Yet, Uchiha Nen found himself unsatisfied. It was still too slow. Such power was merely sufficient to ensure his safety in the currently stable ninja world. He needed to grow stronger, and these 2 Jonin represented nature's finest gift to him. Concealed on the edge of darkness, Uchiha Nen awaited like a seasoned hunter, patiently biding his time for his prey to fall into his trap. Before he could ascertain their intelligence, he had no intention of confronting the 2 Jonin head-on. Even if he could match them, the likelihood of sustaining severe injuries was high. However, he had not forgotten that he was on a mission. With clues now in hand, he was poised to complete this task and earn the trust of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had to muster every ounce of concentration to ensure that this mission could not fail. The 2 Jonin did not keep Uchiha Nen waiting long. Soon, they appeared at the entrance of the shrine and slowly made their way inside. This brought a sigh of relief from Uchiha Nen, who had just been concerned that the spatial fluctuation would recur, attracting their attention and jeopardizing his ambush. It seemed that fortune was on his side, as the anomaly had not manifested again. The 2 ninjas, bearing the insignia of the Mist Village, stepped into the center of the shrine, surveying their surroundings. One of the Jonin, while scanning the area, voiced his complaints. "Radai, I really don't understand why the village sent us to this desolate place. Everything worth scavenging here was taken long ago." What difference does it make for us to come here again? The other Jonin, scarred and seasoned, reassured him. Akai, it's not that the sensory ninjas stationed on the coast detected the presence of Konoha ninjas who were about to retreat, but recent disturbances have made the village uneasy, prompting them to send us to investigate. After all, this concerns the sealing techniques related to tailed beasts. If we can bring back the sealing techniques and master the complete Jinchuriki, it would undoubtedly earn us great merit. Ha ha, Akai scoffed dismissively. After such a long time, if there were sealing techniques, Konoha would have discovered them by now. Moreover, even if they were found, what difference would it make? The younger generation of the village has been slaughtering each other for years. Our strength has long since diminished compared to the other great nations. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. Both individuals exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as if recalling painful memories. After a prolonged silence, Raida finally spoke again. Well, it seems there are no leads from Akai's side. Let us continue our search in the dark space behind. These two locations are the most likely to yield clues. If we still find nothing, we will have no choice but to capture those two Konoha ninjas. Just ensure that we clean up any traces left behind. Akai silently nodded, his mind still entangled in the earlier dilemma. He then stepped into the darkness that lay behind the rankings. Chapter 33, Assassination of the Jonin Uchiha Nan, utilizing his formidable mental prowess and Sharingan, barely discerned a shadow approaching. Drawing a kunai from his tool pouch, he infused it with chakra, assuming the optimal stance for an attack. Just as Akai stepped into the shadows, his senses overwhelmed, Uchiha Nan sprang into action. He swung the kunai, charged with both lightning and fire chakra, through the air. The darkness trembled slightly as it passed. At the moment the kunai was about to strike Akai, his heart raced. A hazy figure flickered before him, and his instincts screamed a warning, as if his heart might shatter from the intensity. Drawing on his honed battle instincts, Akai unleashed chakra, sidestepping just in time to evade the incoming strike. However, with a harsh sound, the unleashed chakra proved futile, easily cleaved apart as the kunai sliced through his clothing and flesh. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He felt as though his arm, along with a portion of his shoulder, had been severed from his body, blood gushing forth. Before he could react further, Uchiha Nan, sensing that his initial strike had not achieved its full potential, surged forward with explosive chakra, delivering a swift leaf gale kick to Akai's chest. Akai had merely needed to create distance and control his bleeding with chakra to ensure his survival and retain some combat capability. Yet, Uchiha Nan's terrifying kick struck true. Akai's chest caved in, and from his already grievous wound, shattered internal organs spilled forth. His body was propelled backward, crashing into Raida, who was just about to enter the shadows. Uchiha Nan followed Akai's trajectory from the darkness, unleashing another vicious strike at the remaining Jonin. Raida instinctively caught Akai's limp form. Momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had transpired. They had traversed this dark space numerous times without encountering any danger. Little did he know that Akai had merely been a moment faster in entering, resulting in his current state. Yet, being a Jonin, Raida quickly regained his composure in this critical moment. He thrust the incapacitated comrade toward the rapidly approaching enemy, and in an instant, he dashed backward, deftly forming hand seals. Uchiha Nan had not anticipated such ruthless decisiveness from his foe. He swung his kunai again, cleaving Akai's body in two. At that moment, Raida completed his hand seals, his mouth opening as he unleashed a volley of water bullets with the water release, water cannon technique. Uchiha Nan reacted swiftly, slicing through the nearest water bullet with his kunai, retreating to evade the subsequent onslaught. The ground of the Vortex clan's shrine was pierced like tofu by the water bullets. Uchiha Nan, seeing the distance between them increasing, did not sheath his kunai. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals. Just as Raida's follow-up attack approached, he unleashed the water release, water dragon bullet technique. A serpentine water dragon erupted from Raida's mouth, swirling and crashing through the surrounding walls with tremendous force. As the shrine began to collapse, debris raining down, Uchiha Nan completed his hand seals. Fiery orange flames materialized, deepening into a vivid red-white hue, coiling around his kunai. With a single-handed swing, the flames transformed into claw-like tendrils that enveloped the sharp blade, colliding violently with the oncoming water dragon. With a hissing sound, the two forces intertwined. Water extinguishing flame and flame vaporizing water, resulting in a surge of high-temperature steam that melted the crumbling stones of the shrine. The fire claws and water dragon entwined, simultaneously dissipating, leaving behind a billowing cloud of scalding steam that swiftly expanded. The ground beneath them began to melt from the intense heat, prompting Raida to retreat rapidly, distancing himself from the devastation wrought by their jutsu while hastily forming hand seals for his next assault. He was certain that under the terrifying cloak of steam, the enemy would not dare to cross. However, Uchiha did not heed Raida's expectations. He enveloped himself in chakra, recalling his severely damaged kunai from their earlier clash. Relying on his substantial chakra reserves and robust physique, he charged into the seething steam, pushing through the scalding haze. The chakra shield on his body sizzled as the high-temperature steam burned small holes into it. He forced chakra to seal these breaches, but the steam seized upon the opportunity, continually scorching his flesh. His clothing turned to ash amid the oppressive heat. Uchiha Nan's face twisted in agony, his body swelling with painful welts that emitted a faint scent, as if he were on the verge of being cooked. Finally breaking free from the steam, he found himself before Raida, who was just about to complete another jutsu. Raida's expression shifted to one of shock, unable to fathom how Uchiha could withstand such a menacing steam. He pondered the terrifying resilience required to endure such conditions, knowing he himself would not last long in it. But this was not the moment for contemplation. Raida gritted his teeth, suppressing the backlash from his chakra, and completed his technique. Uchiha struck with his kunai, missing, yet he remained undeterred. He followed up with another swing, knowing that such a reckless maneuver was designed to seize the fleeting opportunity. At this point, his opponent had fallen entirely into his rhythm. Defeat was merely a matter of time. As Uchiha had anticipated, Raida could evade the first and second strikes, but he could not escape the third. The already damaged kunai swiftly sliced across Raida's throat. Raida's expression darkened as he faced death, recalling his previous encounters with the legendary Konoha White Fang. The same ferocity and technique, the same terror, though this adversary seemed far less formidable. Had he adhered to the principle that a Konoha White Fang could abandon a mission, he would not have met his end here. Uchiha cradled the kunai before his eyes, gently caressing the weapon that had been his companion for 6 months. Raida's head rolled twice in the air before landing on the ground. The kunai in Uchiha hand shattered with a crack, splintering into countless pieces. After all, for a mere 500,000 taels, it was a bargain. Uchiha was elated to have survived this battle. He approached a flat area not far from the shrine and swiftly dug a large pit with a few punches and kicks. He placed the remnants of the ninja blades within, covering them with earth thereafter. Having completed this task, Uchiha collected the bodies of the 2 missed ninjas and unleashed a torrent of white flames from his mouth, turning them to ashes. After all, elite ninjas were rare across the great nations and easily recognizable. If those few lower ninjas were to witness this and report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could Uchiha explain having dispatched 2 elite ninjas? Had he consumed a forbidden substance? Chapter 34. Numerous doubts yet, as long as he erased their identities, no one would uncover who they were. Despite the remnants of battle still evident, he could assert that he had valiantly triumphed over 2 Chunin. As for the bodies of those Chunin, the ferocity of the skirmish had obliterated them into nothingness. At this moment, Uchiha opened his battle records and glanced at the rewards for defeating the 2 elite ninjas. Kill. Acquire elite level chakra, water attribute nature transformation, pinning collection. Kill. Acquire elite level chakra, Chunin level physical attributes, pinning collection. Uchiha clicked to collect, and instantly, his chakra surged, doubling in strength. This exhilaration made him wonder if he had attained the legendary 1-card chakra. As for the water attribute nature transformation, he remained indifferent. Even if he chose not to collect it, he would soon grasp it himself. Regarding physical attributes, this final straw had finally propelled him to the elite level. He felt that had he possessed such power earlier, the strike he unleashed from the shadows would have been impossible for that mist ninja to evade, ending the battle promptly. Just as Uchiha completed the disposal of corpses and collected his rewards, he noticed the 2 lower ninjas from the Sarutobi clan bouncing towards him. The 2 stared at the smooth pit that had once been the location of the Whirlpool clan's shrine, astonished and trembling as they questioned Uchiha. What happened? I just eliminated 2 unseeing mist Chunin. Uchiha replied calmly. What? You killed 2 Chunin? Sarutobi looked at Uchiha incredulously, swallowing hard. What kind of joke is this? How could this boy from the Uchiha clan, so young, have slain two Chunin? Have those two really lived like dogs all these years? Uchiha then coolly tossed the mist headbands into their hands. After a meticulous examination, they reluctantly accepted the reality. After all, such a terrifying commotion could not have been produced by lower ninjas. Initially, they believed the pit was a result of an explosive tag used by Uchiha Nan. Now, with the evidence of the mist headbands, it was irrefutable that mist ninjas had indeed been present. Furthermore, they could only be Chunin. Anything beyond that was impossible. How absurd. You mean this 7-year-old Uchiha managed to single-handedly deal with two elite mist ninjas? Impossible. If that were true, we should just swallow the mist headbands ourselves. Are you hurt at all? Sarutobi Ja asked, now concerned for Uchiha Nan, his demeanor completely transformed. After all, a ninja spoke through strength. And Uchiha Nan had undeniably demonstrated his prowess at such a tender age. The two were certain that in the future, Uchiha Nan would carve out a place for himself in the ninja world. There was no need to treat him with the disdain typically reserved for children. That would be foolish. Never mind. You two stand aside. Uchiha Nan's indifferent voice rang out again. Yes, yes, they obediently complied. The coldness that had initially unsettled them had now become a natural reflection of a master. Uchiha Nan had no time to ponder their changing attitudes and was wholly unaware of their psychological transformations. Even if he were cognizant, he would only smile at the absurdity of it. His singular focus was to swiftly locate those lower ninjas and conclude this mission. Activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Nan fixed his gaze upon a specific spot in the smooth pit, the location where the wooden door of the Whirlpool clan's shrine once stood. As time passed, a ripple of spatial fluctuation emerged once more, which Uchiha Nan's Sharingan keenly detected. He employed the technique, Hosenka no Tsubaki. This time, devoid of a ninja blade as an attachment, the white flames spread freely, yet remained under his control, striking the spatial fluctuation. The fiery claws penetrated the spatial distortion, gradually prying it open. Before the astonished eyes of the two Sarutobi lower ninjas, a purple portal materialized in place, and Uchiha Nan stepped forward, crossing into it. The two lower ninjas hastily followed. With a shift in perspective, Uchiha Nan's figure reappeared. He opened his Sharingan and gazed skyward, realizing that this place resembled the barrier scroll given to him by the Elder. The walls were adorned with black ceiling characters, forming a circular barrier that loomed overhead, only 3 or 4 times larger than the scroll provided by the Elder. Suddenly, Sarutobi Ja, standing behind Uchiha Nan, spoke up and stepped forward. Uchiha Nan turned to him and noticed a stone platform at the center of the ceiling barrier, beside which lay several ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands. Are these the missing lower ninjas? Uchiha Nan inquired. Yes, indeed, but they seem to be unconscious for some unknown reason. Sarutobi Ja explained as he assisted a comrade to his feet. Uchiha Nan approached and utilized his mental energy to examine the lower ninjas. They are fine. Their consciousness has merely been restricted. If you channel chakra into them, they will awaken shortly. Following his guidance, Sarutobi Ja did so, and the ninja he supported slowly opened his eyes. Ja, where are we? He weakly questioned, looking at his companion for support. At that moment, Uchiha Nan noticed that the newly awakened lower ninja clutched a scroll bearing the Whirlpool emblem. He stepped forward and took hold of the ninja's arm, intending to retrieve the scroll. The lower ninja, sensing Uchiha Nan's intent to seize it, resisted. No. This is the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. However, Sarutobi Ja intervened. This individual was sent by Lord Hokage. It's all right. Reluctantly, the lower ninja opened his hand, allowing Uchiha Nan to take the scroll for examination. Suddenly, a frown crossed Uchiha Nan's brow. The scroll was sealed. Nonetheless, the sealing technique did not appear particularly potent, and Uchiha Nan could easily dismantle it with minimal effort. It seemed as though this seal was not meant to protect the scroll, but rather to verify whether it had ever been activated. Uchiha Nan refrained from forcibly breaking the seal, and instead stowed the scroll in his ninja tool pouch. He circled the entire sealing space, infusing his mental energy into the circular barrier. Coupled with his Sharingan, the more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss. This barrier was not ancient, but rather recently established. It was likely less than a month old. Who had erected this barrier, and for what purpose? Was it merely to ensnare those lower ninjas from Konoha? Puzzled, Uchiha Nan approached the now-awakened lower ninjas before him. How did you come to be here? Faced with Uchiha Nan's Sharingan, The first person to awaken exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. During our patrol, we detected an unusual chakra fluctuation, occasionally shimmering with the energy of sealing techniques. This coincided with the location we have long sought regarding the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. I initially intended to send someone back to report before embarking on an exploration, but unexpectedly, a powerful force of attraction emerged around us. Our strength was insufficient to resist, and in the ensuing chaos, we left behind a message, after which we were all drawn into this place. At first, we remained conscious, but upon grasping the Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll placed at the center of the barrier, we inexplicably lost consciousness. The individual cast a glance at Uchiha Nan and continued, "When I opened my eyes again, you were all here." Chapter 35. Gaining trust. Uchiha Nan furrowed his brow. Their statements appeared impeccably crafted, yet contradicted his findings. To him, this space only possessed basic sealing capabilities sufficient to isolate these lower ninjas from the outside world, but lacking the ability to draw people in as they claimed. This conclusion stemmed from his comparisons with the barrier scroll provided by the Elder, combined with his recent studies of this space. Additionally, he had discovered traces of these ninjas entering the Uzumaki clan's shrine. Though they were cleverly concealed, they could not escape his formidable mental perception. Why then did they insist they were drawn in? Furthermore, this space was established only within the past month. How could there be Uzumaki clan scrolls here? Even if it were a genuine scroll, such a priceless item would not be sealed with such simplistic techniques. Moreover, when that lower ninja responded under the pressure of the Sharingan, his eyes flickered with trepidation. Uchiha Nan surmised that this mission was merely a test, a trial to see if he would examine the sealing scroll and report its contents back to the Uchiha clan. The recently established barrier, the rudimentary scroll, and the unconscious lower ninjas all constituted a challenge set by the third Hokage. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen so readily accepted him. Uchiha Nan had thought his performance was flawless, securing Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust. Now, it seemed, this cunning old fox had his own schemes. Regardless of whether Uchiha Nan's previous conduct was genuine, he now held the scroll coveted by the Uchiha clan. Would he peruse its contents and deliver them to his clan to elevate his status, or would he complete the mission quietly and align himself with the Hokage's faction? Through this bargaining chip of sealing techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen would discern Uchiha Nan's true intentions. Moreover, since Sarutobi Hiruzen could orchestrate such a ruse, he surely had the means to avoid missteps. Uchiha Nan thought, the sealing scroll in his hands was likely a forgery. Truly, he was a wily old fox. It was no wonder Shimura Danzo was so easily manipulated by him. Presently, with memories from 2 lifetimes and his own strength not on the same level as what he displayed before Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was no wonder he could evade the old fox's machinations. Now that the task was complete and the death mask was secured, Uchiha Nan had no desire to linger among the remnants of the Uzumaki clan with these lower ninjas. He directly proposed his departure, informing them they, too, should leave promptly. After all, Kiri Shinobi had dispatched 2 jounin to this area. Should they fail to receive news from these 2 for an extended period, they would suspect something amiss and likely send stronger forces to investigate. Those remaining would be doomed. Under the admiring gazes of several lower ninjas, Uchiha Nan set forth on his journey back to the village. He did not pause along the way, advancing at remarkable speed toward the village. In a swift march, it took him merely a day and a half to reach the Hokage's building. To avoid arousing Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions, he made no stops in the village and headed straight to this location. Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. Uchiha Nan bowed and handed the scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon receiving it, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the lock encasing the scroll. Only after confirming it was intact did he nod in satisfaction. This indicated that Uchiha Nan had not attempted to pry into the contents of the sealing techniques, and that no information had leaked. Simultaneously, it signified that Uchiha Nan had officially passed his assessment and had become a trustworthy individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the scroll in his drawer and turned his serious gaze to Uchiha Nan. Nan, you performed exceptionally well in this mission. I heard you eliminated 2 Kirichunin. What do you think of their strength? Uchiha Nan pondered for a moment before responding. Hokage-sama, although those 2 were my enemies, I cannot deny their formidable strength or their fearless spirit in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Indeed, your assessment is quite fair. Under the policies of the 3rd Mizukage, the number of ninjas in the Land of Water has decreased over the years, yet many elites have emerged. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are also recovering from the wounds of the Second Great Ninja War and growing ever stronger. Although the Land of Wind suffers from resource scarcity, it has fostered an aggressive mindset. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Uchiha Nan, his expression complex as he continued. We, the Land of Fire, while victors of the Second Great Ninja War and blessed with abundant resources and numerous skilled shinobi, have, as a result, become a thorn in the side of other nations. They all seek to carve off a piece of Konoha for themselves. Our situation is akin to a fragile boat in a storm. Uchiha Nan nodded, agreeing with Sarutobi Hiruzen's assessment. Though the third Hokage might appear somewhat lenient in foreign policy, his analysis of the larger picture was astute and incisive. Nan, the purpose of my words is to remind you that while you can currently defeat 2 Chunin alone, such feats hold little weight in the grand scheme of nation-to-nation warfare. Maintain humility and continue to grow. Only then can you protect the village amidst the forthcoming chaos. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Nan displayed an impassioned demeanor, as if overflowing with boundless love for the village and willing to fight to the last breath for its sake. However, internally, he was fervently criticizing, knowing full well Konoha's current predicament, yet allowing Danzo to drive White Fang, a powerhouse, away and continuing to target the Uchiha clan. Truly, he was a remarkable Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, believing he had completely grasped Uchiha Nan. The resources of the village could now be directed toward this ally without reservation. Nan, have you considered the matter regarding my suggestion? Which of the 3 legendary ninjas will you choose as your mentor? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Nan with keen interest, eager to see how this young man would decide. The 3 legendary ninjas were all his carefully trained disciples. Despite their respective flaws, their strength was undeniable. Hokage-sama, I choose Lady Tsunade as my mentor. Uchiha Nan had already made up his mind on whom to select during his journey, having been thoroughly brainwashed by the old toad of Mayamoko Mountain. All thoughts are devoted to finding the savior of the ninja world. Choosing him as a mentor, he either lacks the energy to teach or wanders outside the village aimlessly. Uchiha Nan cannot accept this. Chapter 36, Izuna's Ninja Blade. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having lost his devoted disciple Senju Rope Tree in a devastating explosion, has become utterly disenchanted. He no longer wishes to invest emotions in matters concerning his disciples. His former disciple, Yutaka Azuki, from his original timeline, serves as proof, as Orochimaru had actually placed a cursed seal upon her. The safety concerns are indeed alarming, not to mention the influence of Shimura Danzo's machinations and the shock of Rope Tree's death. Orochimaru has commenced research on the cells of Hashirama and plans to conduct live experiments on comrades from the village in the future. Should he become his disciple, Uchiha Nan would inevitably be implicated when Orochimaru's schemes come to light. Thus, the remaining option, Tsunade Senju, holds the title of Princess of the Land of Fire, which could provide numerous advantages for Uchiha Nan. Her extraordinary strength and medical ninjutsu are highly coveted by Uchiha Nan, not to mention that she is renowned as the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. Uchiha Nan harbors a significant interest in medical ninjutsu. More importantly, her later exhibited technique of creation rebirth is akin to immortality. Furthermore, Tsunade's current affliction with hemophobia presents a clear weakness, making her susceptible to a degree of control by Uchiha Nan. Oh, why? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment. He could never have anticipated that Uchiha Nan would choose Tsunade as a mentor. After all, the animosity between the Uchiha and Senju clans has existed since the Warring States period. He had considered the possibility of Uchiha Nan choosing Orochimaru or Jiraiya, but Tsunade was beyond his contemplation. Uchiha Nan smiled. Lord Hokage, you are surprised that I would select Lady Tsunade as my mentor. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, genuinely intrigued. Uchiha Nan, of course, could not divulge the true reason. Tsunade was easier to control, and instead concocted a plausible explanation. My physical prowess has always been exceptional, and Lady Tsunade's legendary strength techniques are well known throughout the ninja world. They are perfectly suited for me. On another note, while the Uchiha and Senju clan's enmity has been long-standing, the Senju clan has now all but vanished, leaving only Lady Tsunade. I wish to represent the Uchiha clan and finally bring an end to this feud, ensuring that there is no longer any conflict between our clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes at Uchiha Nan. Could such a sentiment truly be expressed by a 7-year-old child? What immense courage this required. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see the shadow of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in Uchiha Nan. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored no further doubts regarding Uchiha Nan, a child endowed with the talents of Uchiha Madara, possessing the will of the first Hokage. How precious indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart surged with excitement. Perhaps this was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him to completely end the chaos of the ninja world. Very well, Nan. You may return home now. I will inform Tsunade of this matter shortly and have her reach out to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly to Uchiha Nan, harboring no lingering resentment towards him or the Uchiha clan. It is worth noting that he had never extended such absolute trust even to his former companion, Uchiha Kagami. Upon returning home from the Hokage building, Uchiha Nan discovered that Kakashi had already moved out. What on earth? What is the need for this? Such a stubborn fool. Moving away just because we can't execute missions together? However, Uchiha Nan had no time to confront Kakashi. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He first opened the window of his bedroom, then retrieved a special scroll tied with a crimson ribbon from his ninja scrolls. Upon unfurling it, he took out a unique ink and inscribed upon the scroll that he had gained the trust of the Hokage and had become Tsunade Senju's disciple. Uchiha Nan intended to activate a secret technique to send this letter. Yet, after some thought, he added an inquiry about the damage to his ninja blade and whether there were any high-quality ninja blades available. After completing this, Uchiha Nan activated the secret technique, and a white dove emerged from the scroll, flying out through the window's gap. This was a secret method of delivering messages within the ninja world, highly regarded for its discreet nature. This method had previously appeared in anime as well. For years, Uchiha Nan had employed this technique to avoid detection by Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding his connection with the Elder, minimizing opportunities for direct encounters. As expected, not long after, the messenger dove returned, landing upon the blank scroll, upon which a flurry of text immediately appeared. I have been informed. You have done excellently, truly worthy of being my chosen one. The message began with a wave of self-praise, prompting Uchiha Nan to roll his eyes. You can confidently pursue whatever you desire, but to avoid suspicion from the third Hokage, I will not prevent our clan members from causing you trouble when news of your apprenticeship with Tsunade spreads. In fact, I may even encourage it to lend authenticity to the situation. Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. On one hand, it would enhance the credibility of the situation, and on the other, he wished to engage with formidable members of his clan to elevate his Sharingan rank. After all, the Tsutomu Sharingan had lost much of its utility for him. Uchiha Nan continued reading. Regarding the ninja blades you mentioned, I do possess a few, but they are merely of ordinary quality and do not qualify as extraordinary weapons. If you wish, I can gift you a few. But if they do not meet your standards, I also have a piece of information. Uchiha Nan frowned at this information, for the quality of ordinary ninja blades was indeed lacking. Should one be damaged in battle, the consequences would be intolerable for Uchiha Nan. He continued to examine the message left by the elder. Beneath the Nanga shrine lies a sealed ninja blade, a weapon left behind by Lord Izuna that will undoubtedly meet all your requirements. However, this blade has claimed countless lives and is steeped in blood, having developed its own consciousness and become difficult to control. Over the years, many have sought to claim it, but all have been powerless to do so, leaving it to remain in the depths of the Nanga shrine. Since you are in need of a blade, perhaps you should go and take a look. If it is meant for you, there is a possibility you could subdue it. The blade left behind by Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Nan muttered to himself. If this were true, it would indeed align perfectly with his needs, with nothing else demanding his attention. Uchiha Nan resolved to investigate this blade and set off towards the depths of the Nanga shrine. Along the way, Uchiha Nan remained vigilant, striving to avoid encounters with clan members. Relying on his considerable strength, which was already esteemed among the elite, he navigated safely to the Nanga shrine. Chapter 37. Demon Slayer. Uchiha Nan pushed open the tightly shut wooden door of the Nanga shrine, slipping inside and closing the door behind him. This was his first visit to this place, as he previously lacked the qualifications to enter during clan meetings. Uchiha Nan continued onward, undeterred. Before my eyes lay rows of meditation cushions on either side, with a wall adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem at the front. Below this wall stood a tall chair. Following the elder's guidance, Uchiha Nan circled around to the wall. Passing through an arched doorway, he entered a dimly lit hall. Flickering candles adorned the walls on either side, casting their feeble light upon the floor. Constructed from massive stone blocks, he navigated to the center of the hall, adhering to the positions inscribed by the elder, and paused before a unique tile emblazoned with the Uchiha emblem, lightly tapping it twice with his toes. A crackling sound ensued as the underground mechanism began to stir. The special tile levitated, releasing a pungent, acrid odor from an opening below. Uchiha Nan waved his sleeve to disperse the noxious air and descended the stone-carved steps, covering a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Once his feet returned to solid ground, he conjured 2 fireballs, igniting the torches flanking the steps. The underground space was illuminated, revealing a nearly square stone tablet with rounded edges. Could this be the stone left by the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Nen refrained from approaching the altered tablet. Realizing he lacked the key to view it, his Sharingan, he turned and walked back towards the staircase, feeling along the wall until his hand grasped a protrusion which he gently twisted. With a series of clicks, the tile ahead once again lifted, this time releasing a heavy scent of blood. Frowning, Uchiha Nen stepped closer to investigate, finding a dark expanse below. A few green orbs of light floated sporadically in the air. Were these the blades of Uchiha Izuna? Quite intriguing. Unfazed by the sight, Uchiha Nen leaned forward and leapt into the darkened chamber. He landed steadily on the ground, aided by the faint green glow, and barely discerned a raised stone platform ahead, upon which rested a katana. He exhaled 2 fireballs, hoping to illuminate the room, but to his surprise, the flames extinguished within a second, their radiance confined to a minuscule area, yielding no substantial information. He refused to believe that ordinary flames were ineffective, attributing the failure to their insufficient size. Resolutely, he formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of fiery orange flames. The inferno twisted the air around it, yet the previous constraints remained. The light emitted still confined within its own boundaries, and the flames themselves began to flicker out. Uchiha Nen furrowed his brow, channeling his affinity for fire while his vast chakra surged within him. The orange flames in the subterranean space gradually shifted to a brilliant white. A whisper echoed in Uchiha Nan's ear, but he paid it no heed. You say it is enough, but I will not coddle this voice. The blinding inferno surged forth uncontrollably. The katana on the stone platform lifted as if moved by an unseen force, emanating a powerful chakra, and cleaved downwards 3 times. The resulting scars formed an X shape, colliding fiercely with the sea of flames. As the terrifying aftermath threatened to erupt, the strange force that had previously stifled the flames surged within the underground space, extinguishing both the fire and the blade's energy. Young man, do not let your temper flare. Simply activate your Sharingan, and I will not harm you. Uchiha Nen smirked disdainfully. If my temper is not flaring, then how can I be called a young man? Nevertheless, he activated his double Tomo Sharingan, for he had come seeking a formidable weapon, not to engage in a contest with the entities within this place. If negotiations faltered, he could always resort to force. His eyes glowed a crimson hue, illuminating the previously darkened space with clarity. He then beheld the levitating katana alongside a shadowy figure draped in a black robe. Young man, did no one inform you of the rules before you arrived here? The ethereal figure spoke with a tone of exasperation. Uchiha Nen hesitated, recalling the elder's extensive notes, which had included a mention of activating the Sharingan. However, he had found the elder's lengthy instructions tedious, only skimming for the route, and had neglected to read the details regarding respect and the declaration of Uchiha will. Are you Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Nen awkwardly redirected the conversation, curiosity piqued by the striking resemblance of the figure to the Izuna he had seen in anime. Surely this could not be the same individual. Had he not perished long ago? The specter did not respond directly to Uchiha Nan's inquiry, but instead expressed discontent. Child, did no one teach you that directly invoking an ancestor's name is a sign of disrespect? Only those stronger than I can earn my respect. And it is evident you do not fall into that category. Uchiha Nen calmly retorted, Well done, young one. You exhibit the true spirit of the Uchiha clan. Surprisingly, the spectral figure did not show anger, but instead complimented him. You have come here, I presume, for the demon slayer, this very weapon? Indeed. It is said that acquiring this sword is quite challenging, Uchiha Nan replied, stepping closer to face the apparition. No, for you, it is quite simple. The figure declared with interest, observing the boy before him. Many sought this sword, but their failures stemmed from their lack of talent. They could not meet the standards left by Uchiha Izuna. Yet you are different. At such a young age, You have awakened your double Tomo Sharingan and possess considerable strength. Even if Uchiha Izuna were to return, he could not be excessively harsh on you. Uchiha Nen nodded. His talent was widely recognized, a testament to his relentless perseverance. But I still cannot allow you to take it. Chapter 38. The breakthrough of mental strength. Uchiha Nen furrowed his brow, puzzled by the implication of being toyed with, and prepared to confront the figure. Wait, let me finish, the apparition urged, noticing the change in Uchiha Nen's demeanor. Regarding your earlier question, I can now clarify. I am not Uchiha Izuna. I am merely a collective consciousness of those he defeated in life, amalgamated with a fragment of Izuna's own awareness. I now exist alongside the demon slayer. In essence, I am the sword, and the sword is me. So what? Uchiha Nen shrugged. What exactly are you trying to convey? Do you not comprehend? The figure's brow furrowed. I have attained existence. I can no longer be controlled by anyone. The previously translucent visage of the apparition morphed into a series of pale faces, its form rippling like water. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable, and Uchiha Nen had begun to comprehend this truth. The sword, Demon Slayer, was a companion blade of Uchiha Izuna, imbued with a fragment of his consciousness prior to his demise. It was intended to be passed down to a talented descendant of the Uchiha clan, yet during this interval, the lingering consciousness he left behind became tainted by the remnants of those slain by the Demon Slayer. This fusion gave rise to the entity before him, neither human nor ghost, yearning to break free from control. Uchiha Nen had no intention of relinquishing such a formidable weapon. He had already witnessed its power firsthand. Should he acquire this blade, wielding the White Fang technique, even a shadow-level adversary would not stand a chance against him. The words of Uchiha Nen seemed to provoke the entity, or perhaps it was the prior skirmish that drained its energy. The phantom had completely lost control, its visage morphing incessantly. The clarity it once possessed had been entirely consumed by the hatred of those enemies vanquished by Uchiha Izuna. Its singular desire now was to annihilate the Uchiha clan. With a swift motion, the phantasmal figure, wielding the Demon Slayer, unleashed a devastating slash. The chakra-infused blade cut a deep gash into the ground, aimed directly at Uchiha Nen. He remained motionless, the blade's energy cleaving through him, reducing him to two fragments of stone. This technique, the body substitute, had been seldom used since he became a ninja, as it was merely a simple diversion, effective only against those lacking combat experience. However, the phantom, now frenzied and devoid of rationality, was precisely countered by the body substitute. While it reveled in the thought of slaying the Uchiha child, Uchiha Nen had already moved behind the phantom. With a flourish, he unleashed the lightning release, Thunderbolt. Terrifying arcs of electricity erupting from his very pores, dispelling the surrounding darkness and leaving scorched marks upon the earth. As the lightning coalesced before him, it formed a brilliant silver spear. A scent of singed air wafted through the atmosphere. With a snap of his fingers, Uchiha Nen propelled the silver spear towards the laughing phantom. It pierced effortlessly through the phantom's chest, akin to a hot knife through butter, erupting in a dazzling display of electrical brilliance. The violent sparks created craters upon the stone ground. The phantom shuddered violently, as pale visages began to detach from its form. The electric assault not only inflicted damage but also dispersed the chaotic consciousness enveloping it. In its final moments of realization that destruction awaited, the Demon Slayer pivoted, fixing its gaze upon Uchiha Nen. You have obliterated my last hope. I shall ensure your suffering in return. The phantom cast aside all remnants of the pale faces within, brandishing the Demon Slayer as it lunged towards Uchiha Nen. As the blade approached, Uchiha Nen remained unperturbed. This was merely the entity's last desperate attempt. The force behind it was inconsequential. With both hands united, he effortlessly clamped the Demon Slayer between his palms, his lips curling into a faint smirk as flickering crimson flames began to emerge, poised to extinguish the phantom entirely. Yet, in this moment of supposed demise, the phantom erupted into a maniacal laugh, detaching itself from the blade and lunging at Uchiha Nen. Startled, he relinquished the Demon Slayer, allowing it to plunge into the ground. Swiftly, he summoned his mental energy, locating the entity within his mindscape. In tandem, the phantom also discerned Uchiha Nen's presence, exclaiming, "Little brat, you've come just in time for me to annihilate your consciousness. This body of boundless potential shall be mine." To the phantom, despite the child's evident prowess, he was merely 7 years old, thus incapable of possessing significant mental strength. Yet, the phantom was a construct of pure mental energy. While it may have faltered in the physical realm against Uchiha Nan, within the confines of the mental space, it believed it could easily obliterate him. Transforming into a gaping maw, the phantom lunged at Uchiha Nan. With a disdainful smile, he thought it foolish to engage in a battle of mental prowess. In an instant, Uchiha Nan vanished, leaving the phantom to bite at nothingness. "You cannot escape, little brat. Come forth and meet your demise," it bellowed in frustration. "Why hide?" A resounding voice echoed, reverberating throughout the entire mental domain. The phantom, bewildered, gazed upward. A colossal skeletal giant, wreathed in blood-red chakra, descended with overwhelming force. The massive skeletal hand struck downwards with terrifying might. "Impossible. Susanoo, how can your mental power be so formidable?" The phantom screamed in astonishment. Paralyzed by the looming dread of its impending doom, the hand descended with cataclysmic force, leaving an imprint in the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The phantom was obliterated, dissipating into remnants of information that fused with Uchiha Nan's mental space, enhancing his mental power and expanding his consciousness. "You were truly courting death," Uchiha Nan observed, lightly landing on the ground. The Susanoo dissipated into threads of crimson energy, vanishing from sight. With his peak Chunin-level mental energy, the already severely weakened phantom stood no chance against him. Not only had it failed to inflict harm, but it had inadvertently propelled his mental strength beyond the threshold of the Jonin level. In the subterranean realm, Uchiha Nan opened his eyes, retrieving the soulless demon slayer from the ground. He wielded it, executing a few graceful swings. The air sang with the sound of slicing, leaving traces upon the ground and walls. A fine blade, without the infusion of chakra, it can still deliver such caliber of attack. Truly, a treasure. Chapter 39. The great ninja Tsunade Uchiha Nan, grasping the demon slayer, cleaved through a stone pedestal to retrieve its sheath, securing it with a specially crafted cord across his back. Once this was accomplished, he turned his attention to the fragments of consciousness that had manifested in his mind. He infused his newly elevated mental power into these fragments and witnessed a scene of a child resembling Uchiha Izuna, frolicking with another child bearing a striking resemblance, yet exuding an imposing aura. He observed the child diligently training in ninjutsu as he matured. He saw the child honing his swordsmanship at a waterhole and engaging in combat with a white-haired adversary, wielding the demon slayer. After discarding the unnecessary portions, Uchiha Nan meticulously examined Uchiha Izuna's memories regarding swordsmanship. As time flowed steadily, he opened his eyes, emanating a sharp aura. This review of Uchiha Izuna's expertise in swordsmanship had granted him a novel understanding of the Konoha blade technique, enabling him to make adjustments based on his own capabilities. He believed that with further training, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly witness significant advancement. Having departed from the Nana shrine, Uchiha Nan sent a message to the elder and set forth towards the residence of Hitaki Kakashi. As the figure of Uchiha Nan continued to leap across the rooftop, he discovered Kakashi fishing by the pond. "What brings you here?" Kakashi remained still, resembling an old man, his gaze fixed intently on the bobber floating on the water's surface. In truth, he was quite anxious, knowing that Uchiha Nan had come looking for him due to his sudden departure. "You have quite a nerve, Kakashi. Who told you to move out on your own?" Uchiha Nan was furious, and if he did not receive a satisfactory explanation today, he vowed that Kakashi would not see the sun rise again. Embarrassed, Kakashi scratched his head, desperately searching for excuses in his mind. "Well, I moved out to prepare for the Chunin exams, to train without distractions," he said with a face full of conviction, as if it were the absolute truth. "Is that so?" Uchiha Nan glared at him with a fierce expression. Yet, he said nothing further and sat down beside Kakashi by the pond. Even if he passed, Uchiha Nan understood that Kakashi, being the child of Shomu, would face scrutiny from others who feared that he might impede Uchiha Nan's ambition to become Hokage. Moreover, during his time in the Hokage building, Kakashi had declared in front of the third Hokage that he did not need companions, which was why he had moved out. But perhaps this was for the best, as he would later train with Tsunade, sometimes embarking on missions that would keep him away from home for extended periods. The two might not see each other for a long time, and Kakashi staying at his house felt rather awkward. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, creating ripples on its surface, while Kakashi remained transfixed by the fish in the pond. Uchiha Nan lay back on the ground, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Time passed, though he could not tell how long had elapsed. "Kakashi, I will be watching you during the Chunin exams, so don't fail." The serene moments continued to drift by, and Uchiha Nen had spent half a month resting at home. During this time, aside from training and honing his ninjutsu and swordsmanship, he had been studying the nature transformations of chakra. Nature transformation refers to the manifestation of a specific type of chakra during its use, which can coalesce into different symbolic objects and incorporate various elemental chakra for more substantial applications. For instance, Naruto infused his wind chakra transformation into his Rasengan, creating the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Kakashi transformed his lightning chakra, evolving it from Raikiri into Chidori. Uchiha Nen had recently acquired the water nature transformation from a ninja of the Mist Village. During this period of leisure, he successfully mastered the fire nature transformation, utilizing his innate affinity for it. As Uchiha Nen's strength grew, the destructive power of his ninjutsu escalated, rendering his home inadequate for experimentation. Thus, he spent some money to rent a training ground on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan territory, enclosing it with walls to contain the commotion within. Today, Uchiha Nen practiced the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, which originally required a ninja blade as a medium. However, after mastering the fire nature transformation, he could now manifest it as a solid, colossal claw at will. The blazing white fire claw pressed down onto the ground, leaving behind a massive claw print filled with molten rock. Not bad, kid. You've grasped nature transformation quite well. Uchiha Nen swiftly turned, alert and cautious, towards the source of the voice. There stood a female ninja with short blonde hair, clad in a green windbreaker, her chest puffed out, exuding elegance as she perched atop the training ground's wall, eyeing Uchiha Nen with ill intent. Oh, Uchiha Nen observed carefully, confirming that this was Tsunade, who had not yet reached her peak during the Great Ninja era. What perverse thoughts are you entertaining, kid? Tsunade erupted in anger. Having noticed Uchiha Nen's gaze lingering on her chest, she had previously enjoyed a hedonistic life in the village, reveling in bliss, but was forcefully assigned a disciple by the third Hokage, one from the Uchiha clan, no less. Initially, she intended to refuse, but she could not withstand the old man's obstinate attitude, coupled with his praises for this Uchiha boy's talents. Claiming he could rival Uchiha Madara and had a heart as noble as the first Hokage's, wishing to end the feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Thus, after half a month without alcohol, she reluctantly agreed to come and check on him out of sheer boredom. Little did she anticipate witnessing the boy's terrifying talent. By the age of 7, he had already mastered nature transformation. However, she also perceived Uchiha Nen's lecherous gaze, which ignited her violent temper, exacerbated by her resentment towards being saddled with a disciple by the third Hokage. In a flash, she lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick towards Uchiha Nen. Ouch! Realizing the tremendous force behind her kick, Uchiha Nen swiftly evaded the spot. The ground trembled violently, rocks flew in all directions, and dust swirled, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The earth heaved and rolled, sending shockwaves outward, causing the surrounding walls to collapse entirely. Damn it! Uchiha Nen lamented. Feeling a pang of pain, this was his rented space, and the damage would certainly demand compensation. He glared at Tsunade, emerging from the smoke, frustration boiling within him. Rapidly forming hand seals, he unleashed lightning release, thunderclap. Violet lightning erupted from Uchiha Nen's body, coalescing into a spear that shot towards Tsunade. The energy amassed within the lightning was formidable, racing towards her face, yet she neither dodged nor flinched. Channeling her chakra, she raised her arm and struck, shattering the lightning spear effortlessly. The lightning scattered, leaving traces on the already ravaged ground. Chapter 40. Tsunade's predicament. Uchiha Nen understood that such a B-rank ninjutsu was of little use against a powerhouse of her caliber. He had already devised a new plan. Hastily forming hand seals for water release, great waterfall technique. An endless torrent of water gushed from Uchiha Nen's mouth, surging towards Tsunade. To contain the battlefield and prevent the water from spreading, he also employed earth release, earth wall technique, erecting walls around the area to contain the flowing water. Facing the oncoming tidal wave, Tsunade effortlessly swung her fist, as if merely stretching her arm, splitting the water as if it were mere paper. Uchiha Nen disregarded her, continuing to form hand seals with fervor. This time, it took him a bit longer. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water from the previous great waterfall technique surged upwards, coalescing into a vivid, lifelike dragon. Moreover, due to the advantage gained from the earlier technique. Uchiha then summoned multiple water dragons, each extending over 10 meters, their upper bodies poised to strike at Tsunade while their lower halves remained submerged in the pool, constantly replenishing their water supply. Interesting, the kid has mastered water nature transformation as well. Tsunade stood atop the water's surface, facing the spiraling water dragons. With powerful punches, she shattered each one into droplets, returning to the pool, yet the effect was minimal. The water dragons seemed endless, continuously drawing water from the pool to regenerate. It appeared to be a test of endurance, a battle of attrition. Enough already, you insufferable brat. Tsunade, exasperated by the incessant water dragons, gathered her chakra at her feet, preparing to retaliate. With a powerful kick, the ground trembled beneath her. Bang! This time, Tsunade restrained her strength, directing it solely at the surface of the water, causing it to shatter under her immense force. The water dragon struggled to maintain its form, dissipating into the air as the entire pool erupted, sending droplets cascading through the sky like a curtain. Suddenly, Tsunade furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual aura, and turned her gaze towards Uchiha Nan. There stood the young boy, a smile stretching across his face, sending a shiver down Tsunade's spine. Full power discharge. Uchiha Nan transformed all his chakra into lightning nature chakra, unleashing it upon the falling raindrops through a ninjutsu technique. Crackling sounds filled the air as the training ground illuminated with a brilliant flash of lightning. The descending raindrops coalesced into a torrential downpour, drenching Tsunade as they fell. Amidst the scattered rain, there was an ethereal beauty. Yet the lightning technique also enveloped her entire being, sending tingling currents coursing through her. With Uchiha Nan's conscious control, the electric currents surged through the rain towards Tsunade, placing her in a peculiar state as her body swayed amidst the rain and lightning. Enough already, you little brat. Uchiha Nan was relentless, having destroyed his property, demanding she cease her actions. He continued to release chakra until his reserves dipped to a critical level, at which point he finally stopped. Tsunade lay on the ground, her body twitching uncontrollably, seemingly devoid of any resistance, as if she could be molded at will. Enough with the act. As one of the legendary three, it's far too simple to defeat you. Furthermore, if you wish to pretend, at least do so convincingly. There's not a singed hair on your head, Uchiha Nan remarked, his lips curling in disdain. He was aware of his own strength. Even if Tsunade suffered from hemophobia and hadn't fought in a long time, she shouldn't be so easily subdued, particularly not someone of her prowess in taijutsu. How boring. Why are you being so cautious, you little brat? Tsunade shook off her daze, pushing herself up with one hand, wiping her soot-stained face. She had merely felt a slight numbness from the attack, her body's control diminished, but not severely harmed. Tsunade fixed her gaze on Uchiha Nan once more. You are quite powerful for someone of your age. You could be considered an elite jonin. Why then? Would you choose me as your teacher? I doubt I have much to impart to you. Regardless, Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Nan pointed at the ravaged training ground. You've demolished my home, and now I demand either compensation or you shall serve as my teacher. You wouldn't want me to report your malicious assault on a student to the third Hokage, would you? Uchiha Nan was genuinely upset. He had simply been training in the training ground without provoking anyone. His teacher, already late by half a month, had attacked him on their first meeting. Not only that, but she had irrationally destroyed the space he had rented, costing him a significant amount of money. Tsunade had to pay for this loss, and he had initially intended to leverage her identity for some matters. However, now, he would not let her off the hook easily. That insufferable little brat. No wonder the Uchiha clan is so detestable. Tsunade seethed at the mention of compensation, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She knew she had been in the wrong for damaging someone else's property. Although the boy's annoying gaze had provoked her, he was still just a child. After pondering, she realized that if she merely paid a sum of compensation, she could avoid the hassle of teaching this bothersome brat. It seemed a fair trade. She could endure a few days of hunger to settle this matter. Moreover, since it was the insufferable brat making the demands, she wouldn't have to worry about future repercussions from the third Hokage. It appeared that this troublesome child had inadvertently done her a favor. Turning to Uchiha Nan, her tone softened slightly as she patted her chest and waved her hand. Speak, how much do I owe you? I'll pay you to prevent any rumors of me bullying a child from spreading. Uchiha Nan grinned widely, raising his left hand with fingers splayed. 500,000 ryo. Such a trivial sum. I shall settle this for you. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, reaching into her bulging pocket to retrieve the money. Uchiha Nen shook his head, extending his fingers again. 5 million ryo. That's more like it. Little brat, you're pushing it. Tsunade felt a pang of regret. If she paid this sum, she would have to scrimp and save for the rest of the month. Most importantly, it would mean no money for sake. While she had indeed inherited wealth from the Senju clan, much of it had been lost through her gambling. If it weren't for some business left behind by her ancestors providing a steady income, she would have long since perished from starvation. Now, having to part with 5 million ryo, Tsunade gritted her teeth, thinking, fine, to rid myself of this little brat. What's 5 million ryo? I could always visit the third Hokage's residence for meals and use the rest for sake. Just as Tsunade resigned herself to compensation, Uchiha Nen spoke again. Chapter 41, Trembling Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you are one of the legendary three, a renowned figure in the ninja world, and yet you are haggling with a beggar? What I demand is 50 million ryo. Uchiha Nen approached Tsunade, his fingers pointing insistently towards her face. 50 million ryo, not a single ryo less. You insolent brat. Why don't you go rob someone? 50 million ryo is worth more than I am. Tsunade's fury erupted, her chest swelling with indignation. Her demeanor resembling that of a giant beast ready to pounce, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Nen. Lady Tsunade, this is my ancestral home, a repository of the thoughts and deeds of my forebears, invaluable to my lineage. It is not merely a matter of a building. If you offer less than this amount today, I shall go to the third Hokage and demand that he transfer the Senju clan's ancestral home to me. Though it was a house he rented, Tsunade was unaware, believing his words to be absolute. Uchiha Nen spoke passionately, spittle flying as he addressed her. Tsunade faced him defiantly. How long would it take her to earn 50 million ryo? Even if she had it, she would never part with it for this Uchiha brat. The realization dawned upon her. She would have no choice but to accept her fate and take this brat as her disciple. Tsunade chided herself for acting impulsively, allowing this child to exploit her moment of weakness. Yet, a new thought crossed her mind. If she became this boy's master, he would have to comply with her commands. If he disobeyed, it would not be her failure to teach, but his lack of diligence. Moreover, her meals would be secured, as it was only natural for a disciple to honor their master. As she contemplated, a smile blossomed on Tsunade's face, feeling that perhaps taking on a disciple wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Lady Tsunade, what are you pondering? You seem lost in thought. Uchiha Nen observed the foolish expression on Tsunade's face and could not help but voice his sarcasm. He questioned whether this Tsunade had indeed gone awry. Upon hearing Uchiha Nen's voice, Tsunade immediately straightened her face, wiped the corners of her mouth, and placed her hands on her hips, declaring, Little brat, from this day forth, I shall be your master. When I instruct you to go east, you must not venture west. When I command you to eat, you shall not drink water. From now on, your duty will be to oversee my daily meals, and you must ensure there is good wine. Do you understand? Uchiha Nen, upon hearing these words, gazed at Tsunade with a languid expression. Are you teaching a disciple or merely seeking a servant? Each word struck Tsunade's heart, causing her to chuckle awkwardly. Do not mind it, little brat. Come with me. Today, I shall teach you your first lesson. A sense of foreboding washed over Uchiha Nen. He felt he had made a grave mistake, inadvertently falling into a trap. Together, they arrived at a wooded area on the outskirts of Konoha. Little brat, since you have chosen me as your master, I shall teach you earnestly. Although Tsunade had initially harbored thoughts of revenge against Uchiha Nen, she would not take the teaching lightly. Before commencing, they would go through the formalities of a ninja introduction. I am Senju Tsunade. My interests lie in dice games and fine wine, and my lifelong dream is to have an unending supply of liquor. I specialize in combat techniques and medical ninjutsu. And you, little brat? Uchiha Nen, after listening to Tsunade's introduction, shook his head inwardly. Your dream of an endless supply of wine is, in fact, a dream of endless wealth, is it not? That way, you could remain forever in the gambling dens. Lady Tsunade, I am Uchiha Nen, an orphan with a fondness for women, and my dream is to become Hokage. Indeed, becoming Hokage was Uchiha Nen's aspiration, albeit a modest one at this stage, with grander dreams lying ahead that he preferred not to disclose just yet. Upon hearing those familiar words, Tsunade's heart trembled, and her gaze grew frantic. Neglecting to inquire further about Uchiha Nen's interests, the memories of her brother, Rope Tree, and the scene of their tragic demise resurfaced, along with the vivid imagery of blood and its acrid scent, strikingly real. No, Noah. Tsunade clasped her hands over her head, crouching on the ground as her body trembled uncontrollably. Lady Tsunade, what is wrong? Is it that serious? Uchiha Nen asked, watching Tsunade in distress. He was aware of her hemophobia, but never anticipated it would escalate to such an extent. Could it be that his earlier mention of dreams had provoked her? Yet, Naruto had spoken of such aspirations before without inciting such a reaction. What Uchiha Nen did not realize was that Tsunade, having endured a long journey through the ninja world, had seen her mental scars somewhat fade over time. However, the deaths of Rope Tree and Dan were still fresh in her mind, and she had yet to emerge from that pain, merely numbing herself with alcohol within the village. Seeing Tsunade's continued trembling, Uchiha Nen approached her, crouched down, and opened his arms to embrace her. The softness of her body and the fragrant scent enveloped him. At that moment, Uchiha Nen harbored no ill thoughts, but only a sense of compassion for the woman in his arms. He gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, offering reassurances. It's all right. Everything will be fine. Through Uchiha Nen's persistent efforts, Tsunade's trembling gradually ceased, and she regained her composure. As Uchiha Nen looked down at her, he noticed her eyes shimmering with tears. Rope Tree, is that you? Sister misses you dearly. Tsunade murmured in Uchiha Nen's warm embrace, voicing her longing. It is I who failed you. Dear brother, I should not have sent you to battle. Are you still angry with me? As if waiting for a response that never came, Tsunade's body began to tremble once more. Uchiha Nen sighed and tightened his embrace. Sister, I do not blame you truly. You must gather your strength. Hearing her brother's words, Tsunade's body jolted, and she sat up, pulling Uchiha Nen into her embrace, pressing his head firmly against her bosom. The sudden pressure left Uchiha Nen gasping for air. As he attempted to struggle free, he found himself further enveloped in her softness. Do not leave, Rope Tree. Stay with me. What could Uchiha Nen do but remain ensconced in this blissful cocoon? He could only hope that once Tsunade regained her senses, she would not turn against him. Thankfully, he was resilient enough to withstand the situation without fear of suffocation, lest he become the first casualty of the ninja world through such a peculiar demise. Chapter 42. Embarrassed Tsunade. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Just as Uchiha Nen felt himself drifting into a dreamlike slumber, he sensed a tremor around him, jolting him awake. He lifted his head to meet Tsunade's eyes, which were swollen from tears yet flushed with color. As the pressure on his chest dissipated, Tsunade noticed the dampness on her bosom from Uchiha Nen's prolonged breath, instantly feeling a wave of embarrassment and irritation. This was her first intimate encounter with a man. You little brat, go die? Tsunade exclaimed, delivering a punch to Uchiha Nen's chest. The sound of air being sliced filled the air, and the force of her strike sent him crashing into a nearby tree, which splintered upon impact. Fortunately, Tsunade was aware that her earlier actions had been misguided, and thus the force of her blow was not severe. Uchiha Nen, though disheveled, suffered no real harm. As he rose, brushing off the dust and shaking loose the leaves from his hair, he approached Tsunade once more. Throughout the approach, Uchiha Nen maintained a stoic expression, keen to observe whether Tsunade would feel embarrassed for her prior actions. As he drew nearer, Tsunade recalled the events that had transpired during her moment of vulnerability, realizing that she had been the one to pull Uchiha Nen into her embrace. The recollection made her wish to retreat, yet she found herself unable to do so. The more she reflected on her actions, the redder her cheeks became. Internally chastising herself, Tsunade thought, how could I have acted in such a manner? It was only when Uchiha Nen stood beside her, gazing intently, that she could no longer endure the scrutiny. What are you staring at, little brat? Yes, I was at fault. Are you satisfied now? After uttering those words, she lowered her head, resembling a deflated balloon. Uchiha Nen shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Lady Tsunade, may we commence today's lesson? Upon hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback and glanced at Uchiha Nen, a smile creeping onto her lips. Well, at least you're perceptive enough, little brat. I suppose I shall abandon my earlier plans to tease you. With her back turned to Uchiha Nen, Tsunade wiped the traces of tears from her face before turning around, her expression stern once more. It was as if the woman who had wept in Uchiha Nen's arms was a different person entirely. Little brat, given your current abilities, there is little I can teach you regarding ninjutsu. What I can impart to you are various experiences from executing missions and potential traps one might encounter. It is imperative that you heed this advice, for we ninjas are inherently fragile beings. Even a seasoned jonin may fall victim to traps laid by subordinates due to a moment of negligence. At this juncture, Tsunade's spirit once again waned as her thoughts drifted to her late brother. Yet, recalling the recent events, she cast a fleeting glance at the reluctant young boy. Uchiha Nen remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, quietly listening as Tsunade elaborated on the myriad situations one might face during missions. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy after merely 6 months, Uchiha Nen had partnered with Kakashi for missions, lacking formal training in this regard. Tsunade's presence served to remedy this deficiency. Consequently, he did not grow impatient with her imparting this basic knowledge. Rather, he diligently noted down the life-saving insights. Observing his earnestness, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. This boy was markedly different from the typical Uchiha, who solely focused on combat. Coupled with the previous events, she had come to accept him as her disciple from the depths of her heart. As the sun began to set, Tsunade concluded her lengthy discourse, glancing at the time with a hint of embarrassment. "Come, young one, as your mentor today, I shall treat you to a fine meal." Uchiha Nen inwardly scoffed, thinking it was merely an excuse to express gratitude for the earlier incident, akin to Kakashi's stubbornness. Tsunade led Uchiha Nen to a bustling barbecue restaurant in the heart of Konoha, appearing to muster great resolve before adopting a generous demeanor. "Let us go in, young one. Today, indulge yourself. I shall cover the bill." Uchiha Nen was bemused, questioning the need for such theatrics over a simple meal. Once seated and presented with the menu, he understood Tsunade's earlier expression of concern. The exquisite illustrations depicted lamb priced at a staggering 100,000 ryo per kilogram and beef at 150,000 ryo. To put this into perspective, Uchiha Nen had once earned a maximum of 50,000 ryo for completing a D-rank mission. Surely, this establishment was extorting money. He glanced at Tsunade, who was intently watching him, perhaps wary of him ordering excessively in retaliation. Amused, Uchiha Nen discreetly gestured to the server, suggesting they consider another restaurant due to the exorbitant prices. However, Tsunade resolutely shook her head. "Do not worry, just order freely. It is merely a meal." It was not the monetary value that concerned her, but rather the impending reduction in her monthly indulgences and the luxury of her lifestyle after this extravagant meal. Uchiha Nen symbolically ordered dishes for two, and in the intervals between the arrival of the food, he cautiously inquired, "Tsunade-sama, are you feeling all right today? If you're unwell, we can take a break. I wouldn't mind." Tsunade shook her head. "I am fine. I prefer not to dwell on those matters. But as long as no extraordinary circumstances arise, I can teach you, young one." Uchiha Nen nodded in silence as they began to relish the delicious offerings brought by the server. It must be said that the establishment justified its high prices with exceptional flavors. Perhaps due to unique sourcing, the meat was remarkably fresh and flavorful, with no discernible flaws apart from its steep cost, evident from Tsunade's pained expression at checkout. After exiting the restaurant, Tsunade walked on silently in a specific direction. With nothing better to do, Uchiha Nen followed her, passing a somewhat forlorn-looking izakaya. After using his ninja headband to persuade the owner into providing 2 jugs of good sake, he hurried to catch up with her. Following Tsunade's lead, Uchiha Nen found himself at an unexpected location, the Hokage Rock in Konoha. Seated atop the statue of the first Hokage, Tsunade basked in the sunlight, revealing a different kind of beauty to Uchiha Nen. He approached and sat beside her, prompting her to glance over in mild confusion. "Young one, why did you follow me instead of returning home?" Uchiha Nen did not respond, but instead produced the 2 bottles of sake from behind him and offered them to her. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she eagerly seized them. "Well done, young one. It seems treating you to a meal was not in vain." She began to drink heartily, while Uchiha Nen merely observed in silence. The atmosphere between them descended into a comfortable silence until the sound of an empty bottle clattering to the ground broke it. Facing the setting sun, Tsunade spoke, "Nan, do you think there is existence after death?" Uchiha Nen pondered for a moment before nodding. "Certainly. Does not the second Hokage possess a technique for resurrecting the deceased?" "Humph, you are rather dull. The technique invented by my grandfather is forbidden. It is a desecration of the dead and should not be used," Tsunade replied, her voice growing softer as she gazed at him. "Forbidden techniques, desecration, aren't techniques created for use? How can one presume that the deceased would not wish to return?" Uchiha Nen turned to meet Tsunade's gaze, yet seeing the stubborn glimmer of tears in her eyes softened his tone. Even a forbidden technique, through continuous refinement and development, can evolve into a conventional technique. If such a day were to arrive, would you choose to utilize it? Tsunade felt her heart race at his words. Indeed. How would she decide then? In the subsequent period, Uchiha Nan and Tsunade engaged in basic training, significantly enhancing his ninja knowledge while attempting to learn some of the rare A-rank ninjutsu left by the elder. News of his apprenticeship under Tsunade spread throughout Konoha, with the higher-ups displaying mixed reactions. Advisors such as Nara Shikaku and others tacitly accepted the situation after Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. However, Shimura Danzo's response was vehement. He believed Hiruzen had lost his senses in allowing this. He had seemingly forgotten the teachings of Tobirama-sensei, asserting that the Uchiha, a malevolent clan, should be eradicated from the ninja world. Opinions within the clan varied widely as well. The Dove faction viewed this as a positive development, with a member of the Uchiha finally entering the Hokage's circle, signaling goodwill from the village. Conversely, the Eagle faction sages perceived this move as an attempt to undermine the Uchiha's foundation, trying to draw the clan's talents toward the village and potentially fracture the Uchiha. Moreover, the fact that Tsunade was a disciple of the Senju clan, the Uchiha's adversary, only added to their humiliation. These individuals had once dispatched someone to persuade Uchiha Nan to reject this matter and return to the embrace of the Uchiha clan. Some members of the pacifist faction also approached Uchiha Nan, seeking to utilize him as a bridge between the clan and the village. They aimed to leverage his status to petition Lord Hokage for an expansion of the Uchiha's influence within the village. Even Uchiha Fugaku entrusted Meichin with some gifts for him. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but scoff. Where were these people when he was suffering, when Uchiha Lomi and others had caused his downfall? Now, upon witnessing his burgeoning talents and his acceptance as Tsunade's disciple, they came forward with demands. Uchiha Nan resolutely rejected all their requests. Consequently, some whispers emerged within the clan, calling him an ungrateful wretch. Uchiha Nan took note of these remarks, intending to settle accounts with these individuals when he had amassed enough strength to firmly govern the Uchiha clan. Today, after completing his training with Tsunade, Uchiha Nan encountered a middle-aged man dressed in Uchiha attire at his doorstep. The man greeted him with a beaming smile. "Nan, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Who are you? Do we know each other?" Uchiha Nan replied, his expression stern, instantly recognizing this man as yet another emissary from those troublesome individuals. "How can you speak so disrespectfully? I am your father's cousin, your elder," the middle-aged man retorted, visibly displeased as he pointed a finger at Uchiha Nan. He continued with an air of arrogance. "I have come on the orders of a certain jonin in the clan to convey an important message to you." Uchiha Nan found himself amused, dismissing the authenticity of this kinship. The man's demeanor, as if he were doing Uchiha Nan an enormous favor by visiting, irked him further. Moreover, it was worth noting that these so-called relatives had not shown their faces during his times of hardship. It was likely that the elders of the clan, displeased with his defiance, had summoned this man from somewhere. Yet, Uchiha Nan had never even met his father, so why would he acknowledge this dubious relative? Didn't he, the clan, ever verify the identities of those they sent? Very well, what message does the esteemed jonin have for me? Uchiha Nan feigned trepidation, curious about the schemes of the elders within the clan. The middle-aged man, hands on hips, spoke with a commanding tone. "The esteemed one has decreed that you must sever ties with your mentor from the Senju clan. Otherwise, the clan will hold you accountable for your transgressions and expel you from the Uchiha clan, ensuring you face dire consequences in the future. How dare you? To take on a mentor from the Senju clan is a disgrace to your father." Uchiha Nan was rendered speechless. Did this man truly believe he was intimidated by this so-called jonin status? Did the elder even approve of this? Or did this jonin think that everything he possessed was merely luck, that he was just an ordinary child who could be frightened into submission? Seeing Uchiha Nan's silence, the middle-aged man assumed he was contemplating the matter seriously and insisted, "What is there to ponder? Although your teacher is renowned in the village, he cannot teach you anything of value and is only a source of embarrassment for the Uchiha. You must cut ties with her immediately, or you will face my wrath." Uchiha Nan had grown weary of their nonsensical insistence and had already resolved to confront the jonin. After all, if he were to be regarded as an ordinary person, he had transformed from a bullied Uchiha orphan into Tsunade's disciple through sheer determination, finally grasping a pathway to ascend. Yet these people, in their bid to protect the Uchiha clan's image, were forcing him to sever his connections and revert to being an orphan. What kind of approach was that? Was it not an attempt to dismantle his future? For individuals like these, Uchiha Nen could only contemplate their demise. His eyes turned blood red as he activated his Sharingan, gazing intently at the middle-aged man. The man, startled by the sight of the Sharingan, initially froze, his gaze becoming vacant as he stood motionless. Observing that the man was now under his control, Uchiha Nen inquired, "Who are you? And who sent you to find me?" "I am Uchiha Ji, your father's cousin." So, he was indeed a so-called relative. Uchiha Nen smirked. "Continue." "It was Uchiha Shoguang who instructed me to persuade you to comply with this matter by any means necessary, even resorting to coercion if necessary." Uchiha Nen nodded. "Are you truly my father's cousin? Why would you agree to this? Are you genuinely averse to the Senju clan?" Uchiha Ji, still trapped in the illusion, could only speak the truth. He shook his head. "It is not that simple. The enmity between the Senju clan and I is of no concern. Uchiha Shoguang promised me a position in the Konoha Guard once this task is completed. Furthermore, I am quite keen on this endeavor." Uchiha Nen paused, a realization dawning upon him, yet he pressed on with his inquiry. "Why?" "Because I envy you, envy your father. How can a mere orphan like you receive the guidance of Lady Tsunade, just like your father before you? How did he become Lord Fugaka's protector while I am doomed to remain a lowly genin for eternity? I despise you all. Thankfully, my deadbeat cousin perished on the battlefield, which brought me immense joy. Yet, I thought it was all over. But you, this wretched spawn, have caught Lady Tsunade's favor. I will destroy everything." As he spoke, his expression twisted into a malevolent grimace. Uchiha Nen, upon hearing this, could only scoff. Such was human nature. When one's own talents fell short, they could not bear to see those around them thrive. With the full weight of murderous intent surging within him, Uchiha Nen resolved to eliminate Uchiha Ji and Uchiha Shoguang. However, given that they were within the village, he needed to act swiftly and discreetly. Having made his decision, Uchiha Nen addressed Uchiha Ji, "Lead the way to Uchiha Shoguang." Chapter 44. Taking action. Uchiha Nen first opened the courtyard gate and utilized the shadow clone technique to create a duplicate of himself, portraying a diligent training demeanor. He then concealed his presence and followed the bewitched Uchiha Ji to the doorstep of Uchiha Shoguang's secluded residence. Realizing this man was of no further use, Uchiha Nen placed a hand on his neck. With a swift snap, he sent him to the afterlife to seek forgiveness from his father, transforming into Uchiha Ji's likeness. Uchiha Nen knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a frail voice from within. "It is I, Uchiha Ji," Uchiha Nen replied, mimicking the man's voice. "Oh, come in." Uchiha Nen entered, shutting the door behind him, only to find an elderly man kneeling beside a tea table. "How did it go? Did that young lad agree?" As Uchiha Nen entered, the individual immediately inquired, clearly placing significant importance on the matter at hand. "That brat has already acquiesced," Uchiha Shuku feigned a respectful reply. "Excellent. You have done well. I knew it was merely a fortunate little brat. A simple scare would suffice to make him obedient," Uchiha Shuku remarked with evident delight. "Are you not concerned about the potential retaliation from his master?" Uchiha Nen curiously probed, genuinely intrigued by the situation. "Do these fellows not fear Tsunade's vengeance?" He continued. "Humph. Do not ask what should not be asked." Uchiha Shuku shot a glare at Uchiha Nen. However, he found Nan's capabilities quite commendable and, in a rare moment of patience, began to explain. Setting aside the fact that Tsunade hails from the Senju clan, with a long-standing enmity towards our Uchiha, once that little brat proposed this matter, she would likely be pleased and agree outright. Even if Tsunade were to become infuriated and come after us, it would hardly stir significant trouble. "Oh, pray enlighten me." "My lord," Uchiha Nen played the part of an eager audience member. Uchiha Shuku regarded him with increased satisfaction, recognizing his potential utility. "This endeavor is not solely my intent. Many hawkish jonin concur. Should Tsunade arrive, we shall face her together. Moreover, despite the numerous divisions within our Uchiha clan, I believe they would not stand idly by if we were threatened." Uchiha Nen nodded in understanding. "So it is. Yet, I wonder if I were to slay you, would those within our clan intervene?" Uchiha Shuku paused, momentarily taken aback. However, as a seasoned jonin, he quickly deduced that this individual before him could not possibly be Uchiha Nen. Before he could voice his thoughts, Uchiha Nen drew his blade, the Demon Slayer, and struck towards him. With a swift motion, Uchiha Nen infused chakra into the weapon, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy that cleaved through the air, slicing through the building and earth alike. Though Uchiha Shuku was advanced in years, he was not slow to react. Aware that he could not withstand such a force, He dodged and formed hand seals. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha then used this fleeting moment to unleash 2 additional strikes. The 2 crescent blades intertwined, forming a cross that continued its trajectory towards Uchiha Shuku. In a desperate bid, he pressed his hands to the ground, summoning layers of earthen walls to shield himself. Yet, under such a terrifying assault, the walls crumbled as if they were mere illusions, effortlessly torn asunder. In this life-or-death moment, Uchiha Shuku finally completed another jutsu, just as the blade neared him. He exhaled a torrent of searing flames. However, before the flames could coalesce, they collided with the blade, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The entire structure was reduced to rubble, and deep gashes marred the ground beneath. The surrounding buildings were also caught in the chaos, collapsing in waves. The commotion quickly drew the attention of Uchiha clan ninjas, who swiftly leaped towards the scene. The barrier unit in the village detected the disturbance, but the leader hesitated upon recognizing it as Uchiha territory. He instructed his subordinates to report to the Hokage while he proceeded towards the source of the disturbance. Uchiha Nan, wielding the Demon Slayer, traversed the charred terrain, arriving at the site where the shockwave had struck, facing the grievously wounded Uchiha Shuku, bloodied and barely alive. With his insides partially visible, "My lord, how can you be so fragile?" Uchiha Shuku, now comprehending the identity of the child before him, was confounded. How could this Uchiha Nan, merely 7 years old, have inflicted such severe wounds with just a few moves? Moreover, what emboldened him to attack within clan grounds? Nevertheless, Uchiha Shuku's fear had subsided. He had initially feared that the assailant might be a spy from another village, which would have spelled his doom. Now that he recognized Uchiha Nan, he no longer worried for his life. With a menacing glare, he directed his fury towards Nan. "You dare to assault a jonin of our clan? You are doomed. I will ensure that the other clan members execute you." "Oh," Uchiha Nan responded with surprise, unable to fathom the audacity of this individual to provoke him in such a precarious situation. With the Demon Slayer in hand, he pressed his foot against Uchiha Shuku's bloodied chest. "Ah, then you are the one who is doomed. I will make certain that Fugaku sees to your execution." Uchiha Shuku writhed in agony on the ground, yet his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Nan. "Are you not afraid I might kill you?" Uchiha Nan queried, equally puzzled. "Huh. The village forbids fratricide. Otherwise, the perpetrator would face execution. You do not dare to kill me." Chapter 45. The incident. Uchiha Nan chuckled softly. He sensed the nearby clan ninjas hastening towards the scene, realizing he could no longer afford to delay. With a forceful push, he unleashed a terrifying power upon Uchiha Shuku's chest, causing it to cave in, blood splattering forth. Shuku's eyes widened in disbelief and agony as he gazed at the audacious child before him. How could he dare? Perhaps his long-standing position as a rule-maker had rendered him complacent, forgetting that the essence of a ninja lay in strength. Uchiha Nan, holding the Demon Slayer in his right hand, gently swung the blade towards Uchiha Shuku's neck, ultimately ending his life. "Fool, who would know if I kill you?" Uchiha Nan concealed his presence and utilized Earth Release to vanish from the site before the clan's ninjas could arrive. The Uchiha clan remained unaware of his presence, unable to pinpoint his location. They could only investigate the battlefield based on the remnants of the conflict. By the time they arrived, all that remained was a devastated landscape and the gruesome sight of Uchiha Shuku's decapitated body. A group of them surveyed the scene, noting the absence of any enemies. Among them, a middle-aged jonin with a scar on his forehead, close to Uchiha Shuku and aligned with the hawkish faction, opened his Sharingan, staring in shock at the devastation. He turned to the other factions arriving at the scene, demanding with a fierce tone, who was responsible for this? In the Hidden Leaf Village, shrouded by barriers, it was nearly impossible for any external enemies to infiltrate. Furthermore, Uchiha Shuku had not offended any powerful figures within the village, and those of his generation consisted mainly of elderly individuals with little motive to kill him. Thus, he could only direct his suspicions towards those from rival factions with whom they had political conflicts. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting us?" The other factions were not to be trifled with. Although they were uncertain whether it was an insider's doing, they would not accept such accusations, their Sharingan flaring in response. In an instant, a multitude of Sharingan surrounded the remnants of Uchiha Shuku, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nen endeavored to suppress his presence and chakra fluctuations, evading the Umbu ninjas who had crossed into Uchiha territory. Timing his escape perfectly, he emerged from the earth in an uninhabited area. concealing himself as he returned to his small courtyard. Dispersing his shadow clone, he feigned ignorance and disorientation as he stepped outside to observe the unfolding events. As the Umbu arrived at the site of the conflict, they were immediately met with the intense gaze of dozens of Sharingan, which instilled a profound sense of pressure and concern for their safety. Fearful that the enraged Uchiha would mistake them for the culprits, they were relieved when Uchiha Fugaku arrived, dispelling the ominous atmosphere. Step aside, allow the sensory ninjas of the Umbu to examine the scene and swiftly locate the perpetrator. Although Uchiha Fugaku's prestige within the clan was modest, in this situation, the Uchiha clansmen were reluctant to embarrass themselves in front of outsiders. They parted ways, permitting the Umbu ninjas to enter. After a thorough investigation, the Umbu squad leader turned to his teammate, Hengxing. What is the situation? Hengxing, distinguished by his unique attire, with his forehead protector worn around his neck and an X-shaped mark accompanied by 2 horizontal lines on his forehead, revealed bulging veins as he opened his pale eyes. He scanned the surroundings before focusing on the area where Uchiha had departed. He gestured for his comrades to follow, leading them towards the trace. The Uchiha clansmen, witnessing their discovery, abandoned their disputes and hastened to follow. As Hengxing pursued the trail, the others trailed behind him, arriving at the spot where Uchiha had departed from the ground. Fortunately, Uchiha had not returned home via Earth release. Otherwise, under the Byakugan's scrutiny, every detail would have been laid bare. The surrounding Uchiha residents emerged to observe the unfolding events. At that moment, Hengxing addressed the Umbu team. The trail disappears here. There are too many people around, and their chakra dilutes the minimal traces left by the culprit. We can no longer continue our search. What nonsense are you spouting? Keep searching, shouted a scarred Uchiha Jonin, consumed by rage. Silence. Is it not more disgraceful for your clan to be killed in your own territory? What right do you have to criticize my comrades? Before Hengxing could retort, the Umbu squad leader vehemently rebuked the man. Enough with the bickering. Finding the culprit is paramount. Uchiha Fugaku interjected, stepping forward once again. Observing the commotion among his clan, Uchiha returned home to continue his training. The deed he committed against Uchiha Hikaru would remain unproven unless witnessed firsthand. Even if the Umbu traced it back to his residence, no one would believe he was responsible. After all, his apparent strength was merely at the Chunin level, known only to the Elder and Tsunade. He trusted that the Elder, upon discovering the blade marks at Uchiha Hikaru's home, would easily deduce his involvement, particularly after he had recently acquired the Demon Slayer. However, the Elder would not concern himself with Uchiha Hikaru's fate. He would merely assist in concealing Uchiha Nan's tracks. As for Tsunade, even if she recognized his Jonin prowess, she would not link the incident to him. Days passed, and when Uchiha Nan sought Tsunade for training, he found her gazing at him with an unfriendly expression. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow, pondering why she bore such a demeanor when he had not offended her. What is it, Lady Tsunade? Why didn't you inform me? Tsunade maintained her stern gaze. What is it? Uchiha Nan's heart raced, fearing she had discovered his involvement in Uchiha Hikaru's death. Yesterday, members of the Uchiha clan questioned me, and it was then I learned that someone tried to persuade you to refuse being my apprentice. Apparently, hawkish Uchiha clan members suspected Tsunade of eliminating Uchiha Hikaru and confronted her about it. They had likely approached Uchiha Nan as well, but he had not disclosed it to her. Have you decided to abandon me as your teacher? Tsunade's expression grew colder, recalling their past, when she had nurtured him and provided for him, only to feel the sting of betrayal now. Chapter 46. The elders commissioned Uchiha Nan, preoccupied with his thoughts, failed to notice Tsunade's shift in attitude. Realizing it was not an issue pertaining to Uchiha Hikaru brought him immediate relief. Lady Tsunade, what are you thinking? How could I ever refuse you as my teacher? Your teaching prowess aside, having a stunning beauty of your caliber by my side is a delight I would never forsake. Tsunade's expression softened momentarily, but quickly darkened again as she approached Uchiha Nan, rubbing her hands together. What do you mean, your teaching prowess aside? Nan, do you have doubts about my teaching abilities? Not at all, sensei. I was merely complimenting your beauty. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Tsunade, Uchiha Nan hastily retreated, preparing to flee. However, he underestimated how well Tsunade had learned his techniques during their training. In an instant, she closed the distance, enveloping him in a tight embrace, leaving him gasping for breath. Little brat, let's see if you dare to be so glib again or tease me, Tsunade said, though internally, she felt elated. After all, which woman could resist being told she was beautiful? Uchiha then sat on the ground, enveloped in emptiness, glancing at Tsunade's virtues with a tinge of reluctance. Noticing his gaze, Tsunade shot him a look, then returned to the previous topic. Why didn't you inform me? With my strength, I could have easily resolved this matter without burdening you. Uchiha then explained, driven by a strong desire to survive. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. However, next time you encounter such a situation, you must inform me. Allow your teacher to back you up. With that, she waved her fist. Suddenly, Uchiha then remembered that with Tsunade's temperament, those Uchiha who approached her about the matter would have stepped on her sore spot. Their fate would surely be dire. Uchiha Nan was correct. Upon hearing of the incident, Tsunade's mood had soured dramatically. She unleashed her incredible strength upon those Uchiha, inflicting serious injuries, then healed them only to strike again, leaving them in a state of utter despair. As evening fell and he bid farewell to Tsunade, Uchiha Nan returned home. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, he raised an eyebrow. Who dares to show themselves? Quite alert, aren't we, Nan? An aged voice echoed from above. Recognizing the familiar tone, Uchiha Nan's face brightened as he hurried upstairs. Elder, what brings you here? The elder sat in the living room on the second floor, casting a weary glance his way. You have accomplished such significant feats, and I cannot even inquire about them? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nan felt a slight headache, realizing that this matter had resurfaced once more. However, the great elder had indeed provided him with substantial assistance, so he patiently explained, that fellow sought his own demise by attempting to manipulate me. The elder nodded and continued, I am not concerned about your reasons for his demise. I am merely here to remind you to be cautious in your methods of killing. You left such conspicuous knife marks at the scene, making it easy for others to draw conclusions. Many in our clan have witnessed the effects of the demon slayer. In recent days, numerous individuals have approached me regarding this matter, but I have managed to suppress their inquiries. Hearing this, Uchiha Nan felt warmth in his heart. The elder truly cared for him. As long as he did not seek to annihilate the Uchiha clan, he would be allowed to pursue his desires. With this thought, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for the elder. Have those individuals caused you any trouble? Should I assist you in eliminating a few who are in the know? The elder chuckled at his concern, saying, It is of no consequence, Nan. With the prestige of this old body, what can their suspicions achieve? Even if I were to slay Uchiha Hikaru before their very eyes, they would hardly dare to challenge me. Listening to the elder's commanding declaration, Uchiha Nan felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this man had once followed Uchiha Madara. How could he be intimidated by the worthless members of the clan? Then the elder spoke again. Nan, when do you plan to take control of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Nan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. After contemplating, he replied, in due time. At least until I have mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan and possess the strength to rid our clan of its parasites. Otherwise, even if I manage to gain control now, how can I build a prosperous Uchiha alongside these vermin? The elder nodded. Once you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, you shall become the undisputed king of the Uchiha clan. As long as you are aware of this, I am not hastening your progress. I simply wish for you to act with absolute certainty. However, pausing for a moment, the elder continued, My time is likely limited. I may only have 5 more years. You must be prepared. Uchiha Nan's heart trembled as he gazed at this elder who cared for him so deeply. Having lacked familial affection in his past life, he regarded this devoted elder as his own grandfather. Hearing the elder speak of his impending demise filled Uchiha Nan with indescribable sorrow. Elder, I will surely find a way to extend your life. Seeing the glimmer of tears in Uchiha Nan's eyes and his heartfelt words, the elder smiled gently. Silly child. Death is an inevitable part of life. Even Lord Madara could not escape it. How could I be an exception? You need not worry about my fate. If you can uphold the Uchiha clan in the future, that will be enough to honor this old body. At that moment, Uchiha Nan refrained from arguing against the elder's words, but silently vowed to find a solution. In the world of shinobi, death was not necessarily irreversible. As time flowed steadily by, the incident involving Uchiha Hikaru faded from the village's consciousness after a prolonged search for the perpetrator yielded no results. Only the Uchiha and the Umbu continued to discreetly investigate under the orders of the Hokage. Furthermore, Konoha issued a bounty in the shinobi world to capture the culprit. After all, this incident was profoundly heinous. The assassination of a jonin within the village was a blatant provocation to Konoha. As time passed monotonously, Konoha suddenly became bustling with activity. as the streets were filled with numerous vendors. This was due to the imminent Chunin exams held every 2 years. However, this time, due to the state of affairs in the shinobi world, no other nations were invited to participate. On the morning of the second day, after requesting leave from Tsunade, Uchiha then arrived at the venue for the Chunin exams. "Good luck, Kakashi," he called out, waving to Kakashi as he entered the examination arena. Kakashi responded with an okay gesture without turning his head. This Chunin exam differed significantly from those in the future. The first round consisted of a written test, while the second round allowed for individual combat without requiring team participation, with the top 10 participants qualifying as Chunin. Kakashi passed the written test with ease, as expected. As the second day arrived, the venue for the matches shifted to a clearing within the forest, where 10 platforms had been constructed. The competitors would draw lots to fight in succession, and the final 10 would become Chunin. With a referee's command, fierce battles erupted on the platforms. However, to Uchiha Nan, these skirmishes appeared to be mere squabbles among novices, with a group of low-ranking shinobi hurling kunai and performing a few C-rank techniques. Had it not been for Kakashi's participation, Uchiha Nan would not have bothered to attend. As Uchiha Nan grew increasingly bored, nearly succumbing to sleep, he suddenly felt a chill in the air, sensing an intangible threat looming nearby. Turning his head, he saw a tall man with long hair, golden vertical pupils, and pale skin, staring intently at him, much like a serpent fixating on its prey. Recognizing this peculiar figure, Uchiha Nan suppressed his unease and inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, is there something you need? Do you know who I am, Nankuin?" Orochimaru tilted his head, continuing to scrutinize Uchiha Nan. "As one of the legendary Sannin, my name resonates throughout the shinobi world. I hold you in high regard. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade often speaks of you in my presence." Uchiha Nan's words flattered Orochimaru while subtly reminding him of Tsunade, suggesting that Orochimaru should refrain from harboring ill intentions towards him, lest he be subjected to the gaze of such a perverse individual. Though Uchiha Nan was not afraid, he felt a measure of discomfort. Seemingly influenced by Uchiha Nan's mention of Tsunade, Orochimaru's expression softened into a smile. "Nankuin, you have heard of my name. Then why did you choose that fool Tsunade as your teacher instead of me?" Uchiha Nan finally understood Orochimaru's intentions. It appeared that when the third Hokage provided him with the list of potential teachers, he had also informed the Sannin. Given Orochimaru's pride, the fact that Uchiha Nan had chosen Tsunade over him was indeed a slight provocation. It was not an overt attempt to cause trouble, but rather a matter of addressing a slight when encountered. Uchiha Nan mentally cursed the third Hokage for being a crafty old man, and he forced himself to explain. "Lord Orochimaru, my ambition is to mend the rift between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Thus, I chose Lady Tsunade as my mentor, harboring no bias against you or Lord Jiraiya." Orochimaru chuckled at this response, recognizing it as a mere ruse that could only fool Tsunade and Jiraiya, whom he considered naive. He easily saw through Uchiha Nan's fabrications. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing him, instead saying, "Nankuin, you should diligently follow Tsunade in your training." After saying that, the man turned and departed. Uchiha Nan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Logically speaking, given his strength, he could at least defend himself against Orochimaru. Even if he was not as powerful, he shouldn't be so fearful of this individual. After all, he was the dreaded Uncle Snake, a lingering shadow from his childhood. Until he had absolute certainty of victory, Uchiha Nan preferred to keep his distance from him. The Chunin exams soon concluded, and Kakashi, as expected, passed the assessment to become a Chunin. Upon returning home after the competition, Uchiha Nan suddenly remembered that he had yet to claim the bounty for defeating Uchiha Hikaru. He casually checked his battle records. He had killed Uchiha Ji, earning a Genin-level chakra and the physical capability of an ordinary person. Uchiha Nan promptly dismissed this waste. Noticing the more substantial rewards below, he had slain Uchiha Hikaru, obtaining the 3-tomo Sharingan and the earth-based nature transformation. Had he truly acquired the Sharingan? Uchiha Nan felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly clicked to claim his reward. A terrifying wave of heat surged into his eye sockets, producing a tingling sensation. Standing before the mirror, he gazed intently into his own eyes. In a matter of moments, a third black tomo emerged within the pupils, previously only adorned with 2. The 3-tomo had manifested, and Uchiha Nan sensed that the newly acquired 3-tomo seemed more potent than the average. However, without a means of comparison, he could only wait for future encounters to ascertain its true strength. That evening, Uchiha Nan, along with classmates he hadn't seen in quite some time, gathered to celebrate Kakashi's achievement. At the dining table, Uchiha Obito glared at Kakashi with an expression of defiance. "Don't think your early promotion to Chunin makes you superior. I will catch up to you soon." Kakashi, bored, raised his drink and clinked glasses with friends around him. "Enough. I challenge you to a duel." Uchiha Obito shouted in anger, feeling ignored by Kakashi. "All right, Obito, no need to be reckless," Yukimura Rin gently interjected. "For Rin's sake, I will let you off this time." Immediately, Uchiha Obito ceased his antics, turning instead to eagerly refill Rin's juice. "Thank you, Obito." "No, it's my pleasure," he replied with a goofy grin. Yet, Rin ignored him, sitting beside Uchiha Nan, who was quietly observing the scene. "Nan, why didn't you participate in this Chunin exam?" she inquired with a smile. "Rin, my abilities weren't sufficient. I plan to try again next time," Uchiha Nan replied, taking a sip of his juice. Uchiha Obito, having watched his crush, Yukimura Rin, approach the ever-competitive Uchiha Nan, rushed over. "Nan, don't even think about the next Chunin exam. I will surely defeat you," he declared, brimming with pride, intending to showcase his strength to Rin. Chapter 48. For years later, little did he expect that Yukimura Rin would instead shoot him a stern look and gently say to Uchiha Nan, "Nan, I believe you will definitely pass the exam next time." She even raised her cup to clink with his, watching intently as he drank the juice. On the other side of the table, Mitarashi Anko seethed with frustration, turning to her friend, Yuhi Kurinai, to vent her irritation. "That Rin really knows how to put on an act. How shameless." Kurinai smirked, glancing at her friend. "Are you jealous of Rin? Or just upset that she spoke to Nan?" "Nonsense, I couldn't care less," Anko retorted, blushing with embarrassment as she playfully attempted to scratch Kurinai. Meanwhile, Might Guy, dressed as usual, patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "Kakashi, let us have a duel under the setting sun." Kakashi, feigning drunkenness, slumped over the table, prompting Guy to relent. As Uchiha Nen passed by, he casually remarked, "Can one really get drunk on juice?" After saying that, he swiftly departed the scene, leaving Kakashi to endure Guy's relentless enthusiasm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, for years had passed. Over these years, Uchiha Nen had either trained under Tsunade or executed missions, significantly enhancing his strength. During this time, he also managed to complete the Chunin exam and became a Chunin. His peers, including Yukimura Rin, Might Guy, and Sarutobi Asuma, had also graduated in succession. Under the strong recommendation of the Hokage, Kakashi had returned to his original team, joining Yukimura Rin and Uchiha Obito under the leadership of Minato Namikaze. Lightning release, Raikiri. Sharp bolts of lightning coalesced at Uchiha Nan's fingertips. He transformed into a streak of lightning, charging forward. With a crack, he pierced through a mound of earth and rock, impaling the chest of an enemy behind it. The Jonin, adorned with the headband of the Land of Earth, fell to the ground in agony. This Raikiri technique was one that Uchiha Nen had comprehended based on his past experiences watching anime, having mastered the lightning-based nature transformation. He even taught it to Kakashi, while also meticulously replicating practical jutsu, like the Rasengan. With a thunderous crash, Uchiha Nen heard the sound of collapsing rocks behind him. Turning to look, he saw Tsunade, with her golden short hair and clad in a green ninja vest, bursting through the dust like a battle goddess, glancing at the fallen body. "Have you already handled this?" she asked. "Yes, Lady Tsunade," Uchiha Nen replied, sighing at her brutish demeanor. "Next time, could you please assess the battlefield before charging in? This fellow was burned by my lightning shield technique, which is why there was no bloodshed. In other circumstances, you could have lost your combat effectiveness. Can you be a bit more cautious?" Hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks puffed up in irritation, secretly cursing, "I'm just worried about you, you little brat." Yet, she retorted firmly, "Kid, I am the supervising Jonin, and you must listen to me. My word is final." "Yes, my Lady Tsunade," Uchiha Nen acknowledged, well aware that her stubbornness stemmed from concern. However, this did not justify her actions. Should other enemies appear, Tsunade's lack of combat efficacy would pose a danger. Tsunade shot him a glare, though her lips curled slightly, clearly pleased with the title of Lady Tsunade. After 4 years of companionship, their bond had grown increasingly strong. Uchiha Nen had come to see Tsunade as a headstrong older sister, while Tsunade regarded him as a younger brother. Emerging from the shadows of Shosuke and Dan's deaths, she no longer drowned herself in bars and casinos, although her fear of blood remained unresolved. Uchiha then stored away the proof of their completed mission, and together with Tsunade, they returned to the village. Just after submitting their mission report, an Umbu ninja wearing a white mask approached them. Lady Tsunade, Nan, the Hokage requests your presence. Tsunade and Uchiha then exchanged glances, uncertain of what the Hokage needed, but they followed the Umbu ninja upstairs. As Uchiha Nan was preparing to knock on the door, Tsunade forcefully kicked open the door to the Hokage's office. Uchiha Nan could only scratch his head and awkwardly stand behind Tsunade, silently reminding himself that it was not he who had kicked the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the crystal ball in his hand, wearing a look of resignation. He recognized the commotion immediately. In the entire village of Konoha, apart from Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, no one else dared to kick his door like that. Tsunade, you still have no sense of propriety, he remarked. Tsunade rolled her eyes, expressing her impatience. If the old man has something to say, just say it. Otherwise, Nan and I have a mission to attend to. Our luck has been poor lately, and we're running low on funds. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and got straight to the point. The reason I summoned you two is that I have a task to assign, and Nan will be responsible for it. Hokage-sama, what is the task? Uchiha then interjected before Tsunade could respond. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Recently, the major nations in the ninja world have been making preparations for war. A conflict could erupt at any moment. Tsunade furrowed her brows. Even she, with her carefree demeanor, understood the brutality of war. The divine tree in Kagaya had perished in battle, and now it seemed that war was imminent once more. Concerned, she glanced at the young boy beside her. Uchiha Nan was even more aware that war was on the horizon, with the four great nations poised to challenge Konoha. However, this was precisely what he desired. Only through battle could he grow stronger and fulfill his ambitions. The situation had reached a boiling point. As Konoha had emerged victorious in the last two ninja world wars, we would undoubtedly be their primary target. Therefore, I have decided that the village will host a Chunin exam soon. What does this Chunin exam have to do with us? Tsunade retorted, her mind troubled. Sensing an underlying fear, the third Hokage ignored Tsunade's attitude and glanced at Uchiha, then before continuing. Most participants in this Chunin exam will be genin from the same batch as Nan. Hence, I plan to have Nan participate as an instructor for this assessment. Serving as the final gatekeeper, only those who pass his test will become Chunin. Furthermore, since Hatake Kakashi has already become a Chunin, you will need to conduct his Jonin assessment. After this evaluation, I will also determine whether you two are qualified to become Jonin. So, do your best, Nan. Uchiha Nan's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. He had long desired to do so, not to mention the prospect of being promoted to Jonin afterward. I promise to complete the task, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned to Tsunade. During Nan's time in the Hokage exam, if you have nothing else to do, please prepare a batch of antidotes to guard against the Sand Nin's toxins. Just to be safe. Chapter 49. Gathering intelligence as the two left the Hokage building. Uchiha then contemplated the impending outbreak of the Third Ninja World War and turned to Tsunade, asking with concern, how have you been feeling? Since they had been on missions together, Uchiha then had made every effort to shield her from the sight of blood, diligently protecting her while completing the tasks assigned to the leading Jonin. However, it wasn't always possible to avoid such situations. He only knew that Tsunade still suffered from hemophobia, but was unaware of its current severity. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's heart trembled as she recalled how Uchiha Nen had been protecting her. A wave of sweetness surged within her, and she was reluctant to part with such feelings. Thanks to Uchiha Nan's attentive care, her hemophobia had significantly improved. Seeing blood no longer rendered her completely incapacitated, though it still made her anxious. Yet, she chose not to disclose this progress to Uchiha Nan. On one hand, she cherished his protective nature, and on the other, she wanted to keep him close during the upcoming battle to prevent a repeat of the traumatic experience with Rope Tree. Thus, she shook her head and feigned a disheartened demeanor. No progress. It's the same as before. Uchiha Nan, trusting her completely, turned to grasp her surprisingly soft, yet strong hand. It's all right. This time I will protect you. Tsunade felt a warmth in her heart despite responding with a dismissive, humph. Can you really, kid? The next day, Uchiha Nan stepped out of his house. Having committed to completing the Chunin exam as assigned by the Hokage, he no longer needed to take on other missions. With some free time on his hands, he recalled Kakashi mentioning that they had halted missions to focus on team training for the Chunin exam. Intrigued by the prospect of gathering intelligence about the enemy, Uchiha then made his way to their training camp. Upon arriving at the camp's outskirts, he overheard voices from within. "Hey, Kakashi, let go of me." His curiosity piqued. He hurried inside to find Kakashi pinning Uchiha Obito down, a kunai pressed against his throat. Nearby, Noira Rin, who was watching, beamed when she spotted Uchiha and Nan and waved at him. "Nan, have you come to watch us?" Kakashi and Uchiha Obito quickly stood up upon seeing him. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, while Obito boasted, "Nan, you should have seen how badly I just defeated Kakashi." "Right, I saw it." Kakashi was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Uchiha and Nan chimed in with a teasing tone. Kakashi shot him a mocking smile. "Damn it, Nan. You and Kakashi are in cahoots." After some playful banter, the four settled on the steps beside the training ground to chat. Uchiha, Nan, and Kakashi sat side by side, while Rin eagerly took a seat on Uchiha Nan's other side, with Obito huffing as he sat close to Rin. "Nan, haven't you been on missions with Lady Tsunade lately?" Rin asked cheerfully, her face lit up with a smile. Uchiha Nan grinned mysteriously. "The Hokage has assigned me a new task, so I won't be going out for a while." "Oh, what is it?" Obito perked up at the mention of the Hokage, and Kakashi listened intently as well. "It's a secret," Uchiha Nan replied, not wishing to spoil the fun. "Come on, Nan, why are you being so stingy?" Obito complained. "Obito, there's a reason wine and isn't sharing. You shouldn't say that," Rin scolded, her expression serious as she glared at Obito, puffing out her cheeks adorably. Seeing his idol scold him for someone else, Obito's mood visibly soured. "Idiot," Kakashi remarked, observing the scene. "So, how is everyone preparing for the Chunin exam?" Uchiha Nen inquired. As the atmosphere grew silent after Obito's outburst, redirecting the conversation towards his original purpose for gathering intelligence. We received notice yesterday. This time, the Hokage's assessment will retain the first written exam and the second team battle, but the third round will change from individual combat. The examination has been transformed into a group acceptance of a formidable ninja's assessment. It is said that only through the judgment of this esteemed individual can one ascend to the rank of Chunin. However, since it has been announced that a powerful ninja will oversee this process, the challenge is undoubtedly formidable, and uncertainty looms over the possibility of success. Noira Rin, cradling her head in her hands, shook it gently and looked pitifully at Uchiha Nan. Over the years, what was once a mere girl in Uchiha Nan's eyes has blossomed into a sweet and charming young woman. In her moment of vulnerability, Uchiha Nan felt a stir within his heart as he observed Rin's endearing demeanor. In this state, Rin exuded a beauty that rivaled even Tsunade's. "Rin, do not fret. With my presence, I shall ensure that so-called great figure is vanquished, guaranteeing your smooth passage through the examination." Uchiha Obito, though recently disheartened, stepped forward without hesitation upon hearing Rin's concern. However, this proclamation caused Uchiha Nan to narrow his eyes. "Vanquished, you say?" "Obito, I shall remember your words. And there shall be a reckoning." Uchiha Nan silently noted Obito, this thoughtless fellow, in his little notebook. "Kakashi, what about you? Your Chunin examination is unlike theirs. Do you feel confident?" Uchiha Nan cast a sly glance at Kakashi, hoping to elicit a promise to avoid bullying them during the examination. Just as Kakashi was about to respond, he felt a sudden shiver, as though beset by an overwhelming malice, and quickly replied, "As for the examination, I shall simply give it my all. Though I may not match your prowess, I possess the strength of a Jonin." Uchiha Nan's failure to ensnare Kakashi in his schemes left him somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, observing Rin and Kakashi subtly extolling Uchiha Nan's virtues, felt a surge of defiance and conceived an idea. "Nan, with the Chunin exam approaching, why not engage in combat with us? We could devise tactics targeting you to face that assessment ninja." Noira Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze locked onto Uchiha Nan, eager for the opportunity to spend more time with him. "Is that all right, Nan?" Kakashi also regarded him with curiosity. "Very well, this is your own decision. Do not hold me accountable later," Uchiha Nan replied, bemused. Collaborating with those undergoing the examination to strategize against the examiner? Such audacity. Chapter 50. The match. After a brief respite, Kakashi and the others commenced their bout. In the center of the training field, Uchiha Nan stood smiling, observing the trio before him assume their offensive stances. "Let us begin. Witness my prowess," he declared. Obito, harboring the greatest resentment towards Uchiha Nan among the members of the Minato team, charged forth without hesitation. "Fool," Kakashi muttered under his breath. fully aware of the capabilities of his comrade with whom he had undertaken missions for half a year. Uchiha Obito, an underwhelming candidate, recklessly rushing forward, was essentially courting disaster. Yet, Kakashi had no time for further contemplation. He took advantage of Obito's charge, forming hand seals in search of an opportunity. Noera Rin also hurled a few shurikens. Biding her time, Uchiha then observed Obito barreling towards him, brandishing a kunai, and smiled faintly. With a swift sidekick, he sent Obito hurtling back. And with a flick of his sleeve, he channeled chakra to deflect the incoming shurikens. Lowering his center of gravity, he exerted force, causing the ground beneath him to crack and crumble. In an instant, he darted forward, catching up to the still rebounding Uchiha Obito, ready to deliver a decisive blow that would neutralize his combat effectiveness. However, to his surprise, several earthen walls adorned with canine visages suddenly rose from the ground. Uchiha then caught a glimpse of Kakashi and charged through without flinching. With a resounding crash, the walls shattered under his formidable physique. But this brief obstruction allowed Kakashi to rescue Obito just in time. Meanwhile, another barrage of wind blades hurtled towards them, prompting Kakashi to retreat swiftly forming hand seals. He unleashed a powerful fire jutsu, fire release, great fire annihilation, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth from Uchiha Nan's mouth. The terrifying inferno rushed towards them, causing the ground to crack and the air to crackle ominously, leaving the trio visibly shaken. Fortunately, Kakashi, possessing Jonin-level prowess, swiftly formed seals and struck the ground with his hands, invoking Earth Release, Earthquake Core. 3 stone pillars erupted from the earth, hoisting the trio into the air, narrowly evading the searing flames. However, the pillars, caught in the onslaught of fire, disintegrated almost immediately. The 3 struggled to stabilize themselves, inhaling the scorching air, their expressions pained as they landed on the charred ground. Ouch! Uchiha Obito yelped, hopping on one foot as he cradled the other, switching back and forth in discomfort. Fortunately, Noera Rin reacted swiftly, conjuring a pool of water to cool the ground beneath them, while Kakashi regarded her with a serious expression. Uchiha Nan, however, wore a smile as he observed their antics, treating them as mere playthings, having yet to exert even a fraction of his true strength. Just then, Uchiha Nan's expression shifted as he turned to see Kakashi, who had previously been in front of him, now hurtling towards him, his palm crackling with lightning. Lightning release, lightning cutter. How intriguing, a shadow clone. Uchiha Nan faced the lightning cutter head-on, unflinching. With his speed, if he were to evade, Kakashi, lacking the Sharingan, would be unable to keep pace. Yet, he chose not to evade. Instead, he prepared to absorb the impact, acknowledging that this technique posed a genuine threat. A torrent of chakra surged within him, enhancing his physical capabilities. Uchiha then unleashed the monstrous strength imparted by his training under Tsunade. Clenching his fist, he struck out, the force of his blow tearing through the surrounding air with a sharp crack. The terrifying power collided with the lightning, obliterating it into shards that dissipated into the atmosphere. Logically, such force should have rendered Kakashi vulnerable at such close range after penetrating the lightning cutter. But Uchiha then wielded this power as effortlessly as if commanding his own body. With a swift motion, he opened his hand, grasping Kakashi's arm and flinging him away. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito, who had just prepared a jutsu, found himself inadvertently sent crashing into the wall alongside Kakashi. The only remaining member of Minato's team, Noera Rin, scarcely had time to marvel at Uchiha Nan's strength before she felt him appear before her in a flash. Gazing at the figure so close, she could feel the warmth emanating from him, causing her heart to race uncontrollably as her mind wandered. Just as Uchiha Nan prepared to subdue Noera Rin, he noticed her eyes tightly shut, her fair face flushed with a rosy hue. This unexpected display rendered Uchiha Nan, poised to deliver a decisive blow, somewhat bashful. Instead, he placed his hand on her forehead and playfully flicked her forehead. As she opened her eyes, bewildered by the sudden pain, Uchiha Nan beamed at her. "Rin, have you perished?" Rin rolled her eyes in exasperation, shooting him a glare before plopping down beside him to rest. Uchiha Nan couldn't help but smile wryly. He could clearly discern the young lady's sentiments. However, they were amidst a battle, and it would be utterly inappropriate to indulge in romantic exchanges. Even if he and Kakashi were to agree, Uchiha Obito would surely unleash his Mangekyo Sharingan in rage. At that moment, Kakashi, dragging the already unconscious Obito, appeared in a rather disheveled state at the training ground. Observing Kakashi's tenacity, Uchiha then felt a surge of playful mischief arise once again, assuming a stance as if he were about to engage further. To his surprise, upon noticing his movement, Kakashi stiffened and waved his hands in a flustered manner. That's enough. Nan, I concede. Seeing Kakashi's lack of spirit, Uchiha then pouted. Kakashi, how can you give up so quickly? If you all put in just a little more effort, you could defeat me. He even demonstrated a minuscule distance with his fingers. Kakashi shot him a glare and dragged the unconscious Obito to sit beside Rin. Nan, to be honest, how much strength did you use? Yahiko Rin, overhearing this, momentarily set aside her irritation. Curiosity piqued. Uchiha then contemplated for a moment before responding, about 1/3. In truth, he had exerted merely 1/10 of his power, but fearing it might discourage them, he chose to embellish the truth. Nonetheless, even this admission left Kakashi and Yahiko Rin in contemplative silence. Kakashi felt a bitter pang in his heart, despite his relentless efforts. The gap between him and Nan remained vast. How long would it take for him to attain the strength needed to avenge his father? Yahiko Rin, too, silently pondered how she could possibly keep pace with Nan's formidable abilities. In an instant, the atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken thoughts, and silence enveloped the training ground. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Obito sprang back to life, rising abruptly and assuming a combat stance. Nan, prepare to meet your doom. It's already over, you fool. Quiet down, Obito. Chapter 51. Sibling Rift. After bidding farewell to the Team Minato, Uchiha Nan did not head home, but instead made his way to the heart of the Uchiha clan, the Fugaku household. This was not a visit he relished, yet with Mikoto's impending delivery, he felt compelled to see Fugaku, regardless of his reluctance. Upon knocking on the door, a middle-aged woman promptly emerged, nodding at Uchiha Nan. Are you here to see Lady Mikoto? Uchiha Nan nodded, having visited frequently enough to become familiar with this woman named Keiko, a hired midwife by Fugaku, renowned for her extensive experience in childbirth and maternal care. The two proceeded through the courtyard to Mikoto's room. As Keiko prepared to knock, Uchiha Nan gestured for her to step back. Mikoto, may I enter? A gentle yet weakened voice from within responded, Nan, come in. Uchiha Nan pushed the door open and closed it behind him, gazing at Mikoto, who lay on the bed in loose loungewear, her complexion notably pale. Concern etched on his face, he swiftly approached her bedside, taking her warm hand in his. Mikoto, what troubles you? You look unwell. Despite her resolve, Mikoto felt a warmth spread across her face at his anxious expression. She tenderly caressed her noticeably swollen belly, sweetly reassuring him, I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort from the baby's restlessness, making it hard to eat. Uchiha Nan observed Mikoto's genuine smile and the gentle curve of her belly beneath her loose clothing, and an inexplicable discomfort surged within him, compelling him to leave. Yet, he found himself unable to depart, instead moving closer and sitting by her bedside. He gently lifted her clothing to place his hand on her belly. The skin felt smooth and warm, distinctly different from the rest of her body. Suddenly, he sensed a force emanating from beneath her skin. Startled, he withdrew his hand, only to see a small handprint forming against Mikoto's belly. The movement caused Mikoto some pain, her brow furrowing momentarily, though it did not deter her. She tenderly stroked her belly, calming the little one inside, and smiled warmly at Uchiha Nan. Nan, it seems the baby really likes you. This gesture filled Uchiha Nan with joy, causing the strange sensation to dissipate, replaced by a longing to meet the child. Mikoto, have you chosen a name for the baby? Mikoto smiled and nodded. Fugaku has decided. If it's a boy, he will be named Uchiha Itachi. If a girl, Uchiha Yao. Really? That child will surely be wonderful. Uchiha Nan sincerely wished, determined that this child would grow up to be a good person. The two continued their conversation for quite some time, and as noon approached, Mikoto glanced at the time and instructed Keiko to prepare lunch. Nan, why not stay for lunch today? Uchiha Nan shook his head. He could not bear the thought of sharing a meal with Fugaku. Mikoto, I have matters to attend to. Let us talk another time. Just as he prepared to leave, Mikoto grasped his hand. Nan, I understand your concerns. Fugaku will not be home for lunch. He is too busy with clan affairs. Uchiha Nan was momentarily taken aback. Then his anger flared. Mikoto, you are about to give birth. At such a critical moment, Fugaku should be here with you, not preoccupied with clan matters. What if something were to happen? His frustration was palpable. After all, he had witnessed Mikoto's care for him over the years and had fully accepted her presence in his heart. Hearing that her husband neglected her during such a significant time only fueled his rage, especially since it was Fugaku, his adversary. Mikoto, touched by Nan's fierce protectiveness, felt a swell of happiness, but, recalling her decisions, and knowing Fugaku was her husband, she defended him. Nan, Fugaku is striving to maintain the Uchiha clan. I am grateful for the moments he can spare to be with me. Besides, I have Keiko to care for me. I will be fine. Despite her reassurances, Uchiha Nan's anger only intensified. He is merely consolidating power. Such a person is unworthy of you. In recent times, the clan's elder had been deteriorating, his health waning. Those once loyal to him began to harbor treacherous thoughts, a natural response given the impending fall of their protector. Yet, the most unforgivable act was to betray the elder's interests while serving another. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku possessed exceptional capabilities, talents, and strength, naturally attracting many to align with him. It is completely understandable. However, the complexities of kinship complicate matters. For Uchiha Nan, Fugaku's disregard for the safety of his sister, Mikoto, along with those who betrayed the interests of the elder, are unforgivable transgressions that have been duly noted. While Fugaku could be excused, given his role as Mikoto's husband, the betrayal from those who compromised the elder's interests prompted Uchiha Nan to resolve to uproot them entirely, demonstrating that the elder, though aged, was not yet deceased. Enough, Nan. Fugaku is my husband and the father of my children. If you cannot adjust your attitude towards him, do not come to see me again, Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with indignation directed at the young man with whom she shared a complex emotional bond. Very well, you are family, and I am the outsider. I shall take my leave, Uchiha Nan retorted, having never before witnessed Mikoto's genuine anger. The realization that her ire stemmed from Fugaku's actions weighed heavily on his heart, compounding his distress regarding the elder's situation. He exited Fugaku's home without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto sat on her bed, watching Nan's retreating figure with profound sorrow. Had she perhaps spoken too harshly? Chapter 52. The Pain of Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto was no fool, having spent countless days with Uchiha Nan. She was acutely aware of his feelings for her. Initially, during his childhood, she dismissed it as mere sibling affection. However, as he matured, she began to perceive that their bond had begun to transcend conventional boundaries. She contemplated rejecting his feelings rationally, but feared the pain it would cause him. Even more troubling was her realization that she harbored similar feelings for him deep within her heart. This revelation left her in turmoil, uncertain of how to navigate her emotions, particularly as she was a married woman. How could she reconcile this with her vows to Fugaku? What would happen when Nan grew older? Amidst this inner conflict, she was suddenly confronted with an unexpected pregnancy, which tilted her emotional scale. Perhaps this was an opportunity to clarify matters with Nan and sever their bond. To her surprise, the moment arrived swiftly when Uchiha Nan voiced his discontent towards her husband, prompting her to subtly express her own sentiments. However, after making this choice, she anticipated a sense of relief and tranquility, only to find herself engulfed in anguish. The pain within her heart felt as though it would tear her apart. Regret flooded her as she recalled her harsh words to Uchiha Nan, but it was too late. Events had unfolded, and there was no turning back. She lay in bed, covering her head with a blanket, silently weeping, hoping to alleviate the torment deep within her, praying that Nan would not hold her accountable in the future. After leaving, Uchiha Nan sensed Mikoto's unusual demeanor but dismissed it, attributing it to the emotional fluctuations of pregnancy. Yet her words lingered in his mind, reminding him that Uchiha Fugaku was her husband, and he was merely the younger brother she had taken in out of kindness. It seemed prudent to reduce their interactions moving forward. At this moment, Uchiha Nan's concerns were primarily for the elder, and he did not dwell on his own feelings. He swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to arrive at Uchiha Taihao's residence. To maintain discretion, he refrained from knocking and approached the elder's door directly. Upon sensing only a frail presence within, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon closing the door behind him, Uchiha Nan beheld the elder, frail and hunched upon the bed, and his heart ached. "Nan, you have come," the elder said, greeting him with a weary smile that belied his suffering. "I am late." "Elder," Uchiha Nan replied, feeling a bitter pang at witnessing the once diligent elder now reduced to this state. "It is of no consequence. I have always said that life, aging, and death are the natural order of things. Besides, this old body has yet to succumb, the elder reassured him. Yet, Uchiha Nen could not find solace in the elder's words. Instead, a heavy sorrow settled within him. He understood that, given the elder's current condition, he would likely only endure for another year or so. It was no wonder that in later generations, the elder's name faded from memory, with Uchiha Tiho reduced to a mere member of the Leaf Village's police force. It appeared that the elder had passed during the Third Great Ninja War, with the clan suffering a significant decline in influence as a result. This only reinforced Uchiha Nan's determination to find a means to prolong the elder's life. He could not bear to see this venerable figure depart so soon. To extend the elder's life, Uchiha Nen needed to ascertain the cause of his current frailty. From their previous discussions, Nen knew the elder was 10 years younger than Uchiha Madara, and thus should not have reached his limit so quickly. The elder's injuries from years of following Madara into battle had taken their toll, leaving him with hidden afflictions that would only manifest in old age, ultimately shortening his life. This was the elder's plight, and these hidden injuries had also stunted his potential, preventing him from attaining the level of a Kage. Now, attempting to treat such long-standing ailments would be a monumental challenge. In Uchiha Nan's estimation, even his mentor Tsunade would struggle to accomplish this, which perhaps explained the elder's resignation to his fate. Nevertheless, Tsunade's limitations did not imply that others within the ninja world were incapable of finding solutions. Uchiha Nan believed there were numerous methods to heal such injuries. The simplest would be to seek Orochimaru and clone a new body, although this option bore risks of its own. Alternatively, acquiring Hashirama's cells could lead to a successful integration, utilizing their robust vitality to heal the elder's internal wounds. Another possibility involved finding a white Zetsu to inhabit the elder's body, providing a means of healing. Yet, Uchiha Nan was uncertain whether Uchiha Madara would consent to such measures. The ninja world was rife with possibilities, and extending a person's life was not particularly challenging. However, the most accessible and immediate option for Uchiha Nan was Hashirama's cells. With their potential, resolving compatibility issues could elevate the elder's power significantly, potentially allowing him to surpass the Kage level. Currently, both Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were clandestinely researching this matter within Konoha. However, that was a discussion for another day. More pressing issues required attention. Elder, please provide me with the list of those who have betrayed your interests. Uchiha Nan, filled with an air of menace, inquired, Do you have confidence? Uchiha Nan nodded, and the elder did not utter another word, producing a pre-prepared list. Even if Uchiha Nan refrained from action, he would arrange for others to carry out the task. That night, within the residence of a high-ranking Uchiha ninja, a brightly lit wooden house, two lower-ranking ninjas stood guard at the entrance. Through the window, one could observe a middle-aged man reporting to the individual seated in the main position, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. Lord Akiyama, I have compiled the distribution maps of the factions hidden by the elder, he stated. Excellent. Tomorrow, you shall deliver these materials to the hawkish Jonin Nagasaki as our token of allegiance, Akiyama replied, visibly pleased, nodding in approval. Chapter 53, Assassination. However, the reporting individual hesitated slightly. Do you truly wish to proceed with this, my lord? After all, he is the elder. Akiyama scoffed dismissively, slamming his hand on the table, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. The old man is nearing his end. If we do not act, others will. It is better for us to take the initiative and utilize these resources to secure our future, thereby maximizing the old man's final value. Outside, Uchiha Nan, standing with two lower-ranking ninjas, listened intently, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He then gently pushed open the door and entered. Who goes there? Akiyama was the first to react, while the obedient ninja below turned around. The one here to take your life, Uchiha Nan replied, moving like a specter, swiftly bypassing the middle-aged man. In an instant, Akiyama felt a flash of lightning in his vision. The middle-aged man collapsed, a gaping hole in his chest, while the young intruder was already upon him. Panic surged within Akiyama. His eyes betrayed his terror as he realized that the fallen man was a Chunin. The horrifying capability to kill so silently was beyond his ability to withstand. Under such unprecedented pressure, Akiyama made the most prudent choice. He activated his Sharingan, focusing intently on the movements of his adversary, forming hand seals not to attack, but to unleash a powerful ninjutsu to alert others and summon aid. Uchiha Nen recognized the technique in his hands, but chose not to intervene immediately, merely observing him intently. Just as Akiyama was about to complete his final seal, Uchiha Nen too activated his blood-red Sharingan. Akiyama, upon seeing a similar three-tomo, was too astonished to react, losing all will as his hand froze mid-gesture. Uchiha Nen smirked disdainfully. Empowered by his superior three-tomo Sharingan and peak Jonin mental fortitude, his Genjutsu capabilities could ensnare even those of Kaga-level strength, let alone a mere Jonin. With a swift kick, he sent Akiyama crashing to the ground, severing his limbs with a blade. As excruciating pain surged through him, Akiyama broke free from the Genjutsu, horrified to sense his lost limbs. "Do not kill me. We are both of the Uchiha clan. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you," he pleaded. Uchiha Nen replied coldly. Spitting at Akiyama, "Pa? You claim kinship, yet you betray the elder?" Realization dawned on Akiyama as he lay on the ground. This young man was sent by the elder. Regret flooded him. Had he known the elder had such a formidable subordinate, he would never have contemplated betrayal. It was a misunderstanding. "I am loyal to the elder. My actions were to infiltrate the enemy's ranks," he stammered, now resorting to desperate rationalizations to save his life, hoping to inform others. Once they learned of the elder's terrifying companion, they would unite against this young man, ensuring his suffering. Uchiha Nen shook his head, even at death's door. "You still cling to denial." He raised his foot, crushing Akiyama's skull to a pulp. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's territory, in a dimly lit basement, three imposing men clad in Uchiha battle attire gathered around a square wooden table, several cups of sake before them, discussing the matter at hand. "Rest assured, Lord Kasakawa, we shall not forget the contributions you have made to our faction." A middle-aged man with long hair warmly grasped Uchiha Kasakawa's hand. The short-haired ninja beside him nodded in agreement. "With someone like Lord Kasakawa on our side, and the invaluable intelligence provided, it seems the elder's days are numbered." Uchiha Kasakawa smiled and shook his head modestly. "Gentlemen, I have merely made a trivial contribution. Overthrowing the elder will depend on the collective efforts of our faction." Uchiha Asano and Uchiha Asen exchanged knowing glances. While they scorned those who sought glory at the expense of others, they could not deny the charm in his words. "Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration." The group clinked their cups together, but before they could act further, a tremendous crash echoed through the room. The stone door to the basement was shattered by an unseen force, sending debris flying. Uchiha Asano frowned, pushing against the wooden table with his left hand. With a resounding crack, the table shot forward, colliding with the fragments, both disintegrating into splinters that littered the basement floor. "Who dares?" The trio, faced with this unexpected turn of events, found Uchiha Kasakawa most fearful. He understood the elder's terrifying methods and instinctively took a step back, positioning the two Uchiha guards in front of him. Uchiha Asakura paid no mind to Kasakawa's cautious maneuver, silently mocking his timidity. The three Jonin had gathered together, and even a Kaga-level opponent would struggle to subdue them swiftly. "We've got this secured," Uchiha Asen assured. As the dust settled from the shattered stone door, a young man dressed in Uchiha battle attire, displaying his three-tomo Sharingan, stepped inside. The three men regarded this youthful Uchiha with furrowed brows. It seemed no one in the clan was as young to possess such Sharingan. Yet, out of respect for the Sharingan, they all activated their own. Uchiha Asen, emboldened by their numbers, stepped forward. "Who are you? Why do you disturb our gathering?" "Enough with the questions. Anyone who betrays the elder shall die," Uchiha Nen declared resolutely. "Ha!" Uchiha Asen laughed heartily, gazing at the boy before him. "Young one, do you not grasp the current predicament? It is 3 against 1. You activated your Sharingan at such a tender age. Why align with an old fool? Join us, and with your talent, supported by us, you may yet become the leader of the Uchiha clan." Sharingan, illusory binding kill. Uchiha Asen feigned persuasion, but in truth, he unleashed the full power of his Sharingan, intent on striking first. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood their mental state and never truly believed his attempt to persuade would succeed. He merely sought to lower Uchiha Nan's guard, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Uchiha Nan sensed a binding force attempting to ensnare his mental prowess. Yet he resisted with the dual might of his Sharingan and his own spiritual strength. With a mere flicker of his eyes, he shattered the illusionary energy. In Chapter 54, Shadow-Level Mental Power, he harnessed this very energy to strengthen his connection with Uchiha Asen, deploying his own Genjutsu. The reflection of the Sharingan reversed, and Uchiha Asen, still reeling from the astonishment of having his ocular power broken, found himself engulfed in a shroud of darkness. A pair of blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan materialized in the air, drawing in his mental energy. Uchiha Asen stood frozen, expressionless, while Uchiha Asakura, recognizing the formidable power of his old friend's genjutsu, mistook Nan's stillness for defeat and prepared to subdue him. Even Uchiha Sogo relaxed his vigilance, questioning if he had been overly cautious. But in that instant, Sogo caught a glimpse of the smirk curling at the corner of Uchiha Nan's mouth and immediately understood, shouting a warning. Be careful. He is not ensnared by the illusion. Uchiha Asakura, alerted by Sogo's shout, quickly retreated, intending to create distance. He hurled a kunai in an attempt to awaken Uchiha Asen. However, this proved to be a futile endeavor. The ground beneath Uchiha Nan collapsed, and he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, enveloped in a massive amount of chakra, charging towards the ensnared Uchiha Asen and Uchiha Asakura. In a flash, Uchiha Nan reached his targets before the kunai could connect. Uchiha Asen, who stood in his path, crumbled like a stack of blocks under the impact of Nan's incredible strength and overwhelming chakra. Blood sprayed across the retreating Uchiha Asakura and the still-dazed Uchiha Sogo. In stark contrast, Uchiha Nan, shielded by his swirling chakra, emerged unscathed. With terrifying speed, he approached Uchiha Asakura, grinning as he swung a fist, the force of which shattered the air and struck Asakura's lower body. The outcome was grim. Uchiha Asakura met the same fate as Uchiha Asen. His remains splattered like a burst tomato. Asakura's upper half collided with Uchiha Sogo, who caught him in a panicked embrace. Gazing at the now diminished and gasping Uchiha Asakura, Sogo screamed in terror, "Do not kill me." He hurled the lifeless body aside, crashing against the wall, extinguishing the last flicker of life within. Staggering, Uchiha Sogo crawled before Uchiha Nan, disregarding the debris around him, and knelt. "Do not kill me, do not kill me. I wish to see the elder." The horrifying display Nen had just performed left Sogo utterly petrified. The genjutsu of the three-tomo Sharingan had failed him. Nan's immense chakra and formidable physical prowess extinguished any thought of resistance. Sogo lay prostrate, praying for mercy from the figure before him. Where was the elder when all this transpired? A thunderous rumble echoed as the entire basement collapsed, erasing all traces within. Uchiha Nan, clad in an immaculate black cloak, and scathed by dust, proceeded to his next destination. The following morning, Uchiha Nan awoke, stretching and rising from his bed. The previous night, he had eliminated 10 upper, mid, and lower-ranked Uchiha shinobi without hesitation, eradicating all who had betrayed the elder's interests. Those who remained, upon learning of the events of the night before, would undoubtedly make the right choices. Should they remain oblivious, Uchiha Nan would ensure they were informed. After freshening up, he claimed his rewards for the previous night's endeavors. The defeat of Uchiha Akiyama granted him a three-tomo Sharingan and upper-level chakra. The defeat of Uchiha Sogo provided another three-tomo Sharingan and mid-level spiritual energy, and the defeat of Uchiha Asakura yielded mid-level spiritual energy and the A-rank ninjutsu Dragon Flame Song. Remarkable, I can acquire others' ninjutsu, he mused, momentarily surprised, yet he dismissed the thought. After claiming all rewards, Uchiha Nan opened the long-awaited system interface. Battle system name, Uchiha Nan age, 11 talent, shadow level chakra, shadow level 35 physical strength, peak Jonin spiritual strength, shadow level 15 Sharingan, 3 tomo, 13-15, evaluation, congratulations. With your prowess, you could become renowned in the shinobi world. Feel free to discipline anyone in the village who displeases you. Gazing at the numbers following the 3 tomo, he sighed in mild exasperation. He had already eliminated so many Uchiha ninjas. Yet he still required 2 additional 3-tomo levels of ocular power and similar resources to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nevertheless, this signified the tremendous power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The figures associated with chakra and spiritual energy indicated he needed to amass 5 shadow-level energies to ascend to the Super Shadow rank. This was largely due to his relentless dedication over the past 4 years, which had allowed him to accumulate 3 portions of chakra, the easiest to obtain. However, spiritual energy and physical prowess were rarely acquired. Even when obtained, they were typically of low rank. Were it not for the formidable spiritual power of the Uchiha clan last night, he would have remained unaware of how long it would take to surpass the shadow-level threshold, akin to the challenges posed by upper-level physical strength. While contemplating whether to discreetly eliminate 2 more Uchiha upper ninjas, a white dove suddenly flew in through the window. This time, Uchiha then refrained from unrolling a blank scroll. He activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, gazing at the dove and guiding it to land in his palm. Delving into its body with his ocular and spiritual energy, he effortlessly discerned the message within. The elder sought an urgent meeting, likely prompted by the aftermath of his actions from the previous night. Uchiha then leaped from the window, landing on the roof of a neighboring house. He swiftly navigated to the elder's courtyard. Upon arrival, he found the scene quite different from previous visits. The elder stood in the center of the courtyard, leaning on a cane, surrounded by a group of 20 anxious ninjas. Uchiha then approached the elder, greeting him respectfully. The elder nodded, gesturing toward the frightened group below, and smiled with a hint of malice. Nan, these are the very individuals who fled before. Now, fearing for their lives after last night's massacre, they have returned to plead for mercy. My old bones won't last much longer. This predicament is of your own making, so I leave them to you. Do as you see fit. The group below had awoken early to the news that those who had betrayed the elder had all been mysteriously slain the previous night. This situation instilled a deep-seated fear within them, as they dreaded that they might be next. Hastily, they formed a group to seek out the elder, eager to express their loyalty. Although they believed they had not wronged the elder, they had nevertheless made a choice during his time of weakness to abandon him in search of a more formidable ally, which could indeed be seen as a betrayal. Now, after witnessing the elder reveal his terrifying might, coupled with their awareness of his formidable nature, they rushed back to profess their loyalty, claiming that they had been misled and now sought to return to the light, hoping the elder would not hold it against them. However, on this day, the elder did not seek their opinions and instead entrusted them to a mere child. How could this be acceptable? Yet, in light of the tragic events of the previous night, no one dared to voice their objections. They exchanged anxious glances, hoping someone would step forward to challenge this decision. Uchiha Nan, helpless, looked at the elder, feeling the burden of an unexpected responsibility. After all, he was just an 11-year-old boy. Could the elder truly reconcile this decision with his conscience? The elder, noticing his expression, smiled knowingly. Do not underestimate this group, though they may seem fickle. Among them are several elite jonin, along with numerous chunin to serve as subordinates. With those lost last night, a significant portion of the Uchiha clan now rests in your hands. Others would have readily accepted this opportunity, yet here you are glaring at this old man. With a tap of his cane, the elder fixed him with a fierce gaze. Sighing deeply, Uchiha then understood that the elder believed his time was short and was paving the way for his own future. In this context, Nen also solidified his resolve to acquire the cells of Hashirama. Once he succeeded, he would implant them into the elder, ensuring that the old man regained his strength. Then, he would reclaim his authority over the Uchiha clan, enjoying the privileges of leadership while delegating the burdensome duties to the elder. This plan, he mused, was not unfeasible. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Very well, old man, I shall take charge of these individuals. The elder, surprised by his swift acceptance, regarded him with a newfound respect. Meanwhile, the expressions of those below darkened further. What is this? Are you two actually in cahoots? They seemed to ponder. The elder's decision was one thing, but how could a boy they scarcely knew presume to lead them? Uchiha Nan, reading the discontent on their faces, chose not to engage further. Stepping forward, he unleashed a fearsome chakra of a magnitude befitting a 3 shadows level, which surged forth and bore down upon the gathered crowd. Simultaneously, he activated his Sharingan, the 3-tomo evolving towards the terrifying Mangekyo, coupled with his peak Jonin mental fortitude, exerting a crushing pressure upon the ninjas. As the overwhelming chakra erupted from Uchiha Nan, the faces of the assembled ninjas turned pale, struggling to withstand the onslaught. The abyss-like gaze of the 3-tomo and the oppressive mental energy created an atmosphere that felt as if their very bones were cracking under the strain, their minds descending into chaos, rendering them speechless. Among them, several chunin could not bear the pressure and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as the suffocating weight lifted. Soon, even the weaker jonin succumbed, falling to the earth like the chunin before them. Those who remained standing, realizing the futility of defiance, quickly followed suit, prostrating themselves. Observing this scene, Uchiha Nen smirked slightly and withdrew his oppressive aura. I shall tell you this, from this day forth, you are my subordinates. I am not one to tolerate disobedience. If I command you to go east, you shall not go west. Should you choose to defy me, you may meet the same fate as those jonin from last night. Upon finishing his declaration, he surveyed the prostrate ninjas. They exchanged glances, understanding the futility of opposition. You are so powerful. How could anyone dare to oppose you? They thought, coming to realize that the individuals they had seen perish were indeed the work of the boy before them. With a shared understanding, they nodded in agreement. Very well. Uchiha Nan continued, upon your return, conduct yourselves as you see fit, and strive to win over reliable clan members for future endeavors. Understood, sir, they replied, as he waved them off before engaging in further discussions with the elder. He inquired about the various factions' reactions to the events of the previous night. The elder succinctly explained that upon learning of the incident, the factions had chosen to remain silent, consolidating their forces to avoid the wrath of the elder's subordinates, who had eliminated those jonin. While some may have considered using the incident to provoke trouble for the elder, they were not foolish enough to act without understanding his true capabilities. They preferred to maintain the status quo, allowing others to take the risks. With the losses from the previous night, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their frustration, as they had initiated the conflict that had led to this retaliation. Eventually, Uchiha Nan departed from the elder's residence. Having promised Kakashi and the others that he would train with them, he returned to the training ground from the day before. Nan, we've been waiting for you. Why are you so late? Kakashi, with his usual deadpan expression, greeted him with evident displeasure. I was held up by some matters. Nan replied with an apologetic smile, embodying the spirit of a cheerful and vibrant young man, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just dispatched 10 jonin the previous night. All right, Kakashi, now that Nan is here, let us commence our training, Lin enthusiastically interjected, coming to his aid. As the training resumed, laughter and exertion echoed through the grounds. In the afternoon, while resting, a flash of yellow appeared in an instant. Uchiha Nan reacted immediately, springing to his feet. Kakashi and the others, alerted by the commotion, stood as well and greeted the newcomer in unison. Teacher Minato, at last. You have arrived, teacher. It was through their titles that Uchiha Nan realized this was none other than the guiding jonin of Kakashi and the others, the renowned Minato Namikaze. Greetings, Jonin Minato. I am Uchiha Nan. Nen introduced himself, intrigued by the yellow flash. Nenkuin. I have heard much about you from Kakashi and Lady Tsunade. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Minato responded warmly. As the two engaged in conversation, they exchanged pleasantries, ultimately establishing a rapport that allowed them to call each other by their first names, signifying their budding friendship. With Minato's arrival, the training session naturally reached a halt, as it had been some time since they had all gathered together. Minato Namikaze decided to invite Kakashi and a few others to dinner, and Uchiha Nan, having nothing else to do, tagged along for a free meal. Nan, today I'll take you to a delightful noodle shop, Minato said with a radiant smile. Indeed. That noodle shop is truly exceptional, Lin Yohara chimed in with a grin. Oh, really? I am curious to see what kind of place can earn such admiration from both Minato-sensei and you, Lin. Uchiha Nan remarked as they followed Minato through the bustling streets of Konoha. They soon arrived at a quaint little shop. Uchiha Nan looked at the establishment with a hint of disappointment, questioning what could possibly be delicious about such a place. However, he was taken aback upon seeing the name written on the white cloths hanging at the entrance, Ichiraku Ramen. Confusion washed over him. Had this shop been established so early? He often saw Naruto and his friends dining here in the anime, and he held vivid memories of it. But casting a glance at Minato, he recalled that it was currently the 4th year of Konoha's era, with 3 years left until Naruto's birth. Had this ramen shop truly opened so soon? Though a resident of Konoha, he seldom ventured beyond the Uchiha compound, rendering him oblivious to such local establishments. Minato guided the group to their seats and called out to the kitchen, "Boss, we have guests." A young, round-faced man with cheerful, squinty eyes emerged from the kitchen. "Oh, Minato, you've brought friends to support us again," he exclaimed. "Yes, you know my funds are managed by Kushina, so I can only treat them here." Their banter suggested a close familiarity, with Uchiha Obito occasionally chiming in, adding to the lively atmosphere. "What would you like to order?" The boss inquired as Kakashi and the others had already made their selections. Uchiha Nan decided, "I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen, as I want to see if it lives up to Naruto's praises." The boss retrieved the ingredients and began crafting the ramen right before them. Meanwhile, Minato shared tales of his recent adventures with Kakashi and the others, while Uchiha Nan quietly observed the round-faced owner as he skillfully prepared the noodles. Suddenly, he caught wind of a conversation nearby. What a surprise to encounter the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and the son of the third Reikage. His attention shifted back to Minato, pondering whether he had already crossed paths with the AB duo. It seemed the title of the Yellow Flash would soon resonate through the ninja world. Minato-sensei, given your elation, it surely means you triumphed over your opponents, Uchiha said, smiling as he leaned closer. Oh, not at all. I merely had a stroke of good fortune, Minato replied, scratching his head modestly. Uchiha, however, was unconvinced by this modesty. The fact that Minato could escape unscathed from encounters with Killer Bee and the future Fourth Reikage spoke volumes of his formidable prowess. Not to mention, he had managed to give them a bit of trouble if Minato's Flying Thunder God technique were fully unleashed. Even the current third Hokage would find it challenging to contend without resorting to forbidden techniques. As the ramen arrived, Uchiha returned to his seat and savored the noodles. The texture was chewy, smooth, and flavorful, with an enticing aroma. Indeed, it surpassed any ramen he had tasted elsewhere. No wonder this establishment flourished. The owner possessed remarkable culinary talent. After finishing their meals, the group dispersed. Uchiha and Obito walked together towards the Uchiha compound, but as they passed by a dango shop, a voice called out to him. Nan. They halted, and Uchiha turned to see the source of the voice. Standing at the entrance of the dango shop was the spirited Akamichi Kirui, clad in a brown-yellow coat, with a youthful yet striking appearance. Beside her was Yuhi Kurenai, sporting tousled long hair and shorts that revealed her long, fair legs, exuding a glimpse of an alluring maturity despite her youth. They approached quickly, the evening sky dimming as neon signs illuminated the nearby shops, casting a glow upon Kurenai's long legs that momentarily captivated Uchiha. What a coincidence, Nan. Oh, and Obito's here too, Kirui exclaimed, having rushed to Uchiha side. Uchiha Obito merely shrugged, feeling little attachment to these classmates aside from Rin and Kakashi. Not wishing to intrude, he remarked, you two catch up. I'll take my leave, before turning to depart. Uchiha felt it was impolite to let him go. But before he could protest, Kirui had already grabbed his arm, inspecting him from side to side. Kurenai, noticing her friend's smitten expression, pulled her away with a frown. Perhaps Kirui was getting too close to Uchiha. Apologies, Nan, for my friend's behavior. It's just been a while since we last met, and I wanted to see if you've become even more perfect, Kirui said, glancing at him with a playful grin. Uchiha shivered at her words, taking a step back as he thought, no wonder she is a disciple of Orochimaru. Ha! Kirui laughed at his reaction, playfully patting his shoulder. I was just teasing you. Don't be scared. Come on, let us go grab some dango, Kirui suggested, pointing to the shop they had intended to enter. Uchiha glanced at the enticing offerings, patted his stomach, and reasoned that joining two lovely girls for a late-night snack wouldn't be a bad idea. The three of them stepped into the dango shop together. Chapter 57. The promise. After greeting the owner, Kirui chose a spot by the window, seating Uchiha and Kurenai on either side of her. Nan, I ordered several delectable types of dango. You must try them all, she announced eagerly. Dango was quick to prepare, and soon a variety of colorful skewers filled Uchiha table. I'm about to dig in, Kirui declared, rolling up her sleeves and grabbing 2 skewers to devour. Before long, her table was littered with 7 or 8 empty sticks. Uchiha and Kurenai took their time, savoring their dango slowly, while casually discussing the events of the years gone by. Meanwhile, Kirui's pile of sticks grew to 20. Uchiha could no longer contain himself as he glanced at Kirui's flat figure. Upon glancing at her abdomen, she remarked, Red Bean, do you not fear gaining weight with such indulgence? Hearing this, Yushoshi Hongdo momentarily halted her action of stuffing her mouth with dumplings. Oh no! In her delight over the delectable treats, she had completely forgotten the presence of Uchiha. While responding to the earlier conversation with mere murmurs, she had unconsciously displayed an extraordinary appetite and somewhat unrefined eating habits typical of her shared meals with Hong. Had she not exposed herself entirely before Nan? Would he perceive her as a rather uncouth girl? I do not usually eat this much. It is just. Yurskoshi Ndug hastily signaled her friend for assistance. Ziori Hong rolled her eyes in exasperation. You've consumed so much already. How can I help you salvage this? Yet, for the sake of her friend's happiness, she glanced at the finished skewer of 3 colored dumplings in her hand and suddenly had a brilliant idea, picking up another skewer. But these portions are for both of us. I have already finished mine. The remaining ones are mine. Indeed, Indeed, Do expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards her friend, subsequently pushing all the remaining dumplings in front of her. Ziori Hong froze, her eyes widening in alarm as she quickly gestured to her friend. How can I possibly finish so many dumplings? Hongdo blinked and presented a pitiful expression. Just this once, you must help me, otherwise my reputation before Nan will be utterly ruined. Fine, fine, next time when Asuma seeks you out, I'll help you send him away. All right, you have my word. With a resigned expression, she rubbed her slightly bulging belly and began to stuff her mouth with dumplings with a dramatic flair. Uchiha Nan observed their antics with amusement, wearing an innocent expression that suggested he was oblivious to their shenanigans. In her nervousness, Do was likely deceived by his facade. However, Ziori Hong merely shot him a glance. Discerning the underlying tension, and assertively thrust 2 skewers of dumplings into his hands. Have you noticed something? Accusations, I am innocent. I don't care. You must eat as well. Ziori Hong firmly divided the dumplings on the table, pushing half towards Uchiha Nan. Very well, so this is how it shall be, Nan thought, mentally noting Ziori Hong for future reference during the Chunin exams. After devouring the dumplings, the trio lingered for a short while before Uchiha Nan settled the bill and left the dumpling shop. After witnessing Ziori Hong's embarrassing moment, he felt as though this meal was simply a ticket to an entertaining show. Once outside, Ziori Hong quickly concocted an excuse about feeling unwell to depart. She did not wish to act as a third wheel for her friend, and indeed, she felt rather unwell. Cradling her slightly swollen belly, she seethed inwardly at Uchiha Nan for his antics. Meanwhile, after Ziori Hong's departure, Do clenched her clothing nervously, feeling somewhat lost. Despite her earlier carefree demeanor, it was merely a facade bolstered by Ziori Hong's presence. Having never been alone with a man apart from her father and teacher, especially one she admired, she fought against her anxiety, mustering the courage to invite Uchiha Nan for a walk. Yet, the words that escaped her were, "Nan, are you going home?" Upon uttering this, she inwardly berated herself. Hongdo, where has your usual self gone? How could you falter so? Had she squandered the opportunity Ziori Hong had painstakingly crafted? She envisioned the scene where Uchiha Nan would respond and leave her standing alone on the desolate street. Red Bean, if you don't mind, may I invite you to stroll around Konoha? Hongdo could scarcely believe her ears, momentarily frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, he must not wish for my company. Uchiha Nan, however, was keenly aware of her thoughts. He had always been oblivious to such matters, never wishing to hurt the feelings of such a charming girl. And no, I would be delighted. Realizing her agreement, Hongdo quickly responded. They wandered along the bustling streets of Konoha, meandering until they reached a quieter area. Perhaps the time spent walking together had emboldened her. With her hands clasped behind her back and her cheeks slightly flushed, she gazed at Uchiha Nan. Nan, the Chunin exam is just a few days away. Will you come to watch my assessment? Uchiha Nan returned her gaze with a gentle smile. Of course, I will be there. Not only that, but I shall also surprise you. Surprise? Hongdo was unsure of what he meant, but merely hearing his promise filled her heart with immense sweetness. Well then, let us make a pact. She raised her petite hand, her sleeve sliding down to reveal her fair arm. Are you a child? What am I to do with you? Uchiha Nan remarked teasingly. Yet he stepped forward and extended his hand. Under the moonlight, they sealed their agreement. Satisfied with her accomplishment and realizing it was getting late, Hongdo waved goodbye to Uchiha Nan. Nan, I shall take my leave now. Do remember our promise. Chapter 58, Uchiha Nan vs. Wave Wind Minato. The following day, Uchiha Nan arrived at Kakashi and the others' training ground, as was his routine. Upon entering, he noticed Wave Wind Minato transform into a streak of yellow light, evading Kakashi's electrified right hand, reappearing behind him like a flash. You are finished, Kakashi. Following this, he launched a kunai before promptly appearing beside Uchiha Nan. Nan, you have arrived. He had learned from Kakashi and the others that Uchiha Nan would be joining them for training in the coming days. Minato-sensei, the defeated Yahara Rin and Uchiha Obito approached them. Good morning, Nan, Rin greeted warmly. Good morning, Rin, Obito, Uchiha Nan replied. At that moment, the gloom-ridden Kakashi approached and nodded to Uchiha Nan before turning to Minato. Minato-sensei, with my abilities, can I truly pass the Jonin examination? After enduring relentless training from Uchiha Nan and Wave Wind Minato, Kakashi's once abundant confidence had diminished. After all, Minato-sensei was merely a jonin, and Nan was just a chunin like him. If they could easily defeat him, how could he possibly pass the examination? Kakashi felt utterly lost. Do not be disheartened, Kakashi. With your skills, passing the examination should not be a challenge. Under the radiant encouragement of Minato Namikaze, he addressed his student, Kakashi, saying, Teacher, how could you so effortlessly defeat me? It seems South can accomplish this with ease as well. Upon hearing his disciple's inquiry, Minato shook his head and replied in a gentle tone, Kakashi, my ability to conquer you stems solely from my extensive experience and reliance on the Flying Thunder God technique. From my observations, your prowess is indeed commendable, even among the elite jonin. As for South, I have yet to witness his abilities firsthand, so I cannot comment on how he bested you. Uchiha South, upon hearing these words, internally shook his head, recognizing the humility of his mentor, who had undoubtedly reached the level of a Kage, yet modestly attributed his success to the Flying Thunder God technique. In South's eyes, even without this skill, Minato's overall strength would have already placed him at the pinnacle of power. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique could be considered an extension of his innate abilities, for it was a skill exclusive to him, remaining unmastered by others since the passing of the second Hokage. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi remained unmotivated by their exchange. His head hung low. Uchiha Obito, overhearing their conversation, glanced at South, who frequently captured the attention of Rin Noara, and an idea emerged in his mind that would surely embarrass South. Teacher, South, with your formidable strengths, why not engage in a duel? This would allow us to witness the true caliber of powerful shinobi and illustrate the gap between you and ordinary ninjas. An excellent suggestion. Minato remarked in surprise at his seemingly dim-witted student, who today had suddenly demonstrated insight by proposing such a brilliant idea. Although he agreed to the duel, he needed to consider the opinions of his opponents, turning his gaze towards South. What do you think, South? Sure, I've been eager to spar with Teacher Minato. South replied, fully aware of Obito's intentions. This was a perfect opportunity for him, as he had long coveted Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. The battle system allowed one to acquire various abilities from fallen foes, not limited to chakra or physical prowess, but potentially including their jutsu, contingent on luck. South yearned to test whether he could obtain the Flying Thunder God technique. Once both parties consented, Minato swiftly led South and the others to a designated battle arena. Given the destructive potential of powerful shinobi, such arenas were established to prevent excessive damage to the village, and any combat here required reporting to the Umbu to deter unwanted attention from outsiders. Thanks to Minato's status as Jiraiya's disciple and his prior victories in battle, obtaining permission to utilize the arena was a mere formality. In the center of the circular arena, Minato and South faced each other, forming opposing seals. Kakashi and Rin stood outside, their eyes fixated on the impending battle, while Obito, arms crossed and laughing heartily, envisioned the scene of the detested South being thoroughly bested by Minato. What are you doing, Obito? The fight is about to begin, Rin exclaimed, rolling her eyes at his foolishness. Responding to her call, Obito hurried over. South, meanwhile, regarded Minato with a serious expression, well aware of the capabilities of the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as Minato had a kunai imbued with the technique nearby, he could teleport at will, necessitating South to remain fully vigilant. Noticing South's stillness, Minato understood that his opponent recognized the technique's formidable nature and sought to counter it with unwavering resolve. Thus, he decided to initiate the encounter. With a swift motion, Minato released 4 specially designed kunai from his sleeve, launching them towards South. South, focusing intently on the trajectory of the kunai, prepared to intercept the attack. However, he was caught off guard when Minato transformed into a streak of yellow light, appearing atop one of the kunai. With a flick of his wrist, he altered the landing positions of the remaining kunai and unleashed dozens more, aiming to obscure his true intentions. Yet South remained undeterred. He rapidly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of searing white flames in a sweeping arc towards the cluster of kunai, intending to incinerate them. To his astonishment, Minato showed no fear, forming seals of his own and emitting a tangible blade of wind. The wind release. Wind pressure blade coalesced into a singular point, slicing through the blazing inferno as Minato advanced to engage South in close combat. However, he soon realized that his B-rank technique, the wind pressure blade, was insufficient to penetrate the unique and intense flames. It faltered midway, flickering and dissipating. Chapter 59, Minato surrenders. This predicament placed Minato in a perilous situation. Feeling the scorching waves of heat around him, he found himself unable to employ any other jutsu and could only sigh in resignation. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the specially designed kunai he had planted at the start of the match. Unperturbed by Minato's plight, South unleashed an A-rank jutsu he had meticulously prepared. Fire Release. Dragon Flame Song summoned 3 dragon heads of flame that surged forth, entwined with the searing white blaze, hinting at a transformation into an even more profound fire as they charged towards Minato. The ground beneath them cracked and dried, and the surrounding kunai were incinerated to nothingness. The 3 onlookers, witnessing the sheer ferocity of the technique and feeling the intense heat waves, found their clothing nearly ignited, leaving them parched and speechless. Incredible! Such a powerful technique could annihilate us all in an instant. They gasped, aware that they were merely experiencing the heat from the retreating fire dragon. Facing this onslaught, Minato's heart was filled with regret. Why had he foolishly agreed to Obito's suggestion? Yet, it was too late for regrets. Confronted by such a terrifying jutsu, he braced himself for a fierce confrontation. To him, this technique appeared even more fearsome than Jiraiya's fire release techniques. His suspicions were entirely justified. To counter Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, South had infused the jutsu with a full 13 units of his chakra, equivalent to the total chakra of a Kaga-level shinobi, amplifying its potency beyond measure. As Minato frantically formed seals, the fire dragon approached him. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of lightning erupted from his body, coalescing into a colossal wolf towering several meters high. The lightning release. Lightning Wolf roared as it charged towards the 3 dragon heads, shaking the ground with each powerful step, sending debris flying and crackling with static electricity. Even a colossal wolf imbued with such formidable power began to dissolve into a phantom state before the fire dragon, its body disintegrating as the thunderous chakra within it dissipated into nothingness. Upon colliding with the fire dragon, it could only endure for a mere 2 to 3 seconds before vanishing entirely from the arena. Meanwhile, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seized these fleeting moments granted by the lightning release ninjutsu. He unleashed a barrage of shuriken, forming a vertical line as they flew forth, one after another. Just as the first shuriken was on the brink of total dissolution, Minato performed a hand seal, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Instantly, a significant portion of the devastation wrought by the fire dragon was negated, as he utilized the spatial transfer characteristic of the technique to relocate the raging inferno to a distant locale. As the second shuriken approached its melting point, Minato invoked the Flying Thunder God technique once more, causing another substantial section of the fire dragon's assault to dissipate. Thus, with each successive shuriken, the fire dragon's menace waned. When only 3 shuriken remained, they carved a path of survival for Minato just as the encroaching flames threatened to engulf him. He deftly appeared beside the last shuriken, while the residual force of the fire dragon melted the ground beneath, creating a vast pool of molten rock. Having learned from his previous encounters, Minato hurled a multitude of shuriken around the perimeter, imbuing them with chakra to ensure they swiftly embedded themselves into their intended targets. To avoid interception by Uchiha Obito, he simultaneously positioned himself at the landing point of one shuriken. In a flash, he materialized to the left of Obito, his hands aglow with a swirling sphere of chakra. A small whirlwind manifested beside Obito as the Rasengan descended rapidly. Unfazed, Obito's muscles bulged as he activated his enhanced strength technique, his chakra-infused arm meeting the Rasengan with a thunderous crash, creating a crater several meters deep. Both Minato and Obito were propelled to the sides by the shockwave. Yet, while Obito stumbled backward, Minato transformed into a blur of yellow, reappearing at his side almost instantaneously, wielding 2 Rasengan to strike once more. Obito attempted to counter as before, but Minato vanished from sight, only to materialize behind him, delivering 2 Rasengan with tremendous force. Minato had discerned that Obito had inherited Tsunade's enhanced strength technique, and through their earlier exchange, he understood that Obito's physique could withstand significant damage without succumbing to it. As anticipated, the 2 Rasengan detonated behind Obito, merely tearing through the thick layer of chakra enveloping him and shredding his clothing, leaving behind superficial wounds. As Obito was pushed back by the shockwave, Minato once again appeared at his side, this time facing another assault from the Rasengan. Obito demonstrated his newfound wisdom by refraining from a direct confrontation. Instead, he activated his Sharingan, preparing a potent illusion technique that would ensnare Minato should their gazes meet, leveraging his formidable mental prowess. However, in the blink of an eye, Minato vanished once more, leaving only a Rasengan to explode, forcing Obito back yet again. This back and forth continued, with Obito being buffeted by the Rasengan-esque shockwaves, his expression marred by soot from the blasts. Finally, Minato emerged at the edge of the battlefield, raising his hand in concession, acknowledging his defeat. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, insufficient to employ the Flying Thunder God technique again. Conversely, Obito, after enduring numerous Rasengan assaults and unleashing such devastating fire techniques, should have been drained of chakra, yet Minato observed the protective chakra still swirling around him with a resigned sigh. What a prodigious talent! Such an overwhelming amount of chakra. Could it be that he, like Kushina, harbored a tailed beast within? Yet he was an Uchiha. Such immense chakra was simply part of his nature. With a calm demeanor, Minato conceded, waving amicably at Obito, who, if faced with an opponent who could not be vanquished and possessed such abundant chakra, would have long since resorted to harsh words to teach them a lesson. Watching from the sidelines, Kakashi and his companions were enveloped in a stunned silence. This battle had truly opened their eyes, allowing them to comprehend why defeating Kakashi, a seasoned jonin, was so effortlessly achieved. These two warriors existed on entirely different planes of existence. They silently implored, "Please, find another target. Do not continue to torment us." Chapter 60. Affinity of Space-Time Techniques. Uchiha Obito remained in a state of shock. Although he had proposed this match, what he truly desired to witness was Minato triumphing over Obito. Instead, the two engaged in an intense battle, showcasing spectacular displays, only for Minato to ultimately lose. This was unacceptable. Obito's reputation would only soar higher, leaving Obito feeling as though he had suffered a loss rather than a victory. Rin would only admire Obito more as a result. Obito found himself mentally overwhelmed, unable to reconcile the disparity between expectation and reality. Meanwhile, Obito was too preoccupied to consider the thoughts of others. He retrieved a new outfit from his ninja pack, donning it before taking a seat beside Rin to rest. His mind, however, was eager to access the battle records of the system, hoping to uncover a reward for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon defeating Minato Namikaze, he found the reward, Affinity for Space-Time Ninjutsu. Though he had prepared himself for the possibility of receiving nothing, seeing the reward still brought a sense of disappointment. However, a realization struck him. This affinity for space-time ninjutsu was akin to the fire affinity he had acquired earlier. Did this imply that he could master space-time techniques as effortlessly as he had mastered fire release? Wasn't the Flying Thunder God technique a form of space-time ninjutsu? Elation surged within him. While he may not have obtained the technique itself, he had discovered a shortcut to learning it. Moreover, he speculated that once he grasped the Flying Thunder God technique, he might not wield it with the same finesse as Minato. Mastery of such a technique required not only innate talent in space-time ninjutsu, but also exceptional reflexes. Only with quick reflexes could one effectively seize opportunities on the battlefield, responding with the most appropriate action. Otherwise, even with the Flying Thunder God technique, one might merely utilize it as a simple teleportation technique. However, for Uchiha Nan, this was sufficient, as his prowess meant that even with a perfect inheritance of the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato Namikaze, it would merely serve to embellish his already formidable strength, unable to effect any fundamental transformation in his combat capabilities. More often than not, he merely utilized the Flying Thunder God technique for expedient travel. Thus, the reward he received this time was just right for him. Having just claimed his reward, Uchiha then sat on the steps, preparing to recuperate the chakra he had expended. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he slightly furrowed his brow and cast a glance toward a shadowy corner behind him. Umbu, perhaps? He then smirked with a hint of amusement. Was this not entirely expected? Those who could engage in battle in such a unique location were at least jonin, and any skirmish of this caliber would undoubtedly be reported back to the village. Even to the extent that he presumed, given his and Minato's status, the Hokage would personally inquire into the matter. Nonetheless, Uchiha Nen was no longer particularly concerned about others knowing the extent of his abilities. He had evolved from a fledgling that had to scurry and hide into an eagle capable of soaring through the skies. With his current combat prowess, Unless an ancient and sinister entity emerged from the shadows, traversing the ninja world would pose no challenge for him. After a brief recovery of his chakra, Uchiha, Nan, and Minato took turns besting Kakashi and the others, before dispersing to their respective homes. Due to the encounter with Anko and her companions the previous day, Uchiha Obito chose not to accompany him home again, opting for a different route instead. Uchiha Nen had just internally scoffed at Obito's overthinking when the subsequent events swiftly proved him wrong, revealing Obito's foresight. A group of individuals dressed as Umbu, yet exuding a sinister aura, blocked his path. Root, perhaps? Uchiha Nen raised an eyebrow, cursing his misfortune inwardly. Lord Danzo wishes to see you, one of the masked figures. Seemingly the leader, stepped forward and spoke coldly. Who does he think he is to summon me? Get lost. Uchiha Nan's voice was icy as he expressed his irritation at their abrupt appearance, fully prepared to engage in combat should it come to that. How dare you insult Lord Danzo? You seek death. The root ninjas brandished their kunai, intending to forcibly escort Uchiha Nen back. Their kind were devoid of thought, spirit, and merely executed orders without question, mere rats in the sewers, baring their teeth. As the root ninjas maintained their combat formation and charged at Uchiha Nan, he activated his three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing a brilliant crimson light. Genjutsu, inner world. Not good. The masked leader, upon witnessing Uchiha Nan's Sharingan, swiftly gestured for the root members to pair up and dispel the illusion. However, before they could act, figures identical to them appeared, brandishing kunai and launching an offensive. They could not afford to remain passive and began to retaliate with their ninjutsu. Yet, the assailants seemed to be in perfect synchrony with their thoughts. No matter what technique the root ninjas employed, their adversaries countered with identical methods, dismantling their attacks seamlessly. Even the masked leader was not exempt from this fate. Observing the group of individuals now ensnared in his genjutsu, their eyes vacant and entranced, Uchiha Nen disdainfully curled his lip. A bunch of useless fools, thinking they could capture me. The inner world technique was one he had developed based on the illusion scrolls provided by the Elder, utilizing his formidable mental strength and ocular prowess. Theoretically, as long as the gathered chakra of those ensnared did not exceed his own, they would fall into the realm created by this genjutsu. Within this realm emerged a version of themselves, mirroring their memories, with equal capabilities but filled with negative emotions. Solely driven by slaughter. Only by slaying this version of themselves could they find a way to escape the illusion. However, with only 2 jonin among the root ninjas, the prospect of escaping this genjutsu was utterly impossible. Uchiha Nen calmly walked past the ensnared ninjas, crushing their left arms inch by inch as he passed. This would serve as a fitting tribute to that old coot, Danzo, filling his right arm with Sharingan as a parting gift. Although such an event might not transpire, Uchiha Nen was determined to see it through. By the time he returned home and lay on his bed, the genjutsu he had cast on these individuals was lifted. Chapter 61. Shimura Danzo. Overstepping boundaries in a dark underground cavern of Konoha, the base of Root, Shimura Danzo abruptly smashed the table beside him with a fierce strike. He surveyed the group before him. Failed operatives, their left arms shattered and devoid of value. Calmly, he waved his hand, summoning a subordinate with a purple visage. Ryoma, take these failures to Orochimaru. Hasn't he been lamenting the lack of test subjects? Let these worthless individuals serve their final purpose. It shall be done, Lord Danzo. The emotionless oil girl Ryoma gestured for the root ninjas to escort the failed operatives to another location. Aware of their grim fate, the group offered no resistance, numbly allowing their former companions to lead them to the slaughterhouse. Do I need to go personally? Uchiha brat, just wait, Danzo murmured in the damp and chilly underground cavern. In the days that followed, Uchiha Nen did not encounter any more members of Root. Time passed unnoticed amidst his confrontations with Kakashi and the others. Konoha was once again preparing for the Chunin exams. Outside the examination venue for the first written test, a temporary viewing platform had been erected. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived early to occupy the main position. Tsunade, appearing visibly impatient, sat nearby, surrounded by an elderly man and woman who were lecturing her. Among them sat a circle of Konoha Jonin, including Minato Namikaze. As the scene unfolded, Uchiha Nen arrived at the exam site, greeting the two. Lord Hokage, Teacher Tsunade. Nan, you're here. Hiruzen Sarutobi responded to Uchiha Nen with the same gentle demeanor as before. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. He had received intelligence from the Umbu the day prior that Uchiha and had actually defeated Minato, a young man he had held in high regard, an unbelievable turn of events. However, now it was an established fact, with little to be done about it. What troubled him more was that Uchiha was only 11 years old. If this trajectory continued, he could genuinely become the next Uchiha Madara. At that point, Konoha would no longer possess the first Hokage, who once suppressed Madara. Would they truly have to entrust the village to the Uchiha clan? Upon reflecting on this, he cast a glance at the distant figure of Minato Namikaze, hoping he would better harness his abilities to counterbalance Uchiha Nan. Nan, you have finally arrived. Tsunade exclaimed joyfully as she stood from her seat, abruptly embracing Uchiha Nan in a fervent display of affection. She was finally free from the incessant prattle of the two old geezers. Earlier that day, the third Hokage had summoned her to his office, meticulously inquiring about her disciple, Uchiha Nan, including his character and how he dealt with adversaries. Although Tsunade was unaware of the circumstances, she responded candidly. Subsequently, she learned from the third Hokage that her disciple had triumphed over Jiraiya's pupil, which filled her with immense joy. If Jiraiya himself dared not retaliate, how splendid it was that her disciple could dominate Jiraiya's student. However, soon after, she was subjected to a tedious lecture from Mito Minyan and the elderly Kurenai Yui, admonishing her to constantly supervise her disciple, to guide him towards righteousness, and to instill within him the will of fire. They warned her to promptly report any psychological issues he might face, which only served to irritate her, prompting a desire to knock the old men away. Did she not know her own disciple? He was virtuous, respectful of his teachers, and aside from a minor penchant for lechery, all was well. Yet, the third Hokage soon took the stage personally, elaborating on the perils posed by Uchiha Madara, exasperating her further with tales of unchecked power. Following this, those two old men trailed her to the Chunin exam venue, buzzing around her like pesky flies. It was there that Uchiha witnessed the earlier scene. What moved Tsunade deeply was the arrival of her proud disciple. She scooped Uchiha into her arms, believing the old men would dare not speak further. Indeed, her assumption proved correct. As Kurenai and Mito merely exchanged glances before frowning and returning to their seats beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, whispering amongst themselves, the content of which remained a mystery. Ugh, I can't breathe. Uchiha struggled in Tsunade's embrace, causing her clothing to sway. It was perplexing how Uchiha could withstand Rasengan, yet be so easily subdued by Tsunade. As the exam commenced, a hush fell over the crowd at the command. Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, finally set Uchiha down, though she kept him close by her side. With the proctors signaling, a white curtain descended before the audience, followed by a blue light emanating from the written examination room, projecting the candidates' expressions and movements onto the curtain with crystal clarity. Among them, Uchiha spotted Kakashi, penning his answers with an inspired fervor, rin deep in contemplation, and the pouting Hanabi, who was drawing lots. Nearby, Uchiha Obito was bouncing around, scratching his head in confusion. As time flowed steadily, Kakashi nonchalantly submitted his paper and exited. Uchiha Obito glanced around, picking up a crumpled piece of paper from the floor. Others began to exhibit their own skills as well. Uchiha surveyed the proctor's expressions, noting their furrowed brows. Only the third Hokage sat at the main table, grinning and observing with keen interest. Soon, the written portion concluded, and after confirming the group matches scheduled for 3 days hence, the crowd dispersed. On his way home, Uchiha encountered a root ninja cloaked in a chilling aura. This time, an elderly man with a grim expression and an X-shaped scar on his chin accompanied him. You must be the young scion of the Uchiha clan, he rasped. Uchiha nodded calmly, responding, and you are? Such a cheeky young man, speaking to me with such bravado at your age, the elder retorted, unmoved by Uchiha-nan's words, even if they struck a nerve. Despite his advanced years, he remained largely unknown within the village. Oh, so you are the shadow of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. What business do you, a significant figure, have with someone as inconsequential as myself? Uchiha replied in a tone laden with sarcasm. Haha, Danzo sneered. You are quite arrogant, young one. Do you believe you can defy me simply because of your association with the Hokage? Initially, Danzo had only taken an interest in Uchiha because Tsunade had taken a member of the Uchiha clan as her disciple. There had been little connection between them. However, after receiving intelligence from his spies about Uchiha ability to defeat Minato Namikaze, Danzo became intrigued, and ordered information gathering about him. After all, possessing a top-tier combatant could significantly aid his ambitions to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen and ascend as the next Hokage. Not to mention, Uchiha Nen was a pupil of Senju Tobirama, inheriting his teacher's skepticism toward the Uchiha clan. Thus, Danzo grew increasingly eager to bring Uchiha Nen under his control. Yet, as Tsunade's disciple, it was evident that Uchiha Nen had passed the Hokage's scrutiny and earned his support. It would be exceedingly difficult to act against someone of such standing. Just as Danzo was grappling with this dilemma, one of his subordinates reported a piece of news that illuminated a path forward. He promptly summoned Uchiha Nen to the root organization, only to find the boy's attitude surprisingly defiant, even injuring several of his men. This incited Danzo's fury, compelling him to confront Uchiha Nen personally. "Danzo, it is prudent for you to recognize my position. You cannot touch me," Uchiha Nen declared, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance born from perceived Hokage protection. His confidence stemmed not merely from the Hokage's backing, but from his own formidable strength. However, since Danzo harbored such thoughts, Uchiha Nen was not averse to leveraging the Hokage's influence. Danzo looked at Uchiha Nen with disdain, his conviction solidified. A youth of such remarkable power at such a tender age was someone he believed he could easily manipulate. "Young one, do you truly place your faith in the Hokage? Are you aware of whom he despises most?" Danzo inquired, his demeanor suggesting he held all the cards. "He harbors a profound loathing for those who harm the village's kin, betray Konoha's interests, and threaten his own position. You embody two of those traits. Shall I continue?" Uchiha Nen raised an eyebrow, realizing Danzo had not obtained any incriminating evidence against him. Reflecting upon the situation, it appears that he merely eliminated a handful of ninjas from various villages. However, should Danzo divulge this matter to Hiruzen Sarutobi, coupled with his own formidable strength, it is indeed likely that the third Hokage would regard him with profound apprehension, possibly even ostracizing him from the village's inner circle and forever extinguishing his aspirations of becoming Hokage. Yet, Uchiha Nen, while engaging in these actions, was fully aware of the potential repercussions and remained undeterred by such threats. He feigned a grim expression as he gazed at Shimura Danzo, questioning, "How could you possibly know this? You must be deceiving me, right?" Danzo, reveling in the transformation of the once arrogant Uchiha Nen into a figure seemingly stricken with trepidation, smirked with satisfaction. "Little brat, to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Everything that transpires within the village is under the vigilant gaze of Root. Even at the tender age of 6, you dared to slay your comrades and 2 of our lower-ranking ninjas. Furthermore, you proceeded to eliminate dozens of jonin from the Uchiha clan. Did you truly believe such deeds could be concealed? Imagine if I were to share this with the monkey. What would he think of you? You cannot disclose this to the Hokage." Uchiha Nen's complexion turned pale, his body trembling as he stumbled towards Danzo, seemingly losing control over his limbs. Just like that, Danzo thought, reveling in his perceived dominance over the young Uchiha, who was enveloped by the honor of his clan. Regardless of his immense power, a mere hint of intimidation would compel him to comply. Step by step, he was drawn deeper into the murky abyss of Root's machinations. "As long as you comprehend the consequences of your actions, this will be manageable. If you wish to avoid the monkey's knowledge and the scorn of the villagers." Then, before Danzo could finish his triumphant proclamation, Uchiha Nen regained his composure, standing resolutely amidst the encircling Root ninjas. He nonchalantly adjusted his ninja attire and brushed off the dust from it, declaring, "So what, Danzo? I am truly terrified." Uchiha Nen faced Danzo without a trace of fear. "Enough. Do you truly not care about the opinions of others in the village, little brat?" Danzo's demeanor darkened as he scrutinized Uchiha Nen, hoping to unearth any semblance of fear beneath his tranquil facade. Yet, he was met with failure. Uchiha Nen remained unflinching in the presence of Danzo's penetrating gaze. "Danzo, if you have nothing further to discuss, I must take my leave." Uchiha Nen pushed Danzo aside, disregarding the gathering Root ninjas, and with sheer physicality, he forged his path through them, ultimately escaping their encirclement. Before departing, he waved farewell to Danzo, who bore an expression akin to one who had just ingested something foul. Yet, he refrained from attempting to detain Uchiha Nen, for such a powerful ninja, unbound by the will of fire and village constraints, posed a considerable challenge. Danzo, powerless against Uchiha Nen, resolved to report the incident to the Hokage before contemplating other strategies. "Let us depart." He cast a resentful glance at Uchiha Nan as he melded into the Uchiha clan's territory. His disdain for the Uchiha was amplified, and he yearned to decimate this land. Uchiha Nan, amidst the gazes of the root ninjas, returned home and indulged in a restful slumber. 3 days later, at the Chunin exams. During the second round of team battles, Uchiha Nan approached the viewing platform, greeted by the incredulous gaze of the third Hokage. He calmly acknowledged Hiruzen Sarutobi, as he had done in times past. Hokage-sama. This time, Sarutobi did not respond, instead turning his head away with a grim expression. He had received Danzo's report and could scarcely believe that the promising young talent, Uchiha Nan, had committed such atrocious acts. Chapter 63. Tsunade's major setback. The reckless use of power to slay fellow ninjas within the village was, to Hiruzen Sarutobi, an unforgivable offense. In recent days, he had engaged in extensive discussions with several high-ranking advisors regarding Uchiha Nan's actions. However, aside from Danzo's incessant calls to leverage the village's military might against Uchiha Nan, no one else had proposed a viable course of action. After all, the individuals Uchiha Nan had slain were members of his own clan. Even the 2 root ninjas had been dispatched to confront him due to the Uchiha's hiring. Typically, incidents among various clans within Konoha were resolved internally, with the village refraining from interference. Yet, Uchiha Nan's actions had crossed a line, resulting in the deaths of numerous jonin, severely impacting the village's elite combat strength. However, it was important to note that Uchiha Nan was also a powerhouse of the highest caliber. To subdue him, the village would need to deploy forces of equal strength, risking significant damage in the process. Moreover, Uchiha Nan had not exhibited any dissatisfaction with the village's governance nor posed a threat to its safety. In this critical juncture, as war loomed on the horizon, the advisors were at a loss for a feasible solution. Hiruzen Sarutobi had even sought the counsel of his disciples, Tsunade and Orochimaru, regarding the matter. Orochimaru remained non-committal, merely expressing intrigue towards Uchiha Nan, while Tsunade, upon learning of the young Uchiha's actions, appeared visibly pale. Only after grasping the full context did she regain her composure, expressing staunch support for her disciple, asserting that he had acted justly. Had Nan not acted first, she would have dealt with those treacherous individuals herself. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been searching for Uchiha Nan, caught sight of the unfolding events and hurried over. Casting a reproachful glance at the third Hokage, she pulled her disciple aside to engage in a private conversation. Nan, do you have nothing to say to your teacher? Tsunade's hands clenched tightly, her expression fierce as she drew her face close to his. Uchiha Nan could almost feel her breath upon his face. He understood that Tsunade's ire stemmed not from the killings per se, but rather from his failure to inform her of the situation promptly. After all, in her eyes, a teacher-student bond was akin to that of a mother and child. They had shared much time together, and she had often provided him with support. The fact that he had withheld such critical information was the true source of her frustration. Fully aware of Tsunade's temperament when riled, Uchiha Nan devised a unique approach. He leaned in and planted a firm kiss on Tsunade's lips. Teacher, you taste sweet and delightful, quite nice. Tsunade, taken aback, wore an expression of disbelief, her forehead emanating visible steam. Who was she? What was happening? Who was this young man before her? As a single woman of considerable age, she had never experienced such a jolt, especially in front of so many witnesses. While the sensation was indeed pleasant, she nonetheless pushed Uchiha Nan away. Her face flushed crimson, and with furtive glances, she realized no one was paying attention to her predicament, allowing her to exhale in relief. Subsequently, her expression transformed into one of fury as she glared at Uchiha Nan, though this time she dared not lean in too closely, fearing that the impudent boy might strike again. What are you doing? Teacher, this is precisely what I wanted to convey to you. You smell delightful, very pleasant indeed. Uchiha Nan replied, his large, lustrous eyes blinking innocently, a charmingly naive expression adorning his handsome face. It was no wonder he captivated numerous mature women, with Tsunade being particularly smitten. You truly infuriate me, Tsunade huffed, her face drooping in exasperation. Why ponder over such trivialities? You only need to know that I have never intended to harm you, and that should suffice, Uchiha Nan explained with a smile. Tsunade, resigned, nodded. She understood that she had long since succumbed to this studentess influence. As the competition commenced, silence fell upon the arena at the referee's command. The various participating teams entered, gathering around the arena. Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko were among them. Upon spotting him, Anko greeted him with a broad smile. Uchiha Nen reciprocated with enthusiasm. Go, Anko. Victory is yours. Anko beamed with encouragement, brimming with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nen spotted Kakashi and his team, waving at them. Kakashi, Rin, give it your all. And you too, Obito. Thank you. Nan, the blissful Rin waved back, while Kakashi nodded calmly. Idiot. Uchiha Obito's voice came out hoarsely, as if a candy lodged in his throat. Anko's expression twisted upon seeing that Uchiha Nen was not solely cheering for her. Glancing at Rin, she spat, fox spirit. Beside her, Kurenai wore an impassive expression, clearly displeased. Uchiha Nan's lack of support for her seemed to suggest that the dumplings from that day should have been more generously shared with him. Little did Uchiha Nen anticipate that he would be resented by Yuhi Kurenai. Such is the nature of women. As the matches progressed, those familiar to Uchiha Nen, such as Guy, Kurenai, and Anko, advanced through the rounds, though some, like the likes of Mato Guy and the protagonist of Naruto, Mato Kaze, faced bitter defeats. Uchiha Obito was similarly thwarted, having a candy dislodged from his mouth by a kick from Guy, thus achieving the failure he had sought. Nevertheless, Uchiha Nen believed that should they prove their worth in the next round, he could discreetly ensure their advancement through the evaluation. Finally, after the last acquaintance of Uchiha Nen faced defeat, he eagerly awaited the person he had longed to see. Lord Orochimaru, it has been a while. Uchiha Nen greeted the pale-faced Orochimaru with calmness. Standing before Orochimaru now, for years later, he felt a newfound confidence. Nankuin, it has indeed been a while, Orochimaru replied, his snake-like tongue flicking across his lips, eyeing the Uchiha boy with keen interest. The Uchiha clan, such a terrifying lineage, at merely 11 years old. You have effortlessly defeated the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. I am quite intrigued to study you. Lord Orochimaru, please follow me. I wish to discuss certain matters with you. Uchiha Nen stated, unfazed by Orochimaru's hungry gaze. He was no longer the naive child he once was. He now possessed the confidence to overturn tables. Oh, very well. Orochimaru agreed readily, curious to discern what this young fellow had in mind. They ventured into a secluded forest away from the Chunin exam site, where Uchiha Nen produced his treasured barrier scroll. With a flick of his wrist, a 10-meter radius around them was enveloped in the barrier. Observing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his right hand slipping into the ninja pouch at his back. Lord Orochimaru, please do not be overly concerned. I merely wish to ensure our conversation remains private, as there are secrets here that should not be disclosed to others, Uchiha Nen implied, casting a pointed glance at Orochimaru. Oh, Nankuin, what do you mean by that? Orochimaru inquired, his tongue flickering, pondering which of his many secrets Uchiha Nen might have uncovered. I seek to procure some of Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Nen stated straightforwardly, wishing to avoid excessive elaboration. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Nankuin, Orochimaru replied, lowering his stance and preparing for a confrontation, his tone icy. However, he was internally contemplating how Uchiha Nen had come by such knowledge. Had Danzo revealed it to him? No, that couldn't be, given Danzo's stance at the Konoha higher-ups meeting, where he insisted on eliminating Uchiha Nen. It was improbable. Then who? Did he have a traitor in his midst? If Uchiha Nen was aware, might others be as well? Including Sarutobi-sensei? He needed to prepare for a potential betrayal from Konoha, and it was not merely paranoia. His actions were perilously reckless. Experimenting with the cells of the 1st Hokage while utilizing his fellow villagers as subjects. No one in Konoha, apart from Danzo, would tolerate him. Do not be alarmed, Lord Orochimaru. I stumbled upon this information by chance, and I have extinguished the source of this knowledge. I have not disclosed it to anyone else, Uchiha Nen reassured. Understanding Orochimaru's reaction, given that he had only killed a few fellow villagers, and even Sarutobi had reacted in such a manner towards him. Furthermore, Orochimaru was known for conducting experiments on the ninjas of his own village. Oh, is that so? Then I must thank you, Nankuin. Orochimaru's voice deepened, his pupils dilating as he considered whether to eliminate Uchiha Nen right there. Yet upon reflection, he decided against it. After all, the boy who could defeat Minato was not necessarily weaker than himself. Moreover, engaging in battle here would likely cause the barrier to collapse under their clash, quickly drawing external attention. That would lead to complications, forcing Orochimaru to acquiesce. Nankuin, you are placing me in a difficult position. I possess only a limited amount of the 1st Hokage's cells, The remainder is with Danzo. I lack sufficient quantity to share with you. Perhaps you should request some from Danzo instead. Orochimaru, not yet comprehending how much Uchiha Nen truly knew, would not foolishly reveal his hand. Is that so, Lord Orochimaru? If you say so, then I shall seek Danzo. Uchiha Nen feigned ignorance, fully aware of Orochimaru's intentions. Unsurprisingly, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Did this Uchiha boy truly lack social acumen? He didn't even know how to negotiate. However, this turn of events was fortuitous. Orochimaru's strength was insufficient to handle Uchiha Nen, the informed one. Letting him approach Danzo could potentially yield a favorable outcome. Oh dear, what a pity, Uchiha Nen feigned regret, turning away as he departed, deliberately speaking loudly. I happen to possess several pairs of Sharingan. I had intended to offer them to Lord Orochimaru in exchange for some of Hashirama's cells. But who knows that what you have is fundamentally insufficient? Then I must seek out Shimura Danzo, hoping he can consume these Sharingan. After finishing his words, Uchiha Nen quickened his pace, intending to step beyond the barrier. Stop! Orochimaru suddenly appeared before him. What do you mean, Lord Orochimaru? Are you trying to seize my Sharingan? Uchiha Nen retreated a step, glaring at Orochimaru with caution. As for those Sharingan, they were naturally taken from that group of rebellious Uchiha. Since they were fated to die, rather than allow their eyes to perish with them, it was wiser to keep them and exchange them for something of equivalent value. Of course, had it not been for these Sharingan, Uchiha Nen would have long since absorbed their ocular power for his own use. Do not misunderstand, Nankuen. Do you truly possess Sharingan? Orochimaru's previously cold demeanor vanished, replaced by a subtly obsequious smile. Uchiha Nen gazed at Uncle Snake in astonishment, hardly believing that such an expression could belong to Orochimaru. It was perhaps the first time he had witnessed Orochimaru display such a countenance in the ninja world. His teammates, Tsunade and Jiraiya, likely had never seen it either. Seeing Uchiha Nen's shocked expression, Orochimaru felt a nauseating sensation akin to swallowing a fly. Yet, there was little he could do, for Uchiha Nen possessed what he desired. Although he had not been easily defeated by Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, he had learned that Uchiha Nen was capable of defeating Minato Namikaze at the tender age of 11. Having experienced the might of the Flying Thunder God technique himself, he recognized its potency. Thus, his interest in the Uchiha clan's bloodline naturally peaked, especially regarding the coveted three-tomo Sharingan. Of course, the eyes of those I have slain are in my possession. Uchiha Nen tilted his head back and gazed at the sky. It seems it is now your turn to seek my favor, Lord Orochimaru. Very well, Nankuen, I can offer you Hashirama cells in exchange. Oh, Lord Orochimaru, did you not say your supply of Hashirama cells was insufficient? How have you suddenly acquired more? If not, I shall seek Danzo. He would certainly be eager to receive the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Nen, now unhurried, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Orochimaru was not one to be easily perturbed. Having risen to his current stature, he would not be fazed by such trivial mockery. Nankuen, I have my methods to acquire the necessary Hashirama cells. And as for you seeking Danzo, given your recent offense against him, do not expect to obtain anything from him. Enough, Orochimaru, let us not waste time here with empty words. Tomorrow at this time, in this very location, you shall bring Hashirama's cells, and I shall provide the Sharingan for our exchange. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru nodded, reaching an agreement with Uchiha Nen. Chapter 65. The opposition of Yin and Yang attributes. The following day, Uchiha Nen and Orochimaru met as promised at their designated location. Nankuen, my sincerity has arrived. What of yours? Orochimaru shook the test tube in his hand. Last night, he had hurriedly reported to Shimura Danzo, indicating signs of successful fusion in his experiments, necessitating more Hashirama cells. Danzo, naturally elated, readily agreed to Orochimaru's request, already fantasizing about cultivating a would-release ninja to deal harshly with that audacious Uchiha brat. Little did he know that Orochimaru sought the Hashirama cells for a transaction with the very brat he despised. I am also prepared, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Nen raised a petri dish, within which stood 2 three-tomo Sharingan. Is that all? Just 2? Orochimaru frowned, scrutinizing the contents in Uchiha Nen's hand. These are 3-tomo, surely. Lord Orochimaru does not believe them to be so inexpensive? Uchiha Nen replied with a playful grin. Very well, having some is better than none. Orochimaru accepted the offer, his curiosity regarding the Uchiha clan outweighing his initial disappointment. The two then gazed at each other, gradually closing the distance to exchange their respective items. Lord Orochimaru, you do not intend to give me counterfeit Hashirama cells, do you? Uchiha then raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the contents in his possession. Do you doubt my integrity? Orochimaru's expression turned icy, feigning hurt at Uchiha Nan's skepticism. Last night, he had contemplated using fake cells to deceive Uchiha Nan, but upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. If he provided false Hashirama cells, Uchiha Nan would certainly not let it slide. Should the other retaliate with chaos in the village, his experiments would come to a halt. Currently, his research was still in the preliminary stages, yielding scant results. Without the safety and stability of Konoha and the steady financial support from Danzo, he was at a loss for how to proceed with his experiments. Thus, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided to provide genuine Hashirama cells, as he could always request more from Danzo. Where? I merely had a fleeting doubt. Uchiha Nan, having confirmed the authenticity of the Hashirama cells by Orochimaru's expression, separated from him and left the forest in opposite directions. Upon returning home, Uchiha Nan activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, employing the Uchiha clan's Yin chakra. This unique power, a blend of ocular energy and mental force, was possessed by every Uchiha who awakened their Sharingan. However, if one lacked sufficient ocular and mental strength, they could not harness the power of this Yin chakra. He transmitted this energy to his palm, forming a dark, shadowy, ethereal chakra shield. With his other hand, he lifted the glass test tube into the air, applying slight pressure. With a crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and the Hashirama cells fell onto his right hand, protected by the Yin shield. At the instant the two substances made contact, Uchiha Nan's mental energy observed the Hashirama cells beginning to divide and proliferate wildly. However, the surrounding thin veil of darkness stymied this impulse, forcing the cells to grow only in a subdued manner. Indeed, the powers of Yin and Yang were mutually restraining, confirming Uchiha Nan's prior hypothesis. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan wielded Yin chakra, while the sage body of Hashirama possessed Yang release attributes. When utilized correctly, these two energies could either enhance or counteract one another. Just as Uchiha Madara awakened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan after inscribing Hashirama's likeness upon his chest, the interplay of Yin and Yang attributes enabled him to awaken the Rinnegan. Given this, if the Hashirama cells were implanted into the Elder, it could not only heal his dark wounds, but perhaps also harness the powers of both attributes to awaken the Elder's Mangekyo Sharingan. However, a crucial issue remained. Uchiha Nan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the Hashirama cells enveloped in Yin energy. The Elder's time was running short, and the Yin power within his Sharingan had nearly depleted. Transplanting the cells of Hashirama into another's body may not suffice to remedy his hidden injuries. Activating the dark powers within his Sharingan to counteract the affliction could result in a grotesque mass formed by the proliferation of Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Nan's mind raced as he sought the most suitable solution. Upon observing the Hashirama cells and the dark powers clashing in his grasp, a sudden insight struck him. If he could utilize the dark powers to diminish the sunlight attributes within the Hashirama cells to their bare minimum, leaving only a feeble healing ability, and then implant them into the Elder's body, it would allow the cells to gradually mend the Elder's internal wounds while, over time, replenishing the sunlight attributes. Thus, the Elder would gain the necessary time to restore his own dark powers. Would this not lead to the outcome Uchiha Nan had previously envisioned? The immediate task at hand was to weaken the Hashirama cells. With his current 3-tomo Sharingan, he was incapable of achieving this. Only through the evolution to the Mangekyo Sharingan could he proceed. Consequently, certain individuals could not be spared, Nan mused inwardly. Earlier, it was mentioned that when Uchiha Nan was still a Genin, he had been threatened by a Jonin. At that time, he had to rely on the Elder's influence to expel the Jonin from the village. Time had passed, and the Jonin's son had been slain by Nan. Thus, after gaining sufficient strength, he did not rush to avenge himself. Instead, he wished to let the Jonin suffer in the agony of losing his son for a while longer. Now that Uchiha Nan had a compelling reason to awaken the Mangekyo, and with a lack of 1 or 2 Jonin-level ocular powers, Uchiha Rien and his subordinates could only serve as a delightful feast for Uchiha Nan to savor prematurely. With a determined resolve, Uchiha Nan formed hand seals and utilized the shadow clone technique, creating an elite clone to remain at home in his stead. He then stealthily departed from Konoha, utilizing the concealed paths left by the Uchiha clan, moving in and out of the village with such ease that no one noticed his presence. In the Land of Iron, before a wooden building adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, Uchiha Nen stepped forward, ready to enter. The two guarding genin promptly intervened, stating, "Friend, this is Uchiha clan property. Unauthorized entry is prohibited." Chapter 66. Betrayal. Uchiha Nen smiled, not wishing to trouble the two gatekeepers, but instead exuded the pressure characteristic of a shadow-level powerhouse. "I am a friend of Jonin Ryuyan. Is he present?" His face bore a warm smile, entirely lacking the demeanor of one seeking vengeance. Rather, he appeared as an old friend come to reminisce. The two genin exchanged glances, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Nan. "Ah, so you are a friend of Jonin Ryuyan," one of them said, relief washing over him, as they had initially feared he was there to exact revenge. Stepping forward, one of them respectfully replied, "Unfortunately, Jonin Ryuyan and the guarding ninjas are engaged in important discussions today and are not here." "Oh, my friend, could you escort me to find him?" Uchiha Nen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The gatekeeper, after a moment's consideration, realized that since this individual was a friend of Jonin Ryuyan and possessed immense strength, accommodating him could be beneficial for their future. He signaled to his companion and said, "Please follow me, and I will take you there." Uchiha Nen followed the gatekeeper through a winding path until they arrived at the entrance of another Uchiha estate in the Land of Iron. "Sir, this is the place. I have duties to attend to and cannot accompany you further. Once you enter, please inform the gatekeeper to notify Jonin Ryuyan." He smiled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. "Sir, could you perhaps mention today's events to Jonin Ryuyan? Rest assured, your kindness will not go unspoken," Uchiha Nen assured him with a smile, confident that he would relay this information to Ryuyan. As for whether Uchiha Ryuyan would have the chance to express gratitude while still alive, that was uncertain. With a calm smile gracing his lips, Uchiha Nen approached the door. He wasted no time and directly activated his three-tomo Sharingan. The guarding ninjas at the entrance were instantly ensnared in the illusions woven by Uchiha Nen. "Halt! Who are you?" they demanded, but as Nen advanced, anyone who attempted to block his path fell under the sway of his Sharingan. He even found an individual to guide him, extracting the location of Jonin Ryuyan from his lips. However, as Uchiha Nen continued his journey, he grew increasingly puzzled by the fact that most of those he encountered were merely genin, with not a single chunin in sight. This was supposed to be a crucial Uchiha estate in the Land of Iron, typically guarded by 2 jonin and 10 chunin. Yet, he only encountered a handful of scattered genin. A sense of unease crept over him. If the Uchiha here were insufficient for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would pose a significant problem. Furthermore, this contradicted what the guiding genin had stated earlier about the majority of the guarding ninjas being present. Could it be that they had congregated elsewhere? "Sir, we have arrived," the genin under Uchiha Nen's enchantment announced, snapping him back to the moment. He waved the entranced genin away and extended his sensory abilities, effortlessly detecting a throng of powerful chakra signatures within. "Ah, they are all here. How fortuitous." Uchiha Nen mused with a smile, preparing to enter and send Jonin Ryuyan to his final rest. Yet, a furious roar erupted from within the gates. "Uchiha Ryuyan, you intend to betray the Elder." The unexpected declaration halted Uchiha Nen in his tracks, causing him to lower his hand from the door and pause to observe. Perhaps waiting a moment longer would yield even greater insight into the ocular powers at play. "Saint, do not jest. I have never been loyal to the Elder. He caused my son's demise. I would relish tearing him apart piece by piece." The voice, both familiar and foreign to Uchiha Nen, revealed its owner. "Fools! And what of you? Do you also plan to betray the Elder?" "Saint, an ancient proverb from the East states that a wise bird chooses its roost. We are not betraying. Rather, we are choosing to pledge our loyalty to a better leader." "Indeed, indeed," echoed a chorus of agreement. "This is the Uchiha estate, not the Elders alone. There is no notion of loyalty here. Besides, the Elder is on the brink of death. Why should you insist on accompanying a dying man to the grave? You, along with your companions, have betrayed him in these times. Do you not possess even a shred of conscience?" The voice of the ninja known as Saint Sang echoed, seemingly striking a deep chord of pain within. The hall fell into a momentary silence. After a brief interval, a voice emerged. "Very well, esteemed guests, since you all harbor past you wish to conceal, why not eliminate this Saint Sang along with the Elder? Then, no one will be the wiser." The booming laughter of Uchiha Longyan reverberated through the room. Though Uchiha Nen did not witness the scene with his own eyes, he could easily envision the expressions of the traitors. He could no longer afford to wait. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door and stepped inside. Inside, he saw Uchiha Longyan surrounded by a dozen armed ninjas. Confronting a furious ninja marked by a scar on his left cheek, flanked by only a few subordinates. However, as Nen burst through the door, all gazes turned toward him. "Who is this?" inquired the dominant group of ninjas. Uchiha Nen remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as he directed his gaze toward the center, where Uchiha Longyan fixed his intense stare upon him. "Longyan, do you not recognize me? Need I remind you?" "Uchiha Nen." Uchiha Nen, it's you. I will kill you to avenge my son." Uchiha Longyan's face twisted with murderous intent as he pushed through the crowd, charging at Uchiha Nen. Since receiving the news of his son's death, he had been consumed by thoughts of revenge against Nan. Yet, the elder loomed over him like a mountain, stifling any action he might take, forcing him to bide his time. Recently, however, the opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. The hawkish faction had delivered news that the elder's days were numbered. They sought to enlist Uchiha Longyan in order to seize control of the Uchiha clan's interests in the Land of Iron. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Longyan agreed. His singular focus on fulfilling the Hawk's mission, to gain total dominion over this place, and then return to the village to slay Uchiha Nen in vengeance. This meeting was convened to achieve that very goal, yet he never anticipated that Uchiha Nen would appear before him. In that instant, all thoughts of the mission and his identity faded. He was solely intent on exterminating his nemesis. As Longyan lunged toward Nan, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Unfurling a scroll, dozens of explosive kunai, prepared over many years, shot forth. Not good. Upon witnessing the deluge of deadly projectiles unleashed by Longyan within the confines of the room, the others' faces paled. They hastily activated defensive jutsu to protect themselves. Uchiha Nan, however, opened his Sharingan and assessed the situation. This could not stand. While the explosive tags posed no threat to him, they would certainly claim the lives of Longyan's subordinates, thus depriving him of any potential reward for the kills. This simply would not do. With deft precision, Nan began weaving hand seals for different jutsu, pressing his hands to the ground. Earth style, earthquake core technique. Earth style, earthen wall. The ground first collapsed into a vast pit, followed by towering earthen walls rapidly rising, engulfing the explosive kunai and forcing them into the chasm created by the earthquake technique. The earth then sealed tightly around them. An intricate sequence of actions completed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Boom. The explosive kunai detonated beneath the surface, causing the ground to crack and tremble violently. Aside from Uchiha Nan, the remaining individuals struggled to maintain their footing, collapsing to the ground. Realizing his lethal strike had been thwarted, Uchiha Longyan sprang to his feet, frantically forming hand seals as he unleashed a torrent of flames. Yet, confined within such a narrow space, Nen had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with jutsu. A vast amount of chakra surged from within him, enveloping his body. Uchiha Nen swiftly evaded the most intense flames, selecting a weaker section to dart through. Utilizing his immense chakra and formidable physical prowess to reach Uchiha Longyan unscathed. Longyan's eyes widened in shock, and he attempted to activate a Jinjutsu with his Sharingan. However, Uchiha Nen would not grant him that opportunity. His right hand crackled with brilliant lightning, piercing through Longyan's chest in an instant. Lightning style, Chidori. How could this be? Uchiha Longyan gazed in disbelief at the arm that had penetrated his chest. Had he become so consumed by vengeance that he failed to notice the passage of time? Over 20 years had elapsed in the ninja world. Otherwise, how could a mere 5 years have transformed Uchiha Nan from a desperate boy fleeing for his life into a being capable of extinguishing his existence so effortlessly? Yet, Uchiha Nan had no time to explain such matters. He gently withdrew his hand, and thus, Uchiha Longyan's tragic life came to an end. As Longyan's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the remaining individuals in the room regained their senses, staring at Uchiha Nen in stunned silence. This esteemed lord, you are. One of Longyan's subordinates, thrust forward by the crowd behind him, trembled as he approached, unable to shake off the oppressive gaze of Nan's crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. They had just overheard the exchange between the two, realizing that this esteemed member of their clan harbored a personal grudge against Uchiha Longyan, and thus, they hoped he would not direct his wrath toward them. The one who will slay you, Uchiha Nen stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Longyan's subordinates panicked, employing various means to flee. Uchiha Nen retrieved his demon slayer long sword from his scroll. In that moment of betrayal against the elder, he had silently condemned them to death. Drawing the blade, he infused it with both wind and lightning chakra, causing it to radiate with a dazzling brilliance. Lifting the sword, he sliced through the air with ease, unleashing over 10 terrifying arcs of light that shattered the room into fragments. Those fleeing ninjas were caught within the deadly onslaught, joining Uchiha Longyan in death. Watching as his foes fell, Uchiha Nen sheathed his sword and turned to face Uchiha Saint Sang, who cowered in a corner. Fear etched across his features, a kunai still clutched in his trembling hand. The few subordinates behind him had already succumbed to terror, collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Nen smiled and approached Saint Sang, seizing the kunai from his grip and tossing it aside. Do not fear. I have come on the Elder's orders to eradicate the traitors. With that, Saint Sang's earlier expression of defiance dissipated, replaced by excitement as he inquired, Is the Elder safe? This clearly demonstrated his unwavering loyalty to the Elder. Uchiha Nen surveyed the aftermath of the battle, confirming that the stored ocular power within the Sharingan was sufficient for him to ascend to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then nodded. It will soon be over. You remain stationed here, awaiting further instructions from the Elder. Uchiha Nen collected the intact Sharingan from Uchiha Longyan and departed. He intended to seek a secluded location to upgrade the Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon arriving at an open space, Uchiha Nen utilized Earth Shield to create a concealed area below. He then entered it and accessed his battle records. After eliminating Uchiha Longyan, he had obtained the 3-Tomo Sharingan and Jonin-level chakra, awaiting collection. He also received Chunin-level and Jinin-level mental energy, pending receipt. After claiming all these rewards, his eye sockets turned blood red, and an intense sensation of numbness coursed through him, compelling him to consider removing his eyes for relief. Perhaps this discomfort stemmed from his unique method of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, diverging from the typical Uchiha, who harnessed love for its activation. Nonetheless, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating within moments. Uchiha Nen exhaled a water pool and, with a wave of his hand, created a slight fissure in the ground to allow light to filter through. The shimmering surface of the water revealed that the 3-Tomo had transformed into a pitch-black pinwheel. The Mangekyo Sharingan had emerged. Chapter 68. Disintegration of All Things. Multiplication of all things. Feeling the unprecedented terrifying power of his eyes, Uchiha Nen smiled with satisfaction. He then examined the ocular techniques contained within his eyes. 2 rudimentary pieces of information flowed into his mind. The left eye represented disintegration of all things, while the right eye signified multiplication of all things. After comprehending these 2 pieces of information, Uchiha Nen smiled contentedly. As the name suggests, disintegration of all things possesses the ability to decompose other entities. The term all things embodies the nearly omnipotent chakra energy within the ninja world. His left eye technique can deconstruct incoming attacks, reverting them to their primal chakra state, dissipating within the ninja realm. However, this ability can only affect targets within a 5-meter radius of his body. Naturally, it is ineffective against direct assaults on his physical form. The upper limits of this disintegration capability and its potential to decompose 6 paths-level truth-seeking orbs remain to be tested by Uchiha Nen. Conversely, the right eye's multiplication of all things amplifies any attack infused with chakra by 10-fold, also within a 5-meter radius. With his left eye activated in the Mangekyo Sharingan state, Uchiha Nen gazed at the water pool below. As he activated disintegration of all things, the water transformed into a swarm of fireflies, vanishing into the ninja realm. He then looked up at the earthen obstruction caused by earth release, which similarly dissolved in an instant. Uchiha Nen propelled himself upwards, reaching a height of several dozen meters. He expelled a fireball and directed his right eye toward it. Multiplication of all things. The fireball expanded 10-fold, crashing down and creating a vast crater in the ground. Uchiha Nen landed, observing the destructive power of his Mangekyo Sharingan technique with a satisfied smile, before making his way toward the village. At the home of the Uchiha clan's elder in Konohagakure, Uchiha Tetsuhira encouraged him, "Do your best in the Chunin exams, Nan." As they exchanged greetings, Uchiha Nen entered the elder's chamber, while Tetsuhira quietly clenched his fists, determined to keep pace with Nan's progress in ninjutsu training. "Elder, I have returned." Observing the elder lying in bed, visibly deteriorating, Uchiha Nen felt a deep discomfort. Since you have returned, has the situation been resolved? Uchiha Nen had previously inquired about Uchiha Longyun's whereabouts before leaving the village, hence the question. It went very smoothly, and my eyes have evolved into the Mangekyo, he said, transforming his eyes into the form of a pinwheel. Excellent. The elder struggled against his physical discomfort, propping himself up to observe the Mangekyo closely. Uchiha Nen quickly supported him, allowing him to lean against him. The elder scrutinized the Mangekyo Sharingan, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Since the death of Lord Madara, our clan has finally manifested the Mangekyo Sharingan once more. Even after I depart to the Pure Land, I will have fulfilled my duty to the Uchiha ancestors. The elder was overwhelmed with the urge to conclude his life and enter the Pure Land, basking in the admiration of others. I, the elder of the Uchiha clan. Under my protection, our clan has reawakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. I am proud. Yet, fearing this foolish child might act rashly upon his death, he quelled such thoughts. Death, elder. You shall not perish yet, Uchiha Nen remarked with a smile. What nonsense are you speaking, child? The elder quickly embraced Uchiha Nen's head, examining him closely. He feared what would happen to the hope of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Nen gently removed the elder's hand, propping him up with a pillow from the bed to support his back. From his dimensional scroll, he retrieved the Senju Hashirama's cells sealed with Ein-release chakra. After unsealing it, he placed it on his palm, which was coated in Ein-release chakra. Elder, this is what will save you. What is this? The elder's brow furrowed as he regarded the writhing mass in Uchiha Nen's hand, an unsettling sensation washing over him, as if it were their natural enemy. These are the flesh cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If you implant them into your body, they can heal your wounds and may even help you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Nen understood the elder's reaction. As a powerhouse near the level of a Kage, he could perceive the yang-release chakra within the Hashirama cells. This energy repelled against the Uchiha's Ein-release chakra, a normal response. What do you mean the first Hokage's cells? How did you acquire such a thing, foolish child? It should be under the village's stringent protection. The elder was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Did you steal this to save me? Where do your thoughts wander? Uchiha Nen clarified. I obtained this from Shimura Danzo. That scoundrel Danzo deserves death. While the elder belonged to the Uchiha clan, he held a deep respect for the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The mere thought of Danzo desecrating his body ignited his fury. However, he soon fell into silence. Shimura Danzo, a member of the Hokage faction, audaciously dared to conduct experiments using the corpse of the first Hokage. As a member of the Uchiha clan, oppressed by the village, should he still seek justice on his behalf? So, have you made your decision, elder? Will you utilize the cells of Hashirama? The elder hesitated, initially inclined to refuse. He did not wish to desecrate the power of the first Hokage, nor did he want to risk a potential loss of control, transforming it into a grotesque mass of flesh. Yet, upon witnessing Uchiha Nen's hopeful gaze and recalling the numerous hardships this child had endured to obtain the Hashirama cells, the elder ultimately nodded. Very well, Nan. Seeing the elder finally acquiesce, Uchiha Nen ceased any further discussion. His eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan as he extracted the power of Ein-release from the cells of Hashirama. He infused this energy into the cells he held, causing their vitality to wane and their size to diminish until they collapsed into a small, motionless fragment in his palm. Although he had speculated about the possibility of success beforehand, it remained a mere conjecture, and failure was still a potential outcome. Now, with the dust settled, Uchiha Nen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 69. The examination commences. It is about to begin. Elder, Uchiha Nen spoke with a serious expression. Come now. Do not be anxious. This old body can withstand it, the elder replied, surprisingly relaxed, encouraging him to proceed without hesitation. Uchiha Nen retrieved a syringe from his ninja tool pouch, which he had previously acquired from Tsunade. After sterilizing the needle, he injected the Hashirama cells into the elder's heart, then withdrew the syringe. The elder, who had been smiling at Uchiha Nen, suddenly rolled his eyes back and fainted. Uchiha Nen rushed to check, discovering that a powerful life force was beginning to heal the elder's body. Only then did he relax. Uchiha Nen remained by the elder's side until sunset, when the elder finally regained consciousness. As the elder opened his eyes, he threw off the covers and leaped to the ground, moving his body in astonishment. This is truly miraculous. I feel as though my body has returned to its youth. The long-standing hidden injuries began to heal gradually. Hearing this, Uchiha Nen finally exhaled in relief. It signified that the experiment had been successful. Elder, you are well now. During this period, you need only to rest and recuperate. Once you adapt to the Hashirama cells and fully recover from your injuries, your 3-Tomo Sharingan will likely evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Afterward, Uchiha Nen enjoyed a meal at the elder's home before departing. The next day, the final round of the Chunin exam arrived as scheduled. Uchiha Nen greeted the third Hokage as usual. To his surprise, the third did not ignore him this time, but instead spoke. Nan, this Chunin exam is critically important. It was a misjudgment on my part to designate you as the sole examiner. This time, the assessments will be conducted jointly by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and yourself. Oh, Uchiha Nen paused momentarily, then comprehended the third's intentions. Was he concerned that Nan might impulsively eliminate a few candidates? Such underestimation. As you wish, Hokage-sama, I have no objections. After all, Uchiha Nen only sought some amusement from this examination. The presence of more individuals mattered little. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a surprised glance at him. Originally, he had chosen Uchiha Nen as the examiner for this Chunin exam. However, upon learning of certain events, he feared that Nen might lose control. Thus, he assigned 2 disciples to supervise him. Initially, Sarutobi had contemplated revoking Uchiha Nen's qualification should he refuse. The smooth approval of this arrangement caught him off guard. Nonetheless, Uchiha Nen disregarded Sarutobi and approached Orochimaru and Tsunade. He bypassed Tsunade, who was enthusiastically preparing to converse with him, and instead addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, how is your research progressing? Orochimaru frowned, stating that the Sharingan was a unique bloodline limit, exceedingly challenging to decode. With only a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan, the experiments he could conduct were severely limited, resulting in minimal progress. I have yet to achieve any significant breakthroughs, Nankuen. What about you? Uchiha Nen smiled and shrugged, remarking, if you have made little progress, what can I possibly achieve? Hearing this, Orochimaru's brow furrowed, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. Yet, he could not believe that Uchiha Nen had resolved the issue of Hashirama's cell transplantation in such a short time, prompting him to ponder the reasons. A voice filled with malice echoed behind Uchiha Nen. He felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly turned around, only to find Tsunade, her face alight with fury after being neglected. Sensei. Before he could finish his sentence, he was enveloped in Tsunade's warm embrace and whisked away. Orochimaru observed this scene with an expression of surprise, and then, based on Tsunade's recent behavior, he understood the reason. He shook his head, silently lamenting, Jiraiya, you foolish man. You shall never have another opportunity. On the other side, Tsunade released Nan, straightening her attire. Child, do you still remember who your teacher is? Uchiha Nen chuckled sheepishly. Of course, it is my beautiful, gentle, and charming Tsunade-sama. Oh, you do remember. I thought Orochimaru was your teacher. Tsunade replied with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, then turned serious as she admonished Uchiha Nen. You should avoid excessive contact with Orochimaru from now on. Understood? As her condition improved over time, Tsunade had come to recognize the increasingly twisted nature of Orochimaru's character during their interactions. She sensed that he was secretly plotting something. Thus, seeing Uchiha Nen laughing and conversing with Orochimaru unsettled her immensely. It was certainly not out of jealousy. Uchiha Nen was taken aback. Had his teacher truly discerned Orochimaru's issues? However, upon reflection, it made sense, given their prolonged association. It was only natural for Tsunade, having emerged from her despair, to notice Orochimaru's abnormalities. Yet, what did it matter to him? Orochimaru had never been his match, and now that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, that was even more certain. Nevertheless, Uchiha Nen obediently nodded in agreement with Tsunade. Nan, Tsunade, the competition is about to commence. Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling Tsunade, who feared that her words had been overheard. Uchiha Nen furrowed his brow. He had been so focused on Tsunade that he had not noticed Orochimaru's presence. How long had he been there? Had he heard their conversation? Let us go swiftly, Tsunade insisted, pulling Uchiha Nen along as they hastened to the competition venue. The final match was to take place in the infamous Forest of Death, renowned in later generations. The teams that successfully passed the first round of written examinations are scattered throughout the forest, evading the pursuit of the examiners. Among them, 3 members of the Uchiha clan. Led by Uchiha Nen, infiltrate the woods to capture the candidates. However, being caught does not automatically signify failure. Rather, it is their overall performance that will be evaluated, with the final decision resting primarily in the hands of the 3 examiners. As the competition commences with a command, the candidates collectively enter the forest. Uchiha Nan and his companions, however, do not disperse until half an hour later. Utilizing his instantaneous movement, Uchiha Nan flits through the expansive forest, and despite its vastness, his formidable spiritual perception allows him to swiftly search the area. Upon arriving at a large tree branch, he raises an eyebrow and smiles, having located his targets. In a larger patch of grass, 3 shadowy figures lie in wait. One, clad in black and wearing sunglasses, turns to a boy in a green bodysuit with a watermelon hairstyle. "Kai, can we really do this?" asks the figure. "Don't worry. As long as we hide long enough and aren't found, we will surely pass the assessment," reassures another, Sho. Suddenly, the third, Nara Shikamaru, interjects. "How many soldier pills did you bring?" Might Guy scratches his watermelon head and replies, "I only brought enough for a day." "Same here," adds Ebisuzawa, shaking his head. The atmosphere turns awkward. Just then, a voice interrupts, "I brought enough for 10 days. That should suffice." "Really? Thank you," the trio exclaims, looking up to see a handsome face gazing down at them, Uchiha Nan. They quickly brush off the grass and rise. "What are you doing here? Didn't you already pass the Chunin exam? Are you here to check on us?" Might Guy asks, his face alight with surprise. Ebisuzawa nods eagerly. They had shared a close bond with Uchiha Nan before his graduation, maintaining their friendship even after. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru shakes his head and delivers a light punch to each of their heads. "Have you not considered that he might be one of the examiners this time?" "Impossible," they protest in unison. "Shikamaru, don't speak nonsense. You've truly been defeated by your own ignorance," Shikamaru retorts, preparing for combat. "Yes, right, Kai Sho." Uchiha Nan grins cruelly at the trio. "You're quite the jokester," Might Guy remarks, pretending to reminisce as he approaches Uchiha Nan, launching a leaf whirlwind kick. However, under the keen observation of Uchiha Nan's Sharingan, such a trivial maneuver is easily detected. He raises a hand and effortlessly captures Might Guy's leg. "Kai, you initiated the attack first." Before Uchiha Nan finishes speaking, Ebisuzawa throws 2 explosive kunai, while Nara Shikamaru had already formed hand seals and unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Nan, eager to test the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, swiftly transforms his left eye into a spinning fan. As the fireball enters his 5-meter radius, it dissipates into light. The explosive tags attached to the kunai vanish as well, leaving only the kunai, which he casually swats away. At that moment, Might Guy's fist comes flying in. Uchiha Nan, still holding his leg, effortlessly flings him aside. Witnessing how easily their attacks are neutralized, a grave expression spreads across the faces of Ebisuzawa and Nara Shikamaru. Upon landing, Might Guy unleashes a unique chakra. The 8 gates. Open the first gate, the initial lotus. Might Guy transforms into a blur, racing towards Uchiha Nan, turning upside down and kicking with both legs, infused with intense chakra. Yet, under the gaze of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Nan captures the movements with ease. He extends a hand, creating afterimages to counter each of Might Guy's kicks. A swift kick lands squarely in Might Guy's chest, sending him flying once more. Meanwhile, the combined wind and fire techniques unleashed by Ebisuzawa and Nara Shikamaru approach. Uchiha Nan, wearing a smile, draws a kunai and swings it forward. In the horrified gaze of the 2, the combined technique splits in half, sailing to either side. 8 gates. Open the second gate, the lotus of the inner. With a powerful shout, Might Guy, face set in determination, strikes again. His strength, speed, and power surpass his previous attempts. He believes that even Uchiha Nan would not dare to face this punch lightly. Seeing the resolve in Might Guy's eyes, Uchiha Nan remains motionless. Thud. He allows Might Guy's fist to land on him. It does not inflict any damage. Uchiha Nan chuckles at Might Guy, who is poised to unleash the third gate, ensnaring him in a jinjutsu instead. In a flash, he rushes forward, shattering the kunai and techniques thrown by Ebisuzawa and Nara Shikamaru before knocking both of them unconscious. Contemplating their performance, Uchiha Nan takes out a pen and writes pass on their faces. After completing this, Uchiha Nan claps his hands, summoning a shadow clone. "They have passed the assessment. Take them away." The clone nods, hoisting the three candidates onto its shoulders and departing. Meanwhile, by a winding river, Yuhi Kurenai fills in a pit laden with explosive tags, preparing a trap as she wipes the sweat from her forehead. Here, Kurenai, Asuma Sarutobi hands her a water bottle. She shakes her head, declining the offer, and continues, Asuma, we need to set up our traps quickly to be ready for an ambush. I only wish to pass the Chunin exam without concerning myself with anything extraneous. Do you understand? I understand, Kurenai, Asuma replies awkwardly, scratching his head as he moves to set up additional traps, addressing his teammates. Aoyama, we need to set up here too. Aoyama nods, accustomed to such scenarios. What are you all doing? Suddenly, the annoying voice of Uchiha Nen rings from behind. Kurenai, not pleased, dashes forward, then turns to glare at him. Asuma and Aoyama quickly gather around. Nan, you're not telling me that you are this time's examiner, are you? Kurenai demands, her gaze fixed intently on him. Absolutely correct. You're quite the clever one, Uchiha Nen replies with a smirk. Uchiha Nen clapped his hands and remarked, you troublesome fellow. Nan, you continue to infuriate me. Sarutobi Asuma, witnessing this audacity to mock Hinata Kurenai, promptly unfurled a space scroll and unleashed a barrage of shurikens. Yamashiro Althi, upon realizing that their examiner was a former class genius, felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him. He followed suit, launching his own shurikens while charging forward with his katana drawn. Kurenai, wielding a kunai, dashed towards Uchiha Nen, secretly preparing her genjutsu for the opportune moment. Uchiha Nen flashed a grin, clapped his hands together, and exhaled razor-thin wind blades from his mouth. With his formidable mental prowess, he manipulated his chakra to the extent that this rudimentary ninjutsu required no hand seals. The wind blades sliced through the incoming shurikens, reducing them to mere iron shavings that adhered to Yamashiro Always' face as he charged ahead. Meanwhile, Kurenai had reached close to Uchiha Nen and thrust her kunai towards his neck. Uchiha Nen deftly tilted his head to evade the strike and delivered a swift blow to her elbow, causing the kunai to clatter to the ground. Yet, rather than displaying frustration, Kurenai wore a radiant smile. In that fleeting exchange, Uchiha Nen's gaze locked onto hers. Genjutsu, binding technique. Kurenai, with a beaming smile, raised her arm, intending to deliver a severe reprimand to the ensnared Uchiha Nen. However, just as her fist was about to connect, she noticed his striking visage, those crimson eyes winking at her. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Before she could retreat, her body froze, rendered immobile. Her eyes the only part of her capable of movement. Sharingan, binding technique. Uchiha Nen turned his head, clapped his hands together, and shook his head slightly, unleashing several water bullets that detonated Asuma's fireballs, transforming them into clouds of steam. He then pinched Kurenai's delicate cheek, playfully molding her into a figure of exasperation. Kurenai, hasn't anyone told you? The Uchiha clan is the progenitor of Genjutsu. Uchiha Nen, release her. Asuma, enraged at the sight of Kurenai being bullied, charged forward in a fit of fury. Uchiha Nen paid him no heed and continued to toy with Kurenai's face until Asuma was nearly upon him, at which point he relinquished her, spun on his heel, and delivered a swift kick to Asuma's face, sending him hurtling backward. Before Uchiha Nen could retract his stylish pose, there was a resounding crash, and a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing Kurenai to vanish from his side. Interesting, he mused. Despite his perceptive abilities, he refrained from revealing his full prowess against these lower-ranked ninjas. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned a gust of wind to disperse the smoke, revealing the trio standing by a stream, both Kurenai and the now bulging-cheeked Asuma glaring at him with fury. You three are quite swift, however. This will not suffice to pass the Chunin exam. The trio remained silent, paralyzed by the immense pressure emanating from Uchiha Nen. No matter how they attacked, they could inflict no harm upon him. Even Asuma, consumed by rage, recognized his utter inability to contend with Uchiha Nen. For now, they could only stand still, hoping the traps around them might buy them precious moments of escape, for thoughts of passing the exam were secondary to ensuring their immediate safety. Uchiha Nen, observing their stillness, approached them with a light-hearted gait. Just as his foot was about to step onto an explosive tag trap, the tension in Kurenai and the others escalated. Yet, Uchiha Nen withdrew his foot. Surely, you don't believe those trivial traps could hinder me? This time, instead of clapping his hands, he executed a few simple hand seals and pressed them onto the ground. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. The ground between him and Kurenai's trio transformed into a quagmire. The traps they had set either sank into the earth or erupted in a flurry of bubbles within the swamp. Scatter, Kurenai yelled. Realizing Uchiha Nen was not adhering to the expected tactics, urging her companions to flee. Trying to escape, Uchiha Nen clapped his hands, summoning the water from the stream, which morphed into serpentine forms that lunged at the trio. Water release, water prison technique. Yamashiro Aoi, the slowest, was the first to be ensnared by a water snake. Engulfed whole and trapped within a water sphere. Kurenai and Asuma barely managed to evade capture when Asuma, gritting his teeth, retrieved a scroll from his waist and hurled it towards Kurenai. The scroll unfurled, releasing dozens of explosive tags. With a thunderous explosion, the water snake pursuing Kurenai was obliterated, accompanied by a few smoke bombs that filled the area with obscuring mist. As the smoke cloud spread, Asuma offered Uchiha Nen a mocking grin before being swallowed by a water snake. Uchiha Nen, incensed by Asuma's audacity, swiftly approached the trapped Asuma and delivered a kick to his left cheek, aligning both sides of his face before marking his forehead with a passing seal. He then extracted the unresisting Yamashiro Aoi from the water prison, marking his forehead as well. With a clap of his hands, he summoned a shadow clone. Take him to the third Hokage, Uchiha Nen instructed, pointing at Asuma. Since this father-son duo had always viewed him with disdain, he thought it amusing to irritate them further. As for why he allowed Asuma to pass the exam so easily, it was simply to prevent the third Hokage from keeping him in the village due to his son's inadequate strength as a genin. Having completed his scheme, Uchiha Nen flashed a mischievous smile and dashed after Kurenai, who was fleeing in the opposite direction. Kurenai, where do you think you're running off to? I'm about to catch you. Upon hearing Uchiha Nen's infuriating tone drawing near, Kurenai, realizing her escape was futile, emerged from the underbrush. Her face twisted in indignation as she glared at him. Oh, why aren't you hiding? Uchiha Nen was taken aback. Although he had already pinpointed the location of Yuhi Kurenai, he was not yet ready to confront her. Kurenai remained silent, seething with anger as she approached him. In his puzzled gaze, she grasped his left hand and bit down fiercely. To her surprise, Uchiha Nen's skin was as smooth as jade, leaving no trace of her mark. Instead, Kurenai was left bewildered, her silver teeth nearly shattering from the force of her bite. Chapter 72. Kurenai's confused thoughts. You bastard. You deserve it. Kurenai covered her mouth, silent tears streaming down her cheeks, swelling into sobs as she crouched on the ground, cradling her head. Uchiha Nen watched this scene, feeling somewhat helpless. By all that is just, his body was simply this resilient. Moreover, it was Kurenai who chose to bite him. He had no part in it. Yet, witnessing this typically composed and seemingly indifferent beauty weeping uncontrollably stirred a mix of comfort and guilt within him. He approached her, gently shaking her shoulder, and tried to console her. Please don't cry. If others see this, they might think I'm bullying you. But you are bullying me, Kurenai's choked voice responded. Uchiha Nen shook his head, glancing at his left hand, and sighed. After consciously relaxing his muscular tension, he extended his left hand towards her cheek. Go ahead. It's not as hard this time. Kurenai, unsure of her own actions, lifted her gaze upon hearing his voice. She looked at the arm that was now near her mouth. Hesitantly, she reached out, taking a small bite to test its firmness. Confirming it was within her capacity to bite, she then sank her teeth into it with fervor. A sharp pain shot through Uchiha Nen, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he cast a silent glance at this fierce girl. You actually bit me, he thought, bewildered by Kurenai's transformation. Fortunately, this slight discomfort was but a fraction of the pain he had endured during his training. However, to appear more convincing, he let out exaggerated groans of pain. Upon hearing his cries, Kurenai's heart softened. The tight grip of her cherry-like lips loosened slightly, and Uchiha Nen even felt a soft, snake-like sensation as her tongue flicked over his wound. This unexpected intimacy left him momentarily disoriented. At that moment, Kurenai released her bite. Her face flushed as she buried her head in her arms, unable to meet his gaze. She had no idea why all of this was happening today. Initially, she had aimed to prepare diligently for the Chunin exams, practicing tirelessly day and night for the coveted title. Who would have thought that just as she believed she was ready to excel, Uchiha Nen, who was the object of her best friend's affections and barely a friend to herself, would appear and effortlessly dismantle her team's strategies, nullifying her proudest genjutsu? That was bearable, but this scoundrel had the audacity to bully her along the way. Why was he so formidable when they were all contemporaries? Why was he so kind to Akane, yet relentless in his torment of her? This sense of injustice weighed heavily on Kurenai, leading to her impulsive desire to bite Uchiha Nen fiercely. To her astonishment, he actually permitted her to do so. Looking at the bloodied bite marks on his arm, Kurenai's face turned crimson as she stammered, "I'll bandage it for you." Uchiha Nen had no objections, though he could heal the minor wound in no time. He relished the attention. Besides, Kurenai's bashful demeanor was rather amusing. "You caused this injury. You must take responsibility," he teased. Kurenai remained silent. Her head lowered as she tore a strip from her sleeve, meticulously tending to Uchiha Nan's wound and even adorning it with a cute bow. After completing her task, she turned away, lost in thought. Uchiha Nan, noticing her silence, attempted to break the awkwardness with a few words, but Kurenai remained unresponsive, caught in her reverie. He decided to deploy his ultimate tactic. "Hey, do you want to pass the Chunin exam?" Upon hearing this key phrase, Kurenai snapped back to reality, her tear-streaked eyes widening as they met Uchiha Nan's gaze. "Come here," he said coolly. Kurenai hesitated for a moment, reflecting on the hardships she endured in preparation for the exams, before obediently moving closer to him. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Nan stepped forward, their bodies nearly touching, and then placed his hand on her forehead. As Kurenai felt the chill radiating from his touch, her body trembled, and she tightly shut her eyes. Still reeling from her earlier emotions, her thoughts began to spiral. This scenario was reminiscent of the many tales she had read in romantic novels. If Uchiha Nan were to treat her as the characters in those stories did, would she accept it? Imagining Uchiha Nan's gentle smile and affectionate kiss on her forehead, her face turned a deep shade of crimson. Just as she was lost in this reverie, her best friend, Uchiha Akane, suddenly appeared beside her, radiating an aura of fury as she fixed a piercing gaze upon her. "Kurenai, how could you betray me? I despise you." With that, Akane turned away, tears streaming down her face as she fled. "No, I didn't." Kurenai cried out, startled awake by the intensity of the moment, gazing at the proximity of Uchiha Nan. And she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all a misunderstanding. Thank goodness." "What were you thinking?" Uchiha Nan inquired, observing Kurenai's fluctuating expressions of embarrassment and distress. He had already drawn a passing mark on her forehead and kindly presented her with a mirror for a clearer view. It dawned on her what Uchiha Nan had intended with his earlier actions, and this revelation ignited a mix of anger and embarrassment within her. "Why do you care?" she retorted, after which she stood to leave, fearing that Akane might truly witness her in this vulnerable state. Having passed the Chunin exam, she felt no need to linger. "Wait," Uchiha Nan called out suddenly. Kurenai paused, glancing back at him. He stepped closer, gently wiping away the tear stains from her cheeks. "You look more beautiful this way." Feeling the warmth of his tender gesture, Kurenai was momentarily at a loss. Yet, thinking of Akane's feelings, she bit her lip and turned to walk away. Heading toward the forest's edge, Uchiha Nan released his senses in search of his next prey. After all, this forest was home to 3 hunters. If he did not hasten his movements, the coveted quarry might be snatched away by others. Chapter 73, Kakashi's team after utilizing a couple of transformation jutsu. Uchiha Nan finally located the protagonist of this tale, Kakashi's team. Observing Kakashi and his companions, hidden in the water, atop trees, and within the grass, Uchiha Nan wore a devilish smile, resolved to find some amusement. He clapped his hands, transforming into the guise of a middle-aged man, and casually retrieved a Mist Village ninja headband from his ninja tool pouch. This was a trophy from a previous mission, collected for convenience in future tasks. His pouch was stocked with headbands from various other nations as well. Donning the mist headband, Uchiha Nan summoned the water-style technique, casting a glance around. He then pulled out a tiger mask to cover his face, ensuring his disguise was flawless. Armed with a kunai, he advanced towards the hiding spots of the trio. The 3 soon noticed the figure adorned with the mist headband, their expressions shifting with concern. Kakashi and Noera Rin couldn't help but speculate whether a ninja from the land of water had infiltrated, or if it was merely a villager in disguise. However, they quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that this was merely a straightforward Chunin exam. There was no need for anyone to masquerade as a ninja from the land of water. Despite their confusion, they understood that the forest was currently hosting the Chunin exams, with few ninja on alert. If this so-called ninja from the land of water was indeed powerful, it could pose a significant threat to their examination team. They were prepared to abandon the exam and alert their village if necessary. Uchiha Obito's thoughts were simple. He was aware that a ninja from the land of water could endanger Rin, and he felt compelled to protect her. As Uchiha Nen passed through a thicket, he raised an eyebrow, catching sight of a thin wire. Yet, he feigned ignorance and continued forward, feeling a slight obstruction beneath his foot. Suddenly, a wooden prison descended from above, enveloping him. Uchiha Nen pretended to be panicked, wielding his kunai and striking the prison repeatedly, attempting to lure Kakashi and the others out. However, after a prolonged effort, there was no response. Bored, he kicked the ground, shattering the wooden prison with a single blow, sending it flying. He then surveyed the surrounding traps. Clapping his hands, he summoned the nearby river, conjuring towering waves that surged upward. Water-style, exploding water wave. The crashing wave not only obliterated the traps, but uprooted trees, transforming the ground into a mire. It also forced Kakashi's trio to reveal themselves. Are the little ones not hiding anymore? Uchiha Nen intoned with a masked voice. Humph, a ninja from the land of water dares to trespass in my leaf village. Watch as I take you down today. Obito could not tolerate such mockery and unleashed a fireball towards Uchiha Nen. Fire style, fireball technique. Uchiha Nen, unfazed, lightly tapped the ground with his foot. Under his meticulous control, a curtain of water splashed up, colliding with the fireball and transforming it into vapor. Beware. The enemy's water techniques are formidable, Kakashi warned, his expression grave as he cautioned Rin and Obito. He then formed hand seals, sending bolts of lightning surging toward the water's surface. Lightning style, thunderbolt dash. Several bolts of lightning surged beneath the water's surface, swiftly converging toward Uchiha Nen. Noira Rin seized the opportunity to throw a few explosive kunai in support. Uchiha Nen deftly sidestepped the oncoming electrical strikes and explosions, coldly remarking, merely trifling techniques. He then clapped his hands, summoning a water vortex that spiraled toward Kakashi's team, absorbing surrounding water and growing larger. Prepare to perish, little ones. As the terrifying water vortex engulfed nearby trees, shredding them to splinters, Kakashi's trio faced the assault with calm composure, responding by clapping their hands together. Boom. They transformed into 3 clouds of white mist. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Nen furrowed his brow, realizing that without utilizing his Sharingan or sensory techniques, distinguishing between the shadow clones and the original would be challenging. This was a testament to the trio, as they had initially appeared as shadow clones. No wonder they had refrained from attacking when he was ensnared in the wooden prison. Those traps, including the 3 shadow clones, were merely tests of his strength. Now, the 3 must have fled far away. However, to think they could escape my pursuit so easily was naive. Uchiha Nen vanished from his spot, having roughly gauged their location. He clapped his hands and transformed into Noira Rin's likeness, employing the Hell Swamp technique to turn a small section of land into a bog. Leaping into the mire, he cried out, Obito, come save me. Obito, come save me. Uchiha Nen simulated Rin's fall into the swamp with remarkable accuracy, even mimicking her voice perfectly. The fleeing trio heard his cries. The first to respond was Rin herself. She halted, frowning in the direction of the voice. It sounds just like me. If I weren't here, I would think it was my own call for help. In such a situation, it was undoubtedly a trap. Should she return to investigate? What if Kakashi and the others were in danger? Next was Kakashi, who hesitated, contemplating returning to assist. However, he quickly remembered that if Rin were genuinely in peril, she would not call out in a way that could endanger herself and her teammates, especially with that terrifying ninja from the land of water nearby. Yet, Kakashi considered, while he would not be fooled, Obito might. Indeed, Obito, upon hearing the voice, was immediately compelled to rush toward it, shouting, Rin, I'm coming. Don't be afraid. His face flushed with urgency, he dashed forward, seeing Rin in the swamp, her makeup ruined, disregarding his own safety. He unleashed several fireballs, severing a tree to create a bridge over the mire. Uchiha Nen, seeing the trouble he was causing, decided to lend a hand. With a light leap, he emerged beside Obito and swiftly knocked him unconscious. Initially, Uchiha Nen contemplated marking his face with a symbol of passage, but upon reflection, he remembered that Obito was someone he had noted down. He couldn't let him off so easily. With a devious glint in his eye, Uchiha Nen considered another idea, one that might even prompt Obito to awaken his Sharingan ahead of time. He would surely be grateful for that in the future. Chapter 74. The ashamed Kakashi. When Kakashi and Rin Noara arrived at the source of the sound, they found that the earlier cry had ceased. Uchiha Obito was being pinned against a rock by a shinobi from the land of water, who raised a kunai as if to execute him. Unable to bear the sight of her comrade being killed before her eyes, Rin rushed forward. Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, sighed helplessly and followed suit. "Oh, look who decided to show themselves," Uchiha Nan said, casually tossing Obito aside with a gentle smile. "Who on earth are you, and why have you infiltrated Konohagakure?" As Kakashi stepped in front of Rin, shielding her from Nan's gaze, he cast a sidelong glance at the unconscious Obito on the ground. "I am Uchiha Nan," he declared, tapping his forehead protector from the Mist Village. "As you can see, I have come on the orders of the 3rd Mizukage to eliminate you ninjas participating in the Chunin exams." Kakashi took 2 steps closer, his expression impassive as he replied. "Is that so? I don't believe you. You're merely masquerading as the instructor for this examination. Kid, you truly have an overactive imagination," Uchiha Nen retorted, contemplating if he had revealed any flaws, before bursting into laughter, ready to counter Kakashi's claim. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. Whirling around, he saw another Kakashi, gathering lightning in his hand, swiftly approaching him. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Oh, so that one was a shadow clone. Nen thought, momentarily considering his persona as a master of water techniques. He formed hand seals, preparing to counter with a water jutsu. Water release, water iron cannon. Yet, he soon sensed another sharp pain at his back. Realizing something was amiss, he aimed to deal with the Kakashi in front of him first. As several water bullets shot forth, the Kakashi before him transformed into a puff of white smoke. Meanwhile, the attack from behind struck Nan's body, sending a tingling sensation through him before a powerful cutting force impacted his lower back. Even facing the formidable lightning cutter, Nan only suffered a superficial cut on his skin, a few drops of blood trickling forth. Kakashi, however, was forced back by the immense recoil, his arm broken. How is this possible? Since Nan had taught Obito the lightning cutter technique, he had only seen himself withstand it directly. The fact that this ninja, whom he believed to be proficient in water techniques, could also endure it was utterly unbelievable. However, Kakashi felt a sense of relief as he glanced at the now empty spot where Obito had just been unconscious. If Rin had safely taken Obito away, then even if he were to perish here, the village would receive word and send someone to deal with this shinobi from the land of water. Then turned to face Kakashi, who had closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. With a sinister smile, he remarked, "Quite an impressive attack." He then produced a rope, preparing to bind Kakashi in a humiliating manner. As the ropes tightened around him, Kakashi increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, a powerful shinobi infiltrating an enemy village would eliminate their genius youth to prevent any leakage of information. Why, then, was this individual binding him in such a manner? Perhaps he was not a shinobi from the land of water at all, but rather a spy from within the village. Furthermore, this individual had transformed into Rin to lure Obito. If he had taken on the appearance of Kakashi or Obito, the remaining 2 Wuan-Ti have charged forward recklessly. Moreover, this person could withstand the lightning cutter like Uchiha Nan. Kakashi considered the humiliating bindings he wore and concluded that this was indeed the work of that scoundrel Nan. If it weren't for that bastard Uchiha Nan, I wouldn't be in this predicament, he thought bitterly. "Ah, have you figured it out?" Uchiha Nan removed his tiger mask, revealing his true identity, and addressed Kakashi. "Aren't you going to put on a facade?" Kakashi stared at his unreliable comrade with deadpan eyes, wanting nothing more than to give him a good thrashing, yet knowing he was unable to do so. "What is the point of pretending? You've already caught me. I might as well consider it a pass," he replied, then took a pen and marked a passing score on Kakashi's forehead. He then summoned a shadow clone to carry Kakashi away. Kakashi grew increasingly uneasy, although Nin had declared him a pass. Allowing a shadow clone to carry him to report to the Hokage was utterly unacceptable. "Hey, aren't you going to help me untie this rope?" Kakashi squirmed like a worm in the clone's grasp, the calm demeanor on his face giving way to a rare expression of fear. Being carried away like this would ruin his illustrious reputation. Yet, Uchiha Nen feigned ignorance, allowing the clone to take Kakashi further away. He then clapped his hands, producing a puff of white smoke, and another Kakashi stood in his place. Satisfied with his transformation technique, Nen scanned his surroundings for any signs of flaw before pursuing the direction Rin and Obito had fled. Earlier, when he had knocked Obito unconscious, he had left a trace of chakra on him, making it easy to sense their location. Rin, where are we? Obito slowly regained consciousness, realizing he was being carried on Rin's shoulder. He quickly jumped down and asked, only Rin can ride on me. How could I ride on her? Obito, you're finally awake. Rin explained briefly what had transpired. Upon hearing that Kakashi had faced the shinobi from the land of water alone to buy them time, Obito's face grew worried. That is not acceptable. Rin, you need to inform the village. I'll go back and rescue Kakashi. Obito. Rin urgently grabbed his hand. The enemy is at least a jonin. Even Kakashi is no match for him. Even if you go back, it won't change anything. We should hurry to the village and send for reinforcements. That's the only way we might save Kakashi. Obito's expression was conflicted. Despite the playful banter he shared with Kakashi, the truth was he held a deep respect for him. Now that Kakashi was in danger and he could only run away, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just as Obito hesitated, the Kakashi transformed by Uchiha Nen appeared beside them. Chapter 75. Obito's 3-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi, you're back. Rin exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Hearing her voice, Obito quickly lifted his head, ready to ask Kakashi if he was injured, only to see Kakashi smile at them before pushing him aside. What are you doing? Before Obito could finish his sentence, Kakashi unleashed a surge of lightning from his hand. Uchiha Obito was quite familiar with this technique, which Kakashi frequently employed during his recent sparring sessions with teacher Minato and Uchiha Nan. However, he was perplexed by Kakashi's intentions in using this move now. Were there enemies lurking nearby? While Obito was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly witnessed Kakashi charging forward, unleashing a raikiri that pierced Rin's heart. Noera Rin trembled violently, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. No! Uchiha Obito let out a heart-wrenching wail, his dark eyes turning crimson. Overwhelmed by an intense wave of sorrow, the blood-red gaze manifested a single tomo, which then spiraled into 2, and subsequently 3. Under the immense psychic shock, the illusion cast by Uchiha Nen earlier dissipated. I will kill you. Obito charged furiously at Kakashi, delivering a devastating punch aimed at his back. Yet, to his astonishment, Kakashi turned to face him, catching his fist with a single hand. As Obito contemplated his next move, he was taken aback to see Noera Rin, seemingly unscathed, standing there with only a slight tremor in her form. Momentarily stunned, he glanced between Kakashi and Rin, unsure of how to proceed. 3-tomo, huh? Although he hadn't activated the Mangekyo, it was still something. Uchiha Nen fixed his gaze upon the 3-tomo Sharingan in Obito's eyes. With a clap of his hands, he dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his original appearance. He then snapped his fingers, freeing Noera Rin from the illusion. Nan, how did you arrive? What just happened? Rin asked, her voice filled with astonishment as she regained her composure, initially noticing Uchiha Nan's presence. It then struck her that she had just experienced Kakashi's raikiri piercing her heart. The sensation had felt all too real, leaving her in a state of disbelief and fright. Uchiha Nen gazed at Rin's pale visage with concern, gently embracing her and caressing her delicate cheek. In his heart, he thought, Rin, I hope this brings you some comfort. I had my reasons for doing this for you. Please do not hold it against me. Indeed, Noera Rin, suddenly enveloped by Uchiha Nan's tender affection, was consumed by immense happiness, the pallor of her face fading away. Her complexion flushed, she lay in Nan's warm embrace, her eyes closed as her imagination began to wander. Fool, what are you doing? Obito finally pieced together that the original Kakashi was merely Uchiha Nan in disguise, and he had seemingly fallen victim to an illusion. Witnessing Rin's death at Kakashi's hands. Just as he was processing this, he saw Uchiha Nan holding Noera Rin close. Anger surged within him, nearly compelling him to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. The sound of another voice snapped Rin back to reality, prompting her to quickly detach from Uchiha Nan's embrace. She shook her head at the furious Obito, her voice barely above a whisper. Obito, it's all right. I don't blame Nan. Huh. Although her words were soft, Uchiha Obito heard them clearly. Rage consumed him, and he knelt helplessly on the ground, overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Nan remarked. You should be thanking me, Obito. So that's how it is, he replied. Nan, you transformed into Kakashi and cast an illusion on both me and Obito, allowing us to witness the same scene. This was to aid Obito in awakening his eyes. Obito, you should sincerely thank Nan. He has helped you unlock the 3-tomo. Noera Rin looked at Uchiha Obito with joy, her heart filled with blessings for her dear friend, devoid of any jealousy. Obito responded to Uchiha Nan with a series of mechanical chuckles. He was still reeling from the sight of Rin, blushing as she expressed that she did not blame Nan. Even upon hearing that he had awakened the three Tomo, he felt no joy. He knew he had irrevocably lost Noera Rin. Rin, you don't blame me? I have put you through such anguish, Uchiha Nen said, his gaze somewhat troubled as he looked at Rin. His actions were intended to eliminate the potential threat posed by Uchiha Madara, to ensure that Rin would not be harmed in the future for Obito's sake. After all, if he acted preemptively and disrupted the situation, perhaps Madara would alter his plans and choose another target. As for who that might be, he did not care, so long as it was not someone he held dear. But this heartfelt sacrifice was predicated on his knowledge of the unfolding narrative. Noera Rin, however, was unaware. If she believed that today Uchiha Nen had used an illusion on her to help Obito awaken his eyes, would he not do the same for others in the future? This was the root of Uchiha Nan's turmoil. It's all right, Nan. Although I do not fully understand your reasons for acting this way, Rin gently comforted him. Then shyly added, but the moment you held me close, I realized that you too have feelings for me and care for me. Thus, you would never harm me. Your actions must have their own justification. Rin, Uchiha Nan, blessed to be with such a gentle soul, could find no words. He simply pulled her, blushing, into his embrace and pressed his lips against hers. Noera Rin murmured, her words indistinct as he sealed her lips with his. Ha. Uchiha Obito, still in his dazed state, watched the two, his laughter growing louder. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan's shadow clone wore a mischievous grin. Having carried Kakashi to a makeshift viewing platform outside the Forest of Death. With a puff of smoke, Kakashi's unconscious form tumbled into the center of the platform. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the surrounding crowd turned their attention to the commotion, only to behold Kakashi, eyes tightly shut, feigning unconsciousness out of embarrassment. Yet, it seemed he had worried needlessly, as the group led by the third Hokage was more captivated by Kakashi's peculiar bindings than by his identity. The artistry of the bindings, accentuating the beauty of the human form, struck a chord with them. Some took out pens and paper, while others recorded with crystal balls, eager to preserve this remarkable sight for future experimentation. However, while they were amused by Kakashi's predicament, others were deeply concerned. The previously released Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy quickly surrounded Kakashi, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. How scandalous, Kakashi! This is utterly embarrassing, Kurenai exclaimed. Kakashi, is this a unique training method? I must try it. Might Guy added enthusiastically. Sarutobi Asuma glanced at Kurenai and teased, if Kakashi. No, I'm not Kakashi. You've mistaken me for someone else. Uchiha Nan, I will not let you off easily. Kakashi protested vehemently. Chapter 76. The Retribution of Mitarashi Anko after Uchiha Nen escorted Noera Rin and the mentally unstable Uchiha Obito from the scene. He casually dealt with a few other unfortunate souls. As the Seeker sensed a recent fluctuation in chakra, he dashed forward. Yet, it seemed that the opponent had also detected his presence and retreated in the opposite direction. A sensory ninja, perhaps? Uchiha Nen suddenly felt intrigued and quickened his pace in pursuit. Meanwhile, Hinata Kiyo, fleeing for his life, glanced back through his Byakugan to see that their pursuer was rapidly closing in. At their current speed, it wouldn't be long before they were caught, prompting him to wave a hand to signal his teammates to halt. What's wrong, Kiyo? Has the enemy retreated? Asked Mitarashi Anko cheerfully. No, their speed is too great. And they possess sensory ninjutsu. We cannot escape. Hinata Kiyo shook his head. Then let us prepare to confront them. I wonder which ninja from the village it could be. Mitarashi Anko replied, retrieving kunai from her ninja tools pouch. The other two also armed themselves with explosive tags, casually setting up traps and preparing their jutsu. As Uchiha Nen sensed that his prey had come to a stop and closed in, he was met with a coordinated ninjutsu attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale. The trio's first wave of ninjutsu was directed towards him. Uchiha Nen smiled, channeling chakra for a powerful kick. The immense force obliterated their combined jutsu, sending a gust of wind barreling towards the trio, whipping their hair and clothing. Nan, you're the examiner for this assessment. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko finally recognized him and rushed to his side. You guessed correctly, Anko, Uchiha Nen replied, lowering his leg with a smile. Then can't you just let us pass? Mitarashi Anko tugged at Uchiha Nan's arm, hoping for leniency, given the rapport they had developed. She believed he would not refuse her. Hinata Kiyo and Inuzuka Rado exchanged glances, placing their hands on their foreheads. while they were accustomed to Anko's unpredictable antics. They couldn't help but feel a bit strained at her overt display of affection towards the examiner. "You are quite the clever little one," Uchiha-nan chuckled, poking her forehead before firmly rejecting her request. "No, this Chunin exam is crucial, especially concerning the impending war. I will not go easy on you. If you are not strong enough and receive a Chunin designation, it would only endanger you on the battlefield." Uchiha-nan maintained his principles in this regard. He had allowed his old friends to pass the exam easily because they were genuinely qualified for the subsequent challenges, even the likes of Asuma Sarutobi. Moreover, Anko and her companions were not without the strength to pass. She merely wished to save time, and Uchiha-nan could not encourage such an attitude. "Fine, I understand," Mitarashi Anko responded, feeling a bit dejected at his refusal. "All right, how about I accompany you for a stroll tonight?" Uchiha-nan, noticing Anko's forlorn expression, felt a pang of sympathy and embraced her. To his surprise, despite the intimate gesture before her teammates, Anko showed no signs of shyness. Instead, a cunning smile crept into her eyes. Sensing something amiss, Uchiha-nan attempted to push her away, only to find her soft form had vanished, replaced by a swarm of snakes lunging at him. Snake substitute technique. Uchiha-nan had no desire to be bitten, though he was not particularly afraid. It was still somewhat unsettling. Channeling chakra, he obliterated the snakes into a mist of blood. "Move quickly." Mitarashi Anko appeared a short distance away, shouting at her teammates before winking at Uchiha-nan. Seeing Anko's playful demeanor, Uchiha-nan felt a surge of mischief and was tempted to teach her a lesson. However, the kunai and explosive tags hurled by Hinata Kiyo and Inuzuka Reito were already on their way, and they began forming hand seals for their own jutsu. Uchiha-nan, eager to reprimand Anko, noticed an obstacle in his path. He clapped his hands together and unleashed a ball of lightning. Lightning release, lightning ball. The lightning sphere sped through the air, intercepting the incoming kunai and explosive tags, reducing them to clouds of smoke before swiftly targeting the two still casting their jutsu. However, with Hinata Kiyo's Byakugan, the attack was visible. He shoved Inuzuka Reito away, propelling them apart, narrowly avoiding the lightning ball. Yet, it proved futile. As they regained their footing to regroup, another 5 or 6 lightning balls came flying towards them. Sharing a resigned glance, Hinata Kiyo and Inuzuka Reito exchanged wry smiles and surrendered to the inevitable. Easy. A torrent of electric light surged past, leaving the two paralyzed and drifting into a blissful slumber. With the troublesome duo out of the way, Uchiha-nan turned his gaze to Mitarashi Anko with a mischievous glint. Observing the plight of her teammates, Anko's expression stiffened. She was not worried about their safety, knowing Uchiha-nan would not harm them severely, especially since this was merely an assessment. However, her concern lay with her own predicament as she watched Uchiha-nan approach with a devilish grin. Mitarashi Anko promptly adopted a pitiful expression and trotted over, leaping into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, gazing up at him with affection. "Nan, if I said everything that just happened was a joke, would you believe me?" "I do," Uchiha-nan replied with unwavering certainty. Yet, his hands seemed to have a mind of their own, roaming over Anko's form. "Stop it," she gasped, her cheeks flushed as she emitted soft breaths, her eyes glistening with an entranced allure. Uchiha-nan delivered a stern lesson to this audacious girl who dared to provoke him. After 5 minutes of intense trembling, he finally withdrew his hands, observing Anko sprawled on the ground, her expression one of blissful defeat. "Look at you, little minx. I wonder if you'll dare to challenge me again," he chuckled, satisfied with his handiwork. Mitarashi Anko shot him a reproachful glance, but she dared not utter any more defiant words. Her mind was still hazy, fearful of incurring his wrath once more. "Nankoan, you certainly have a penchant for the dramatic." A chilling voice interjected at that moment. Mitarashi Anko recognized the voice instantly, having spent years with its owner. In a flurry, she dropped to the ground, hiding her face in a display of feigned ignorance, wishing to retreat into her shell like a turtle. Internally, she berated Uchiha-nan for putting her in such a compromising position, especially with their teacher witnessing it. Chapter 77, Uchiha-nan vs. Orochimaru. Uchiha-nan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he found himself caught in this predicament before his mentor, bullying her student. However, he also harbored grievances, wondering why Orochimaru always seemed to materialize like a voyeur at the most inconvenient moments. In this vast forest of death, filled with countless candidates, why did fate have to bring them together? However, Uchiha then reconsidered that this was quite reasonable, as Akado was indeed his disciple. It is only natural for a mentor to come and check on their pupil. Yet, upon arrival, he witnessed Uchiha then behaving inappropriately towards his cherished disciple, which must have incited a considerable amount of resentment from Orochimaru. Aware of his own culpability, Uchiha then cautiously glanced at Orochimaru, who maintained his usual icy demeanor, revealing nothing. "Lord Orochimaru, what brings you here?" Uchiha then cautiously probed. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at the foolish disciple sprawled on the ground, flicked his tongue, and directed his gaze back at Uchiha Nan. Although Akado was somewhat foolish, she was a disciple he had grown fond of after the demise of Rope Tree. Still, he had not yet descended into a state of cold-heartedness, and thus he held a protective affection for this naive student. Witnessing her being mistreated before him was enough to ignite his fury. Moreover, his recent endeavors in the study of the Sharingan had progressed slowly, further fueling his irritation towards Uchiha Nan. Seizing this opportunity, he thought it prudent to gauge the true power of this young one's Sharingan. "Nankuin, follow me. I have a few private words to share with you," Orochimaru said, casting a menacing glance at Uchiha Nan as he ventured deeper into the forest of death. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow. "What? Are we going to fight, old man?" "Indeed, I may have disrespected your disciple, but I will take responsibility." "What does that expression of yours mean?" Resolving to abandon pretense, Uchiha Nan adopted a firm stance. He patted the seemingly lifeless Akado, forcibly lifting her up. Drawing a symbol on her face, he pointed to his two companions still lost in their dreams. "Consider this assessment passed. You may leave first. I have matters to discuss with Orochimaru, but I want to go too." Akado expressed her concern, although she could not see the exchange of glances between them. Yet, the teacher's unfriendly tone filled her with dread, fearing he would harshly reprimand Uchiha Nan. "Be good and obedient. I will see you tonight," Uchiha Nan reassured her, stroking her hair. What was there to fear from Orochimaru? Under Uchiha Nan's firm insistence, Akado reluctantly led her two unfortunate teammates away, glancing back as she left. After a moment's thought, she concluded that with their connection, her teacher would likely not be too harsh on Uchiha Nan. At worst, he might endure a bit of hardship. She could always make it up to him later. As she shyly dragged her two teammates through the forest, Hinata and Kagaya bumped their heads together on the uneven path. Uchiha Nan watched Akado depart before swiftly pursuing Orochimaru. Most of his friends had already passed the Chunin exam, leaving little purpose for his presence in the forest. It was better to see what Orochimaru intended. Not long after, Uchiha Nan caught up with Orochimaru, who was waiting ahead. "Lord Orochimaru, what is it you wish to discuss?" "If it's about Akado," Uchiha Nan's words were cut short by Orochimaru's raised hand. "I have no interest in the affairs of the youth. I summoned you primarily to witness the power of your Sharingan, to determine whether I should invest more time in it," Orochimaru replied. "Is that so?" Uchiha Nan replied with a smile, having not fully utilized his Mangekyo Sharingan since awakening it. Since Orochimaru wished to see its capabilities today, Uchiha Nan was more than willing to oblige. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, feeling an unsettling chill from Uchiha Nan's grin, sensing that the young man harbored no benign intentions. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Shadow snake hands. A narrow shadow materialized between them, seemingly filled with countless crimson eyes fixated on Uchiha Nan. Faced with this grotesque scene, Uchiha Nan refrained from allowing it to approach. Closing and opening his eyes, his dark, luminous gaze transformed into the windmill pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Universal disintegration. Uchiha Nan directed his left eye towards the shadow on the ground, and the elongated shadow dissipated into tendrils of black smoke. The hidden crimson pupils exploded, releasing splatters of blood. Orochimaru furrowed his brow at the sight, puzzled by the technique Uchiha Nan had employed to neutralize his shadow snake hands. A special bloodline limit? He pondered, yet he did not cease his hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Uchiha Nan observed Orochimaru's movements as he swiftly formed seals of his own. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Universal amplification, fivefold. A blazing white inferno expanded instantaneously, reducing the surrounding trees to ashes and transforming the earth between them into flowing magma. Orochimaru's wind technique disintegrated before it could reach the fivefold amplified great fire annihilation, obliterated by the overwhelming heat of the inferno. The flames surged forward, engulfing Orochimaru and leaving behind a heap of ash where serpentine remains had once been. Before further devastation could ensue, Uchiha then waved his hand, dispelling the flames. Naturally, Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. He reappeared beside Uchiha Nan, expelling a short sword radiating a blue light towards him. Uchiha then drew his sword, the Demon Slayer, and struck downwards. Clang! Orochimaru, utilizing his tongue to wield the sword, found himself overpowered by Uchiha Nan's forceful strike. The kunoichi sword flew from his grasp, embedding itself in two trees, while Uchiha Nan's sword cleaved him in twain. From the severed halves of Orochimaru's body, numerous white snakes emerged, reassembling into his form. He cast a wary glance at Uchiha Nan's Demon Slayer, retreating hastily while reclaiming the kunoichi sword and swallowing it once more. He realized that this young man had undoubtedly received Tsunade's true teachings. The sheer force was something he did not wish to experience a second time. Lord Orochimaru, if you possess any other techniques, feel free to showcase them, Uchiha Nan taunted with a smile. Orochimaru snorted coldly, forming hand seals and pressing them into the ground. Summoning technique. A dark layer of cursed inscriptions emerged from the earth around him, followed by a massive brown snake rising, towering in height. This colossal serpent, over 30 meters long, coiled its lower half upon the ground while its upper half stood tall, its eyes fixed on Uchiha Nan, resembling a skyscraper. Chapter 78. Terrifying Ninjutsu. Both the participants within the Forest of Death and those observing from the platform outside were taken aback by the sight of the towering giant snake. What in the world is that? How terrifying. Has an enemy invaded Konoha? Can we possibly contend with such a creature? Tsunade, having just completed the final group of candidates, sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed toward the battle, knowing that only Uchiha Nan could compel Orochimaru to summon a creature of this magnitude. As she hastened, her face bore deep concern. Little brat, you must not come to harm. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, unsure of what to make of the unfolding events. It is perplexing why Lord Orochimaru would summon a summoning beast in order to confront those examinees. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe while gazing in that direction, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Uchiha Nan, did you take action? He inquired, casting a glance at Minato Namikaze. Minato, please investigate. If the situation escalates, assist Orochimaru in vanquishing the adversary. Though Minato was unaware of who the enemy of the third Hokage was, he nodded in obedience. Meanwhile, the young Akato, who had yet to exit the forest, gaped in astonishment at the immense yellow serpent. Teacher, is this really necessary? At that moment, Uchiha Nan smiled at the colossal creature before him. What significance does it hold? Can it withstand the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan? He formed hand seals with both hands, executing fire release, dragon fire technique, and wind release, wind scythe jutsu. The A-rank fire technique, combined with the B-rank wind technique, enhanced the flames, culminating in an S-rank composite ninjutsu. Uchiha Nan's right eye focused intensely. Multiplication of all things, tenfold amplification. A grand and majestic dragon head materialized before him, followed by a vivid dragon body adorned with scales and 4 claws. Under the tenfold amplification of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the colossal dragon soared into the sky, transforming into a serpent stretching 100 meters long. Below, Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, his mouth agape, disbelief etched across his pale visage. Yet, in this dire moment, he continued to form hand seals with remarkable speed. The yellow serpent, paralyzed by the dragon's overwhelming presence, spun in circles with its eyes wide. With a thunderous roar, it seemed as though a sun had risen within the Konoha forest, visible to the entire village. A terrifying mushroom cloud ascended, and a violent shockwave radiated outward, incinerating trees and tearing the earth asunder. Tsunade, rushing to the scene, confronted the shockwave head-on, being propelled 10 meters backward, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground. She stared in stunned disbelief at the sun-like explosion ahead. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan stood calmly upon the sole and scathed patch of land, where the once mighty yellow serpent had been reduced to ashes. Beneath him lay a crater with a radius of 100 meters, several dozen meters deep, filled with bubbling, molten lava. Lord Orochimaru, are you all right? Uchiha Nan called out, for the surrounding inferno had severely impaired his sensory abilities. He hoped fervently that their esteemed Lord Orochimaru had not perished under the weight of his own ninjutsu. As if responding to Uchiha Nan's voice, a small section of lava erupted nearby. Uchiha Nan looked up to see a mass of charred, unidentifiable serpentine creatures coalescing into a large ball. The surface of this serpent sphere crackled ominously as burnt remains fell away. After several layers crumbled, a small serpent, resembling white jade, emerged. It darted toward the ground beside Uchiha Nan, transforming with a thud into a pale, disheveled Orochimaru. "Are you trying to kill me?" Orochimaru gasped weakly. His eyes fixed on Uchiha Nan, fear of death resurfacing. Uchiha Nan merely smiled and shook his head, gesturing toward his Mangekyo Sharingan. "That was never my intention, Lord Orochimaru. Did you not wish to witness the power of the Sharingan? How does it fare? I trust one have not disappointed your expectations." Uchiha Nan's smile held a deeper significance. Orochimaru recognized the vivid crimson of Uchiha Nan's eye. "Is that a higher form than the three-tomo Sharingan?" Uchiha Nan offered no explanation, instead turning his gaze toward the hastily approaching Tsunade. In the future, Uchiha Itachi would allow Orochimaru to experience the illusions of the Mangekyo Sharingan, imparting the harsh lesson of a snake's fate, igniting an insatiable thirst for the Sharingan within him. Now, Uchiha Nan, wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan to decisively defeat Orochimaru, gifted him a different experience. It remained uncertain whether this would awaken his yearning for the Sharingan prematurely. However, should Orochimaru successfully create the Mangekyo Sharingan through scientific means, it would align perfectly with Uchiha Nan's desires. After all, an additional pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the ninja world would only augment his strength. "Nan, are you alright?" Tsunade rushed through the molten sea, embracing Uchiha Nan and meticulously inspecting his well-being. After confirming he was unharmed, she exhaled in relief. "You scared me, you little brat." Uchiha Nan gazed at Tsunade's worried face, his expression softening as he gently caressed her cheek. "Teacher, do you still not understand my strength? There is no need for concern." Tsunade, upon hearing his words, glanced at the devastation surrounding them and, in exasperation, punched him lightly. "And what if you truly engaged in battle? Would you level the entire Konoha?" Uchiha Nan sighed, rendered speechless by her unfounded accusation. They were merely sparring. He had only exerted a modicum of effort to demonstrate the Sharingan to Orochimaru. Yet, he wisely refrained from retorting, knowing that arguing with a woman is rarely a wise choice. Minato Namikaze arrived on the scene, his eyes widening at the devastation before him. What sort of formidable enemy could have wrought such destruction? Fortunately, the vastness of the forest of death mitigated the chaos. Had this occurred in a residential area, half of Konoha would have been obliterated. Minato wasted no time, channeling chakra to his skin as he traversed the molten river to approach Uchiha, Nan, and the others. Chapter 79. The wronged Akado. Minato glanced at Tsunade, who was tending to Orochimaru, before turning his somber gaze to Uchiha Nan. "Nan, where's the enemy? Who has gravely injured Lord Orochimaru?" Uchiha Nan rubbed the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Minato's concerned expression. There is no enemy here, Watergate-sensei. It was merely a sparring session with Lord Orochimaru that escalated unexpectedly." "Sparring?" Minato paused, initially taken aback. So it was merely a sparring session. It seemed the Hokage had misjudged the situation, believing there was an actual battle with an enemy. He then fixed his gaze on Uchiha Nan, disbelief etched across his features. After all, during the previous sparring session, Uchiha Nan had not showcased such terrifying ninjutsu. How much time has passed since then? Nan's strength has surged to such formidable heights. Furthermore, Minato Namikaze cast another glance at Orochimaru, who lay on the ground, unable to suppress a shiver. It seemed that he could no longer engage in sparring with Nan. Minato silently resolved this in his heart. With Tsunade, the foremost healer in the ninja world, Orochimaru gradually regained his ability to move. Upon his recovery, instead of immediately checking his condition, he cast a keen glance at Uchiha Nan's eyes, lowering his head in silent admiration. Those eyes are so powerful. He yearned for them. Uchiha Nan noticed Orochimaru's gaze and smiled nonchalantly. "All right, the assessment has concluded. We should take our leave," Tsunade remarked, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The others nodded in agreement. Minato hoisted Orochimaru and vanished into the sea of magma and flames. In the viewing platform, to prevent Uchiha Nan from truly going mad, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already ordered the evacuation of the ninjas who passed the assessment. Only he, along with 2 advisors and several Umbu, remained on site. Shortly after, Uchiha Nan and his companions arrived. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, first glancing at the extremely weakened Orochimaru, then shifting his attention to the seemingly indifferent Uchiha Nan. Observing the four, there was no palpable tension in the air. He truly did not understand what had transpired and exchanged a glance with Minato. Minato immediately understood, bowing slightly as he replied, "Lord Hokage, there is no enemy invading the village. It was merely a sparring session between Nan and Lord Orochimaru." Sparring, Hiruzen thought, though he was not entirely satisfied with this explanation. After all, he had distinctly sensed the overwhelming disturbance akin to the sun's descent, coupled with Orochimaru's condition. He had reason to believe it was instigated by Uchiha Nan. Yet, with so many eyes upon them, he did not wish to bring their conflict to light. Thus he wore a gentle smile. "You truly lack understanding. How could such potent ninjutsu be unleashed within the village? Fortunately, no casualties occurred. This is a one-time occurrence. It must not happen again." Seeing Hiruzen's demeanor and his lack of further discourse on the matter, Uchiha Nan comprehended that as long as he did not pose any genuine threat to the village, the Hokage would not take action against him. Since others had extended an olive branch, Uchiha Nan naturally acquiesced. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Orochimaru, still weak, nodded in agreement. The others, though curious about the previous terrifying attack, felt it prudent to remain silent, given the Hokage's stance. Subsequently, Hiruzen delivered a brief speech, announcing the conclusion of the Chunin exams. This grand event thus came to a close, and Uchiha Nan departed alone. Checking the time, he realized it was still early, not yet the hour he had agreed upon with Akamichi Rota for their outing. He decided to return home, lying on his bed to contemplate the forthcoming developments in the ninja world. Currently, they were in the first half of the 48th year of Konoha. Only a few significant events were on the horizon. In due time, Mikoto would give birth, heralding the arrival of Itachi Uchiha. Following that, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure would go missing, leading to an assault on Konoha, officially igniting the flames of the Third Shinobi World War. In light of the looming conflict, though Uchiha Nan possessed immense strength, being dispatched to the battlefield would merely render him a formidable soldier. Lacking influence and recognition, he could not sway the war according to his will. Even if he gained an advantage on the battlefield, without obedient subordinates, he could not translate that advantage into victory. Moreover, lacking his own forces meant he would be compelled to obey the battlefield commander's orders, acting as instructed. To put it bluntly, if Uchiha Nan fought valiantly on the front lines while the rear commander ordered a full retreat, there would be no reliable person to inform him. Thus, he needed a cadre of followers to enhance his weight on the battlefield. With this realization, he could no longer delay the task of rallying the Uchiha clan. With this in mind, Uchiha Nan rose and set off towards the residence of the clan elder. As he approached the appointed time to meet Akamichi Rota, he finally acquired the information he sought and prepared to leave. Upon arriving at the meeting place, he spotted the foolish girl, Akamichi Rota, circling a telephone pole, kicking a small stone with her foot while muttering to herself, oblivious to her surroundings. As Uchiha Nan drew near, her murmurs became increasingly clear. "Why haven't you arrived yet? I'll kick you to death. Do you know how long I've been waiting here? When arranging a meeting, shouldn't the boy arrive early?" Uchiha Nan chuckled at her overflowing frustration, which seemed capable of filling the entire street. Hearing his voice, Akamichi Rota quickly raised her head, her face betraying a hint of fluster, akin to being caught in the act of speaking ill. "Nan, didn't you hear anything just now?" Uchiha Nan shook his head with a smile. "No. Apart from your threats to kick me to death, I didn't hear anything else." "You." Akamichi Rota's cheeks flushed with indignation. Having arrived early to wait for him, she felt mocked, and memories of their previous encounter in the woods surged forth. A swell of grievance filled her heart, and tears began to well in her eyes. "You despicable guy, all you do is mock me." With that, she turned and ran ahead. Uchiha Nan discerned the quaver in her voice and hurriedly caught up, taking her small hand in his and pulling her into an embrace, his gaze filled with affection as he looked into her eyes. "Rota, it's my fault. I shouldn't have made you sad. Go on, hit me." Uchiha Nan playfully lifted her small hand and gently tapped it against his chest a few times. Akamichi Rota gazed into the tenderness of his eyes, feeling the warmth of his hand, and her prior grievances began to dissolve into sweetness. She huffed. That was too light. There's no sincerity in that. Noticing her mood had lifted somewhat, Uchiha Nan smiled and said, "Isn't my Rota too reluctant to hit me?" "What do you mean by my Rota?" Akamichi Rota's face reddened at the term, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Yet, being a girl, she felt embarrassed by such affectionate words. and with a gentle push, she extricated herself from Uchiha Nan's embrace. Stop with the Myanmar nonsense. Despite her protest, she did not withdraw her hand, allowing Uchiha Nan to continue holding it. Uchiha Nan smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. Two individuals strolled hand in hand down the street. The man's handsome visage adorned with a playful smile, while the woman, akin to a spirited sprite, leaped joyfully, drawing envious glances from passers-by. As they walked, every time they passed a shop, the spirited Akatsuki Izuki would tug at Uchiha Nan's hand, urging him to enter for a closer inspection. Regardless of whether they made a purchase, she would engage Uchiha Nan in discussions about prices, showcasing the exuberance of youthful femininity, which even dulled the sorrows lingering in Uchiha Nan's heart. After perusing the shops and acquiring some essentials, Azuki led Uchiha into the dango shop they frequented together. Having learned from previous experiences, she opted not to order excessively this time, but rather selected a skewer of each of her favorites, totaling over 30 skewers. Upon completing her order, Uchiha Nan, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "If you only ordered one of each, what shall I eat?" Azuki, with a playful twinkle in her eye, replied, "Just watch me enjoy." Uchiha Nan, taken aback and chuckling, mused whether this foolish girl still harbored a grudge from earlier. Before long, the proprietor presented a grand platter of dango. Each skewer bore 3 glistening pieces, each enveloped in a layer of crystalline sweetness, utterly delectable in appearance. Azuki picked up a skewer and, with her cherry-like lips, devoured one piece. Holding the remaining dango aloft, she playfully waved it at Uchiha Nan, seemingly teasing him with the thought that it was beyond his reach. Amused by her antics, Uchiha Nan shook his head, bemused by her audacity, and reached for a skewer from the platter. However, Azuki, having just popped another piece into her mouth, glared at him with a puffed cheek and smacked his hand away. Uchiha Nan, refusing to be deterred, leaned forward and swiftly bit into the last piece of dango she held. Azuki, staring at the now empty skewer, was momentarily stunned. That was hers, with her own saliva on it. How could he dare? She swallowed hard, nearly choking as she forgot to chew, and patted her flat chest to ease the dango down. "You shameless fool," she exclaimed. "What is shame?" Uchiha Nan replied, his brazen demeanor inciting further irritation in Azuki. Yet, given that it was Uchiha Nan, she refrained from further protest, instead opting to consume the dango on the table. They established a playful rhythm, devouring 2 pieces from each skewer before placing the last one back on the platter. It turned into a whimsical competition, and by the end, Uchiha Nan, patting his stomach, led a blushing Azuki to settle the bill. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked in the corner of the dango shop. Yuhi Kurenai felt a pang of bitterness. Cracking the wooden skewer between her teeth, as if it were Uchiha Nan's heart she was crushing. She had merely come to replenish her spirits at the dango shop, only to witness the intimate exchange between the two, delivering a crushing blow to her heart. Previously, Azuki had openly expressed her affection for Uchiha Nan daily, which was harmless enough. She had even supported their union. Yet, all this was predicated on the events that transpired in the Forest of Death. Since that Chunin exam, visions of her and Uchiha Nan had replayed in Kurenai's mind, stirring her emotions and compelling her to seek him out. Yet she hesitated to take that step. Today, seeking solace in the dango shop, she was confronted with the undeniable closeness between Uchiha Nan and Azuki, further entangling her feelings. She found herself at a loss on how to face her friend, especially considering that Azuki was the one who had first revealed her feelings for Uchiha Nan. The opportunity for their relationship had been orchestrated by her own hand, yet now, as her friend and romantic interest united, she was left in the shadows, longing to take Azuki's place. Kurenai was aware that her feelings were misplaced, yet she could not suppress the turmoil within her heart. Just then, Asuma Saratobi, buoyed by the success of the Chunin exam, rushed into the dango shop, intent on seizing the moment to declare his feelings. With his swollen face now healed, he donned a smart casual outfit and concealed a bouquet of roses behind him. Upon entering, he quickly spotted his beloved in the corner. Filled with excitement, Asuma dashed forward, dropping to one knee and presenting the vibrant roses. Kurenai, At that moment, Kurenai, overwhelmed with her own turmoil, had no time for the persistent boy clinging to her. On any other day, she might have shown him some leniency due to their shared camaraderie, but her mind was consumed with thoughts of Uchiha Nan and Azuki's intimate moments. As she recalled Uchiha Nan's handsome features, his gentle voice, and formidable strength, she glanced back at Asuma kneeling before her. The comparison was stark. It was simply not in the same league. Disgusted, she slammed her hands on the table, rising abruptly and striding away. Asuma remained frozen in place, flowers in hand. Bewildered and lost. He had done nothing wrong. Why was this happening? Perhaps it was his attire? Surely, with his charm and goodness, Kurenai could not possibly be angered by him. Fortunately, the shopkeeper came to his aid, helping him to his feet. Asuma barely managed to express his gratitude before the proprietor presented him with the bill. That'll be 5,000 ryo after the discount, handsome. The following day, Uchiha Nan returned to the home of the elder, gathering the previously undecided members of the Uchiha clan. Observing the more than 20 individuals before him, he nodded in satisfaction. Esteemed members, your patience in uniting the neutral factions of the Uchiha has yielded results, for which I am most pleased. As the third great ninja war looms, our clan is beset by factions and divisions, preventing us from consolidating our strength. Therefore, I have resolved to unify the Uchiha clan's power in preparation for the impending conflict. To restore our clan to greatness. I have spoken. Who stands in agreement, and who does not? The crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. While they recognized the challenges of unifying a clan that had been fragmented for years, they also remembered Uchiha Nan's overwhelming presence and the futility of resistance against him. What could they oppose him with? Their heads? Furthermore, should he succeed in reuniting the Uchiha, they, as veterans of this faction, would naturally gain more power. Even if he were to fail, they could simply shift their allegiance to another faction. Why oppose him? Only a handful of dissenters frowned at Uchiha Nan's proposal, planning to inform their respective factions of the discussion following the meeting, leaving the higher-ups to handle it. Below, as it is evident that no one opposed, Uchiha Nan pondered the dullness of his existence. How could this be acceptable? Without asserting dominance, how could his strength be showcased? Turning his attention, he retrieved the intelligence shared by the elder yesterday. It clearly detailed those who conspired against the clan, secretly collaborating with other factions. Uchiha stepped forward. Uchiha Nan wasted no time, intending to offer these individuals another chance, as they were all from the Uchiha clan. If they chose to confess, he was willing to grant them some opportunities. The few named individuals exchanged glances, understanding their predicament, and promptly turned to flee the elder's estate. Seeking death, having upgraded to the Mangekyo Sharingan, the evolution of his clan's three-tomo was no longer of significant assistance. Thus, he had no intention of killing these traitors, but rather aimed to utilize their capabilities on the battlefield. Little did he expect that a moment of mercy would lead to their escape. Fury surged within Uchiha Nan as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. A blood-red skeletal figure gradually emerged from the ground, a half-armored giant wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. The Susanoo, in its half-formed state, loomed ominously. The onlookers gaped in terror at the skeletal figure summoned by Uchiha Nan. What is this? Such terrifying chakra. Is this the true extent of his power? They scattered to the sides, fearing the imposing giant would strike. Positioned at the heart of the skeletal giant, Uchiha Nan's Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously. With a mere thought, the Susanoo's right hand swung the sword downward towards the fleeing traitors. A crimson blade of chakra severed all in its path, obliterating them in their moment of horror. The residual force of the strike left a deep chasm in the ground outside the elder's estate, causing tremors that rattled the onlookers' footing. They gazed eagerly at the divine figure of the Susanoo. Once the enemies were utterly vanquished, Uchiha Nan released the Susanoo, which collapsed to the ground. The crowd immediately gathered around him, pledging their loyalty. Lord, your might is unparalleled, and you shall lead the Uchiha clan. Under his overwhelming presence, others crumbled like dust. Uchiha Nan dismissed them with a wave, focusing instead on the consumption of chakra required to activate the Susanoo. In contrast to the original narrative, where activating the Mangekyo Sharingan and employing its techniques often resulted in bloodshed for Itachi and Sasuke, Uchiha Nan remained in excellent condition, with merely a portion of chakra expended. He speculated that perhaps his physical resilience, mental fortitude, chakra reserves, and ocular power exceeded those of Itachi and Sasuke, allowing him to utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities more freely. Moreover, should he face any ocular fatigue leading to potential blindness, he could transplant Hashirama's cells to gradually restore his vision. After confirming his well-being, Uchiha Nan approached the elder. Unlike before, The elder no longer bore the weight of decay, but appeared rejuvenated and vibrant. "Elder, have you recovered?" Uchiha Nen inquired. The elder chuckled and shook his head. "Not yet, but it is imminent. Have you made your decision?" Uchiha Nen nodded and declared, "Please inform the other clansmen. Tomorrow morning at Nana's shrine. I will reorganize the Uchiha clan." Clenching his fist, he added, "With your strength, it is indeed sufficient. Your recent Susanoo reminded me of Lord Madara's past conquests." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nen did not swell with pride, but merely shook his head. "I still fall short of Uchiha Madara. Yet this power is adequate to firmly grasp the Uchiha clan." Meanwhile, in a shadowy cavern far beyond the land of fire, a pale humanoid creature emerged from the wall, anxiously exclaiming, "Bad news, Lord Madara." Although he uttered words of alarm, his expression seemed oddly cheerful. "What is it?" came a voice, aged yet authoritative, from the shadows. An elder with a 3-tomo Sharingan, though aged, exuded an air of dominance. "Lord Madara, the Uchiha clan has summoned the Susanoo. Is that so?" Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. Not perturbed, but rather amused. "Has a worthy descendant finally emerged from those weak insects? Will he jeopardize our plans?" A shadowy figure appeared beside Uchiha Madara. "No need for concern. It is merely a Mangekyo. Let White Zetsu locate this individual and take some precautions," Uchiha Madara remarked casually. At that moment, the half-formed figure on the wall spoke in its peculiar tone. "Lord Madara, Uchiha Obito has awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan." "What?" Both Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu turned their gazes towards him. They had observed the Uchiha clan for some time, only to find their peace disrupted. Continue to monitor him. Uncover that which he holds dear. The next day, Uchiha Nen completed his morning routine and reviewed his battle records to assess his recent gains. Defeated Might Guy. Acquired Chunin-level physique, pending collection. Defeated Ebisu. Obtained his sunglasses, pending collection. Defeated Kurinai Yuhi. Acquired illusion enhancement, pending collection. Defeated Hinata Hyuga. Acquired the 8 trigrams 32 palms, pending collection. Uchiha Nen chose not to delve further, but instead collected the rewards that piqued his interest. First, he acquired the Chunin-level physical enhancement, coupled with assorted physical attributes. A tearing sensation coursed through him as his physical prowess finally ascended to the level of a Kage. He clenched his fist, and his once slim physique now prominently displayed defined muscles. Uchiha Nen believed that with his current physical capabilities and the application of his monstrous strength, he could replicate the feat of Tsunade shattering Madara's Susanoo during the 4th Great Ninja War. Next, he claimed the illusion enhancement from Kurinai Yuhi, experiencing a refreshing sensation in his mind. Uchiha Nen sensed that his overall potency in casting illusions would enhance by approximately 30% in the future. He nodded in satisfaction. Kurinai was not only beautiful, but her rewards were also substantial. He wondered if he might again acquire mastery over illusions upon defeating her once more. Subsequently, Uchiha Nen disregarded Ebisu's sunglasses and Hinata's 8 trigrams 32 palms, as these items held no value for him, despite their seemingly impressive nature. He lacked the white-eyed bloodline limit and was unable to utilize it. Moreover, he possessed a more formidable technique in brute force, so why exert unnecessary effort? Uchiha Nen continued to sift through the battle records until he finally uncovered today's most significant gain, the defeat of Orochimaru and the acquisition of the talent for ninjutsu. Awaiting collection. Upon clicking to claim it, he felt a sudden surge of activity in his mind. Previous challenges regarding ninjutsu were effortlessly resolved. What had eluded him for so long, integrating lightning release into the Rasengan, was accomplished with remarkable ease. Furthermore, he discovered he could make certain enhancements to this ninjutsu. Thus, upon obtaining the talent for ninjutsu, he had also inherited the research capabilities of Orochimaru. Regardless of the type of ninjutsu, as long as it did not have special requirements, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, he could master it. After extensive research, he could also implement significant improvements. Such an impressive ability. While he had not fully acquired Orochimaru's scientific genius, for Uchiha Nen, gaining proficiency in ninjutsu was already a substantial achievement, laying a solid foundation for his future strength. Subsequently, Uchiha Nen arrived at the residence of the elder, Lord Nen. In the same courtyard, the group from yesterday greeted him with genuine respect. Having witnessed his immense power, they were thoroughly subdued. After all, the colossal Susanoo that had appeared yesterday could cleave from the eastern Uchiha to the western Uchiha. Who could stand against that? Given this, it was wise to surrender early. Uchiha Nin nodded in acknowledgement. After all, these individuals could be considered his support since he took control of the Uchiha clan. However, he did not place complete trust in them. Uchiha Nin understood clearly that these people were like reeds swaying in the wind. Nevertheless, he believed that as long as he had not been defeated, they would never dare to betray him. At this moment, the elder had gathered and entered the courtyard. "Are you prepared, Nan?" Uchiha Nin smiled and nodded, clenching his fist, for strength was paramount. "Let us depart." Uchiha Nin waved his hand, and the elder along with the others followed him toward the Nain's shrine. Meanwhile, inside the Nain's shrine, members of the Hawk and Dove factions had already arrived early. Faced with this summons from the Elder-S faction, the leaders of the two factions were uncertain of his intentions, so they convened to discuss their strategy. The squinty-eyed leader of the Dove faction, Uchiha Midai, spoke. "Shueitian, for the sake of our dominance over the Uchiha clan, that brat named Uchiha Nin must perish." The elder-looking leader of the Hawk faction, Uchiha Shueitian, hesitated slightly. "Midai, after all, he is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Shouldn't we give him a chance for redemption?" "A genius?" Midai retorted darkly. The moment he took action to kill his kin, he ceased to be a member of this village. He certainly did not harbor this intention solely for that reason. Rather, several advisors within the village had subtly expressed their disdain for Uchiha Nan, hoping the Uchiha clan would restrain this prodigy. Had it been merely for that, he would not have entertained thoughts of murder. It was the root leader who had privately approached him, stating that once Uchiha Nan was eliminated, he could facilitate Midai's entry into the Konoha Advisory Council. This would significantly expedite the Uchiha clan's integration into the village. Furthermore, if successful, it would greatly enhance his prestige within the clan, allowing him to gather more followers. Uchiha Shueitian chuckled at this grandiloquent pretext. "Are we still bound by the village's rules? How absurd. The Uchiha clan cannot thrive without the village. It is your presence that has hindered our complete integration. Trust me, eliminating Uchiha Nan is the key to our clan's betterment." Midai pounded the armrest of his chair, solidifying this decision. Uchiha Shueitian, after much contemplation, still wished to voice his concerns, but was interrupted by Midai. "Shueitian, your indecisiveness renders you unfit to lead. You might as well join my Dove faction. That boy is aligned with the Elder-S faction. He cannot be of use to us. Listen to me. Send him to hell alongside the elder." Uchiha Shueitian hesitated, having become the Hawk faction leader to guide the Uchiha clan toward betterment. Now, under the weight of power and desire, he was compelled to personally eliminate the clan's genius, causing him great discomfort. After a moment, he proposed, "Let him choose. If he is willing to leave the Elder's faction and serve as a muscle for the clan, abstaining from politics, I shall spare his life." Uchiha Midai laughed mockingly. "Hypocrite. Very well, have it your way." He had no concern that Shueitian's proposition would materialize. He had already obtained comprehensive information on Uchiha Nan from the village. Fully aware that he was a rebellious Uchiha youth, unconcerned about him acquiescing to Shueitian's demands. "Ah, young one, for the sake of the Uchiha clan, please sacrifice your trifling life." Chapter 83. Tensions rise. Uchiha Nan remained unaware that the leaders of the Hawk and Dove factions had already plotted his future path. Had he known, he would have gladly sent these so-called benefactors, who thought themselves considerate of the Uchiha clan, to the afterlife, granting them eternity to ponder how to develop the clan below. As the structures of the Uchiha clan fell behind them, Uchiha Nan and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the Nain's shrine. Just as they were about to enter, the elder retrieved a black cloak from his ninja tool pouch and draped it over himself, concealing his somewhat rejuvenated physique. Uchiha Nan understood the elder's intention to keep his recovery a secret, fearing that some might grow wary of him upon learning of his return. This concealment prevented Uchiha Nan from clearly discerning who among them was trustworthy and who needed to be eliminated. With a creak, two perceptive subordinates of Uchiha Nan pushed open the doors of the Nain's shrine, and they filed in. Upon entering the room, Uchiha Nan immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere inside. Over 60 Uchiha clansmen sat on either side of the room under the guidance of two elders, all eyes fixed intently upon him and his group. The attendees of this clan assembly were all elite shinobi, which meant more than 60 pairs of Sharingan were scrutinizing them. Yet, Uchiha Nan remained unfazed, his countenance calm. As he strode through the center, as if in an uninhabited realm, the 20 or so Uchiha clansmen trailing behind him, initially apprehensive of the number of adversaries before them, were reminded of the terrifying skeletal giant from yesterday. Their expressions shifted from trepidation to arrogance as they boldly followed Uchiha Nan, some even extending their middle fingers in provocation as they passed former enemies. Come forth, if you have the courage to strike. You shall witness whether my elder brother will cleave you in two. The pacifist leader, Uchiha Midai, gazed upon their performance with indifference, as though observing a gathering of the deceased. Meanwhile, the hawkish leader, Uchiha Futon, furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he had been too lenient towards Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Nan ascended to the highest seat, reclining with an air of authority. The elder leaned in to whisper the state of affairs in the room, his narrowed eyes fixated on the pacifist leader, Uchiha Midai. The diminutive elder beside him was none other than the hawkish leader, Uchiha Futon. As for the neutral faction led by the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, they appeared disinterested in joining the fray. Subsequently, Uchiha Nan and his entourage settled down on the cushions beside the chairs. Just as Uchiha Nan prepared to speak, the doors of the Nanha shrine creaked open once more. Upon focusing his gaze, Uchiha Nan was met with the sight of Uchiha Fugaku, a man he held in disdain, accompanied by a young man with a round nose and a small sword on his back, along with 8 scattered clansmen. Squinting at the young man, Uchiha Nan wondered if it was Uchiha Shursui. Ah, how delightful, he thought, as all but a few of the Uchiha clan's elite had gathered at Nana's shrine. With only a handful still on missions outside, this was fortuitous. Matters could be resolved in one fell swoop, without further expenditure of effort. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, upon entering, cast a shadowed glance at Uchiha Nan seated in the head position, his expression grim. That was the clan leader's seat, a place meant exclusively for him. Uchiha Fugaku's disdain for Uchiha Nan grew ever more profound. Years ago, he had taken in this young boy partly due to the sacrifice of Nan's parents, a means to uphold his own reputation, and partly to cultivate a loyal protector for his son, akin to the sacrifice made by Nan's parents for him. However, over time, he realized that Uchiha Nan possessed no talent for ninjutsu and was utterly devoid of any utility. Naturally, he relinquished any hopes for him. Who could have predicted that this boy would, henceforth, transform into a figure of prominence? He first aligned himself with the elder, securing his support, graduated from the ninja academy at the tender age of 6, and his reputation as a genius spread throughout Konoha. He then became a disciple of the 3rd Hokage's student, Tsunade Senju, stepping into the higher echelons of Konoha. Subsequently, he ruthlessly quelled a rebellion within the elder's faction, emerging as their leader. Why? How could a child he had forsaken possess such innate talent? Why did Mikoto show him unwavering kindness while he repeatedly rebuffed the olive branches extended by Fugaku? Did he not understand that he was the rightful clan leader? Moreover, had he not shown him the kindness of raising him? Shouldn't Uchiha Nan be leading the elder's followers in loyalty to him, the clan leader? With such power, he could decisively amalgamate the Dove and Hawk factions, firmly establishing his control over the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku was unaware of the recent events involving Uchiha Nan's triumph over Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru. Otherwise, he feared his jealousy might compel him to unleash his Mangekyo Sharingan. Though Uchiha Fugaku yearned to usurp Uchiha Nan's position, he understood that, with only Shursui and a few misfits behind him, such aspirations were mere fantasies. His purpose today was to be a spectator, to witness this dog-eat-dog spectacle and discern who would emerge victorious. Uchiha Fugaku composed himself, positioning himself and his subordinates against the wall by the entrance of the Nanha shrine. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan, seated at the pinnacle, discerned the animosity radiating from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Yet, he merely smiled, dismissing this nominal clan leader. Were it not for Mikoto's influence, he would have long since erased this irritating figure from the realm of shinobi. He then clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you are curious as to why I have summoned you here today. Below, Uchiha Midai and Uchiha Futon exchanged dissatisfied glances at the term summoned. Yet they restrained themselves, eager to hear Uchiha Nan's intentions before settling accounts. I am here to declare but one matter. The Uchiha clan shall henceforth be under my dominion. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Nan reclined in his chair, exuding an overwhelming chakra. The entire assembly felt an invisible weight pressing down upon them. Both factions, the Doves and the Hawks, regarded Uchiha Nan with trepidation. Uchiha Fugaku cast a covetous gaze, pondering why such power did not belong to him. Chapter 84, The Second Stage of Susanoo. Beside Uchiha Fugaku, Shursui stood resolutely, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive aura. However, as he listened to Uchiha Nan's pronouncements, he furrowed his brow, for they contradicted his beliefs. The elite ninjas below quickly regained their composure. After all, they were the most formidable forces within the Uchiha clan. Merely relying on chakra to exert pressure would not suffice to subjugate them entirely. Nonetheless, Uchiha Nan's formidable prowess caused many elite ninjas from both factions to take notice. You think you can intimidate the Uchiha with mere strength? How laughable! Uchiha Midai, already displeased with Uchiha Nan, rose to his feet despite the oppressive pressure. As the leader of the Dove faction, he possessed the strength of an elite shinobi, which allowed him to stand firm. Moreover, he had over 30 Uchiha elite ninjas at his back, not to mention the hawks he could rally to his cause. With more than 60 elite ninjas, even a shadow-level powerhouse would meet their demise. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you license to act recklessly. The clan and the village are already displeased with your treatment of our kin. Today, we shall settle the score. Upon finishing, Uchiha Midai gestured, prompting the Dove faction ninjas to draw their weapons, fixating their gazes intently upon Uchiha Nan. He cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Futen, silently inquiring if it was time to initiate their assault. Uchiha Futen hesitated before addressing Uchiha Nan seated atop the dais. Nan, I have heard of your prowess. You are the clan's prodigy. You need not involve yourself in these factional disputes. As long as you swear today to sever ties with the elder faction and heed the clan's commands, I, by my honor, guarantee you may depart here unscathed. Uchiha Nan listened to their words and chuckled, genuinely amused. He discerned that the elder of the Dove faction harbored intentions to eliminate him to curry favor with the village. Presently, the village's upper echelons desired his demise, and beyond the likes of Shimura Danzo, who else could it be? The others were at least inclined to deliberate the matter. As for this hawkish fellow, his words hinted at a semblance of conscience, wishing him to extricate himself from the elder faction and obey the clan's orders. Yet, in truth, this was merely an attempt to mold him into a compliant weapon, listening to the commands of the clan. Does that not signify a desire to render me a mere weapon in your hands? Uchiha Chuhen could discern from his tone that this endeavor was destined for failure, yet he yearned to make one last attempt, for he was undeniably a genius. To become a mindless blade was far worse than perishing here, leaving behind a legacy as a traitorous shinobi. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nan felt no inclination to speak further. He slowly rose, extending his arms to embrace the sky. No wonder Uchiha Madara looked down upon you, a group of inept individuals who could only manipulate power and intrigue. How could governance of the Uchiha clan be entrusted to such insects? You deserve to be reduced to the dust of the ages. Seeking death, what an arrogant wretch. The hawks and doves were incensed by his words, drawing kunai and great swords, encircling him. Uchiha Chuhen sighed at this sight, unsheathing his weapon, preparing to conclude the life of this Uchiha prodigy. Uchiha Fugaku, as the leader of the neutral faction, stood below, almost wanting to laugh. He acknowledged the truth in Uchiha Nan's words. He had thought the same long ago. However, he lacked the strength to alter the situation, just as he did not possess Uchiha Nan's prowess. Uchiha Nan stood atop the platform, observing the myriad ninjutsu unleashed by the two factions below. He gestured to halt the intentions of the elder and others who wished to assist. His eyes, bearing the three-tomo Sharingan, spiraled into a colossal windmill. All forms of ninjutsu, wind blades, earth-shattering, lightning strikes, fireballs, or water waves, were disintegrated into specks of luminescence upon entering a 5-meter radius around him, scattering throughout the shinobi world. Even the explosive tags met the same fate. The remaining kunai and shuriken could not penetrate the overwhelming chakra enveloping his form. The onlookers, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their ninjutsu, wore grave expressions. Among them, seasoned Uchiha Jonin like Uchiha Midai and Uchiha Chin exchanged fearful glances, harboring a dreadful suspicion regarding Uchiha Nan's spinning eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet they swiftly fortified their resolve. Regardless of the Mangekyo, this confrontation had reached a juncture where either Uchiha Nan would perish or they would. They promptly ordered a physical assault against him. Uchiha Nan smiled indifferently. Situated within the village, he wished to expedite matters. Let it be swift. His Mangekyo eyes spun to their zenith, conjuring a 100-meter-tall skeletal figure, one hand wielding a sword, the other a shield, rising slowly from the ground, shattering the Nana shrine. The assembled crowd utilized their abilities to clear the debris. As the dust settled, they gazed somberly at the skeletal giant, but under the urging of their leaders. They gritted their teeth and charged forward. Given the circumstances, only ninjutsu could yield any effect against the giant. Surely, no fool would dare to approach the giant's feet and strike. Those who would do so could never aspire to become jonin. They remained steadfast, coordinating to employ combined ninjutsu. With a multitude of fire-style Uchiha ninjas, over 40 jonin united to unleash the Great Fire Destruction technique. Additionally, more than 10 combined to perform the Great Breakthrough, augmenting the flames. The remaining Earth-style jonin collaborated to create a vast pit beneath the Susanoo giant's feet. The ground sank away, causing Uchiha Nan's Susanoo giant, which could not fly, to descend into the chasm. Yet even after the pit was filled, the giant's legs remained above ground, still a formidable presence. Uchiha Nan willed the Susanoo to move its left arm, the shield crashing against the earth. As he channeled his ocular power, the 10-meter shield morphed into a massive barrier, shielding the entire Susanoo behind it. Thunderous roars echoed as the consuming flames crashed against the dark red shield, causing only a slight dimming of its surface glow. Without inflicting further harm, the members of both factions were filled with despair at this sight. Uchiha Nen retracted the shield, his right-hand weapon extending into a 40-meter-long crimson blade. With a sweeping slash, he unleashed it. The Uchiha Jonin within the attack range hastily activated various defensive ninjutsu. Yet, beneath the 40-meter-long blood-red blade, all were rendered insignificant. They could not even afford a moment's delay before being struck down. Only a few of the more powerful Uchiha Jonin managed to leap out of harm's way. However, the rest were not so fortunate, becoming projectiles hurtling towards the distant Nana shrine. Uchiha Nan's intent was merely to subdue the Uchiha clan. They would still serve a purpose in the battles to come. Thus, he exerted only a fraction of his power, lest these Uchiha clansmen be obliterated into mere blood and mud. Of course, he could not achieve perfection, and a handful of unfortunate souls were caught in the onslaught. That was simply a matter of ill fortune. Uchiha Nan commanded the Susanoo to step out of the pit, advancing towards the few who had evaded capture. Uchiha Midai and Uchiha Chihin, two elite jonin, watched as the fighting spirit drained from their comrades, sighing in resignation. They had lost, defeated by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Midai approached the Susanoo giant, silently gazing at Uchiha Nan. I concede, the Dove faction is yours. I hope you will lead the Uchiha clan well in the future. However, I do not believe our previous actions were erroneous. All I did was for the Uchiha, albeit with a tinge of selfishness. I hope you will show mercy to the remaining Dove members. With that, Uchiha Midai charged toward the Susanoo giant, facing death with composure. Suddenly, someone grasped his shoulder, turning. He saw the Hawk faction leader Uchiha Chihin, his face bearing a smile. Midai, will you not wait for me? We have battled for so long. He glanced at the Susanoo giant and continued, ultimately, we have been defeated. If that is the case, then let us die together, redeeming the remaining Hawk faction members. Let this young one lead the Uchiha clan forward. With that, the two men rushed toward the Susanoo giant, relying on each other as they had in their days of combat. Uchiha Nan was unmoved by their poignant words. Though their initial intentions were indeed for the Uchiha, wrongs must be answered with consequences. If they did not perish, he could never fully control the Uchiha clan. All he could offer them was a glorious death. With a thought, the long blade in the Susanoo's hand became an ephemeral illusion. He covered his mouth with his right hand, and as he infused his ocular power, he drew forth a series of blood-red orbs. This was the Susanoo's long-range attack, Hell's Descent. The blood-red orb shot forth, obliterating the blocking ninjutsu unleashed by the Hawk and Dove leaders, crashing down upon the earth. The resounding echoes reverberated as a brilliant crimson light blossomed, illuminating the remaining members of the Uchiha clan. The sight of the blood-red sphere's impact had formed a deep pit several meters in depth. Under such a ferocious assault, the leaders of the Hawk and Dove factions had succumbed to the afterlife. With their demise, a sea of crimson blossoms unfurled within the pit. A hellish mandala flower descended, claiming every soul that had met their end. Standing at the periphery of this battlefield, Uchiha Shursui watched in wide-eyed astonishment. With great effort, he quelled the tempest within his heart and inquired of the dazed Uchiha Fugaku, clan leader, what is this new Sharingan exhibited by Uchiha Nan and that skeletal giant? Uchiha Fugaku, roused from his reverie by Shursui's question, swallowed hard and rasped. Those eyes are the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan, an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, once possessed by Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, A yearning arose within Shirsue's heart. He had certainly heard tales of Uchiha Madara, a figure who co-founded Konoha alongside the first Hokage, a titan who undeniably ended the Warring States period, and one whose eyes needed no elaboration. An eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? If I were to wield such power, could it not mend the rift between the village and our clan? Contemplating this, Shirsue could not help but glance at Uchiha Nan, the current bearer of these eyes. Will you fulfill my desires? Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku continued mechanically responding to Shirsue's earlier inquiry. The skeletal giant is a power only the kaleidoscope Sharingan can invoke. Susanoo. I've only read about it in ancient tomes. It possesses might that can rival the village's war machines. The tailed beasts. As he spoke, Fugaku's voice dwindled to a murmur, his gaze fervently fixed upon the Susanoo in the arena. If only I could harness such power. Yet, recalling how his previous overtures to Uchiha Nan had been rebuffed, his expression darkened. Then a thought struck him. Mikoto. He still has Mikoto, doesn't he? Their relationship is quite amicable. He could leverage Mikoto to assign a task to Uchiha Nan. Mikoto is so compliant. Surely she would succeed. As Fugaku pondered, a smile gradually crept upon his face. Observing that the factions of Hawk and Dove had relinquished all notions of resistance, Uchiha Nan willed his Susanoo to dissipate. Upon landing, he experienced a fleeting moment of unsteadiness, a rare sensation of weakness washing over him. However, mere seconds later, this feeling vanished. Uchiha Nan comprehended that the duration of his Susanoo's second form had drained considerable ocular energy, leaving his body momentarily unable to keep pace. Nevertheless, this trivial side effect was a small price to pay for the immense strength that the second form of Susanoo bestowed, truly worth it. He wondered what unfathomable power the third form, requiring the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to activate, might possess. Shaking his head, he cast aside such distracting thoughts. The vanquished from the Hawk and Dove factions were now securely escorted to his side by his subordinates. Lord Nan, the rebels are here. What shall we do with them? After this battle, they had become unwavering loyalists to Uchiha Nan, devoid of any selfish motives, firmly believing that with such formidable strength, he would lead the Uchiha clan to greatness once more. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, instructing his men to release the captured ninjas. Most had been severely injured by the 40-meter blade of Susanoo, incapable of mounting any resistance. They did not require treatment akin to prisoners. Gazing down at the bewildered, fearful, and disdainful eyes below, he offered a gentle smile and opened his arms, saying, "Do not fear. I shall not harm you, for we are all of the Uchiha clan. You have been misled by Uchiha Midai and Uchiha Chuetian. With their demise, I shall not impose further upon you." Upon hearing his words, the ninjas of the Hawk and Dove factions collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Uchiha Nan then continued in a soft tone, "From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall have but one voice, that of Uchiha Nan. Henceforth, I shall be the new clan leader, and your previous privileges shall remain unchanged. You have merely acquired a new leader to obey." The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond until one astute Uchiha, enduring pain, rose to his feet and proclaimed, "I believe in Lord Nan. He will surely restore the Uchiha clan to its former glory." This sparked a wave of support among the remaining members, who began chanting in unison. Uchiha Nan regarded the instigator with satisfaction, intending to discern his identity for future responsibilities. After all, gold shines regardless of its location. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku stood beside Shirsue, witnessing Uchiha Nan's unilateral declaration of leadership without consulting the current clan leader. He instinctively moved forward to confront him, but to his surprise, Fugaku restrained him. "Not now, Shirsue. This is not the time to offend him. I have my ways to deal with him. If all else fails." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the exuberant Uchiha Nan upon the platform, pondering his thoughts. Shirsue, observing his clan leader in this unexpected light, was momentarily taken aback. The Fugaku he had known had always exuded warmth, kindness, and strength, resonating with his inner ideals, which is why he had followed his commands. Yet now, he questioned whether he had misjudged the man. However, for now, he chose to reserve his doubts, recognizing that this was the true clan leader of the Uchiha, one who would never defy such an esteemed title. Afterward, Uchiha Nan, accompanied by several newly recruited subordinates, stepped beyond the Uchiha clan's domain, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Umbu. Given the considerable commotion caused by Susanoo, it was inevitable that word would reach the village. Indeed, It was not long before a masked captain, adorned with a raccoon mask, approached with his team. He scrutinized Uchiha Nan with a furrowed brow before uncertainly inquiring. Uchiha Nan, disciple of Lady Tsunade? Given Uchiha Nan's previous visits to the Hokage's office alongside Tsunade, the tasked with protecting the Hokage, might have encountered him before. Uchiha Nan nodded slowly in affirmation. Once the captain confirmed his identity, he attempted to enter the Uchiha clan's grounds to assess the situation. However, Uchiha Nan swiftly materialized before him, blocking his path, and placed a hand firmly on his shoulder, immobilizing him. The captain, having noticed the outstretched arm, sought to evade but realized escape was impossible, surrendering to the grip that constrained all his movements. Observing the tension, the squad behind him drew their weapons. While the Uchiha clan members also prepared for conflict, both sides poised for confrontation. The captain managed to utter, albeit with great difficulty, "What is the meaning of this? I have come at the behest of Lord Hokage to investigate." Uchiha Nan shook his head. He did not wish to disclose the details to Sarutobi Hiruzen just yet. "This matter concerns the Uchiha clan, and I shall report it to Lord Hokage personally. You may return now." With that, Uchiha Nan lightly flicked his wrist, nudging him into the embrace of his teammate. The teammate, intending to catch their leader, was instead met with an overwhelming force that propelled him backwards. The remaining members of the team sensed the shift and rushed forward, placing their hands on his back in an attempt to halt their retreat. They soon discovered a terrifying power pushing them back several meters, ultimately allowing them to stop their captain's fall. In light of these events, the entire squad regarded Uchiha Nan with trepidation. They recognized their limitations and turned their gazes toward their captain. The ninja wearing the raccoon mask, confronted with this scenario, merely glanced at Uchiha Nan before gesturing to his teammates. "Let us depart. I will relay this matter to Lord Hokage truthfully." Uchiha Nan smirked disdainfully, leading his subordinates back to the residence of the elder. After a brief introduction to the senior shinobi of the clan, he handed them over to the elder for further handling, as he was ill-suited for such matters. Since the elder had regained his strength, it would be prudent for him to continue striving for the Uchiha clan for a while longer. Filled with joy, Uchiha Nan returned home and opened his battle records. Defeated Uchiha, received Jonin level chakra, awaiting collection. Defeated Uchiha, received Genin level physical prowess, awaiting collection. Defeated Uchiha, received the 3-tomo Sharingan, awaiting collection. Eliminated Uchiha, received Jonin level chakra, 3-tomo Sharingan. Eliminated Uchiha, received 3-tomo Sharingan, Genin level mental strength. Eliminated Uchiha Mizutaki, received 3-tomo Sharingan, Jonin level mental strength. Eliminated Uchiha Kaze, received 3-tomo Sharingan, Chunin level physical prowess. Overall, the results were quite satisfactory. After claiming all rewards, Uchiha Nan underwent a comprehensive enhancement. Combat system name, Uchiha Nan age, 11 years talent, shadow level chakra, shadow level 45 physical strength, shadow level 15 mental strength, shadow level 25 Sharingan, kaleidoscope Sharingan, 25, evaluation, a dominant force in the shinobi world. Those who oppose will be put down. After reviewing the system, Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. The number of eliminations was minimal. Hence the 60 or so Jonin combined barely managed to accumulate a single portion of shadow level chakra, a portion of shadow level mental strength, and the ocular power required for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The physical prowess was particularly scarce due to the Uchiha clan's lack of aptitude in that area. Once familiarized with his newly acquired powers, Uchiha Nan reclined backward, luxuriating on his soft, comfortable bed. After enduring high-intensity battles, such relaxation was truly refreshing. If only he could have a fragrant beauty in his arms, his comfort would be even greater. Of course, several more would not be unwelcome. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the team leader, previously halted by Uchiha Nan, bowed before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, the events unfolded as such. We were unable to complete the mission. Please, punish us as you see fit." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and shook his head, his presence radiating an aura of authority. "Tiger, this is not your fault. You need not bear any guilt. I will personally investigate this matter and seek justice for you. Furthermore, I intend to make it clear to the Uchiha clan that the cannot be so easily disrespected." The ninja, codenamed Tiger, was deeply moved. Had Hiruzen not been present, he might have shed tears. In but a few words, Hiruzen inspired a sense of camaraderie that would compel one to lay down their life for a true ally. It was clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen was deserving of his title as Hokage. Chapter 87. The Orders of Uchiha Fugaku Dismissed. Once Tiger departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in contemplation, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "What does this boy truly intend? What was that skeletal giant that appeared within the Uchiha clan? What has transpired within the Uchiha clan?" These thoughts swirled in his mind, preventing him from finding peace. As for his earlier remark about seeking justice from Uchiha Nan, it was merely rhetoric. With war on the horizon, he could not arbitrarily engage a village's top combatant. Sarutobi Hiruzen consoled himself with such reasoning. On the other side, Uchiha Nan had already succumbed to a peaceful slumber. The following morning, feeling restless, Uchiha Nan decided to visit the Hokage office to glean Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts on the previous day's events. However, just as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure. Yet, that figure merely cast a fleeting glance his way before hurriedly retreating, her mature form swaying as she fled. Mei-chan? Uchiha Nan felt uncertain. After all, he had only caught a hurried glimpse. However, he could discern that the figure bore some resemblance to Mei-chan, albeit with a physique that far surpassed hers. Pondering this, Uchiha Nan shook his head, deeming it improbable. Although they had quarreled previously, Mei-chan had cared for him for a considerable time. Though the incident that transpired last time had angered him, he still instinctively kept an eye on her well-being. From what he had learned recently, Mei-chan had given birth less than a month ago. How could she possibly be near his home? Moreover, the figure he had seen was indeed more voluptuous than Mei-chan. Casting aside such thoughts, Uchiha Nan proceeded toward the Hokage building, unaware that Uchiha Mei-chan was concealed in a shadowy alley, watching his retreating figure. She slowly turned, exhaling a sigh of relief, and patted her chest, which had swollen after childbirth. Unexpectedly, her hand met with dampness. Uchiha Mei-chan paused. Looking down, she realized that her hasty movements while hiding had caused Itachi's food to spill, dampening her clothing. This embarrassing situation caused her to cover her chest with her arms, all the while recalling her husband's words from the previous evening. It had been late when Uchiha Mei-chan had just lulled Itachi to sleep. Her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, approached with a grim expression, softening as he gazed at their sleeping son. Yet, almost immediately, a shadow seemed to cross his face again. She inquired about the matter, but Fugaku said nothing, only asking her about Nan. Since their quarrel, Uchiha Mei-chan had not heard that name for quite some time. It had only resurfaced in fragments of her dreams. Now, with Fugaku mentioning it, doubt crept into her mind. Had her husband discovered something? Yet his subsequent words swiftly dispelled her uncertainty. Mei-chan, Nan is the pillar of our Uchiha clan. He is the hope for our future. Are you not on good terms with him? You should spend more time together to strengthen our ties. He is a good boy. You should guide him to consider our clan more. What are you saying, Fugaku? Can I even go out like this? Mikoto Uchiha gestured to herself. Since giving birth to Itachi, her physique had undergone a certain transformation, exuding a grace she had never possessed before. However, Fugaku Uchiha regarded her appearance with indifference. His heart consumed by the desire for power, his thoughts solely focused on how to gain actual control of the Uchiha clan, leaving little interest in beauty. What is wrong with this? Nan is just a child. You should spend more time interacting with him. Do you understand? But there are no buts. Mikoto glanced at the sleeping Itachi, eager to discuss her affairs with Nan, but was interrupted by Fugaku. After spending so many years with him, she understood that once he made a decision, it was unchangeable. Fine, I will go tomorrow, she conceded in silence. Mikoto, I am the head of the Uchiha clan, and you, as the matriarch, must consider the clan's welfare. Perhaps Fugaku felt a pang of guilt for his earlier harshness, or perhaps he realized he would need her to manage Nan in the future. So he hastily added this line. All right, I understand, Mikoto sighed in response. As the night passed, the next day, Mikoto awaited at Nan's doorstep, prepared to fulfill her husband's task. However, as she watched him train in the yard, his sun-kissed, handsome visage reminded her of their recent quarrel, causing her to hesitate. Perhaps it would be better to wait until some time had passed, allowing everyone to forget the incident before approaching him. With her arms crossed, she stood in the dim alley, engulfed in uncertainty. Meanwhile, Nen had left for the Hokage office once again. The guards downstairs recognized him and did not impede his entry. With a swagger, he approached the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as Nen entered, his demeanor cooling. What brings you here? Nen smiled. unfazed by the third Hokage's attitude. With an air of calm, he seated himself across from Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, it saddens me greatly that we have become so estranged. You used to call me Nin affectionately." Hiruzen's expression soured further, as if he had just ingested something unpleasant. "When you turned against your comrades in the village, you ceased to be the good child I once knew." Leaning back, Nin stretched leisurely. "Hokage-sama, my actions are all for the betterment of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are part of the village. Assisting them is tantamount to aiding the village itself. Everything I do is for the village." Hiruzen's discomfort intensified upon hearing this. While the Uchiha were indeed part of the village, whether their ascendance would benefit the village remained a matter for debate. "Speak plainly. What is your purpose in coming here today?" Hiruzen regarded Nan with a steely gaze. Unperturbed by the tension, Nan explained with a smile. "I merely wish to convey that you need not harbor such animosity towards me. I am, after all, a part of the village. When war descends, I will not act against the village." This sentiment echoed his true thoughts amidst the prevailing distrust and defenses between the villagers. Rather than remain at odds, they should unite to face the impending conflict. Ultimately, the root of his discord lay with the third Hokage, who would retire after this war. With Nan's involvement, the course of the war would diverge from its anticipated path. He would ensure a dignified transition for Hiruzen, handling matters with grace. In doing so, the conflict between him and the village would transform into a personal rivalry with Sarutobi, simplifying future resolutions, as he had no desire to position himself as the village's adversary. Hiruzen's expression softened upon hearing Nan's heartfelt words. "Nan, I am pleased to see you think this way. We are indeed part of the same village and should work together." Hiruzen continued speaking, but Nan only nodded, content to let the third Hokage express his sentiments. In this atmosphere, Hiruzen finally retrieved the long-overdue Jonin forehead protector belonging to Nan. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's estate, Mikoto had used fire release to dry her clothes before returning home. Unlike his usual routine of attending to clan affairs, Fugaku waited at home, eagerly anticipating his wife's return. Upon seeing Mikoto arrive, he rushed to her side, grasping her hands. "Did you see that boy? What did he say?" Lowering her gaze in response to her husband's hopeful expression, Mikoto hesitated. I felt embarrassed to approach him." "What is there to be embarrassed about? You couldn't even manage this simple task?" Fugaku suddenly released her hands, his face contorted in anger, berating her vehemently. He had expected her to successfully influence Nan, and after waiting for such news, he was understandably frustrated. Mikoto was taken aback by her husband's outburst over such a trivial matter. Normally composed and gentle, this was the first time he had shown such a furious side in front of her. A sense of grievance welled up within her, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. As Fugaku continued to scold her, he suddenly realized that Mikoto was his best chance to sway Nan. He quickly softened his tone. "This failure is inconsequential. You can try again this afternoon. He is merely a child, and there is no shame in showing him care." Mikoto was left in a daze by her husband's drastic change in attitude. Wiping away her tears, she felt a wave of confusion. Why was he suddenly placing such importance on Nan? Though he had previously spoken kindly, Nan had never reciprocated, leaving things unresolved. Why was Fugaku now insistent on her involvement? Though perplexed, Mikoto knew she must obey her husband and fulfill his wishes. In the afternoon, Nan was at home experimenting, attempting to summon a single arm of Susanoo. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, prompting him to furrow his brow, retract his Sharingan, and walk curiously toward the entrance. In this moment, who could possibly be seeking him? Could it be the elder attempting to send someone to retrieve him for additional duties? Uchiha Nen quickly shook his head, dismissing the terrifying thoughts that invaded his mind. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the long-awaited sight of Uchiha Mikoto. However, in contrast to the Mikoto he once knew, she now exuded a newfound maternal charm, radiating a unique beauty. Her casual attire had transformed from homey wear to a loose-fitting leisure outfit. Yet it did little to conceal the fact that her figure had become more commanding than before. As she drew closer, Uchiha Nen could even detect a faint hint of a milky fragrance lingering in the air. Staring at this new version of Uchiha Mikoto, he momentarily lost his composure before questioning her with a hint of confusion. "Mikoto, don't you have a key to my house?" During the early days of his schooling, Mikoto would come every morning to wake him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had provided her with a key some time ago. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Mikoto lowered her head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She couldn't very well admit that after their quarrel, she had discarded the key to completely sever ties with Uchiha Nan. Now that she had thrown away the key, what compelled her to venture here in the first place? Fortunately, Uchiha Nan did not press further and stepped aside to allow her into the courtyard. As Uchiha Nan observed Mikoto walking ahead, memories of their argument flooded his mind, causing his gaze to wander and his thoughts to drift. Meanwhile, Mikoto felt a wave of awkwardness, unsure of what to say. Yet, after walking just a few steps, she keenly sensed the weight of his gaze fixated on her backside. Stealing a glance over her shoulder, she caught Uchiha Nan staring blankly, his eyes glued to that very spot. This only intensified her embarrassment, accompanied by an unfamiliar sensation, as if the temperature there was rising in response to his scrutiny. In this unusual circumstance, she cleared her throat twice to break the tension. Uchiha Nan was jolted back to reality by her cough and hurried to her side. "Mikoto, are you feeling unwell?" he inquired. Mikoto shot him an annoyed glare, shaking her head with a cold voice. "I'm fine." Uchiha Nan found himself perplexed, wondering what had transpired. He hadn't done anything. The two of them continued in this strange atmosphere until they reached the living room on the second floor. As they passed Uchiha Nan's room, Mikoto couldn't resist glancing inside. The sight of the disheveled bedding and haphazardly strewn clothes shattered her composure. "Nan, can't you tidy up your room?" she exclaimed in a low, thunderous tone, instantly transporting Uchiha Nan back to his childhood. At that time, he was merely a 6-year-old boy, dedicating his days to mastering ninjutsu and refining chakra, with little time to clean. Each time Mikoto visited and encountered the mess, she would wield a stick, threatening to spank him if he didn't clean up. What could a 6-year-old do but obey Mikoto's orders? Yet, once he started tidying up, she would graciously assist him, eventually leading to a scenario where he merely observed her doing the work. Now, the familiar low reprimand echoed once more, and Uchiha Nan felt as if he had been transported back in time. Although Mikoto was not wielding a stick now, he instinctively began to gather the scattered clothes. Mikoto, her emotions tangled, watched for a moment before yielding to her instincts and joining him in the cleanup. As they worked together, she playfully chided, "If I didn't come, would you ever clean your house? You're old enough to keep things tidy." Uchiha Nan could only bow his head in silent acceptance, feeling somewhat pitiful as an 11-year-old boy with a room in such disarray. As the heir to the Uchiha clan, why should he endure such indignity? Despite the apparent chaos, his room was quite clean, with the bedding neatly arranged and the clothes in order. It would feel refreshed. During this process, Uchiha Nan and Uchiha Mikoto rekindled their old camaraderie, their conversation becoming lively once more. They sat side by side on Uchiha Nan's bed, reminiscing about the past. However, Mikoto, still recovering from childbirth, felt her stamina waning. Just a brief tidying session left her glistening with perspiration, beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead, with a few droplets trickling down to her lashes. She blinked, intending to wipe them away, but was taken aback when a warm hand preemptively arrived to brush the moisture from her brow, caressing her cheek as it descended. The hand, though not particularly smooth, perhaps a testament to years of training, brought an inexplicable comfort as it grazed her skin. Uchiha Mikoto found herself captivated by Uchiha Nan's gentle smile, and the atmosphere between them gradually morphed into something more intimate. The special feelings she thought she had buried deep within began to resurface, leaving her heart in turmoil. Uchiha Nan, oblivious to her inner conflict, perceived the lingering affection in her gaze. He rose slowly to stand before her, his eyes locked onto hers. As he leaned closer, the tension in Mikoto's heart escalated, engulfing her senses and causing her to forget everything. Her identity as a wife, her role as a mother, all seemed to vanish in that moment. With long lashes fluttering, she closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly in anticipation. Their lips met, and Uchiha Nan cradled the back of her head, indulging in the kiss. Yet, yearning for more, he sought to deepen their connection, only to be thwarted by her pearly white teeth. After several attempts proved futile, he let out a frustrated hum, sliding a hand along her back to gently squeeze her soft skin. Mikoto, feeling the pinch, gasped, and Uchiha Nan seized the opportunity to delve in, engaging in a playful chase with her tongue. In the midst of their playful pursuit, the pursuer ultimately gained the upper hand. Once Uchiha Nan captured her tongue, he savored the moment intently. Mikoto, now gazing into his eyes, reflected a mix of irritation and allure, inadvertently igniting Uchiha Nan's desire for conquest. he abruptly withdrew, creating a silken thread between them. Makoto, puzzled, raised her head, unsure of his intentions. Soon, she found out as Uchiha pushed her shoulder, sending her sprawling onto the soft bed. In an instant, he descended upon her, enveloping her in warmth and sweetness. Uchiha Makoto, through her clothing, felt the friction against his body, stirring within her a sense of forbidden desire. Yet, a sliver of rationality remained intact. Just as Uchiha Nan's large hand sought to penetrate her defenses, she abruptly shoved him away, propping herself up on the bed as she gasped for breath, suppressing the unsettling thoughts that lurked within her mind. Once her composure returned, she turned to meet Uchiha Nan's intense gaze, which both excited and frightened her. She vigorously shook her head and hastily fled the room. Uchiha Nan observed Makoto's retreating figure with a smirk of triumph. One victory would surely lead to another, and he was resolute in his belief that he would win her over in time. Makoto hurriedly exited Uchiha Nan's residence and made her way to the alley where she had sought refuge the previous day. Peering out cautiously, she confirmed that her pursuer had not followed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she slid down the wall and sat heavily on the ground. The events of the recent encounter flooded her mind, igniting heat throughout her body as she recalled the sensation of Nan pressing against her. Overwhelmed by chaotic thoughts, she shook her head vigorously, striving to banish them from her consciousness. After regaining her composure, she stood to return home, only to find the familiar dampness on her clothing once more. Looking down, she confirmed that her chest had become noticeably wet. The pressure from Uchiha Nan's body had naturally resulted in such an occurrence. With a sigh, Makoto lamented that Itachi's rations would once again be diminished today. She resorted to her usual method, employing a fire-style ninjutsu to dry her clothes before embarking on her journey home. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan lingered on the bed for a moment, banishing his own lingering fantasies. He tidied the disheveled bed and approached the mirror, wiping away the remnants of lipstick from his lips. After ensuring he appeared presentable, he took a moment to rest before heading downstairs to lock up and leave his home. Today, the Team Minato had arranged a gathering to celebrate their successful promotion to Chunin and Jonin. Given Uchiha Nan's considerable assistance, he was also invited to join the festivities. Setting out from his home, it wasn't long before he arrived at Obito's doorstep. This time, Obito was punctual, waiting eagerly at the entrance. "Why are you so slow? We need to hurry. The banquet is about to start." Uchiha Nan sighed at Obito's unceremonious tone, replying, "When did it become your place, the king of tardiness? To lecture me? Cut it out. I'm only occasionally late," Obito retorted firmly, having resolved to change himself after witnessing Rin's unreserved affection for Uchiha Nan. The two made their way through the heart of the village, arriving at the location of the gathering, the home of Minato Namikaze. Kakashi and Rin were already waiting outside for them. "You two finally made it," they greeted as Uchiha Nan and Obito exchanged pleasantries. Rin naturally gravitated toward Uchiha Nan, engaging him in intimate conversation while Obito observed silently, his expression dimmed. As they approached the door, Kakashi rang the doorbell. Uchiha Nan furrowed his brow, glancing toward the southeast. He sensed the chakra fluctuations of two Jonin nearby. One of them noticeably shifted upon spotting him and then headed in the direction of the Hokage building. "Umbu?" Uchiha Nan mused, a smile creeping upon his face. "Isn't this to be expected? Two Jonin monitoring the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is merely prudent. As the village's weapon, Kushina Uzumaki is likely under constant surveillance." He speculated that it wouldn't be long before the Uchiha clan's encounter with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wondered how the old man would respond. But soon, he dismissed the thought. It was of no concern to him. When the doorbell rang, Minato greeted them with a beaming smile. "You've arrived. Kushina and I have prepared a feast." However, Uchiha Nan's gaze was drawn to a woman behind him. Her wine-red hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with a yellow hairpin on one side. Her large, glistening eyes set in a softly rounded face. Clad in an apron, she radiated warmth and happiness. "Nan, I heard the Hokage awarded you the Jonin headband." Minato's words interrupted his reverie. Uchiha Nan responded with a smile. But Minato's brow furrowed as he glanced in the direction Uchiha Nan had been observing. He then turned to Kushina with a resigned sigh. "Let us head inside." The group entered the living room, gathering around a round table. Uchiha Nan watched as Kushina brought out a variety of delectable dishes from the kitchen, offering him a warm smile. "Today, I've prepared all my specialties. Make sure to savor them." Kakashi and the others exchanged puzzled glances. noting how unusually gentle their mentor was today, unlike her usual stern demeanor. They glanced at Uchiha Nan, starting to understand the reason behind her kindness. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Fugaku Uchiha had prepared a rare meal, eagerly awaiting his wife's good news. Upon entering, Mikoto found herself flustered at the sight of her husband. Unable to meet his gaze, she felt guilty for having indulged in the pleasures of the flesh while he toiled to provide for her. Just as she contemplated whether to confess, Fugaku broke the silence. "Mikoto, how was your day? Did you see that boy?" His question sent a chill through her, and she awkwardly lifted her bowl. "Why, yes, I did. And how did you get along?" Fugaku pressed on. The image of Nan pressing against her flared in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "It was good. He's quite nice," she replied, and Fugaku nodded in approval. "You should spend more time with him to ensure he listens to you." Mikoto, ever the gentle woman, felt the weight of her earlier actions bear down upon her conscience. "What is this? Have you forgotten your duties as the clan leader's wife?" Mikoto's thoughts spiraled once more, wondering if enduring Nan's advances was indeed part of her obligations. "Mikoto, what is wrong?" Fugaku inquired, noticing the increasing redness of her cheeks, puzzled by her demeanor. "And nothing." Uchiha Mikoto hastily took a few bites of her meal before retreating to her room, where she sat in silence. The scenes from the day at the Uchiha Naka household and her husband's commands flickered through her mind. Meanwhile, at the dining table of the Namikaze household, after a brief exchange, Uzumaki Kushina believed she had become quite familiar with Uchiha Naka, finally able to relax. Known for her fiery temperament, she had only feigned gentleness in the presence of their guest. Now, returning to her usual self, she consumed her meal while regaling everyone with risque and boisterous tales, leaving the innocent Lin and Uchiha Obito blushing. Kakashi, accustomed to such displays, remained unfazed, having long cultivated a rather jaded heart. Namikaze Minato, however, was immersed in watching Kushina with his warm smile, having grown accustomed to her antics. Uchiha Naka observed this scene and nodded, understanding why the radiant sun could tame the fiery pepper. Kushina, upon noticing the newcomer Uchiha Naka, surprisingly shifted the conversation to him. "Naka, do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to help you find one?" she teased, winking at him. Just as Uchiha Naka was about to respond, a knock echoed from outside. Minato glanced over and rose to answer the door. Kushina rolled her eyes, expressing her disappointment. "What a buzzkill. Lord Hokage, what brings you here?" Minato's voice drew everyone's attention. The third Hokage stood at the door, conversing with Minato while occasionally casting glances into the room. Uchiha Naka turned his head to meet the Hokage's gaze, suppressing a laugh. Was he so worried about the safety of the Jinchuriki that he couldn't even allow her a moment of freedom during a meal? Kushina, upon seeing the third Hokage, quickly grasped the situation and stood up with an unpleasant expression, striding toward the door. Uchiha Naka exchanged glances with Kakashi and the others, following suit. "What is your intention, Sarutobi?" Kushina, having grown up in Konoha under the care of the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido, held little respect for the third Hokage, who constantly imposed restrictions on her. She was ready to confront him. Minato quickly intervened, gently restraining Kushina's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Chapter 91. The acknowledgement of Uzumaki Kushina despite being treated this way. The third Hokage's smile remained intact. "Kushina, please don't misunderstand. I merely came to check on you." Kushina was not fooled by his words. Having been aware of his true intentions from the start, she attempted to argue with the third Hokage but was firmly held back by Minato. "Fine. If I cannot act physically, I can certainly speak my mind. Do you think anyone believes your words? You are simply worried about the nine tails within me. The people gathered here are Minato's friends, not enemies of the village. Must you watch us so closely?" As her anger mounted, Kushina recalled the years of being constrained since Mito-sensei's passing, always shadowed by a team of umbu and feeling discomfort in every endeavor. She had not stepped outside the village in years, wandering only within Konoha, and had it not been for a few close friends, she would have long lost her sanity. She had endured this for the sake of the village, willing to sacrifice for the sake of containing the nine tails. However, now, even while sharing a meal with Minato's friends, the third Hokage insisted on monitoring her. It was truly outrageous. The accumulated grievances had nearly brought tears to her eyes. Had Minato not held her back, she would have charged at the third Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Naka and Kakashi stood behind them, observing the scene unfold and listening to Kushina's words. Kakashi and the others wore uneasy expressions, Who could be comfortable under suspicion from the village's leader, especially when their mentor was being treated this way? Yet, apart from Kakashi, who had long been disillusioned with the Hokage, Lin and Obito could only silently endure. Uchiha Naka, however, had never harbored any fondness for the old Hokage. Seeing Kushina boldly express her grievances, he swiftly joined in. Indeed, Lord Hokage, we are all individuals dedicated to our village. Is it justifiable to treat Sister Kushina this way? To harbor doubts against us? Your suspicion is minor, but the harm caused to Sister Kushina is significant. You must provide an explanation to both Minato-sensei and Sister Kushina today. Represented by Minato, who held a trembling Kushina, Uchiha Naka's words resonated with determination. The three speakers could easily overpower him, and he was reluctant to speak. Kushina looked at Uchiha Naka with teary eyes, feeling a rush of exhilaration as he stood unafraid of the Hokage's authority, defending her with righteous words. Since Mito-sensei's death, no one had dared to speak out like this. Kushina felt that Minato had not chosen this friend in vain and silently vowed to protect him in the future. If the old Hokage sought to retaliate against Uchiha Naka, she would be the first to oppose it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply vexed by Uchiha Naka's boldness. While he had grown accustomed to Kushina's complaints, he knew he had to endure, especially since she was the Jinchuriki. He couldn't risk provoking her, fearing that her unhappiness could unleash the Nine-Tails chakra and lead to chaos. Yet, he had come today out of concern for Uchiha Naka, only to find him speaking on Kushina's behalf. Hiruzen considered this a cunning ploy by Uchiha Naka aimed at gaining Kushina's trust. However, the current situation left him cornered, with Kushina's resentment toward him palpable and Naka's words further complicating matters. After a long pause where he couldn't utter a word, he glanced at Minato, contemplating a concession to ensure he could keep a close watch on the Jinchuriki. Having made his decision, Hiruzen adopted a cordial demeanor and slowly bowed before Kushina. What are you doing, Lord Third? Minato rushed to intervene, but Hiruzen persisted in his bow. Kushina, I apologize for my previous actions. However, it was all done with the village's best interests at heart. I hope you can forgive me. Now that Minato has matured and you are married, I shall entrust you to him. I will withdraw the umbu monitoring you, and I hope you can overlook past grievances. Kushina was taken aback by Hiruzen's unexpected gesture. Though she had harbored resentment toward him, it was primarily due to his restrictions on her freedom, and she did not truly despise him. Recognizing that he acted for the village's sake. Now, with such a formal apology, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only respond, all right, I will forgive you. However, Kushina had not forgotten who had facilitated this opportunity for her. She reached out and patted Uchiha Nan's shoulder, offering him a sweet smile and a look of approval. Uchiha Nan reciprocated with a glance that conveyed his admiration for her efforts. Although the third Hokage had diffused the situation with a strategic retreat, Uchiha Nan remained indifferent. After all, this was merely a spontaneous action on his part, and he had invested little effort into it. If it did not succeed, so be it. He was genuinely pleased to have secured this hard-won freedom for both Kushina and Minato as a friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen departed with a look of exasperation. However, following this incident, Uchiha Nan and the others found it inappropriate to linger at Minato's residence and took their leave. Before parting, Kushina inquired about Uchiha Nan's address, expressing her desire to visit him for tea as a token of gratitude for his assistance that day. Uchiha Nan readily provided her with the information. After bidding their farewells, Minato spread his arms, a resigned smile gracing his sunlit face. Kushina, you were rather impulsive today. That was the Hokage, after all. You could have approached him more tactfully. Kushina shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, do you really think the Hokage would have agreed, given your suggestion? Minato sighed in resignation, acknowledging the truth in her words. The village would indeed be reluctant to compromise regarding a Jinchuriki. Had Uchiha Nan not been present today, it was unlikely that the Hokage would have withdrawn the umbu. He would need to thank him properly later. Kushina paid little heed to Minato's thoughts. She was more bothered that he had not joined her in criticizing the third Hokage and had even restrained her from taking action. In her heart, she resolved that for the next week, Minato would be sleeping on the floor. The days that followed found Uchiha Nan enveloped in a monotonous routine, spending his time either enjoying drinks with Tsunade or engaging in playful games with Mei. Occasionally, he would go on outings with Akane and Rin, living life as a veritable victor. Chapter 92. The return of Orochimaru. After a few days of tranquility, an unexpected visitor arrived at Uchiha Nan's doorstep. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Uchiha then asked curiously, having not seen Orochimaru in the village since their last spar. The pale-faced Orochimaru cast a glance at Uchiha Nan and spoke. Nankuin, do you have any spare 3-tomo Sharingan? I wish to acquire some. Since his last humiliating defeat at Uchiha Nan's hands, he had been diligently researching the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he found himself lacking sufficient Sharingan for his experiments, having exhausted his limited resources after several brief trials. Noticing Uchiha Nan's silence, Orochimaru hesitated and added, I could exchange it for Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Nan shook his head at this proposal. The Hashirama cells held little value for him until he achieved the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can offer something else in exchange, he replied. Orochimaru, having witnessed the power of Uchiha Nan's Mangekyo Sharingan, was eager to obtain such strength and considered trading some items acceptable. Uchiha Nan pondered what he might need from Orochimaru, but after extensive contemplation, he realized that aside from the summoning scroll to the Dragon Cave, which could provide him with the methods for Sage Mode training, Orochimaru had little else of interest. Yet, he could simply request the Sage Mode training methods from Tsunade. Why bother with a trade? Uchiha Nan then recalled Orochimaru's use of the reanimation jutsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War, sparking his curiosity about this technique. However, he also understood that this jutsu was recorded in the Forbidden Scroll, which Orochimaru might not possess at this moment. With this in mind, he asked Orochimaru, do you have any forbidden jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll? Orochimaru shook his head in response. His human experiments had not yet reached the point of discovery, allowing him to remain in Konoha without issue. Thus, he had not yet considered stealing all the forbidden techniques from the village. After receiving Orochimaru's negative response, Uchiha Nan felt somewhat disappointed. However, Orochimaru then offered, if you wish, I can divert the third Hokage's attention and reveal the location of the Forbidden Scroll to you. With your abilities, acquiring it should be effortless. Uchiha Nan contemplated this and found it a viable option, nodding in agreement. Very well. In that case, I can offer you another pair of 3-tomo Sharingan in exchange. 2 pairs. Orochimaru's eyes widened with intrigue. All right, 2 pairs it is. After further consideration, Uchiha Nan acquiesced, realizing that currently, he was the only one capable of providing a substantial number of 3-tomo Sharingan. Given Orochimaru's aspirations to study the Mangekyo, even 2 pairs would hardly suffice, indicating that he would seek further collaboration in the future. Thus, parting with a pair of Sharingan seemed a minor sacrifice, as he could eventually recoup his losses through other means. At this moment, Orochimaru produced a scroll from behind and tossed it to Uchiha Nan. Tomorrow morning, act on this. It contains the map to the location of the Forbidden Scroll, along with details on the surrounding barriers and sealing techniques. Uchiha Nan nodded, examining the scroll closely to ensure its authenticity before handing Orochimaru a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. Once the task is accomplished, I shall provide you with the second pair. Orochimaru cast one last glance at his eyes before turning to leave. Uchiha Nan smiled nonchalantly, appreciating Orochimaru's ambition and hoping for his swift success in researching the Mangekyo Sharingan. He then looked at the scroll in his hand and chuckled softly. The Forbidden Scroll had indeed been hidden within the third Hokage's residence all along. Initially, he had believed that the third Hokage had placed it there to facilitate Naruto's easy acquisition of it. However, it now appeared that the scroll and the forbidden techniques contained within had been kept at the residence since its compilation. Moreover, based on this information, it seemed that the current Hokage's residence was not truly his home, but rather a dwelling he occupied after becoming Hokage. Only those who attained the title could reside there, which explained why the Forbidden Scroll had remained stored in Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. With this realization, Uchiha Nan found himself chuckling once more. The art of sealing is concealed in such a hidden location, surrounded by barriers and seals. If it were not for the deliberate actions of the third Hokage, it is truly perplexing how Naruto, who is not even a genin, managed to steal the sealing scroll from such a heavily guarded place. Was it merely the assistance of Mizuki, a chunin? How absurd. The following day, after a brief exchange with Uchiha Nan, Orochimaru made his way to the Hokage's residence. He disregarded the gatekeeping ninjas of the Sarutobi clan and directly approached the entrance, knocking on the door. Come in. What brings you here, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed a hint of surprise upon seeing his promising disciple. Typically, this student is engrossed in his research, seldom concerning himself with the affairs of Konoha. Aside from his reliable performance during missions, he is rarely seen by his own teacher. What has prompted him to visit today? I have an urgent matter to discuss, Orochimaru stated. Meanwhile, concealed nearby, Uchiha then observed Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen departing. Once they were out of sight, he restrained his presence and stealthily maneuvered into the Sarutobi residence through a blind spot. Upon entering, Uchiha then proceeded cautiously, ensuring not to disturb Sarutobi Bawako, who resided within. Following the guidance of a map, he arrived at the innermost room of the Hokage's residence. After tapping a section of the wall to reveal a hidden door, Uchiha then swiftly entered. He formed several seals with his hands, opening a space of barriers. Continuously employing various sealing techniques, he eventually found himself in a dimly lit library. Rubbing his fingers together, a flame ignited in his palm, illuminating the room as he began his search for the sealing scroll. Chapter 93. The sealing scroll acquired. As for why he did not wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to leave for work, when the house would be empty. It was because Sarutobi often locked the secret chamber whenever he planned to be away for an extended period. At that point, Uchiha then would have to resort to forceful means to break the seals, which would undoubtedly create too much noise, leading to consequences that were not worth the risk. After all, Orochimaru had specified this in the scroll given to Uchiha Nan. Whether Orochimaru intended to extend his involvement in this mission for greater rewards remains uncertain. Holding the fireball, Uchiha then scrutinized the various scrolls upon the shelves. Titles such as Detailed Analysis of Fire Release Chakra Nature Transformation, Water Release Techniques, for Symbol Seal, 4 Red Suns Formation, Bagua Seal, 8 Branch Technique, and Water Release, Hard Vortex Waterblade were among them. All kinds of ninjutsu, since the establishment of Konoha, were contained within. These treasures seemed fated to him. With a smile, Uchiha Nan selected a few scrolls that piqued his interest, committing them to memory. He did not intend to memorize all the scrolls, as there were far too many and time was limited. He could always return to study the rest once he became Hokage. After all, the meat would not spoil in the pot. With this thought, Uchiha then approached a large scroll, glancing at the word Sealing Scroll inscribed on its side. He smiled with satisfaction. He reached out, removed it from the shelf, and gently unfurled it on the ground. The contents included techniques such as 4-Symbol Seal, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and Mutual Explosive Tag, among others. Among the final entries, Uchiha Nan found the Flying Thunder God technique he had long desired. He committed the techniques that interested him to memory. Realizing that a considerable amount of time had passed, he closed the scroll, stood up, and returned it to its place on the shelf. After erasing any traces of his visit, he formed seals once more, restoring the barriers and seals. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to enter his home, Uchiha Nan swiftly scaled the wall and departed. Uchiha Nan hastened to the predetermined meeting spot with Orochimaru, where he found the latter standing eerily still like a specter. Did you acquire the items? Orochimaru's deep voice resonated, mingling with the whispers of the wind through the trees, creating an eerie atmosphere. Uchiha Nan shook his head inwardly. While Orochimaru had many admirable qualities, he lacked a human touch. He produced a prepared cultivation dish containing a pair of Sharingan from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Orochimaru. Take good care of it, Orochimaru-sama. May you cultivate the Mangekyo Sharingan soon. Uchiha Nan said with a playful tone. Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That day will come. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Nan's Sharingan before vanishing into the dense forest. Uchiha Nan scoffed and, with a flick of his hand, soared back to his own yard. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed an unsettling presence. He furrowed his brow and approached his wife's room, knocking on the door. Bawako, is everything all right? The elderly woman with a bun hairstyle emerged, her expression puzzled. Did any guests come by while I was away? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a serious demeanor. Noticing the unease in her husband's expression, Sarutobi Bawako pondered before responding. No. No one has come by. I didn't hear anything unusual either. Very well, perhaps I am just being paranoid. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured his wife, he remained troubled. He followed the path Uchiha Nan had taken earlier to the room where forbidden technique scrolls were kept. Forming seals, he opened the barrier space and entered, but found nothing amiss upon a thorough inspection. Frowning as he stood in contemplation, he reasoned that perhaps he was overthinking it. To access this chamber, one must know the method to unravel the sealing technique. Moreover, he must accurately gauge the timing of his departure and ensure the chamber had not been sealed before leaving. More importantly, if someone had truly infiltrated, There was no doubt that Orochimaru was complicit. Yet, after some reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed it improbable. Orochimaru was the most trustworthy of all his disciples. If he wished to enter, he could simply inform him, rather than resorting to such convoluted methods. He shook his head and returned to his room to rest. Back at Uchiha Nan's home, he first summoned the method for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique from his memory, studying it intently several times. Then, drawing upon the spatial time ninjutsu affinity he had gained from Minato, he took several kunai and diligently began to train. The Flying Thunder God technique is a manifestation of one's comprehension, converging the spatial forces surrounding oneself and blending them with one's chakra to form a unique technique. This technique is sealed onto a medium, allowing the practitioner to resonate with the inscribed technique using their chakra, thus enabling multiple pinpoint spatial transfers. With a certain degree of refinement, it can also project the chakra contained within the technique outward to facilitate the movement of surrounding objects, much like how Minato from the anime can transfer tailed beast bombs. Furthermore, one can share their chakra with another, thereby jointly executing the Flying Thunder God technique. However, this technique, renowned as a space-time ninjutsu, is not only powerful but also exceedingly difficult to master. With the advantage of innate space-time talents, Uchiha Nen took 3 to 4 days to make initial progress. At present, he is unable to leave behind more than 3 Flying Thunder God techniques. Moreover, utilizing this technique requires an immense expenditure of chakra. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred, believing that with prolonged practice, he too shall one day wield this technique with the same proficiency as Minato Namikaze. The following day, upon awakening, Uchiha Nen heard the sound of the front door opening downstairs, instantly banishing any remnants of sleep from his mind. He turned his gaze towards the staircase, becoming acutely alert. However, upon recognizing the familiar footsteps and confirming the absence of any threat, he reverted to his usual languid demeanor and sat on the edge of his bed, yawning. "Makoto, you're here." Due to the recent warm weather, Uchiha Makoto, upon entering Nan's bedroom, hung a black windbreaker meant for sun protection on a coat rack. She tousled her hair, allowing her silky black locks to cascade like a waterfall. Dressed in a breezy oversized short-sleeve shirt that showcased her alabaster arms and a pair of alluring shorts that accentuated her long legs, she approached Uchiha Nan with a graceful stride. With a gulp, Uchiha Nan found himself captivated, his eyes glued to her mesmerizing legs. He even activated his Sharingan to scrutinize every subtle movement. Noticing his gaze, Mikoto's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily approached him, covering his eyes with her hands, and murmured softly, "That's enough, Nan. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll get angry." With a mischievous grin, Nan brushed her hands away and firmly grasped them. He leaned back, pulling her onto the bed with him. Before Makoto could react, he captured her luscious lips with his chin, flipping over to pin her beneath him, enveloping her in his embrace. "Makoto, let me go," she protested, her gentle face showing a hint of struggle, yet her hands clung tightly to his waist, drawing them closer together. Despite a flicker of reluctance, she secretly relished this forbidden pleasure. In recent days, she found herself overwhelmed by an uncontrollable yearning to seek out Uchiha Nan. Even a brief separation left her feeling inexplicably agitated. Previously, she had reassured herself, convincing her mind it was merely a command from her husband. Yet now, as she lay beneath Nan, feeling an unfamiliar sensation in her chest, she could no longer rely on that excuse. She fully recognized that her feelings for him had taken root, blossoming into a towering tree within her heart. During interactions with her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, she felt a sense of aversion, instinctively shunning him. If he were to witness the current situation, he would undoubtedly confirm his suspicions that his wife was genuinely fatigued. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan, having indulged for quite some time, noticed Mikoto's lack of resistance. He lifted his head to meet her dreamy gaze, witnessing the affection and desire swirling in her eyes, which emboldened him further. With growing audacity, his hands roamed over her delicate form. Lowering his head, he bit into the collar of her shirt, tearing it with a decisive rip that revealed boundless beauty. "Nan," Mikoto murmured, her eyes glazed with desire. In an instant, their scant attire was reduced to fragments strewn across the floor, and as time passed, the sky outside darkened, with the moonlight cascading in like autumn waters. Uchiha Nan, basking in the soft glow, gazed at the now slumbering Mikoto beside him. Leaning over, he placed a gentle kiss on her now rosy cheek. As if responding to his touch, Mikoto's lips curled into a soft smile in her sleep, rolling over. After a refreshing shower, Uchiha donned a robe and rummaged through the wardrobe, attempting to find suitable clothing for Mikoto, but to no avail. He then retrieved a fresh bathrobe and placed it beside her. Noticing her still in slumber, he ventured downstairs to the kitchen, only to find the refrigerator barren, containing nothing but 2 cups of instant noodles. He sighed internally, having hoped to prepare a heartfelt meal for Mikoto, but finding himself with nothing. After quickly consuming the 2 cups of noodles, he changed into fresh attire and headed to the Uchiha commercial street. There, he browsed through a clothing store, yet was uncertain about what styles to choose. Ultimately, he selected a few pieces reminiscent of what Mikoto had worn before, with the guidance of a shop assistant. He then ordered several side dishes and 2 servings of rice from a nearby restaurant, packaging them to take home. Upon returning, he turned on the lights in the room, finding Mikoto awake. She tightly clutched her blanket, covering herself thoroughly. When she saw Uchiha enter, she hurriedly buried her head deeper into the covers, feeling embarrassed. How could I be so foolish as to let that rascal deceive me? She thought, pondering how to face him now, fearing he might see her as a woman lacking in virtue. Uchiha chuckled at her reaction, fully aware that his sister was simply shy. He placed the food and clothing on the bedside and gently patted the blanket, speaking in a soothing tone, "Mikoto, it's time to eat." However, the blanket merely shifted, clearly refusing his invitation. Uchiha regarded the situation with a sense of nonchalance, thinking to himself that he could certainly handle it. He leaned closer to the curled-up form of Mikoto and whispered softly, "Mikoto, if you don't get up soon, I might just come in." As anticipated, Mikoto was startled by his words, causing a rustling sound from beneath the covers. "Why you need to go away?" Uchiha chuckled lightly, exited his room, and made himself comfortable on the sofa in the living room. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he noted the lack of movement from inside. Estimating the time it would take for a shower and getting dressed, he found it unusually prolonged. Unable to contain his curiosity, he returned to the door and knocked again. "Mikoto, are you not ready yet?" Inside the room, Uchiha Mikoto's flustered voice emerged, "And no, don't come in." Hearing the hesitance in her tone, Uchiha-nan's eyes shifted, concluding that Mikoto had indeed dressed but was simply shy about letting him in. Resolving to act, he turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, scanning the room. To his surprise, he found Mikoto, already dressed and her hair somewhat damp, sitting on the edge of the bed, her arms wrapped around her long legs, lost in thought. Upon hearing the door open, she turned to him, startled. "How did you come in?" Without a word, Uchiha approached, resting a hand upon her shoulder and enveloping her in his embrace. Chapter 95. The Unexpected Arrival of Uchiha Fugaku. Mikoto trembled slightly, but did not resist, leaning into his warm embrace, suddenly asking, "Nan, do you think I'm a bad woman?" Upon hearing her question and sensing her shudder, Uchiha understood her feelings. He replied gently, "How could you think that, Mikoto? You mustn't believe such things." Mikoto nestled closer, hesitating before continuing, I am his wife, yet I..." Her words were interrupted as Uchiha placed his hands on her shoulders, locking eyes with her intently. "Mikoto, I don't care about such things. Love knows no right or wrong. It simply is what it is, and it seems you just happened to meet me later." Mikoto was deeply touched by his words, burying her face in his chest, her tears soaking his garment. Uchiha felt the softness of her presence, and his thoughts began to drift uncontrollably in a certain direction. Having tasted forbidden fruit, he found himself increasingly restless. Mikoto, still relishing the warmth of his embrace, suddenly sensed a fervent gaze upon her. Lifting her head, she met the intense look in his eyes, causing her to shyly avert her gaze, yet feeling satisfied with the effect she had on him. The bed, crafted from fine wood, began to creak in protest. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha family residence, Uchiha Fugaku sat in the living room, frowning and murmuring to himself. Why hasn't Mikoto returned? Could it be that recent plans have come to fruition, and that little rascal Uchiha intends to keep her for dinner? Despite his words, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, prompting him to pace anxiously around the living room, feeling as though something heavy loomed above him. As the clock struck midnight, his restlessness grew. He slammed his hand on the table, rose from his seat, locked the door behind him, and headed towards Uchiha-nan's home. On the generously adorned bed, Uchiha-nan raised his head, caught off guard when a loud knocking echoed from downstairs. Startled, Mikoto frowned, drenched in sweat, and opened her eyes, clearly displeased by the interruption. Uchiha Nan, equally perturbed, called out, "Who is it? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Upon hearing Uchiha Nan's irritated voice and labored breathing, Uchiha Fugaku paused, realizing that he was no longer a naive child, and quickly deducing the potential activities occurring in the room. Anger surged within him as he contemplated barging in, but then reconsidered Uchiha Nan's strength and his wife's unwavering loyalty. He exhaled, convincing himself that it was unlikely. After all, his wife was pure, and Uchiha Nan was of high moral standing. Surely nothing untoward could be happening. "Makoto is in your house, right? I won't pry any further." He extended his hand to gently smooth Makoto's furrowed brow, attempting to provide comfort. "Don't worry. Even if we're discovered, what can he do?" Hearing his words of reassurance, Makoto felt a newfound sense of security, her fear subsiding. She turned to face him, noting Uchiha Nan's tense expression and slightly awkward demeanor. Realization struck her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she relaxed her body. Uchiha Nan, sensing her comfort, stepped back, not bothering to check for any injuries. Confident in his own physical resilience, he made his way to the bathroom, donned a bathrobe, and boldly approached the front door. With a displeased expression, he unlocked and opened the door, directing a stern gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. "What do you want?" Uchiha Fugaku, sensing the tension, managed a sheepish smile as he inquired. "Is Makoto here? I wouldn't know, and if you have no business, you should leave." Uchiha Nan felt it was imperative to not keep Makoto waiting upstairs, reaching for the door to close it. Wait. Uchiha Fugaku, though slightly miffed by Nan's demeanor, dared not voice his discontent. Yet, thoughts of his wife compelled him to peek inside, quickly scanning the yard. Observing Uchiha Nan's assertiveness, Fugaku began to regret his approach. Suspecting Makoto might not even be in the house. If she were, how could this young man so easily let him in? Moreover, if this boy were indeed engaged in illicit activities, and he were to be dragged upstairs, what would happen if he stumbled upon them? With Uchiha Nan's boldness, he could very well lash out on the spot. Fugaku shook his head in realization, raising his hands to retract his earlier assumptions. "Nan, Makoto is not in your house. I apologize for my reckless conjecture." As Uchiha Fugaku's suspicions were dispelled, Uchiha Nan feigned reluctance and extended his hand, crossing his arms with a dismissive huff. "As long as you know, be quick about it and don't disturb my work. Remember to close the door on your way out." With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Nan wrapped himself in a bathrobe and ascended the staircase, returning to the bedroom. He discarded the robe and leaped onto Makoto's bed, intent on completing their unfinished business. Uchiha Fugaku lingered in the courtyard for a moment, listening to the somewhat familiar sounds emanating from the second floor. He shook his head vigorously and spat on the ground, muttering about the declining morals of society before hastily exiting the courtyard, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. The chill of the night breeze filled the air as he gazed at the stars above, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 96. Confrontation After 20,000 Words. Uchiha Nan lifted the limp form of Makoto into his arms and carried her into the bathroom for a shared bath. Before he could ignite their passions once more, Makoto hurriedly donned her clothes, cautiously leaning against the edge of the bed while keeping a vigilant eye on Uchiha Nan. She could no longer endure the exertion and marveled at how Nan possessed such an ironclad physique at his age. Feeling the intensity of Makoto's gaze, Uchiha Nan offered an embarrassed smile. Was this the exuberance of youth encountering forbidden fruit? Especially since his elite physique was perpetually craving satisfaction. Nevertheless, for Makoto's well-being, Uchiha Nan employed a fireball technique to dry his hair, reluctantly dressed, and seated himself beside her. Makoto remained silent, her eyes darting between her charming young man and the night sky outside. A mix of joy and concern flickered across her face as she sighed and spoke softly. "Nan, I must return." "Why?" Uchiha Nan furrowed his brow in confusion. Given Makoto's demeanor today, it was clear she harbored feelings for him. Why then must she leave? "Please don't misunderstand," Makoto said, sensing his reaction. She wrapped her arms around him, urgency lacing her voice. "After everything that has happened today, do you still not comprehend my feelings for you?" Casting a glance at the disheveled bed, she hesitated before speaking again, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing her bashful demeanor, Uchiha Nan found her irresistibly endearing and pulled her close. Makoto adjusted her position for comfort before continuing. "Fugaku and I no longer share any meaningful feelings. You need not worry." Nan opened his mouth to respond, but Makoto placed a finger over his lips to silence him. "Let me finish." I am merely concerned about Itachi. He is my flesh and blood, and I wish to bring him close to care for him." Her voice dropped as she cautiously regarded Uchiha Nan, adding, "If you are unwilling, I can send him to my friend Kushina, severing all ties with Fugaku." After hearing Mikoto's words and observing her cautious demeanor, Uchiha Nan feigned a stern expression and replied gravely, "Then bring Itachi here." Feeling the chill of his demeanor, Mikoto barely registered his words, lowering her head in silent distress, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she bore no resentment towards Uchiha Nan, for Itachi was her ex-husband's child. She forced a smile, attempting to appear strong, and trembled as she said, "Then I shall send him to Kushina's." "Why, Mikoto, why don't you bring Itachi yourself?" "Foolish sister, I never said I disagreed." Witnessing her on the brink of tears, Uchiha Nan felt a wave of compassion and enveloped her in a tight embrace, bending down to kiss away her tears. Once Uchiha Nan clarified his earlier comments, Mikoto understood completely, and she playfully shoved him away, striking his back with mock indignation. "Why must you be so wicked?" Uchiha Nan pretended to wince at her playful blows. "Oh dear, my wife, please stop." "Who is your wife?" Mikoto retorted, breaking into laughter as she nestled tightly against him. The wind swept away the clouds, bathing them in moonlight as Mikoto asked, "Nan, do you truly wish to accompany me?" Her expression was one of surprise. Initially, she had intended to go alone to Fugaku's home to retrieve Itachi, but she hadn't anticipated Uchiha Nan's insistence on joining her. This left her somewhat flustered, as she had only recently accepted him in the role of husband, and now she was bringing him to her ex-husband's residence. Wasn't that a bit audacious? Indeed, you heard correctly. My silly sister. Uchiha Nan was unconcerned about Fugaku's attitude. He simply believed that Mikoto should not face the confrontation alone, especially when she intended to confront Fugaku and reclaim her child. Such dual pressures might provoke Fugaku into making irrational decisions that could harm Mikoto. But no buts. It is decided. Uchiha Nan grasped Mikoto's hand, leading her toward the clan leader's residence. Before long, they retraced their steps along a familiar path, arriving once again at that place, where Uchiha Nan gazed at the door that held so many memories. He recalled the day he was expelled by Fugaku, the moment he sought Mikoto's help against Ryuin's threats, and the complicated emotions he felt upon learning of Mikoto's pregnancy. Yet, no matter how he reflected, he could not have imagined returning to this place under such circumstances. Just as Uchiha Nan was lost in contemplation, Mikoto stepped forward to open the familiar door. However, Uchiha Nan stopped her. Today was not a day for civil discussion with Fugaku. There was no need for a key. With a decisive kick, he shattered the door. The resounding crash sent tremors through the surrounding walls, causing them to collapse as well. Now, Fugaku would not need to worry about repairing the door until the walls were fixed. Who goes there? Fugaku, already agitated by his wife's prolonged absence, was further incensed by the commotion. He emerged from the house brandishing 2 swords, vowing to make the intruder pay dearly for their audacity. However, as he reached the threshold, confusion washed over him upon seeing Uchiha Nan. His gaze then fell on his wife, who had been missing for quite some time. Joy flickered across Fugaku's face, causing his swords to slip from his grasp. "Where have you been all night?" He rushed forward, eager to embrace her, but to his surprise, she stepped back, her expression far from welcoming. Uchiha Nan stepped forward, extending his hand to block the path ahead. "What do you mean, Nan?" Uchiha Fugaku felt an intense rage within, wishing he could eliminate the boy before him. Yet he understood that he was no match for this young brat. However, if Mikoto could succeed, then perhaps. Chapter 97. Uchiha Fugaku's complaint. There's no point in this, Fugaku declared. I am here today to announce that Mikoto is now my wife, and you will have no further ties with her. Uchiha then wrapped his arm around Mikoto's slender waist, leaning in to plant a light kiss on her bashful cheek. What did you just say? Uchiha Fugaku stood frozen in disbelief, watching the intimate display between the two. Oh, he knelt in agony, crying out to the heavens, wishing to retaliate, yet he found himself unable to confront Uchiha Nan. His Sharingan spun wildly, but to no avail. There was no transformation, no awakening of power. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan sighed, having hoped that today would yield a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. But then again, if such eyes were easily attained, the Uchiha clan would be overflowing with them. According to Uchiha Nan's analysis, to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, two conditions must be met. First, one must possess extraordinary talent. Without innate ability, Uchiha would struggle to even open the basic Sharingan, let alone the Mangekyo. This was the plight of the clan's ordinary members, devoid of talent. Uchiha Nan himself was a prime example of exceptional capability. Second, one must endure profound emotional trauma, awakening the power born from inner suffering. For instance, Uchiha Shisui, who wrestled between loyalty to his village and kin, experienced a torment that ultimately led to the birth of his Mangekyo Sharingan and the creation of his ultimate Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Similarly, Itachi awakened his Mangekyo upon witnessing the death of his beloved mentor and brother figure. Both talent and pain are indispensable. Uchiha Fugaku, as indicated in the original narrative, possessed the requisite talent to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, indicating that today's blow was simply insufficient. You are such a nuisance. Uchiha Nen seethed, kicking Fugaku aside, directing him to wail in despair elsewhere. He then led Mikoto to the bedroom, where they beheld the sleeping infant Itachi. Mikoto rushed to his side, pinching his cherubic cheeks and lifting him into her embrace. After gathering some of her and Itachi's belongings, they prepared to depart. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth and eyes vacant, Uchiha Fugaku heard the sounds of their departure. Seeing that wretched woman cradling his child, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, blood seeping onto the earth. The whirling tomo in his eyes finally began to coalesce, but alas, they remained mere tomo. Deep down, he had not entirely relinquished hope. There was still another path available to him. As the nominal leader of the Uchiha clan, he could approach the village and report Uchiha Nan's unauthorized assumption of leadership to Lord Hokage. After years of being clan leader, Fugaku had seen clearly that the village had no desire for the Uchiha to become a unified force. Only through division could the village maintain control over them. Now, Uchiha Nan not only consolidated the Uchiha clan, but also declared himself leader without the village's consent. This was utterly intolerable. Fugaku believed that if he informed Lord Hokage, the village would dispatch someone to eliminate the ambitious Uchiha Nan and reinstate him as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Then, his son and that wretched woman would return to his side, and he would ensure that Mikoto, the one who had forsaken him, would experience true suffering. Uchiha Nan cast a dismissive glance at Fugaku, who lay on the ground, still unable to unlock the Mangekyo. With a scoff, he dragged Mikoto away, pondering what else could provide him with greater stimulation. The research on Orochimaru was proving too arduous, and Shisui had lost the opportune moment to awaken his Mangekyo. Uchiha Nan found himself at a loss for effective means to further enhance his ocular prowess. Surely, he could not approach the elderly sage for assistance. What if he inadvertently resolved that issue? Who would then gather the tailed beasts? And how would he acquire the power of the Sage of Six Paths? After some contemplation, Uchiha Nan decided to set aside his impatience. After all, he was merely 11 years old. The trio returned home, where Mikoto's recovery was hindered by Itachi's presence. Uchiha Nan endured through the night, but in pursuit of vengeance, he pilfered Itachi's rations, which, despite a slight fishy taste, were quite palatable. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen received an unexpected visitor. Uchiha Fugaku wishes to see me. I wonder what brings him here. Hiruzen pondered, observing the guards who had come to report. Let him in, he instructed. Moments later, a disheveled Uchiha Fugaku burst into the room, a footprint stamped across his chest. Fugaku, what has happened to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rose, gesturing for him to sit down and rest. This display of kindness nearly brought Fugaku to tears, almost leading him to believe that the Hokage genuinely cared for him. However, he was not there for such sentiments. Wiping his face, he steeled himself to be serious. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Nan. Fugaku recounted the events with fervor, detailing how Nen had claimed leadership over the Uchiha clan and proclaimed intentions to dominate Konohagakure during the ceremony. He refrained from mentioning his wife and child being taken, as he still held aspirations of remaining the clan leader. He could not afford such humiliation. What? The sound of a loud crash echoed as Sarutobi Hiruzen's amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by fury. He slammed his hand on the desk, causing it to splinter and crash to the ground. What is the matter, Hokage-sama? The guards outside inquired, but upon receiving no reply, they attempted to enter. Hiruzen's grave expression halted their advance as he turned his attention to Fugaku. Fugaku, are you certain of this? If you are lying, you are aware of the consequences. Hokage-sama. How could I dare? You must trust me. Uchiha Fugaku fervently insisted, swearing oaths in hopes that the Hokage would swiftly send someone to eliminate Uchiha Nan. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a cold glance at him, knowing that Fugaku's words could not be taken at face value, yet they could not be entirely dismissed either. Chapter 98. The Konoha meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily summoned several advisors, including Danzo, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, the top combat forces of the Hokage lineage, to convene at the Hokage building. Before long, Danzo, the fastest among them, arrived first. He glanced at the disheveled Uchiha Fugaku and the grim-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen, and could not help but ask, "Hiruzen, what transpired? Why the urgency?" Hiruzen shook his head in silence, instead motioning for Danzo to take a seat and await the others. Shortly thereafter, the advisors Shikoku, Kunoichi, and Choza, along with Orochimaru, arrived, and after a brief wait, Tsunade, reeking of alcohol, finally made her entrance. Sensing the serious atmosphere in the office, she suppressed her drunken demeanor and stood beside Orochimaru, exchanging furtive glances. "Gentlemen, I have summoned you all today due to a grave matter," Hiruzen began. Once he deemed that most had arrived, he then invited Uchiha Fugaku to explain the circumstances surrounding the incident. "I warned you all that this boy would be a disaster, and it has come to pass. We must rally the village's forces and eliminate him immediately," Fugaku asserted passionately. Upon hearing this, Danzo sprang into action. Ever since the boy had rebuffed him, Danzo had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. However, due to the formidable strength of Uchiha Nan, he had hesitated. Now, having committed such a significant error, it was time to strike decisively. Fugaku, witnessing Danzo's fervent support, expressed his gratitude. Danzo returned a reassuring smile. But inwardly he was already scheming to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. While others contemplated the situation, Tsunade could no longer contain herself upon hearing Danzo's words. She erupted, glaring at him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Nan is my pupil and would never harm Konoha. If you utter another word, I shall show you just how formidable I can be." Tsunade was unconcerned with whether her student had indeed taken control of the Uchiha clan. She knew Nan would never harm her, and Konoha was founded by her grandfather, making it impossible for him to threaten the village. Danzo merely snorted dismissively, ignoring Tsunade. To him, she was merely a pitiful coward, and he had 100 ways to eliminate her. Only refraining from action due to her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, he turned to his old friends, Mito Kazumi and Tsurugi Koshiro. "What are your thoughts?" The two advisors hesitated. To them, the matter seemed to carry varying degrees of significance, given that it involved merely a faction within the village. However, recalling the teachings of Tobirama, they ultimately sided with Danzo. "We concur with Danzo's decision." Upon hearing their response, Tsunade shot them an incredulous glare, while Danzo smirked, subtly signaling Orochimaru to support his resolution to eliminate Uchiha Nan. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "I believe Tsunade is correct. Nan is a well-behaved child, and I do not believe he would pose a threat to Konoha." "What?" Danzo's vision darkened as he stared incredulously at Orochimaru, unable to fathom his betrayal. Did he not fear the repercussions of his actions being exposed? Tsunade, however, cast a grateful glance at Orochimaru, interpreting his support as a bond shared among the legendary Sannin. Yet Orochimaru's thoughts were far from such sentiments. He merely considered that if Uchiha Nan were expelled from Konoha or killed, who would provide him with the Sharingan he sought? As he delved deeper into the study of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he found himself increasingly captivated by its unique power. He was nearing the decision to abandon his research on the cells of Hashirama, dedicating all his time to the Sharingan instead. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato reflected on Uchiha Nan's character based on their interactions and the favor he had done for Kushina by helping her evade the Umbu's surveillance. After a moment's hesitation, he stood up and addressed the third Hokage. "I too believe that Nin would not engage in actions that would harm Konoha." Oh, Hiruzen paused, surprised that events were unfolding in an unexpected direction. Even Minato and Orochimaru had been swayed by Uchiha Nan. It seemed his understanding of the boy was still lacking. At that moment, Hiruzen turned to his steadfast supporters, the Ino Shikicho trio. "Shikaku, please share your thoughts." Reluctantly, Nara Shikaku stood up, feeling cornered. He generally preferred to avoid political gatherings, and such invitations were ones he would typically decline. However, today was different. Hiruzen had commanded his presence. After a brief moment of reflection, he had already grasped the situation. Regarding Uchiha Nan, Danzo and his allies were intent on extermination, while Tsunade and others believed in his innocence. It seemed the time had come for him to cast a decisive vote. However, Shikaku was acutely aware of who held the true power in Konoha. Hiruzen, the pivotal figure who had yet to voice his opinion. Observing closely, Shikaku sensed Hiruzen's inclination toward eliminating Uchiha Nan. Typically, he would simply align his vote with the leader's wishes. But today he could not do so. For Uchiha Nan was no ordinary adversary. He was a formidable shinobi of considerable strength. To act against him in the face of opposition from Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Minato would be unwise. After all, it was unreasonable to expect Danzo and the Hokage to take direct action themselves. Shikaku believed Hiruzen had also contemplated these issues, wishing to maintain his dignity in front of others while not embarrassing Danzo and the two advisors. Thus, he sought a way to de-escalate the situation. If Hiruzen truly wished to avoid confronting Uchiha Nan, he would not have called this meeting in the first place. The third Hokage, I believe Tsunade, makes a valid point. Nan is not that kind of person. Perhaps you should speak with him personally. Upon hearing this, Danzo shot Shikaku a furious glare. But after glancing at Tsunade and the others, he recognized the futility of the situation. Very well, let it be as you suggest, Shikaku. Hiruzen regarded Nara Shikaku with satisfaction. This was the value of having astute subordinates. In critical moments, they could both deflect blame and provide him with a way out. The Nara clan was indispensable in Konoha. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing the meeting conclude hastily without punishment for Uchiha Nan, felt despair wash over him. His last hope extinguished. The Tomo in his Sharingan began to whirl uncontrollably. However, the third Hokage intervened, halting this transformation. Hiruzen first dismissed everyone, then calmed the agitated Fugaku, signaling him to remain composed, assuring him that he would take charge of the matter. Brothers and sisters, this is not mere idle talk. It is crucial to express the stance of Konoha's leadership to ensure a coherent progression of events. Chapter 99. The Kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Nan found himself unaccustomed to the sudden presence of two individuals in his home. Rising early to practice some ninjutsu, he was interrupted by a series of loud knocks at the door. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the Umbu, wearing a fox mask, whom he had previously bested in the Uchiha clan grounds. The Umbu, upon seeing him, uttered but a single phrase, "The Hokage summons you," before hastily disappearing with a body flicker technique, evidently still haunted by their last encounter. "What is it, Nan?" Uchiha Makoto asked, clad in light attire, as she approached the balcony holding Itachi. "Nothing serious, Makoto-san. The Hokage has summoned me. I must go," Uchiha Nan replied, bidding farewell to Makoto as he made his way towards the Hokage building, pondering the nature of this summons. Yet, even upon arriving at the entrance and reporting to the guards, he remained uncertain of Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. "Nan, you've arrived," Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted. Standing before the window with his back turned, gazing at the distant Hokage rock, a departure from his usual practice of managing affairs seated at his desk. Concealed within a cabinet, Uchiha Fugaku seethed at the sight of Uchiha Nan, the source of his deep resentment. Memories of his wife and son being taken from him flooded back, causing him to tremble with agitation, while simultaneously anticipating the explanation Hiruzen would provide. "Hokage-sama, is there something urgent you wish to discuss?" Uchiha Nan inquired, sensing something amiss as he glanced towards the hidden Fugaku. Hiruzen remained silent, continuing to stare at the Hokage rock until Uchiha Nan's patience waned. At last, he turned to face the young boy, his eyes sharp and piercing. "Nan, I have heard you have taken control of the Uchiha clan and appointed yourself as the clan leader," he stated, his voice heavy with authority. Uchiha Nan, seemingly unfazed by the pressure, smiled lightly. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, your information network is quite impressive. You seem to know even the smallest of details. Perhaps some traitorous Uchiha has been reporting to you?" At this, Fugaku's features twisted in fury. His teeth clenched as he glared at Uchiha Nan through a crack in the cabinet. "A minor matter, you say? Is it not a significant issue that you have proclaimed yourself Hokage and taken control of Konoha?" Hiruzen's expression darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Uchiha Nan, his voice rising in anger. In response to Hiruzen's accusations, Uchiha Nan's expression soured. He swatted away the pointing finger. "Firstly, I do not appreciate being pointed at. Secondly, the Uchiha clan will never betray Konoha. All your fears are unfounded." Uchiha Nan added a condition. The Uchiha clan would remain loyal to Konoha only under his leadership or that of someone he trusted. Hiruzen, despite his simmering rage, realized he was powerless against Uchiha Nan's unwavering stance. It was clear that Nan had ascended to power, possessing formidable strength and the backing of the Uchiha clan, alongside numerous political allies within the village. At this juncture, even as the third Hokage, he could no longer dictate terms to him. With a resigned sigh, Hiruzen softened his tone. Very well, Nan, let us let this matter rest for now. I hope there will be no recurrence of such events in the future. Also, he added, casting a glance towards Fugaku hidden within the cabinet, the position of clan leader was established by the ancestors of the Uchiha and the village together. I hope you can return that position to him. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Nen scoffed. Had it been any other minor request, he might have consented, charmed by Hiruzen's submissive demeanor. However, returning the leadership to Uchiha Fugaku would merely serve as a stake driven into the Uchiha clan by Hiruzen. How would the newly loyal Uchiha clansmen perceive their leader, who only bullied his own kin while trembling before the Hokage's orders? Following such a leader would be futile. They might as well align themselves directly with the Hokage. Thus, Uchiha Nen resolutely rejected the notion without further contemplation. That is impossible, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief at Uchiha Nan's audacity, astonished that this young boy would strip him of even the last shred of dignity. He contemplated taking him down, but found himself at a loss. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that confronting Uchiha Nen over Uchiha Fugaku was not worth the risk of alienating him. Enough, you may leave, Hiruzen waved dismissively. His spirit visibly deflated after the confrontation. Uchiha Nen chuckled nonchalantly, not sparing Fugaku another glance as he pushed open the door of the Hokage's office and stepped out. He understood that after today, no one in the village would dare regard him as a mere child, but rather as a formidable force capable of influencing the entire village. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the shadows of the cabinet, his expression vacant and devoid of hope. Observing Fugaku's despondent state, Hiruzen sighed, recognizing that this man had been thoroughly defeated. The clash with Uchiha Nen had stripped him of his ninja spirit, leaving him bereft of purpose. Fugaku, do not dwell on today's events. Await your time, Hiruzen advised. From now on, you should distance yourself from the Uchiha clan and live as an ordinary ninja in the village. In a daze, Uchiha Fugaku stumbled out of the Hokage office. Unaware of how he departed the Hokage building, all he comprehended was that he had been abandoned, first by his wife, then by the Uchiha clan, and ultimately by the village. The words "distance yourself from the Uchiha clan and live as an ordinary ninja" echoed relentlessly in his mind. At last, the last thread of resolve within him snapped. Overcome with despair, he cried out to the heavens, "No! I am Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Everything belonging to the Uchiha is mine. I will kill you, Uchiha Nan." A dark aura enveloped Fugaku, erasing everything it touched. Meanwhile, the lurking white Zetsu, who had observed the scene for some time, recoiled in fear, muttering to himself, "How terrifying." Tears of blood streamed from Fugaku's eyes as his Sharingan, now adorned with 3 tomo, began to manifest under the weight of relentless torment. The kaleidoscope of power coalesced, taking the shape of a great pinwheel. Is this the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Such boundless power. Uchiha Nan, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 100. A brutal confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku. Oh, what an overwhelming surge of dark chakra. It appears, Fugaku, you have not disappointed me after all, Uchiha Nan mused as he walked home, sensing the immense wave of dark chakra emanating from afar. Understanding the phenomenon as the manifestation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he immediately activated the body flicker technique and hurried towards the source. At this moment, the sole thought occupying Uchiha Fugaku's mind was to eliminate Uchiha Nan. With his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, he relentlessly pursued the traces left by Uchiha Nan. Fatefully, they collided as Uchiha Nan arrived through the body flicker technique. Upon setting eyes on his nemesis, the anguish within Uchiha Fugaku surged forth. He unleashed the newly acquired power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, enveloping the area in a haze of deathly miasma. Uchiha Nan, witnessing the billowing black fog emanating from Uchiha Fugaku, was taken aback and instinctively retreated several paces. The ground beneath where the miasma passed became pockmarked and scarred. Trees, houses, and curious onlookers were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Observing this devastation, Uchiha Nan discerned the miasma's effects and devised a countermeasure. However, glancing at the surrounding homes, he shook his head. A battle of Mangekyo Sharingan here would likely decimate Konoha village. With resolve, Uchiha Nen steered away from the village, recognizing that Uchiha Fugaku was consumed by his hatred. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, relishing the retreat of his foe, burst into laughter. He pursued Uchiha Nan, trailing his dark miasma through the village, calling out, "Don't run." Both combatants, being elite shinobi, moved with astonishing speed, soon finding themselves in a dense forest far from the village. As the trees were consumed by the relentless miasma, Uchiha Nan's three tomo converged, transforming into his Mangekyo Sharingan. A surge of crimson chakra erupted from him as he pivoted and charged toward Uchiha Fugaku, now shrouded in the black fog. Seeing his enemy willingly enter the trap, Uchiha Fugaku rejoiced, interpreting it as a death wish. He intensified the miasma, aiming to obliterate Uchiha Nan within its depths. However, to his astonishment, the miasma dissipated into mere specks upon entering a 5-meter radius around Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. This miasma was born from his profound hatred for the Uchiha clan. It was designed to obscure the Sharingan's vision and corrode everything it touched. Even formidable shinobi would succumb within moments. But he had underestimated Uchiha Nan's left eye technique, the universal decomposition, which effortlessly neutralized any chakra-based attack. Clearing the miasma, Uchiha Nan extended his palm, unleashing bolts of terrifying lightning that coalesced into a triangular spear. Lightning release, thunder cut. Yet, he was not finished, utilizing his right eye's technique. He invoked universal amplification, tripling the power of the lightning spear, which transformed into a lightning lance that shot towards Uchiha Fugaku. Despite the incoming onslaught, Uchiha Fugaku remained unfazed. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, unleashing 3 kunai. One kunai collided with the amplified lightning cut, illuminating the field before vanishing in an instant. Uchiha Nan momentarily faltered. If not for the acrid scent lingering in the air, it would seem he had never unleashed the lightning cut at all. However, he quickly regained his composure, eager to further test Uchiha Fugaku's abilities. With swift determination, Uchiha Nan retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them. Technique: Shuriken Shadow Clone. With the enhancement of his chakra, the shuriken multiplied into hundreds. As some clashed with the kunai, both sides disappeared simultaneously, while the remaining shuriken surged toward Uchiha Fugaku, only to be extinguished by the surrounding miasma. After these probing attacks, Uchiha Nan discerned another aspect of Uchiha Fugaku's power. The kunai he launched could erase any contact, be it ninjutsu or even life itself. With this knowledge, Uchiha Nan felt emboldened. The true terror of the Mangekyo Sharingan lay in its unpredictability. Without knowing his enemy's capabilities, one could easily falter. Now armed with insight, particularly against someone capable of erasing chakra-infused attackers, Uchiha Nan charged forward like an arrow, fists clenched, aiming for Uchiha Fugaku's face. Uchiha Fugaku, attempting to retaliate, shot forth 10 kunai from his right eye, aiming to extinguish Uchiha Nan's life. The technique, known as Pure Land of Hell, could dispatch up to 10 kunai, sending anything they touched to the netherworld, effectively killing them in the shinobi realm. However, these kunai met the same fate as before, dissolving into chakra particles thanks to Uchiha Nan's universal decomposition. Uchiha Nan's fist crashed heavily against the hastily summoned skeletal Susanoo of Uchiha Fugaku. The legendary Susanoo, said to withstand even-tailed beasts, was shattered at the chest by Uchiha Nan's strike. The blow continued, sending both Uchiha Fugaku and his Susanoo careening into the distant forest. Though this was Fugaku's first attempt at summoning Susanoo, rendering him inexperienced, the fact that Uchiha Nan could obliterate it with a single punch showcased his formidable physical prowess. Uchiha Nan pressed on, enveloped in crimson chakra, charging toward Fugaku once more. As Fugaku rose, having just restored his Susanoo, he crossed his arms defensively. With a resounding crack, the Susanoo's arms shattered, and Uchiha Fugaku was once again thrust into the earth, leaving a long scar in his wake. Following a relentless barrage from Uchiha Nan, Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan began to falter, whether from the blows or excessive usage. His vision grew increasingly blurred. Nevertheless, he struggled to maintain the half-formed skeletal Susanoo to shield himself from being annihilated in a single strike.